Peace. Shout out to everybody that pulled up in the building. Um, I apologize. Whoa. Apologize. I'm not completely set up. So if y'all can give me a few ticks to get set up, that'll be cool. Shout out to everyone in the building. Homie Bridge, Dez, Question, Brown Hawk, Indian Peach, Miss KK, and Jamie. Indian Peach, you coming to Mexico with us? Indian Peach, I know you ain't came in here to make my day, woman. I know that ain't what you came in here to do. Make my day and tell me you coming with us to Mexico. If that's what you did, you better cut it out right now. I'm gonna tell you better cut it out. I wouldn't even gonna bring it up, but we 1 month out away from Mexico. So I'm just saying, and I said I'm not gonna come out and like try to do like no heavy promotion or basically like big someone to come. There's a few names on the list. I've been to a lot of places with these people before. We're familiar with each other's energy. I know they're gonna be there, and so I'm cool. I got some hanging buddies. So I'm not gonna try to win promoter of the year and promote this Mexico trip. Is if it's important to you, if you want to make it, you'll make it. If you can't make it, then I understand that as well. Many are called, few are chosen. And that's something that I have to keep in mind. Many are called, but few are chosen. And yeah, that's what I have on it. And I what's up with it, Jay Knock? I was listening to that beat you had sent me, man. Had the Nipsey Hussle on there. Shout out to the homie Monk. What up, though? She said, I'm not going to Mexico, but I know you're going. Oh, okay. I was finna ask you what's your sizes so I can get you your Jaguar bikini, but never mind. Cause I went on and ordered a box of them. And okay, so Peach ain't getting one. Okay. I don't know if we got nothing. Yeah, I don't know if we got nothing to wrap around that Georgia Peach you got. That Texarkana Peach. I don't know. We might not got enough bikini to hold all of that Texarkana Peach. Lima bean, navy bean. Oh, nah, we might not. Nah, girl, you been eating lima beans and navy beans, and rice and nah, we ain't got enough. We ain't got enough material to hold all that Texarkana peach up now. So yeah, nah. So we can't even be, we can't be messed up. You're not coming, but we do have events in Texas next year. Me and Dane Calloway and my brother Talik, Soul Food Vegan, we're gonna get together and we're gonna throw a family event right here in Houston, Texas. So I hope y'all can make it down to Houston, Texarkana. I mean, I ain't gonna say that ain't far. That's a drive. It's a nice little drive, but I'm pretty sure if you were in Texas or Canada, you didn't make that drive before. So bring your country backwood down, way down yonder. Yeah, you bring your backwood way down yonder. Catfishing, crawfisher, tractor riding, the tie with a rope on the tree, swinging down here, to Houston. Make sure you make that event though. Bring your a rope and a rubber tie on the tree, on a sunny day, swinging down here, to Houston. Shout out to Trees. Hey, check it out. So y'all know I'm gonna be fading the homie Gorilla Hebrew next Saturday. She said I'm 5'11", 180. Whoo, tall glass of water. Man, you nigga better have a say that tall glass of water quench your thirst, boy. 5'11", 180, all meat, no bones. Texas built, Texas born, Texas raised. Real cattle meat. They ain't eat it out the market. They bred their own cattle, slaughtered their own hog, that ain't, nigga, that's Texas style, Texas bread. Oh, they ought to put it in a box. I can't wait till they start setting this shit in stoves. Oh, now, really come out the form. Good massage in that. Yeah, massage you. Still got manners. Yeah, know how to take care of man. Goddamn it, Georgia Peach, you better get out of here. You better stop it, woman. 185, 11. Good God Almighty. Yeah, I get drunk and fall out on the couch. She picked me up and laid me. I don't even know how I made it to the bed. She 5'11", 180 and packed me to the bed. Yeah, we got drunk on that moonshine. I fell asleep on the couch and she packed me onto the 5'10" country bred, Texas built, Ford tough. Well, let me not say Ford in Texas. Cause y'all, they say Ford is the best in Texas. But I know how you country nigga. You country nigga like Chevys and GMCs because you can work on them by yourself. Yeah, you can work on them all. Them some bitches by yourself. Oh, do not mention Ford. I know all you nigga driving Fords now because they pretty and y'all in the big 350 Fords. But man, when I come up, boy, my dad and them and real country people will get on your ass. You pull up in a Ford truck. We are GMC, nigga. We are GMC Chevy type of niggas in Texas. I don't know what a Ford is the best in Texas. I don't know if they was advertising, but they goddamn Georgia Peach, they goddamn Indian Peach is built Ford tough. Motherfucker packed me to the bed, nigga. Oh yeah, say you had a little too much to drink, nigga. I had to pack you. Yeah. Shout out to the homie Mike. Mike say, Chevy the best. Tree say, my daddy hate Ford. Now that's your daddy. Okay, that's Indy. Okay, we got some Indian shit going on then. Now. We got some Indian shit going on. Chevy and GMC, we work on them. They're American made. That's a real American truck right there. A Chevy or a GMC. You nigga got them Fords. You ain't pulling nothing. You ain't putting nothing on the back of that Ford and you get the howl. And I seen it move. I know they didn't upgrade it, and you know it come with the kit and everything now. And it do look pretty. It's cute. But when you want a man's truck, you gotta go get you a Chevy or a GMC. Yeah. And when something go bad, you can get up under there and fix it your damn self. Yeah, they got computers and all that type of shit you gotta go through, and they gonna hit you across the head. So yeah, and you ain't pulling like that GMC pulling. Anyway, enough of the country talk. Shout out to the homie Corey. Corey say, and in Bama too, bro. We rock with Chevy, the Chevy bow ties. Okay, see, that's it. But look where you say you at. You in Bama, Corey. You in the home of the Indians. Yeah, man. That's why I say, man, Indians, man, we created GMCs and Chevys, man. Shout out to my nigga Khalil Jenkins in the building, man. Ace Time, outside in the building. Y'all know we full of Southsiders. Khalil, man, one of my outsiders, man. Yeah, an outside in the building, man. BCU, man, we got a lot of red rag homies over here too, man. We probably got more moves than anything over here, man. I love it. Shout out to my nigga TY in the building, man. Shout out Mississippi in the building, man. Israel, man, in the building, man. Engine Gal, what up, though, man? What's up, Engine Gal and Seven, man? It's good to see y'all, man. It's good to see a lot of y'all. I feel like I ain't seen y'all in a while. Kelly Green in the building. She said, "Found on the road, dead." What the hell? Let me scroll back up. Maybe I caught the wrong one. He said, Brown Hawk said, y'all do fried corn in Texas. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't ate no fried corn. We put it on the smoker though. Fried in Texas. I mean, we fry chicken, we fry seafood. But we smokers down here, man. Meaning we like to fire that pit up. Y'all gotta remember, man, what the Wild Wild West. When you talking about the Wild Wild West, then you talking about Texas. Shout out to Kansas. I rock with y'all. We got to get Kansas, they call it Arkansas, Oklahoma. You understand me? No, we gonna keep it gangster. But when you talking about that cowboy lifestyle, man, you're talking about Texas, man. That's where your food is coming from. We smokers with that pit down here, man. So we gonna put that corn on the pit, man, and we gonna smoke it. Then we gonna dress it up. What Wildflower Power with? Power them, they out there, they eat the corn with the mayonnaise on it from the Mexicans. Yeah, y'all get they put mayonnaise on it, and then they put the little green little sauce and the red sauce. I don't know. I ain't never had it. What it is, Tahi. They put the little Tahi on there or something. What's up with it, Mama Deb? Turn up one time. Mama Deb say, I fried my corn. Well, I just ain't had nobody with the recipe then. Y'all just ain't had nobody with the recipe then, Mama Deb. If you got it, I might need to try it. I might need to get a bite. Engine Gal say corn fritters and fried corn. Oh, now okay. See, it take another Texas country person to let us other country people know. So now, if you're talking about like how Engine Gal just put it, now I had fried corn that way. All right, when it come in like the little balls, the little nuggets or whatever, the fritters, however she said. Yeah. I admit I take that back. Cause you know us down here in Texas, we think we got the best coat anyway. I hear y'all Louisiana, but I don't know, y'all falling off. Them Chinese making a gumbo out there. Chinese scratching roux better than you niggas in Louisiana now. You can't stop at a stove and you ain't got white folks in there cooking po' boys. And yeah, I don't want a catfish po' boy from a white boy, a swamp white boy. Yeah, gator meat. Nah. So yeah, she said corn fritters and fried corn. Okay, I got you. Indian P say we smoke our corn. Shout out to my homie Green Peel, man, out there in France, man. Gerald Lloyd in the building, VA to Vegas. We're gonna be in Vegas next year, man. So Gerald, stick around, homie. We're gonna be in Vegas next year. The homie OMB Vito. in Miss Wildflower Power. They gonna need your help, man, cause we coming out there. So we gonna need our Vegas people, man, to step up, man. Cali, y'all a drive away. Y'all like 4 hours away. Green Pill say Chinese gumbo is crazy. Oh, nah. Don't say that. I'm talking right now, Green Pill, but that say them Chinese scratching that. I just told you they scratching root better than them niggas out there. Akiri, I was about to block you. I'm gonna be honest. Chickasaw Mall say, yo, Top, I never got my book. Hey, hit me up, Mall, cause I don't know how that'll happen. But hit me up. We can make it happen. I just got a new what you calling me in early this week. But hit me up. I'm gonna definitely make sure that happen. Speaking of book, I want to put up my new man, I got a book coming out. I'm gonna drop it for the debate though. I'm gonna drop it during the debate. I have a new book. I'm proud of myself. I'm gonna be honest. Work my ass out, man. I guess I can let y'all see the back of the book or the book blurb. Can we let them see that, Chief? You dying to let them see the book blurb? Man, I work my ass out. I have over 100 sources in this book. So shout out to all them niggas that I always say, Top Cat don't show no sources. Top Cat don't show no sources. We have over 100 sources and citations in this book. We have over 100. That's what I said. I'm hitting hard. Yeah, Kiri, you in trouble. Talking about what I done. A lot. You done a lot, young lady, in these last couple days. I'm trying to figure out why I gotta come look for you. Yeah. Hey, Chickasaw Mall. Man, hit me up on Instagram. Or on BCU. Like do it while I'm live so I can make sure I get you because hit me up so I can make sure we take care of you. Did say he in the Ram, man. Now I ain't gonna lie, this them Rams. If it ain't a Chevy GMC, I'm gonna tell you, I was gonna go get a Ram because I'm trying to pull, but that Ram gonna pull something. Nah, man, that Ram gonna pull, bro. So yeah, Fords is the pretty boys of the trucks. Them the pretty boys. They don't get dirty. They show car. They just cute. Yeah, the Fords just cute. They pretty boy trucks. Oh nah, Kiri, I've been gone. So I feel you. I'm talking that noise. I'm coming in here today. I'm looking at people. And I'm about to say, so you motherfuckers that been acting funny. Yeah, Kiri, I pulled up today on some so y'all acting funny type of shit, huh? And then they had to remind me, they said, hey nigga, you ain't been live but like twice in like 2 weeks. I said, damn, maybe you got a point. I'm sitting here talking about damn nigga, I ain't seen you in a while. So yeah, nigga. Whole time, nigga, I've been absent for about 2 weeks. So right now, man, a lot of people going through some type of transition in their life. I'm gonna be honest. Right now, I don't know what it is. Where's our astrologers? Where our astrologers at? What are people reading the stars? Y'all know that's still an Indian thing. And so, yeah, what my likes is. How many people got in here? 80 people, and we've been here 25 minutes. The devil is a liar. Sitting here with 50 likes. Nah, man, stop playing with me. Indian P say Dooley Rams are fire, but Chevy is the best. Yeah, we drive big dualies over here. Indian Peace. I drive a dually. I got a dually sitting out there. I ain't drove it since June. Oh, but I love my baby. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna take yo. Well, I ain't gotta say too much, Indian King. Indian Peach. You know, I'm a Texas boy. You know, I got a big old dually sitting out there. Yeah, I got a big old dually sitting out there. I'm a real Texas Indian. We want to pull something. A man's man. 5'11". That ain't tall enough. I'm 6'1", goddamn it. Yeah, as long as you don't go put on them heels. Well, we gonna be all right. You go put them heels on, I'm gonna put some cowboy boots on your ass. Yeah, we gonna even the scope. You go try to get in some stilettos if you want to. I'm going to go get them goddamn snake skin or cowboy boots out the back with the heel on it. You want to fuck around? She said I drive a dually too. I goddamn it, that's why the country. There go another country motherfucker behind. Engine gas. Hold on, we got a whole list of country. You got engine gas, country, backwood country. Pickle and Kool-Aid. Pickle pig feet country. Yeah. You got engine gas, pickle pig feet country. Nene eat squirrel possum soup. Yeah, different type of country. Yeah, them 3 countries, that right there, Indian Peach, Engine Gal, and Nene, that's a mean combination right there. Them some country, Texas country. It's a different. Yeah, question say, man, that question say pickle pig feet with the hot sauce. Shout out to the homie 7, man. I ain't seen my nigga in a while, man. Well, like I said, damn, I keep saying it to everybody. I ain't been seen in a while. Now I've been grinding, bro. I've been grinding. I'm for real about this, man. I'm square business. And so last night I had to choose my book cover. You know what I'm saying, and all of that. And so, the work done. Proud of myself. I was able to get it done. After the first book, I said, man, I ain't gonna be writing no more books. And I'm gonna be honest, man. The hate that a nigga had got. People like trying to read your book online and do all these other type of things, and I'm from a different world. Certain things, and I'm gonna tell you, it was a point in life. I mean, the smallest thing, bro, can get you fucked off. So when niggas play with life and play with the game and do things like that, not even understanding the consequences or the individual that you're dealing with, like, nah, man, my nigga, it was way less than that. My best friend, shout out to my best friend, man, Butch, or they might know him as EXO. Legs, black ass nigga, man. Tattoos all in his eyes and shit. Nigga, look like the devil himself. Say, man, your name come on across our desk. They gonna tell you, send anybody but them niggas. Send anybody but them. Nah, man, you had to be vicious. Niggas out here playing with me. So I say, you know what? I wasn't even motivated to write a book because it took me so hard. That was my first book. Trying things out, spent a lot of money on it, was looking for help and all of that. But I want to salute them niggas because they motivated me. And I said, since they like to read books, I'm gonna write a book about them. You wanna fuck around? Nah, man. Since y'all like to read books, I'm gonna write a book about you. And it motivated me. And I bet you ain't gonna come around and fucking with me no more. See, I'm not a fake scholar. I'm not a fake teacher. I'm not somebody who act like I know what I'm talking about. Nigga, I really, 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 really know what I'm talking about. I know what hurts you. I know the strengths. I know the weaknesses. I will pick you niggas apart just like I did in this book. I'm not black. I'm Indian. The Miseducation of the Black American. That's the name of the book. The name of the book is I'm Not Black. I'm Indian. The Miseducation of the Black American. Well, hold on. I'm not black, I'm Indian. The Miseducation of Black Americans. Because Black Americans have been miseducated. You whole fucking around? Well, since you niggas readers, huh? You like to read? Well, I'm gonna write a story about you. And I got over 100 sources in that bitch. Everything sourced up. Go find you a little boy to play with. Come around here. Bitch, I'm gonna try to take your head. Fucking with me, nigga. Oh, so the work is done. I'll let y'all know when we ready to drop. We might drop at the lecture. We might pop out for the lecture. Fuck these niggas up, niggas. Put it in these niggas' chest. Everything I'm talking about, there's so much. I can't even. I don't even know where to start. It is what it is. But I bet a nigga ain't gonna come around here fucking with me no more. Take that shit around the corner, nigga. We ain't having it. Put something on your ass. I do want to give y'all the what's it called? We family. We family. I want to give y'all the I guess we can read the blurb. We can read the blurb from the book. Little insight on what's going on, type of time. We got to get 100 likes. We get 100 likes in here, and then I can feel a little motivated, and then we can go through the book. She said, "Was it my jerk chicken chili?" Oh, okay, y'all over there talking. My bad. I had turned my head. OG, I'm born here in the building. What's up with it? Red Maria, come give me a hug. Red Maria, come give me a hug. How you doing? She said, I can't wait to show you my lamb chili. I told you they were backwood country. Lamb chili. I'm scared. They eating lamb chili. Don't let them Hebrews hit it. Cause see, I was gonna say, nigga, what's your culture? What y'all eat? They gonna say lamb chili. Nigga, Jesus was the lamb. I said, no. They gonna show the picture with Jesus and the lamb across his shoulder. Yeah, they gonna say the Hebrews brought the lamb chili to America. Oh, them niggas got me on that one. I'm gonna say, but yeah, bitch, you had to put tomatoes in it though. Yeah, you had to crush the tomato. What you doing with my tomato? Why my tomato in your pocket? Yeah, they gonna hit me with that one. I'm scared. Oh, chili, the chili pepper come from America. You finna have me fighting. Boy, I'm finna be here fighting like I'm a nigga. This shit gave me ammunition on there. They gonna bring out the picture with Jesus in it. Jesus is the lamb and the light of the world. I said, God damn. Well, where you got the damn chili peppers from, nigga? Why my tomatoes all in your and bell peppers all in your pocket? Nigga got my motherfucking chili peppers, my bell peppers, nigga all in my garden and shit, man. You know, on the other side of the world, them Hebrew niggas be fucking them goats. Is it the goat or the sheep? One of them, I think they fucked the goat. Nigga be out there putting dick in the goat, naked, butt naked dancing. Dosey Do, what's up? We got another Texas. Texas, we kind of deep. Kiri in Texas, man, we kind of deep. Tweety in Texas, well, I don't know. Tweety, Dion and Kane, Tweety don't even rep Texas no more. They just sent the Dion out there to Boulder, Colorado, and Tweety is go Buffs. She back on her Colorado shit. Well, you know them Cowboys in Colorado came out of Texas. North and West Texas. I went to Denver and it was some young kids. They had to be around about teenage, around about 13, 14 years old. And it was a little chubby one. He said, "Man, that boy got that drip on." And I started laughing. So I said, "Hey, where y'all from?" Now, like we from here. I think they said they was from the east side. And I say, where your mama and them from? Like, where your people them? They was like, oh, my mom from Texas. My grandma and them from Texas. They still live there. I said, "Oh, okay." She said, "Oh, I haven't had gator chili, but gator is good." Kiri said, "Sheesh, I had my son right here doing work. He caught all that. Caught all what did I say?" Oh, Lord have mercy. Look, I tell you what, Kiri, I'm gonna make it up. This how I'm gonna do that. This how I make it up. I've been getting a lot of requests. People saying, "Chief, man, we need something for the babies." And so I'm gonna be in the works of putting together a curriculum for the babies. Now I'm gonna have my daughter help me out on it. And so right now, man, that's something I've been thinking about all week. A few people reached out to me and they like, "Hey, we need something for the babies." You know what I'm saying? To bring them into it and to teach them. And so that's gonna be one of my goals. And I want to get that done before the year over with. I will get that done for the year over with. The D in the GOAT, Lord have mercy. The D in the GOAT. No sellout. I thought I was the only one. I had to check the calendar. The D in the GOAT. Goodness gracious. The D and the GOAT. What happened? Oh, what happened that fast? The D and the GOAT. Somebody say, well, Chief, you do know that it is Friday. We sitting here talking about cowboy chili, turtle soup, possum soup. I don't know how we got to the D and the GOAT. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how we got to the D and the GOAT. Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. Oh, the D and the GOAT. Oh, sound like my picture should be right next to it. They said it is Friday. Yeah, you go grab them headphones, and Kiri, you know the rules. Kiri, you one of them ones that need them headphones, them AirPods at all time. Kiri, you one of the ones that need them headphones, or they gonna ban you, baby, gonna ban you from the channel. They said it is Friday. They did remind me it is Friday. Talk to him.
I wanna fuck it right now. Reverse that car, girl, I'm bucking right now.
Hey, Ken, let's get them likes up. Let's get them likes up. Let's get on the dance floor.
I'm on the stand-up, I hope you can handle it. Beat that cat up when it's out, put it down. Let's make a movie, girl, I do the shooting. Camera in my left with your hand in my right. Water keep dripping while I lay this pipe. Sex is a drug, well, let's enjoy this high. No time to make love it. You screaming you want it. Girl, you looking lovely. You ride this pony. We can do this till the morning. So please come and ride me. Love it when I'm beside you. You're going crazy. Yeah. Kissing wherever you want me. I go bananas when I'm in that monkey. Lately been feeling like a junkie.
Hold on, man. My nigga Geechee. Geechee say the girls go crazy at the job when he play this. Geechee say the ladies go crazy when he play this at his job. Say, Geechee, man. This that one, man. This one of them one, man. Go a little something like this.
Pump beat it up like a drummer. You know that I'm nasty, you know that I want it. Stroke got you zone, but I'm a 100. You screaming my name and say, Daddy, I'm coming.
Geechee, bro, he promoting. Geechee at the job promoting, trying to lay a demonstrate. Man, where's my nigga Shrugs at? BCU Shrugs, man. Chief of Chief, man. I ain't seen my lieutenants, man. I'm trying to figure out where my niggas at. Geechee. And here come Alpha in them goddamn yoga pants.
I'm coming to, I put mine on your stomach, so baby, let's go. I wanna feel your body on top of mine.
Right now, we ain't gonna waste no time, baby.
Like a Harley in the wind, got your body to your friends the way you ride. Like a rodeo, ride like a rodeo, baby. I wanna feel your body on top of mine. Right now, we ain't gonna waste no time, baby.
Hey, Dez, you say you ordered the book. I need a send me a address too. In my homie Chicken South Mall, man. Make sure I get that out to y'all.
Like a Harley in the wind, got your body to your friend the way you ride. Like a rodeo, girl, like a rodeo, baby. Let me kiss it, baby.
Tell me when you really miss me, baby. Sex is for you can pitch it, baby.
Gotta take my time when I'm in it, baby.
Oh, play on it,
with it, baby. She can do it since I kissing, baby. My sex drive at all time high, beat it up, but I promise I won't kill it, baby. Girl, just tell me how you want it. I got good stamina, mommy. You like to scratch on my back, but tonight you on top of this pony. Breathing hard, you got me sweating. I'm trying to eat you for breakfast, eat you for lunch and dinner if you let me. I'm trying to give you what you really missing.
Go on, hit it, 7 over there dancing. They must been fixed some drinks. They must over there on yeah, they over there drinking early then, goddamn. Real Indian.
I wanna feel your body on top of mine. Right now, we ain't gonna waste no time, baby. Like a Harley in the wind, got your body to your friends the way you ride.
Like a rodeo, baby, like a rodeo.
I wanna feel your body on top of mine. Right now, we ain't gonna waste no time, baby. Like a Harley in the wind, got your body to your friend the way you ride.
Oh, Indian gal, I'm an Indian. I already know what's going on.
Like a rodeo, ride like a rodeo, baby.
Do whatever you like. Don't need to grip on the dick cause the pussy come tight. He like to eat me for breakfast, so I stay the night. Fucking, I'm booking a flight. City boy shit, got my trap nigga flued out. Fuck him on the floor with
City boy shit, she just flew the dick out.
In the mention of my new house. First I had to teach him, baby, knowing what to do now. Keep it low key, but he riding with the crew now. Better than me, no one. Put me on the liquor, turn me up, nigga, po one. I'm into all of that. If he ain't nasty, I probably won't call him back. Roger that, copy that, phone back. I ain't had the dick in a minute. No, I'm showing out when I get it. Talk to me, that.
She had the dick in a minute. No, she's showing out when she get it. Can we tape it? Can we film it?
He tell me how it's feeling and let me ride on it, feel all of them inches. Puff on the weed while you hit from the back. Smack on the ass and then I throw it back. Know how I'm coming, them bitches you fucking is whack. Fuck for some hours, can't cut them no slack. Head for some hours, my pussy a snack. Such on my cat, let you pulling out tracks. Demon time, pull up and base on the blue. She put it back.
Hey.
I wanna feel your body on top of mine.
Right now, we ain't gonna wait no time, baby.
Like a Harley in the wind, got your body to your friends the way you ride.
like a rodeo, like a rodeo. Yeah.
I wanna feel your brain on top of mine.
Let me get a yee ha. When she get up there, she ride it. Buckle me and ride them, goddamn it. Yeehaw.
Right now, we ain't gonna waste no time, baby. Like a honey in the wind, got your back to the friend when you ride. Like a rodeo, ride like a rodeo, baby.
Yeah, y'all got to watch the language. Right here, man. Shout out to Trees, man. He go to link down here. Debate is next week. But we gonna need them Jaguars to show up. Make sure y'all show up next week. Saturday on the 14th, I will be going up against Grla Hebrew. All work is easy work. I take this very, very, very. What Pac said, I take this war shit deeply. They're seeing too many real niggas fall to let a nigga that believe in Jesus beat me. Now I'm about to show skills. So next week, y'all be ready to make sure y'all show up. Make sure y'all come through and support. I didn't get a 360 deal on this. They put some respect on us, and I want to salute BCU because the world know that we built a real good community over here. We supportive, and people on the outside are looking in, and they believe. They see how much y'all believe, and they understand that you guys are going to walk to the end of the world, and for this American Indian paradigm. And so man, they put a lot of trust and faith from the outside looking in. They believe. They say, hey man, y'all built something up over there great. Y'all are a real community. We are the best community. No other community have the camaraderie, have the relationship or the bond that we have, and we built it. Is all organic. And so we did not get a 360 deal. Not at all. Eric Cooper in the building, Lubbock, Texas. Shout out to Lubbock, man. Man, to say Eric, EC, man, don't make me give you a Lubbock story, man. Should I do it, man, before we get into the bill? Do we have time to give Eric Cooper my Lubbock, Texas story? Y'all know I keep a Lubbock, Texas story. I mean, y'all know I got a story for everything. Oh, Big Chieftain, hey, I done been around the world, man. I done been around the world, man. Hollywood in the building, Austin, Texas, man. ATX in the building, man. ATX in the building. He said, "Oh yeah, all right, man, I ain't gonna do it, man. It's kind of wild. It's a wild story, wild night. One of the crazy night. I went to a strip club down there though, in the backwoods. It's a strip club in the backwoods. But I'm not. I ain't gonna go into it. Not today. I see you again, EC. We gonna turn it up. I'm gonna get to him. Maybe not today. I ain't gonna go to that today. It's cool. Lolita said it's Freaky Friday the BCU way. Welcome to the U. So we have brother Grla Hebrew. We actually gonna play some tape on the brother today. For the people out there who's not familiar with him, he has his own. He built up a nice community for himself. Sakura, he was previously with GMS. Something happened, and sometimes things happen for the best because the brother has been successful in his endeavors of going out building his own and getting around people who believed in the vision and they was able to build something up real good for themselves right now. They're one of the hottest Hebrew Israelite groups out there, and brothers are putting in real work. And I mean, you see them everywhere. They tapping in everywhere. They built a nice network, and double salute to them. It'll be an honor to share the ring. But I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, the brother is not on my level, and there's no disrespect to him or his scholarship, because there's no one out there on my level. There's no one out there on my level. But BCU, man, before we get into the build, we got the book coming out. There go my nigga right there, man. BCU Shrugs in the building, man. Goddamn, they gotta be worried about you, man. Good to see you. But like I say, man, I've been off the scene too. I told y'all if we get over 100 likes, we was gonna drop the blurb to the book, the new book that's about to drop. You know what I'm saying? OG, I'm born here in the building. Man, we got them BCU Jaguars in here. DC say Chief Priest Grla. Hope is no bias people hate the Bible. Well, I don't think people Israelite Warrior asks is Top Cat for real. Israelite Warrior, you can find out if you come up right now. Israelite Warrior, I could drop the link and you can come up and you can see how for real I am. I don't think we met, brother. Some people meet by shaking hands. You know, some people meet by dabbing up. I like to swing that sword, and then we can be cool. My best friend that I was telling y'all about, Butch, crazy ass nigga, Butch Cassidy. All of us had cowboy names. Guess who started that? Me. All the little homies even they picked that up from us. They even have cowboy names, outlaw names. But I did drop the link down there for the what's the homie name? Israel. Man, come up and come build with me real quick. Cause he asked in my series, Israelite Warrior, and he had Warrior on his name. So I know he ain't turning down no fade. Israelite Warrior, come on up. You got Warrior on the end of your name, so I know you ain't taking no fade. And God sits high and look low, and so he can see you if you catch that pussy. Israelite Warrior, if you catch that pussy right now, I want to let you know, nigga, God sits high and look low, and he see you tucking your tail. God say, man, you shouldn't have said nothing to that nigga, man. You know he crazy. So brother Israelite Warrior, don't be shy. It ain't like you ain't never took ass whooping before, nigga. Come on up here. Let me introduce myself to you. I like to introduce myself with Bag Knuckles. Yeah. I like to introduce myself with Bag Knuckles. So come on up, man. Give me a friendly fade, man. It ain't nothing. He said, I am a native Indian and all ancestors Israelite warrior. That's okay. I'm okay with that, brother. That means you my brother. So come on up, brothers, punch it out too. So come on up. That means by you telling me that, all that means is that I ain't gonna stump you after I drop you. Okay. When I drop you, I'm gonna let you get up. Since you're an Indian, since you're an Indian brother, that means I ain't even gonna jump on your head with 2 feet when I drop you. All right, I'm gonna let you get up. Come on up, warrior, or you gonna have to change your name. Israelite Warrior. Come on up, brother. I don't know no man shouldn't be begging you to fight. Get your sword, put on your armor, and come out here in the name of Yahweh, nigga. Come on, nigga, come and down and go down on your shield, nigga. See, this the thing about the Israelites. See, this why the Israelites been getting ran out. Every time you hear about them, they expelled, or somebody then got their ass in bondage. Okay, you go to the book of Exodus, what it is, Egypt, or the house of bondage. So, yeah, somebody then enslaved these nigga. They stay getting put out somewhere. Israelites can't fight. Israelites can't fight, man. Name a battle they won, man. Every time you hear him, somebody running them up out of, they running from somebody. The Assyrians kicked them in their ass. I mean, they couldn't go nowhere without somebody punching on the Israelite. And y'all think really Hebrew ain't finna come in here and get Israelite known for getting their ass whooped. Israelite warrior, you gotta change your name, bro. Cause where's this warrior coming from? When the warrior ever been scared to get in the cage? And you know, we gladiator style, nigga. We fight to the death. Can't nobody pull you up off a nigga. We fight to the death. Naphtali Ben say we won a few. Now, every time I hear about a Hebrew, and you can read the Bible, any nigga know his Bible, or know the Hebrews ain't never been no nigga that can fight. Just like the Africans. My favorite scholar is Dr. John Henry Clark. But John Henry Clark lied. John Henry Clark said the African is the baddest fighting machine on the earth. And that nigga there ain't never want to fight. You know why? He ain't had the science and technology. Africans ain't have a ship to sail. Yeah, they didn't know how to ship build. They didn't know how to sail. They didn't know the seas. Africans ain't never had no army that can fight. That's why they let everybody run up in there and kick their door in and take whatever they need right now. They said they had the richest resources, and they let white boys from Europe come over there and take it. Today, till this day, name an African country that can fight. Name an African country who hadn't been taught by another country how to fight. Right now, the U.S. over there teaching them niggas how to fly the fighter jets. Who made the fighter jets? Niggas in the U.S. in America. The American Indian genius. And now we gotta show y'all niggas how to use it. How you gonna whoop a Indian and you don't even know how to fight? Hold on, y'all. We got a sign in the building. Carnell Studios in the building. What's the deal, huh?
Man, peace and black power, man. Yo, listen. I checked out the books. You only have one of your people supporting you right now. We need your people to show up. Stop playing.
All right, hold on. Yeah. Now we got more than that because I have 3 screenshots that they've been sending me. Now this the thing, Si.
No, remember to put your abbreviation.
Yeah, but it's nowhere to put it though. I told them, but it's nowhere to put it.
Oh, okay. Because I'm thinking that they are mostly
everybody that's doing it. All right, so we have I have a website, I have an app, and a Discord. So a few people already been sending.
Okay.
So what I gotta do is I gotta start telling them to send me the screenshots or something. But I was hoping it was a way to put the code in there. No. We can.
I believe you.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you. That most of them tickets that was sold, that it was us that bought them.
Oh, okay.
Ain't nobody been buying tickets.
BCU. I was looking for BCU and I didn't see it, so I'm thinking that they.
Hey, that first day, remember I talked to you. You said 2 people. You had 2 people buy them. I think both of them was mine. Cause I sent you one and showed you that one of them was
I'm
mine.
I'm gonna tell you, Gorilla Hebrew. I mean, his people show up. So
they
don't want to, and this is not going to be on my channel. So it's not going to be no it's on your channel. No, it's going to be on Zoom. It's going to be on a Zoom link. So it's going to be on a fair, even playing field. And y'all know how Domo moderate. Domo is the top moderator here, you know. So we don't play that favoritism, none of that. You see, who came over here?
Domo might have a little bias.
Nah, Domo ain't got no bias
with me because I beat him up before, sir.
Yeah, so but he don't rock like that.
Nah.
Domo don't rock like that.
I would have voted for Domo to be the moderator. He's a great moderator.
Like did you see how he did with Unc and the African brother say cool?
That went in. I saw the one.
They said they went to say cool, brother, over Unc.
No, say cool did beat Unc.
Yeah, but see, that's showing you that they are not favoritism over here. They gave that W,
but they don't like Unc. A lot of people don't like Unc though. But I say this here though, Domo is a good moderator. And right now, yeah. I vote for him being the top moderator today. I will. I give him that because he understands. He went to school and he debated in college and he went to school, so he familiar with it. Yeah, so I get to him.
Did you get the link that I sent you in your email in the new flyer?
Yeah, I got the new flyer. The new flyer up is up.
Okay, that's what's up, man.
That's what's up there.
All right, I'm gonna go.
But yeah, we're gonna be ready. That's a bit. We're gonna be ready though, man. We're gonna fall in there. We're gonna be deep.
Hey, yo, when can I bring you into my Cam Up podcast, man, so we can get a one-on-one, brother?
Probably be sometime
the Cam Up podcast is basically giving the people a rundown of who is Top Cat, who is Top Cat before Top Cat. You know, it gives us a little history of your upbringing. You know, that's all it's about. It's no debating. Right, it's none of that.
Yeah, we can do it next week. Right now, I'm getting my book finalized and
Yo, but I'm gonna tell you something else, brother. Don't play games. You better start getting your presentation ready. Don't sleep on the gorilla.
Done. I can show it right now. I'm done. I already did it because we post the fault.
Now we're gonna have 3 rounds. Now I want to know: do you want 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
Now it's gonna be 4 rounds. Remember?
All right, y'all want 4 rounds.
Because remember we agreed it was gonna be 10-minute rounds. 2 topics. 2 topics.
Right.
2 rounds on each topic.
That's right. I remember. Yep. And I see somebody said Domo don't like the Bible. That is not true. Domo is a Christian. So in case you didn't know, my brother.
Oh wow, I ain't know that.
Domo is a Christian, but he is not not biased on any level.
No, Domo good guy. He a good guy. We not worried about that. I'm vouching for him. So he a good guy. That's gonna be the moderator. Domo.
The people are not as biased as people think. That's right, Dulcinea. That's what I be saying, man. Y'all be sleeping on the.
Well, they did vote me over Jabbar, so I guess we can't say that.
You see that? Now that's showing you came into our house, into Jabari house, and they gave you the win, bro.
Nah, that's right. That's true.
So that's showing you, our people ain't biased. Brother, listen, I no longer bang on the natives. I no longer bang on the Abos because I see it in my bloodline. You see? But the only thing I differ with is the African part when y'all say we are not African.
We got that. My new book,
We've been mixed. We've been mixed though, Top Cat. You got to understand that. You got to upgrade your knowledge, bro. We all been mixed now. In 2023, Top Cat, we mix. You got African
I agree. I agree with that because
hold on, let me get it on record. Do you have African in you, brother?
No, sir.
Oh man, you just said you agree with me, man.
No, I agree with you that we are mixed or amalgamated people. So even if because it was a lot of migrations here, and we do genealogy where we trace the people so we can know their names, where they come from. So like I can show you, we know who the people are from Europe. We have the coats of arms in our families, and so we understand that point.
What is it with you in Africa, brother? Why are you trying to distance yourself from the motherland, from the root of where all this mineral wealth and everything come from? What's up with that, man?
Well, it's not a distancing from Africa, because if I was from Africa, I'd be banging it hard like I'm doing as Indian. But I was raised up and taught that I was an Indian on both sides of my family. I grew up in Indian culture, from what we eat, the way we raised our manners. I was raised in the Indian household, so we don't know no one from Africa. We don't practice any African cultures, traditions, and through my genealogy, I never found anyone from Africa. So.
Nah, see, that's because you're not doing the DNA and you keep making excuses about DNA is not real. DNA is real, brother. How would they know all the stuff they know about me, going all the way back, knowing that my father Puerto Rican? How would they know all of that?
But I say this, I don't totally disagree with DNA because my family, they also use DNA. When they taught me the methodology of doing genealogy, they use the DNA as well. So we can see cousins, we can find family members who we didn't know that's on there. They have names. I'm okay with it have the names. Once we leave out of the names, then then what we doing? And then I say this as well, guys.
Look at that, man. Drop them bombs for yourself, brother.
What I say about this here, though, size, what a lot of people don't know is that science was this African movement that was brought about. Science came with it. So you had the eugenics in the 1920s. You also had the people who's gonna lead the movement to say that Negroes have a culture and their culture is in Africa. Those people that are going to come in the 1920s, they're going to be funded and backed by money that's coming from people who practice scientific racism. So in the beginnings, things they was doing was measuring your skulls, your nose, your lips. You see if your parents dark skin, light skin. These were the methods. And later on, Dr. John Henry Clark went on to work with these people. And so this science and this African theory has been intertwined. And so that's what I'm talking about in my new book. I'm breaking it all down. I'm naming the names. I'm naming the people. I'm naming the dates. And I have over 100 sources in there.
You do know that the Africans and the Cherokee, they mixed each other's blood. They was loving each other. You do know that, right?
Nah, that's not true.
That's not true?
Nah, because look, so I'm gonna tell you this here.
So you're saying the Africans and I don't know which Indians was doing this, but they mixed. They were fighting each other at one point. The Africans turned on them at one point. The Indians turned on them, and next thing you know, they mixed with each other at one point, brother.
Nah, that's not true.
Yeah, what's the truth?
Tell me the truth. The Cherokee, the word Cherokee. Now you had the people called Cherokee, but the Cherokee, the anglicized version, was created in 1794. This was right after the U.S. was created. They were created for a system to control or be a government over the different nations in the Southeast. And so they were partnered with the United States. They went under a treaty called the Treaty of Hopewell. In 1791, the Treaty of Hosting. In 1794, the Treaty of 1790 Tellico, the Treaty of Tellico. And so they went under these treaties and they served as the basically the government. That's why they had the same rules as them. Now these people were Scottish Irish. So when we look at the Indian chiefs like John Ross, who was of Irish descent. Okay, his daddy was Daniel Ross, who was from Scotland, who came here as a indentured servant because they lost the wars that they were fighting over in Europe. And so these are the things that we know. We know that these people were Scottish and Irish descent and not African, and they fought against the indigenous, or what they would call the traditional Indians. And so that would be us. And we can prove this through the treaties and through the records that's left through the Indian Affairs agents who list them all as niggas. All of them had nigga names. So you got to think about the Cherokee in the South. When you think about the South, you think about niggas. We never went to school with Native Americans down here. We never seen those type of people in the South. None of the cultures, none of that type of things. And so this story was created. Somebody invented this story for us. So when you went to school, you never went to school with a Native American, did you?
You know what? Yes, I did. But you know what? We didn't know who they were. We didn't know the terminologies and nothing like that because we wasn't into this. We was young. Yeah. So we didn't turn. I seen some people that look just like Indians, brother.
But no, I'm saying were they claiming when y'all went to school? Were they okay?
No.
Yeah. See, I have a no. So I wouldn't just say put down Africa because I love Africans. I love all indigenous people. I understand what happened there in Africa. I understand that some people, some American Indians, had something to do with the colonization of Africa. And so that's something that I admit. But the narrative that we are African by descent, that was created through anthropology, scientific racism. And I'm gonna speak about that in my book on the pot up camp on your show when we do that next week.
If you go to Black Indians in the United States, you can see it right there. They talking about it right there.
Yeah, but
I just Googled it and I'm looking at it right now. And they said due to the mixture of African and Native American people, all right, it's telling you right there, brother, that we are.
But what?
And then they going into Latin American, Dominican, all of that, bro.
All right, look, Sister Freedom. Miss Robin, she asked you a real good question the other day. I thought this was an excellent question. She say, if your DNA so far, if your African DNA is so far back, right, then your father, why is it only showing up 2% if it's your father?
No, it don't show up 2%. It's more than 2%.
How much your percentage was?
I think it was like 10.
Okay.
Because you know it goes up when I go back to more of it. It always re-update.
Okay, because I remember when it was 2. When you said like 2
it re-updates, man.
So how do we believe that? Because they say men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie, right, Si? But why do the numbers continue to change if numbers don't lie? Like this DNA test is not as accurate as people are thinking.
No, because science changes all the time. The closer they could get, they give you that. But then that's why they say don't get stuck at that. It goes up higher when they continue to do further research.
So that's why. So we shouldn't get stuck with the African narrative right now if we don't have enough until they complete it. Like when they do vaccines, there's a certain amount of time you have to have the vaccine now so you can know the side effects and the things that come with it. And that was one of the reasons why this recent vaccine, a lot of people didn't want to take it. It didn't even have time to go through the process. So that this human genome project came in 1990. They say they completed in 2011. This is very, very recent. So you've been doing work on the corner longer than DNA tests been out. You've been doing revolutionary work for the people longer than they had DNA test out.
I'll tell you what, brother. If you get a DNA test, I will take it. And I'm gonna tell you something. Real rap is getting his DNA should be coming back soon. He's gonna open it live on the HOK and read it live before the world.
Now, so we don't do that over here with that nigga. With that, you know what I'm saying?
Why are you afraid, bro?
No, I ain't talking about the DNA. I'm talking about the brother you were speaking to.
Okay.
As far as the DNA, remember I let you hear the voice recording of my auntie saying that she took it, my grandma took it, her daddy took it, my aunt, everybody took it, my family took it. So I don't need to take it because I am them. And so I went off their results, but we only go, like I say, we use the names, things that we can trace. We can't go with are you familiar with slave voyages, Si? You know, on slave voyages, when you go to slave voyages, they're not saying that all of these large numbers of Africans came over to America. None of those things they're not saying that. They researched and find it. The numbers are actually low. It were actually more people came out of Europe than it came out of Africa. Way more.
Now, when you say more people came out of Africa, Europe, what kind of people you talking about?
Black people look like us.
Come on, brother. What is you doing, Top Cat?
Sanetta, I can prove that without a shadow of a doubt.
You know how many people came through the transatlantic slave trade, brother? Stop doing what you doing, man. Hey, sauce up.
Hey, look, I have a soldier, Si. I want to bring him over there. What you doing the show today?
No, who you got? I would love to have him come on.
My brother, Swordfish.
So, come on, give him my number. Tell him let's get.
Hey, hold on. I'm finna bring him up. Hey, Sword, hit the link real quick. I'm gonna bring him up real quick.
Let's go. Let's do a show.
Hit the link. I got this. One of my BCU researchers right here.
You might have to come on over there and help him. You know that's the.
No, I'm gonna be with him. I'm gonna come with him. But we gonna come in. I'm gonna let him put a demonstration down.
So, look up Thomas Gilbert. Okay, Thomas Gilbert. Let me write that down. Look up Thomas Gilbert. I'm
gonna bring him over there. Sword, if you got time, hit the link. And yeah, whenever you want to do a show with that, I guarantee you they're gonna we'll show y'all the facts on that. And I might pull out some information from the book to show how science and this African movement. So you know there was white folks who created that, right? You know it was white people who said that Negroes in America have a culture in the home and it is in Africa. It wasn't black people that came and said we're from Africa. It was actually white people who came out with this theory and said Negroes are from Africa. But I got my brother Sword up here. What's up with it, Sword?
What's up,
Hey,
Sword?
what's going on? What's going on, family? How y'all doing, man?
Good, Sword. Yo, I would love to do a show with you today if you can.
We can do it right now. Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and show you right now.
No. Hold on. We're gonna do it. I want to go over the side house and do it.
Oh, okay. All
right. Yeah. I want to go over there and what's a good time, Monk? What's a good time for you today? I think he's talking to somebody in the back.
All right.
How you feeling though, man?
Good, man. Good. Just here working, and I saw the message come in that we was live. I was like, all right, cool. Trying to hop on. So.
Yeah, time to pull that sword out. Yeah. So yeah, we ready though. We more than ready. And
tell Garfield to come up there because he was talking that shit on Clubhouse, and I whipped him on Clubhouse. So now we can do it live in front of everybody. So we can actually go through the slave voyages. We'll read exactly what the author of this site said, and we'll let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, because I out of all of the transatlantic slave trade or the Afrocentrism conversation over there, they're not using these data. You know, they're going by articles of people who wrote way after the slave trade happened. You know, my greatest thing was if this, I'm like the white people, I'm like the newspapers back then in the 1700s asking if this so-called slave trade is happening to the extent y'all are saying, then where are the people saying it? Yeah. So you had people in the 1700s asking for proof that this so-called horrific crime was taking place.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking. In addition to what I'm studying on the legal side of things as a part of research, I said, you know what? I'm about to go and get all of the folks who they expect to be white. I'm about to get 5 to 10 sources a piece on every single one of them that say they black. I'm gonna start close and I'm gonna work all the way back. So I just finished Daniel Webster, the one who wrote the dictionary. I just finished him. I got John Marshall. I got who else? Yeah, I got a couple folks. I'm gonna start close and I'm gonna work all the way back, so that way they can see that whatever y'all reading after 1940, 1950, that shit ain't lining up with the people who was actually face to face with them folks back then. They'll have to contend with that.
What's up, my brother? Are you willing to do a show today? Me and you. Me and you.
Yes, sir.
You could come on over and drop some powerful information. I'm gonna throw my number. I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I give it to him.
Okay.
What time though? So what's a good
what time is good for you, brother?
Oh shit. Can you
give him my number and then text me, brother, and text me the topic.
Hold on. I want to get it. It's gonna be the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay. Text me the topic.
But Sword, by what time you think you'll be free? Because both of y'all on East Coast time.
Yeah, can you do 7, sir?
Man, 7 it is, brother. We going in 7 o'clock.
Okay, we'll just pull up the site and we'll walk through exactly what the author said, so that way.
Okay, so when you get my number, text me, and then we're gonna go in so I could get your email.
Yes,
all right, and I'm gonna be over there too, so I'm gonna be on the panel too.
No, let the brother swim by himself, brother.
No, that's it. Nah, this BCU. Nah, he gonna do his own thing.
Bro, you
But this
gotta
what I'm saying.
don't hold his hand. Let him swim by himself.
It's not holding his hand.
If he can handle the toughest environment, then he ready.
No. Listen. I'm gonna come. This is a BCU thing. So
okay,
I'm gonna come and I want to introduce him to the people.
BCU?
Big Chief University. That's who we are. Yeah.
Okay, got you.
So yeah, I just want to come over there and let them know that we have some hitters, some researchers, and we the toughest. You know, I know. Yeah. But I'll be there tonight too, man. So put my name in the link too, and then we can get some promotion for.
Gotcha. Excellent.
Hey,
let me ask you a question, man. What is Deuteronomy 28? What is your
hold on.
problem with that, brother?
Before we switch real quick, Si, I want to let you know that Garfield and I already discussed this, and he put his stamp of approval. This is your Garfield. He said, "Oh yeah, Slave Voyages is an awesome resource. We've emailed back and forth with the owner of the website. Now I want you to timestamp that, because once I show you how to actually use it, he's gonna have to stand on that. That it's an awesome.
So
website.
when you and Garfield went through it, did Garfield sanction it? Did he agree with you and all that?
No, he disagreed. He disagreed, but he disagreed after I showed him how to navigate the site. But when he first came on Clubhouse, he was like, "Oh yeah," because the moderators bigged him up. They gave him a moderator badge, the whole thing, and I'm just sitting in the crowd smiling like I'm finna cook his ass. So then after he said whatever he said, and I was like, "All right, it's my turn." I showed him how to navigate the site. The problem is he didn't read the site. All of them folks that's using it, they didn't read the site. And that's
what we gonna do tonight. It's really gonna be a teaching. We're gonna come teach.
Yes, it's not a debate, so you ain't got to worry about that.
We're gonna come teach them how to actually use the site. You know what I mean? And we're gonna walk through it. We're gonna break down the methodology, how did they gather this data, who were involved, and we're gonna show people how to actually access the site.
Now I want to tell you, I want to warn you, Jabari might peek in the room. He might take a peekaboo and
I'm
look.
I don't know how he gonna debate the numbers, because then at that point you're gonna have
bring Jabari. That'll be good.
Because you're gonna have Jabari saying, "Oh, the site pseudo," but then you're gonna have Garfield saying, "Oh, the site is great." That's gonna be
Jabari agree with it. No. Jabari, because John Hopkins was involved, so Jabari actually agrees with the site. So
okay. Well, yeah, bring him.
I just don't think they properly been informed how to utilize the site.
Now, so Anthony Lowe, when Anthony Lowe says American Indian predate all the so-called religious holy books, I agree with you, and I'm quite sure everybody over there will agree with you. We know I agree, 100%. Yeah. So I mean, that ain't saying nothing. We agree. I agree 100% with that. Because we had our own religion, we had our own way of life. So yes, I would love to learn more about my heritage. I'm not fronting. I would like to learn more.
Man, I love to come over there and teach some bills on it. Like I'm talking about organized bills, even with the the Black European situation of Black people in Europe. I love to come over there and do a presentation and explain in detail, because sometimes I be playing and fucking around, so I do it on purpose. You know what I'm saying? But when we get serious about the information, I can put together. I love to come through there and put a presentation together and show and prove. But tonight, 7 p.m. That's y'all. Yeah, 7 p.m. Man, we'll be over there. We'll be at the HOK tonight, and then we'll do some promotion. For the fight next Saturday.
Yes, sir.
All right. So without any further ado, I'm gonna see y'all later on. Peace out, brother, and make sure you email me your email me. Text me your email.
Bet. Yes, sir. We'll do.
All right, yo. We need all the Top Cat supporters. Come on over and stop playing. Come on and get them tickets now. Don't wait till the damn last minute, because I'm gonna be busy. Like y'all, everybody always call me at the end of the time.
Nah, look, Shai, this is what we're gonna do. Let me show you something, Shai. This is what we're gonna do. The tickets are the price that's up, but on the day of, hold on, check me out. Watch this out. I'm gonna give you some game. The ticket's gonna be the price, but on the day of, if you order yours Saturday on the 14th, then it's gonna be a different price. it's not gonna be the same. It'll be $40.
That's what I be doing all the time too, though.
Okay,
I always
that's a
raise
good
it up
idea.
at the end
Do
of the
it like
time.
that.
Yeah.
Do it like that. That bitch would be $50 at the door if y'all want to play and wait to the last minute. You get up there, you're gonna pay 50. You want to see it, they gonna have to see it. Cause Sinai gonna show this one back. I know they for years, they've been since 2014, Shy have a debate, and then he'll come back and play it to the audience. And then people don't even want to support, donate, or hit the like button. You know what I mean? And he can put it in the vault and lock it up, but he be giving it to the people for free. So some people try to wait until you know what I mean. You bring it out, but this one is gonna be a classic, and so you're gonna keep it in the vault.
You already see when the pause at that shit is in the vault. There's a few of them that's still in the vault. And D'Angelo, what the hell you mean? That's Cap Saw don't really want to know about his hair. What the hell is wrong with you? Yes, I do. It's not detrimental to my platform, bro. I'll end up on the side with Top Cat.
Shit,
but you know what? I will be trying to convert Top Cat to both African and Abo. So that's the only problem I have with my Abo brothers. You got to accept the African part as well.
Hey, so you did your family tree?
Yes, I did it through the DNA.
Nah, through the genealogy.
No, I don't know.
So this brother right here on my
genealogy. I don't really know how to do it. I know you just go back. The farthest I could go back is to my great grandmother. That's it.
Well, this one of our genealogists too. So he and our research team.
So how would he take me back further than that? How
you gonna need it? We'll talk about that offline because it'll be kind of discussing like personal business.
All right,
you know what I mean? Personal information. And so, but yeah, man, we'll hook you up. I'll pay my people them for it, and I try to get two of them on it. Our sister and this brother right here. And,
yo, let me tell you something, Top Cat. I'm gonna show you. I called my auntie today. She's 80-something years old. And I asked her about her grandmother. And she was telling me about her grandmother. And now I see why. And that's what I'm telling you. This DNA is real. Now I see why I got the Portuguese in my goddamn bloodline. Because her grandmother was messing around with the goddamn white man, the Portuguese over there, bro. And she got 15 goddamn kids, bro. Yeah, I kid you not.
They had a lot of kids back then.
So what I'm telling you is this.
But was he white? But the Portuguese was white.
This DNA is real, brother. I got this shit in my family. This shit is real.
But look,
y'all keep saying it's real.
Let me ask you this here. See, we're not saying it's not real, side. What we're saying is we want a more sound methodology where we can prove it. We need something tangible we can hold in our hand. Instead of a percentage or a number that changes. We need names so we can trace the people, and we can trace where they were. We can trace if they owned their land. We can trace if they were enslaved, if they were business owners. Those are the things we want to know. So that's why we trace it through the methodology we trace it through. With the DNA, you can use it and you can find the names like my family have done. We found names of people and we've reached out to them and we helped each other connect dots. And so, but once you leave outside of that realm where we don't have any names or people to look for, and we just have numbers, percentages, and nations, states, then that's where we can't do anything with that. We gotta throw that out of court.
Yeah, but man, my shit is all mixed up. If you want to, you can share my screen. I'll show my shit. Come on, man. I'm sharing my screen right now. If you want to
make you a family tree, though. Brother right. Swordfish, will you be open to that? Tree.
Brother now, Swordfish. Move that sign. Move that. Let me show you right here. How did they know? You see me right here. How did they know Spanish and Portuguese? If the DNA is not real, how would they know that my father is Puerto Rican? And here go the goddamn Portuguese.
How much
right
Puerto Rican they say you have in you though?
10.9%.
So why, if it's your daddy, why he don't have the most? Him and your mama.
Indigenous American, 4.9%. See how it goes up and it goes up?
Yeah, but okay. So how far was your African ancestor though?
Now here's my African side, sub-Saharan African, 74.0%, bro.
But let me ask you this, what year do you think your African side got to America?
I have no idea, brother.
The reason why I asked that
West
is
African, 54.7%.
See, the reason why I asked that because if it was long ago, let's say in doing
300 years ago.
Okay, let's say it was 300. Okay, let's go with 300. Why would the 300 years ago be more than what your mother and father was?
Because that's the dominant. We all know that black is dominant. The African blood is dominant.
Yeah, but
that's
your father, we know Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, all of that was niggas. The Caribbean islands, all of them niggas.
Yeah.
And so why would
they all them niggas? They got that African blood. See? They got
no, you can't say. You look like a Arawakan Indian.
Top Cat, our ancestors was raped. They were raped.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
So that's how the blood got diluted.
But look, Si, you just told me that your aunt told you that your grandmother, she fell in love with the Portuguese guy.
Yes,
so
that's my great grandmother.
The story of us getting raped. That's not really true. All of those was created. I said,
look right down here. You see, it says Caribbean, the Puerto Rican, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Puerto Rican. This shit is all in my bloodline.
But see, we got to get the names though. So we're gonna create you a family tree if you open.
Okay, yes.
I'll get my brother right here, Sword, and he'll help you build your family tree. It'll be total confidential. I won't even know. It'll just be between you, him, and the other sister that's gonna help out on it.
Yeah, I would love to experience that.
And then that'll be just between y'all because it's personal information. I wouldn't even want to know. And then you can come out with the results and let us know what you find. But we'd love to show you our way. We're not knocking your way, but we'd love to show you our way and why we are sound and why we're standing in the position that we are. And we feel that this is the best methodology.
Nigerian, 5.1%. 5.1%.
But Nigeria come from the Niger Company. Nigeria, that name came in the 20th century. Your people came 300 years ago. They wouldn't have been called Nigeria.
Right. That's correct.
And then it don't come with a tribe. Like we can't even go back and have an inheritance in Africa. We have to go back and buy property there. Mm-hmm. And so we don't have no one to go to. We don't have no one to be family. Them Africans will rob your ass. You out of bounds out there. No, they not accepting us into their family or their tribe or looking at us like that, because the truth is they're not taught that same form of education of African slave trade and all of their people. That's why they're not saying my 10th great grandma 300 years ago was kidnapped in the slave trade. Africans don't talk.
Do that look like an Indian right there? That's from my father's side, Puerto Rican. That's my third cousin right there. That's my third cousin.
Yeah. See, these things are okay, because you can contact her.
Yes, I can contact her.
It's tangible. It's a real person. And so that's what we're looking for, things that are tangible, that are real. So when we find leads like this in our DNA, this we accept. You see what I'm saying? So we accept this part. But once we leave out of things that are tangible, people, names, and then it's a dead end.
We are all related, brother. Here's one of my third cousins right here. Your genetic relationship, and it's breaking it down right here, showing it.
Yeah, no, I agree with this part. I agree with this part because we know this is a real person.
Do she
look? As long as we're talking about real people. Nah, she look Latino.
Yeah, see.
But Indians look like niggas. The real Indians look like niggas.
Yes, sir.
You look like a real Arawakan Taino Indian, though, sir.
Oh, yeah.
You have that look. If you go down their side, them people will think you from there. If you go to Cuba, if you go to DR and you walk around there, they will think you are from there.
Yo,
you a native there.
This shit it look crazy because all of these motherfuckers are light. I seen my father, I think, twice in my life. And he black as a motherfucker, bro.
See what I'm saying?
He's dark. So where the hell? That's what I'm looking for, like some dark-skinned ones. All these people here is fucking light-skinned.
We're going to help you find a dark skin. And we're going to take you to South Carolina, where your mom's side from, and I guarantee you, sir, they're gonna be Indians. Now we're gonna find some Europeans in there too, but we're gonna be able to show you exactly who they are. You fuck around out of South Carolina. South Carolina is named after King Charles II. So you probably got a royal line coming out of Europe or something. Watch me find some.
I got there's a lot of pages here. What if your ass pop up on my shit?
That'll be dope.
What if I see your face up in there talking about
I would love to see that,
whatever your name is? I'll be like, what the
That'll
fuck
be dope, though. That'll be dope.
That's my fourth cousin.
Cause we talk to embrace everything that's on our tree. Like, because we don't want to be biased, we use it as a spiritual system as well. So with us, genealogy is the highest form of spirituality because it will worshiping those that we come from, and we're not worshiping anything outside of ourselves. So we're worshiping without our ancestors, we wouldn't be here. And so we accept everything on our tree, good, the bad, and the ugly.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's our cousin.
That's my fourth cousin. What the fuck?
Nah, see, that's why you gotta do genealogy, bro.
Oh man, this shit
we'll
is crazy.
Figure that out.
This shit is crazy here.
That's why genealogy is better than his DNA, because we don't know. He probably don't even be your cousin. The machine might just put you in the algorithm.
Yeah, right? That nigga ain't my cousin, man.
He might be a bot. Yeah, it is.
That is our cousin. That is your cousin. That's your cousin, son.
Let's find out you was a conquistador.
Andre Goodman. Let me see who Andre Goodman looking like.
They got the same cheekbone side. I see it in you, man.
Okay, Dre ain't okay. He look like
Dre getting a little dark. I see a little resemblance in there. And fourth cousin.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, it's getting a little darker now.
Yeah, this is, man, watch when we get you on this genealogy though side. You can see the places that they live. You can see the farms, the land that they own, the deeds. You can see their military records. You can find pictures of them and all. Wait till we show you our way, side. It's gonna be way better than this, because
this is my fourth cousin right here.
Kissing cousin, say the third removed don't count. Well, maybe they're just Indian law in the South, but yeah, down here third removed don't count.
Wow, this is crazy, man. I don't know, man. I'm a little taken back with this DNA shit now that I see all this shit here.
Nah, it's only one side, so we're gonna show you the other side.
Look at this shit.
Nah, bro, that nigga that had 30 slaves.
Yeah, this is my fourth cousin, so-called, man.
You gotta
what you going to the cookout?
Huh?
So he gonna be at the cookout.
Hey, he's showing up with the potato salad.
Boy, side when they find out that was you out there in the army fatigue and the boots with the bullhorn,
but listen,
and your fourth cousin will find out.
Listen, brother, if you was to see my niece today, my sister grandbaby, y'all be like, what the fuck? She's what? Puerto Rican. She's Dominican. If you was to see my niece right now today, light skin, her hair all the way down past her butt, man. Green eyes.
Facts. Going on. That sounds like my type. If she older,
green eyes. I got my sister's here with me right now. Come here, Michelle. No, you ain't gonna get on. I know she don't.
Nah, Shell, you ain't gotta get on, Miss Shell.
Stand right over here.
Hey, how old is her niece? No disrespect.
How old is your granddaughter, Michelle?
She just turned 11 yesterday.
Okay,
she just turned 11 yesterday.
Okay, y'all gonna put in STEM? Science.
She can't hear you. Okay, I know what you mean. You mean when you say STEM program. Yeah. But yeah, man, green eyes, hazel eyes, all of that.
But that's cool. That's your sister right there.
Yeah.
We're gonna we're gonna create a family tree. Have she ever heard of a family tree, or has
Yes, she heard of it, and I'm working on her.
Did she go into the cookout down in South Carolina? I know y'all have like a cruise.
Yeah, we're gonna have something. We got something coming up. We're gonna have a cruise, a family cruise. So we got that coming up. And
did you make your mind up though? Because last time you told me you weren't gonna go.
My sister, they all came here today. My other sister left already. She just broke out, and so that's what we was talking about, the family cruise today.
So you
And
going?
I think she convinced me to go.
Good, man.
Yeah,
Good.
she convinced me to go.
Hey, Si, make sure you invite your whole family now. Don't be
I
excluded.
know, man. I already know.
The one we were just looking at. Now,
Yeah, bring them 4 cousins. No,
Yeah.
but all seriousness though, Si, this gonna be a part of what can help you. So when you there, get names, from the elders and everything. Make sure you get their names and write them down, because that's what we're gonna need to do the genealogy.
Yeah.
And we're gonna trace them, and we're gonna put y'all the whole family.
And so you know
together.
what? I even put you on the phone with my auntie, my older auntie. She'll break down a lot of stuff for you.
All right, you do that. I'm gonna put you on the phone with my auntie too. You gonna see why I be talking this idiot talk.
I got a lot of Rolling Stones in my family. I guess that's where that shit come from, man.
But I had people come out of South Carolina. What part of South Carolina y'all out of?
Michelle, what part of South Carolina?
North Carolina.
Say that again.
Raleigh.
Oh, yeah, Raleigh, North Carolina. Okay,
yep, North Carolina.
You gonna have some Scottish in you. Yeah, you got some Scottish and some Cherokee.
What great grandmama was with? Because he said I might have some Scottish in me. What is it?
No, he's Italian.
Italian.
Okay, Italian. Okay,
Italy. He from Italy.
All right.
Wasn't we talking to Auntie today? Getting back around.
Yep.
You see that?
Hey, ask Michelle. Did you ask about any Indians?
What about Indians?
My grandmother used to say she's Cherokee Indian, so I don't
know. She was raised by my grandmother.
She sounds more Southern. I'm listening to her. She sounds Southern.
She said that grandma was telling her that she's from what Indian?
Cherokee
Indian. Now that's what my grandma said.
Okay, Si, that's what my grandma said.
He said that's what his grandma said. Like
that's what my grandma said too.
She used to wear a Jewish star.
She used to wear a Jewish star around the neck. That's the Star of David.
A word?
Yeah, that's the Hebrew star. They call it the Star of David. So damn, I had Hebrews. They was thinking they Hebrews.
You got a lot going on.
What I love about it is that she was raised on the other side of the family. We both got the same fathers, Puerto Rican, right, Michelle?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So we both got the same father, but she was raised by my grandmother.
In the South?
My grandmother raised her.
In the South? Yeah, she sounds Southern. She sounds like she can cook, she can bake, and she got all those Indian recipes, them Cherokee Indian recipes.
Yeah. So she's doing it herself. She was doing the family rundown herself. That's why she called our auntie today. Because she was like, no, I got to call them. We got to go as far back as we can. Yep.
I agree. And we want to help, man. And whatever we can do, we can help free of charge, man. And if I got to pay my people, then I'll do it.
What about me going to Mexico? What happened?
Oh man, we still might can make that happen. Let's get this debate going, man. I might chunk you something out, and we get out there. But that's gonna happen next month. You gonna be ready? You got a passport already?
Man, come on, man. Stop playing, man. Of course I got a passport,
okay,
brother.
Okay, all right,
bro.
All right, okay.
My whole family got a passport, brother.
Okay, all right.
I'm
gonna update you on that.
Get the hell out of New York, so we prepared for all of that.
Bet. I'm gonna update you on that. Then I'm gonna get that right after the debate. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get you out there.
Okay. Shit, no doubt, man.
All right. Hey, shout out to your sister.
See y'all tonight, 7:00.
All right, and shout out to Michelle and Cherokee. Welcome home, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. All right. Peace, y'all. Peace.
Well, Swood, we got some teaching to do tonight. Yeah. So get your work done. I know you're working, and but kind of go through a couple warm-ups. You know what I'm saying? So you can already break a sweat in the locker room. So when we get there, we can just be clicking on all cylinders. So it sounds good. And then we open it up. I'm kind of glad I came though, and I'm glad his sister was there. You know what I'm saying? Because like I say, genealogy to us is spiritual, and so I don't believe in coincidences. And And just so happened today they was over there doing genealogy and talking to the elders. You know what I mean? That's our, that's what, that's our type of talk. You know what I mean?
Right,
And and I think something that stood out is what his sister said. We need to try to go back further as we can. Who that sound like?
right. Yeah,
Who that sound like?
sound like us.
Sound like us, man. And
Yeah.
that's all we've been trying to do. And so it's not that we hate Africa or anything like that. Because
Right.
if we find Africa, then we embracing it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And we encourage anyone else out there to embrace it. We're embracing our whole tree. Because without them, we wouldn't be here. And so genealogy is the highest form of spirituality. And so our goal is to go back as far as we can. And the further you go back, that's how you find true knowledge yourself. So I want to shout out to Sai for even being open-minded. I want to shout out to his sisters for coming over there and saying, hey, Frank, you coming with us on the cruise. The family need to see you. And
Right.
and hopefully this can bring him into, I think his ancestors talking to him right now, though. They working with him. I think they working on him right now. And with that Cherokee was just major. Swore it.
As soon as she said that, I was like, "Uh-oh."
It's because she grew up down there in the South, so it's different. And when they talking about the people in the South, I remember when I got here, the Indian conversation was ruled by mostly like Eastern Woodlands. You know what I mean? And New York Indians. They were like the face of it. You know what I mean? And now. I came out saying, nigga, country culture is indigenous culture of America. And man, that woke up a whole storm, because when I talk, everybody, they can relate. It resonate. Damn, nigga, that's how I live. That's how I grew up. Well, nigga, that's Indian.
And Raleigh ain't that big of a city either, so it ain't like Atlanta or Memphis or something like that, where you still got people like Raleigh could still be considered a country city.
Right.
So they ain't really been, I'll call it, as colonized yet. So
right.
Yeah, that was
they
good,
went
man.
through a lot of the wars, different changes after the wars. But if they're down there in Raleigh, I'm guaranteed they have land down there somewhere, burial sites, cemeteries, family cemeteries, and they probably been down there for a while. But man, you get the job though, Sword. You know what I mean? To go, and you hold the key, bring something at home. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I remember you brought me to what we finna go talk about tonight. And I said, you said, I'm gonna show you this. I said, nah, you gonna teach this to the people. And so man, we here now. You know what I'm saying? You finna go on HOK, and now you on the big stage. You know what I mean? You've been practicing, been warming up, and getting your sword sharp. I think you're ready. And man, I can't wait till tonight. But I told you though, nah, you. That's gonna be you, and then you get another test. The ancestors gonna use you in another way. The revolution, the godfather of consciousness. Yeah, man, you get a chance to reconnect him with his indigenous side. So ancestors working with you, man. I look forward to tonight, man. So I'm gonna let you go and hop off, man, so you can finish work and get prepared. But I
appreciate it,
see you in rare form tonight, though.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be right there on your side, so we rocking out.
All right, I appreciate it, family.
In the real way. The question say Jabari gonna pop up. Question, I'm gonna be over there on the panel, so Jabari ain't coming nowhere around with Top Cat it. and I get out the way because Keith, let me show you something. Sword, he been doing tape. He been watching tape on Jabari. Nah. Trust me, he gonna be able to handle himself tonight. Even if Jabari pull up, I get out the way. Jabari pull up tonight, I get out the way. One thing I know is that the information is sound. I've seen it. I've walked through the process. Had him out, he came here a few times and broke it down. So I know he ready. You feel me? So but shout out to Sinetta, shout out to his sister Michelle, auntie, coming through in the clutch. And you know, she just took me away with that one. We need to go back further as we can. And that's that drive, that's that will, that's the ancestors speaking through you. You know what I'm saying? It's time. You feel me? And so we all have a journey to walk, and we not all gonna get there in the same time. And so you have to meet people where they at. And you know, long as they are taking steps, you feel me, one day they'll get to that place. But you know, they go for all of us because it's a marathon. But shout out to sister, to Auntie Shell, my Cherokee auntie, North Carolina, in a real way. He said he gonna be on there, so let's Wood give him the ultimate source. Nah, I don't think they gonna come. Trees, get out of my business. His name is Marquise. Creekside Yellow just bought a ticket. So side man, side, we running up the board over here. We getting them tickets. Geegy said, damn so right though. North Carolina is Scottish and Indian. Yeah, them Scottish Irish went down there, and it's a reason. Alabama, it's a reason why you gonna have that mix down there. Right on. But man, when y'all get y'all tickets, if it's a way to put BCU on there, or what I'm gonna need y'all to do is send me y'all screenshots too. When y'all do it, send me a screenshot of y'all tickets. Once y'all get y'all tickets, send me screenshots of y'all tickets. Trees, ain't nobody renamed nobody. That's what I thought the name was. Greatness say I can pay for one. What you talking about? The ticket? The ticket, nah, that's cool. Make sure y'all send me, if y'all do, once y'all get y'all ticket, make sure y'all send me a screenshot of the ticket. You know what I mean? So we can keep up with it. I wish it was a way we could put the BCU tag in there and we'd be good, or like an arrow or something. Negro Ralph said, why does everybody leave out Virginia when it comes to Native people? I never heard nobody leave out Virginia. If you talking about American Indians, you can't leave out Virginia, bro. Nah, you can't leave out Virginia, man. Anyone who leave out Virginia don't know Indian history. You can't talk about America without mentioning Virginia. Nah, you can't have this conversation without Virginia. So, Negro Ralph, tell them niggas stop lying. You can't bring up Virginia without Indians, and you can't bring up Virginia without Europeans. Black Europeans, because you Virginia nigga got a lot of black European in you. And it's a reason. Bloodline 5, when Bloodline 5 drop, we'll talk about it. We got a lot to talk about. A lot of y'all need a BCU pack. Negro, you need to go get a Big Chief University VIP pack from BigChiefUniversity.com. If you want to hear about Virginia, any of that, brother, I go into extensive research on all of that type of shit. And it's so much in there, man. It's so much dope in there. It don't make no sense. A lot of y'all need a VIP platinum pack, bro. Trust me, it's undervalued. It's worth it. And you getting all the lectures free. Dimple say tickets on side page. Now the tickets in the link, Dimples. Make sure y'all send me y'all screenshots. The ticket is in the chat, Dimples. So if you scroll up, you see how I got it on the screen up there? If you scroll, hold on, let me pin it. Oh shit! Let me turn my other computer on. I'm gonna pin it at the top. That's my bad. I'm slipping. I'm slipping. Let me pin it at the top. Hold on. So we're gonna do it like this. This is not the date on here is not the right date. I gotta update it. But while we do that, appreciate that love in the Cash App too, man. We had some family support in the Cash App. Man, shout out to Chief of Chief, man. Chief of Chief sent $100 in the Cash App. Lunch is on me, sweetheart. $50. Shout out to Selfless. You are definitely selfless. And shout out to Dimples, $50 in the super chat. Freaky Friday. Shout out to we had 3 people support today. So shout out to them. Once y'all get y'all tickets over there at Side House. I mean the link. Let me get this right. We're gonna jam some music while pin the chat, pin the link to the tickets. Cause see, we gonna support.
I got love for the family.
That's one thing about us. We gonna support. We Indians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This the family tree.
Hey, we gonna go through some Guerrilla Hebrew. We're gonna do a little debating real quick. Dosey say the tickets are in the chat. Tickets are now pinned up at the top. Make sure y'all send me screenshots, y'all. Listen, do not purchase a ticket if you're not follow me on IG, if you are not in the Discord, or if you are not on the BCU app. Please do those things before you do it. Follow me, Legendary Topcat 22 on IG, or Big Chief Topcats on IG. Y'all need to sign up to the Discord. It's free. Jump on the BCU app. It's free. Do not buy a ticket if you have no way of sending me a screenshot or proof of your ticket, family. Please do that.
Hey, I tell my family me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we built a family
tree. What's up, Homestead?
Family to me. My niggas family to me. Look. Bag got a label, youngster got a label. I'm just proud to see these niggas getting some paper. G got the shiners, Doug got the youngest. We fresh up out of court, right back to the money. I'm talking to them about building some houses. Lawyers trying to fuck them out of hundreds of thousands. We trying to shake these streets cause they keep pulling us down. They think we acting funny when we don't come around. The idle time I put a nigga in a sticky spot. I can't move around without an FN or a Glock. The youngins got the city on fire, shit hot. And I just left the jeweler, dropped $1 million on a watch. I'm trying to teach my niggas how to never go broke. I'm trying to teach my niggas how to grow. 3 out of 5 niggas on the label getting 100 for a show. The other 2 getting 4,500 for a boat.
Nah, y'all don't worry about the one on the screen. The fighters, that's the wrong one. I just gotta update it. So the one that's on the thumbnail of the video is the right one. It'll be on the 14th. I just had this one right here. I just put it up. The link is at the top. Do not buy a ticket if you have no way to show me proof of purchase. Okay. Miss Lolita Mays dropped my link tree. If y'all look on my link tree right there. Matter of fact, let me put it on the screen. All right, let me put it on the screen. What a link tree is. I just seen it. Okay, here go my link tree on the screen. So if y'all scroll up, Sister Lolita Mays has the link to it, and that you can go sign up to the app. Sign up to the BCU app. It's free. Discord is not on there, but y'all can get the Discord link, Big Chief University on Discord, and also my social media links. So do not purchase a ticket, or even if you purchase it already, please go back and follow us. They go to Discord link down there too. Tree just dropped it. We have study groups over there. We have movie nights, different type of things like this on there. So y'all go follow those and make sure y'all send me all of the screenshots of the tickets. I'm gonna post them too. I ain't gonna post them. I'm not saying that. I need them for to make sure y'all get in. You know what I'm saying? Or even look, it asks you what's your name. Let me do that. When it asks your name on there, put BCU. So I think when you buy the ticket, that they're gonna ask what is your name. It asks for a name. Put BCU on there, or put BCU Top Cats or something on there is your name. If y'all can, try to do that too. You feel me? Put BCU Top Cat as your name on there. Then let's do that, and also send me proof screenshot of your ticket.
And we just put out with like 5 Lambos in a row, and 2 road trucks, and 3 of them new ghosts. Everybody got Paddocks and Richards and APs. Everybody boss around her, just not me. You ain't a leaf on this tree.
You a branch,
nigga. What more valuable than the money?
Damn, nigga.
You ain't a leaf on this tree. You a branch, nigga. What more valuable than the money? Damn, nigga. My niggas ain't my niggas.
They family to me.
Yeah,
BCU.
it's my family tree. My hood ain't my hood. It's home to me. That's who planted the seeds. Help a brother to help another, then make a tree. If he family to you, then he family to me. I ain't beefing with niggas, I'm in tour with labels, keeping pressure on niggas. Yeah, I'm turning the tables. This street shit dumb, nigga. I'm really about paper. I'm really a boss. I don't know what you thought. I'm really about unity. I'm really about power. I ain't thinking about mine. I'm thinking about hours. When it rains, it pours. I'm giving out showers. I could give you a rolling.
Or I can give you flowers. Yeah, what?
Or I can bring you out of tears. I ain't been this vulnerable in years. And I've been to myself lately. I ain't really feeling none of my peers. Yeah, I've been switching gears. Executive guy, I play the role well. 150K a night when I play Cromwell. Residential, see residents in like 5 states. Vacation home, got it, nigga come from selling 8s. In my city, in my hood, nigga, I'm a great. I'm the type of nigga come through, give your bitch a break. Put her heels up after I pay her bills up. 6 months at a time, don't talk, we still fuck. Damn, I'm off topic.
Back to my family tree. I wanna salute every BCU nigga that be rocking with me.
Salute every nigga who run with me. And it's a secret everything that you done with me. Cause it's a couple niggas that practice loyalty.
Family.
My niggas ain't my niggas, they family to me.
BCU.
Yeah.
We built a family tree.
My hood ain't my hood.
Say, we finna build a cyber family tree, man. Cherokee Indian. Cherokee Indian. Man. Man, we got work to do, family. We got work to do. We ain't up next. It's our time. Man, America, Mama America, Big Mama America. You hear me? Nah. She's so proud of us. She's so proud of us. We really showing up.
But it's home to me. That's who planted the seed. You ain't gonna leave on this tree. You a branch, nigga. What more valuable than the money. Stamp, nigga. You ain't no leave on the street. You a branch, nigga. What's more valuable than the money? Stamp, nigga.
You ain't no leaf on this tree. You a branch. You ain't no leaf on this tree. You a branch. In a real way. He said you about to convert Si. Nah, I ain't gonna convert him. You know, his family, Si told us, see, you know, they run around here talking about my grandma doctrine. We hear a lot of that, right? Or they run elbows, use my grandma doctrine. Well, they gonna have to tell that to Brother Si now. Because Si grandma told him. Now, why is everyone grandparents saying this? Is everyone grandparents crazy? Is everyone grandparents a liar? A lot of y'all grandparents was Christians. You think they gonna lie? I don't know, man. Don't sound like nobody lying. Again, y'all, if y'all purchase a ticket, when they ask for your name, put your name down as BCU Top Cats. Put your name down as BCU Top Cats. We gotta trail them. Y'all see Si hopped on and said, "Hey man, your people ain't been buying tickets." And I think we the only ones bought tickets. I'm gonna be honest. I think we the only ones bought tickets. And yeah, I think we the only one bought tickets. DC say Si is about that money. You can't believe nothing he said. Well, brother DC, I don't know if he was listening, but it wasn't Si who said it. It was his sister. You know, Auntie Shell, she said it. So even if you don't take Si word or believe Si not the one said it. His sister said it, who grew up, you know, with her grandparents in North Carolina. And so that's not hard to believe, bro. I mean, that's if you heard me, right before he had said it, I said we're gonna find some Cherokee down there. Yeah. So he just claimed that Grla got 17 and we had 1. Oh, no. I know that's not true. Now, I'm not saying that Brother Dent don't have 17, but I know we don't have 1. Oh, nah, we're going to be deep in there. He said, Hebrew been studying the tapes and said, why y'all book this fight? Can't beat this man. Oh, question. Trust me, I know they've been looking. But the things that they looking at, it's you gonna see a whole nother fighter that night. Yeah, you're gonna see a whole nother fighter. Believer Yah said Grla has a huge following, but do those followers translate into supporters? A lot of people have a lot of followers, but do those followers translate into supporters? So some people is saying how many ever follows you have, you should be getting $1 a follow. That's the Country Wayne. I heard Country Wayne say you ought to be getting $1 a follower. So the question is, yeah, you have a large fan base, but do the people believe in you, and are they gonna translate into supporters? Over here, BCU, no doubt about it, guaranteed. I won't even show up to the debate. Over here is guaranteed without a shadow of a doubt that BCU is gonna support. And so that's one thing that we know. I don't know Brother Grla Hebrews following that will. Shout out to that brother. They doing hell of a networking. And so I hope they are there. You know what I mean? And I hope they do come support the brother. And I want to see some Aboriginals come support as well. I went out there and supported Dr. Ali Muhammad, and he came out and said that, and said bad things about Aboriginals. Even to going as far as saying he they daddy. Shout out to Chief Godbody. So yeah, I seen the Aboriginals go support him. And so yeah, I hope to see some Aboriginals come support that day. I'm gonna say it now, I'm not depending on it or expecting it, but I will say this here. One of the things that a lot of Aboriginals have a problem with is they say that we separate the two, the American Indians and Aboriginals. Well, the Aboriginals don't support American Indians, and that's a fact. So I like, again, I hear the Aboriginals a lot of times, they say, man, why do y'all separate the Aboriginals and the Indians? The Aboriginals don't support anything that the Indians do. Okay, Peach, that was you then. Okay, yeah, I did get you. Okay, I did get it. Thank you. Appreciate that, mama. Tall glass of water. Oh, Chevy dually driver, horseback rider. Oh, yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate you. But yeah, they do always say that why y'all separated when it come down to the information or things like this here, but we don't never see the Aboriginals support the Indians. We seen Aboriginals go support Ali Muhammad, and Ali Muhammad turned around and said, fuck them niggas. Now that's on record. But shout out to the Aboriginals, shout out to Shiamaru and the Orna tribe over there. And I wish them the best in their endeavors. And it's America first. We are not up next. It is our time. And so shout out to them. Let me see. Speaking of Guerrilla Hebrew, let's go into some tape. All right, Guerrilla Hebrew actually had a debate not too long ago. And let's go through some of that. Fair use, Garfield. They had a fight on Brother Garfield channel. And we're gonna go through it. What I appreciated about it was Garfield didn't moderate it, right? He stayed neutral, and they're gonna let this brother here, Corey, and I think he did a good job. They're gonna let this brother moderate. So let's check some of this out.
Through all over the country, preaching His word, all over the world, really preaching His word, and of course we are.
Hold on, let me go back some so I can let the brother give his introduction. For those who don't know, Brother Guerrilla Hebrew.
Area is clear. Myself is clear as well. Brother Garfield, he shouldn't be speaking. And then we'll bring in the chief priest, Alazar Bonloya, into the chat. Let's see if he's here. Can you speak, Guerrilla Hebrew?
Yeah, man. How we doing? How we sounding, Corey?
Sounded pretty good. Hit the chat if we have any technical issues that the stage may not cover. You guys briefly go through the introduction, briefly go through the rule structure. You guys both agree, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. Make sure you cash apping, sending your cash apps and support for the debaters as well as the moderators in the platform to the money sign, the $ Ask Brother Garfield. Spell out brother with the ER. Don't put the A at the end. Ask Brother Garfield to make sure you're supporting the platform. We got a bunch of people in the room, so let's get started here shortly.
Okay, so this brother here in the all black under Garfield, this is the guy that I'm going to be debating for those who not familiar with the brother. He been around a while, so he's not no rookie. He been doing this for a little minute now. But this the brother, and he's debating this guy Richard, white boy Richard.
Firstly, I'll go with Guerrilla Hebrew. Guerrilla Hebrew, if you can take a few minutes to introduce yourself to the people and plug in whatever organizations or systems you may be working with.
All right, definitely, man. Well, of course, first and foremost, I'm Chief Priest Alazar Bonloya, aka the Guerrilla Hebrew, the Chief Priest of the Sakari Israelite Camp. We're all over the country. If anybody's interested in joining, you can always email us, join@sakari.camp. That's SICARII.camp, CAMP. We're just going, through all over the country, preaching His word, all over the world, really preaching His word. And of course, we are stepping up in the realm and arena of debates on the highest scholastic levels, challenging, PhDs and other academics, scholars, things of that nature on, our positions that we hold as far as the biblical text in history.
All right, good deal. Appreciate
Girly
that.
girl say she bought her ticket. Now, Girly, did you put your name as BCU? If y'all get y'all ticket, put y'all name as BCU. Send them to me too. Put y'all name down as BCU in there. That way they know who we are. Cause right now they're trying to, they turning y'all into Hebrew Israelites. Y'all over there purchasing to support us, and they turning y'all into Hebrew Israelite supporters. And so put BCU in there when it asks for your name or something like that. Put your name down as BCU.
Chief Priest, and we'll bounce it over to Dr. Richard Carrier. Dr. Richard Carrier, if you can introduce yourself to the people and plug in whatever organizations you would like to as well.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. So I have a PhD in ancient history.
Told y'all this a real white boy. Hey, everybody. Y'all didn't expect that voice, did you? You didn't expect that voice.
From Columbia University. And I published a postdoctoral study on the historicity of Jesus called On the Historicity of Jesus. But I published a short pop market summary of that called Jesus from Outer Space. So if you're interested in that subject, those are the books to check out. Everything else about me, my blog, my social media, my online courses that I teach, if you want to get in on that, my books, you can find all of that at richardcarrier.info. That's just richardcarrier.info online. All that stuff is there. I'm coming up from a different perspective, obviously. I'm a skeptic in a lot of ways. I'm a very publicly known atheist. So I don't believe in any of the supernatural background to this. I find the debate usually is more interesting between whether a mundane historical Jesus existed and was exaggerated over time or didn't. But today I'm going to be debating someone who thinks that Jesus was, I'm assuming, in some sense supernatural. So we'll see how that breaks out. I'll have more to say in my opening on that, but glad to be here and curious to see where this goes.
Curious to see where this goes.
Good deal. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Brother Garfield.
Here comes
podcast.
the kicker, guys.
It's going to be some great things down here, but let's get right into this. We're going to go into the opening presentation section. Guerrilla Hebrew will be going first. 5 minutes is your time, Guerrilla Hebrew. And I will be chiming in at 1 minute to let you know it's 1 minute left. Do you have
Happy American Indian Weekend?
No, sir, that sounds good.
All right, the time will start when you start or when you're prepared to share your screen.
All right, I'll prepare to share my screen. Is everything working?
OGR watching.
It's good.
Screen is shared.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Whoa, time out. Man, y'all know who that is up there on the screen? On that picture? Man, that is God. Man, have y'all ever seen the picture of God? Who? That's a black ass nigga. Oh, that's a black ass nigga. Boy, I ain't never seen the picture of God, man. I don't know. This fight might be tougher than I thought it was. say, man, this might be a hard fight. These niggas even got photos of Jesus. Oh, they questioning me about black Europeans. Man, they didn't went and found a photo of God. Silverhawk say, I just got my ticket, but Silverhawk, did you put BCU on there as your name? Silverhawk, did you put BCU there on there as your name? Cause it looked like, man, we getting a lot of tickets right now. We have to put BCU as your name though. We have to do that. So Silverhawk, appreciate your support. Hopefully you heard me when I said please put BCU on there. Silverhawk, follow me on social media. Sign up to the BCU app. Get in the BCU group. We have a whole group over there. We got a Discord. Y'all get in the group, and so we can all have our tickets and we can all pull up to the debate at the same time. Y'all know when we ride out, we like to ride out together so we can pull up a couple cars deep. You understand me? And they go to Linktree right here. For those who bought those tickets, make sure y'all put it on there so I can make sure that y'all taken care of and that they get y'all in there and we don't have no problems with you guys getting in. And we don't, and right now, okay, shout out to Silverhawk. Say Mo Dev. So yeah, cause right now they trying to turn y'all into Hebrews. Now y'all know they is Pan-African over there. They ain't got no problem with misclassifying your ass. So yeah, make sure we put BCU down as your name, since there's nowhere else to put it down as your name. And in Jesus' name, boy, then they got on the shiny suit. I wonder who up there making the clothes for him. God got a line up. That nigga done been to the barbershop. They done edged the beard up. He got a pick. He done picked his fro out. That nigga got Tazariak beard oil. Yeah, that's that oil Tazariak using his beard. God, he draped up and dripped out, and then they took a picture of him. He was way up. I don't know what planet that is. I guess he's standing over Earth, right? And then I just took a selfie. That nigga that took a selfie. What's his IG account? Somebody drop Yahweh or Bashimi Yashawa somebody drop his social media link down there, cause that nigga taking selfies. I know he posted it. He was clean. He had on clothes that day. Nigga fresh out the barber. Yeah, that nigga done got his hair blowed out like a pimp in the 70s. All right, let's walk. In Jesus' name.
Well, first and foremost, of course, I got to give all praises, all honor, and all glory unto the Most High God, whose name in ancient Hebrew is Yahweh. I do so in the name of his only begotten Son, whose name in the ancient Hebrew is Yahushua, who we will be defending today. Of course, who the world knows again is Jesus Christ, our King, our Lord, our Savior, our Messiah. And now that I got that out the way, it's the type of energy we coming on tonight. Y'all see the folding chair, y'all see the shirt, just so everybody understand the type of energy and spirit I'm coming in tonight. I'm gonna need them folding chair emojis in the chat. Y'all better flood that chat with them folding chair emojis before we even get, just so y'all know how I'm coming tonight. All praise to the Most High. So
y'all heard them, right? So these niggas, they like to fight with folding chairs. Like I told him, he said, I just debated a PAD. I say, well, I ain't no white boy. Dimple say, just got my ticket, Dimples. I hope you put your name down. It's BCU Top Cat. Yeah, they want to fight. They want to hit a nigga with folding chair. Well, we ain't no white boys in Alabama. So say, man, they going up against some Jaguars. All we ever did was fought, bro. You have to understand that when you're talking about the military unit, man, let's go back 2 years, man. You talking about the military unit, the gladiators. It's not a battle that we have not fought. It is not an opposition who we never went up against. If you nigga bring aluminum folding chair, man, you gonna we like some shit out of Black Panther, man. We them niggas come out the water on your ass. The Mayans jump out the water. Nigga, we got vibranium. These niggas got aluminum fold-up chairs from Family Dollar. Or now y'all say they laughing. The media is laughing. Nigga, I wish a nigga would pull a chair out on me. You ain't got but one swing. Oh, what we know is, nigga, you ain't got but one swing with that aluminum ass chair, nigga. And we finna get on your ass.
Oh, as we see here, did Jesus exist? A presentation by Chief Priest Alazar Baloya, aka the Grla Hebrew, brought to you through the spirit and power of Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai. Right, let's go. So first and foremost, I want to start with the scripture. 2 John 1:7. For many deceivers are entered into the world, who confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh. This is a deceiver and an antichrist. And that is the spirit in which we are wrestling with today. The spirit of antichrist, which the scripture told us 2,000 years ago had already came into the world, right? So it most certainly is my theological position, my belief in the character that we read about in the Bible is Jesus Christ, again, as my king, as my Messiah, savior, etc.
That nigga called his savior a character. A character out of a book. Superhero comic book. Or reading that nigga. Or Pokemon card. Playing that nigga. No, nigga. That nigga said a character out of a book. Lord have mercy. Hey man, I don't think he not getting out the scrimmage line. And they fighting with chairs and shit. Cause you know the Hebrews ain't had no type of skills or boxing game. That's why we ain't never seen them win a war in the Bible. Yeah, they always persecuted and somebody God mad at them, and that's why they lost the fight. God helped the other nigga. Ain't that some shit? They done fight and broke out, nigga. They God daddy, nigga. How you losing fights in your God daddy, nigga? You supposed to got your daddy genes. Niggas run fast and jump high. They always say you tall. You got that from your daddy side. Nigga. What? Yeah, the Hebrews ain't got no hands. We ain't heard about these niggas do nothing but take ass whoopings. And they daddy God. Man, come on, man. Your daddy God, you out here taking ass whooping, nigga flushing them. Put out over here, in bondage over here. Niggas calling back, talking about Pharaoh, let my people go. They done call the law. They done call the cops. The Syrians didn't let them go. They claim that's my thing. They're saying that they came to America and built up America, right? And this all is gonna happen after they had just got their ass whooped and freed out of bondage. Nigga fresh out of slavery. They said we came out of slavery in America and built up America. The Hebrews said they came fresh out of slavery and came over here and got to building up mountains and pyramids and all type of civilization fresh off of ass whooping. A nigga got his foot in your ass. Nigga, where did you get the resources, the will, the might, all that strength, all of that endurance it took to build up America? As great as America is, many civilizations we have here, all that energy y'all put into building America, y'all should have put into fighting back. Because nigga, you claim to come over here fresh off ass whooping, and a nigga had you in the headlock and he let you go. When second Ezra's, when the nigga said, all right, get your bitch ass away from here before I kill you. You lucky I don't kill you, ho. Nigga got down on it, put a knife in his mouth. I bet you lucky I don't get down on you and kill you out here. Get your funky ass from away from here. And so they wasn't shipbuilders. And so the nigga caught a ride to America and came and built up the greatest civilization ever. Ain't that some shit? Man, you gotta be out your rabbit ass goddamn mind. Nigga, you ain't building up that nice. Niggas take shit from niggas who ain't got nothing nice. Taking shit from niggas, we know the Hebrews were thieves. I just don't understand all the laws and all the laws that the Hebrews have These niggas out here stealing, they robbing, they committing adultery, nigga fucking out of wedlock, or man on man sex, incest sex, or Sarah sold pussy. Abraham wife Sarah sold pussy. Oh, that was his bottom bitch. Oh, they left in Chaldea, went to Egypt, and sold pussy and tricked with the Pharaoh of Egypt. Oh, left there 100 years later, 100 years old, she going to go trick with another king, and God came to him in the sleep and said, man, I can't let you do it. He said, what's up? He said, damn. He said, damn, what you doing, boy? He said, shit, I'm looking for a rubber. He said, man, no. Man, I can't let you do it, man. He said, what you mean? He said, man, that's my homeboy wife. He said, no, she told me she was single. They wasn't seeing each other. They were separated. He said, nah, man, that bitch lying. Man, that bitch lying, man. That my nigga wife, man. He said, nah, they told me that they fell out. He caught him with a white woman. Said, nah, man, see, that bitch lying, man. They finna break you, bro, and rob you for everything. Yeah, she was a setup artist. Sarah going there and tie a nigga up, fuck a nigga, and Abraham going there and take the treasure chest. And so, yeah, they had been running them plays, and even God snitched on them. God came out and told the king, nigga, they finna rob you. Oh, nigga, you ain't here on that dick honey. And you, nigga, you didn't, you on that dick honey and wine and grape wine from them crushed grapes. And you ready to fuck. You done went and bathed and washed that dick off. You finna come back. Nah, man, they finna rob you, my nigga. He said, what you talking about? That my new wife, my new got a ass. He said, man, they finna rob your fool ass, man. Go put all the dope and the money up, man. Where you safe and shit at? Man, go on, get your shit. Get this bitch up out of here, man. They finna tie you up. Yeah, they finna do that nigga like on Harlem Nights. Remember the little bitch handcuffed nigga to the bed? Yeah, you gotta have that 38 on you like quick and Harlem Nights. Bitch come here act like she finna ride that dick, slid your hand back and finna cuff you. God said, nah, man, they finna rob you, man. Get this bitch up out of here, man. Her nigga waiting around the corner in a Scully. Yeah, that nigga around the corner in a motherfucking Scully, nigga, with an AK-47. Nigga, you better get your ass up and get up out of here.
But henceforth, for the rest of this debate, I will, for the most part, be functioning from a scholastic perspective. I won't be really delving into my personal theology or beliefs, because the question simply is about the historicity of Jesus. Did Jesus exist, right?
What's up, OG Donald Grant?
Okay, hold on. All right, so a lot of us, myself, before this debate, I didn't know Richard Carrier. A lot of my audience, we didn't know Richard Carrier, Dr. Richard Carrier. So I'd like to introduce Richard Carrier to everybody tonight. In 2008, Carrier received a doctorate in ancient history from Columbia University, where he studied the history of science and antiquity. He is a prominent advocate of the theory that Jesus did not exist, which he has argued in a number of his works. Carrier's methodology and conclusions in this field have been proven controversial and unconvincing to most ancient historians. Carrier posits that Jesus originated in the realm of mythology rather than a historical person who was subsequently mythologized. A number of critics have rejected Carrier's ideas and methodology, calling it tenuous or very weak or slight or problematic and unpersuasive. Simon Gaither-Cole, PhD, professor of the New Testament and early Christianity, director of studies in theology at Cambridge University, the very prestigious, writes that Carrier's arguments are contradicted by historical data.
Hey, styles make fight. I'm gonna tell you something. My styles make fight, bro. I'm gonna be too quick. Flat-footed fighter, stationary fighter. Styles make fights, man. That's all I say. This film study, though, man, they walk.
Right. Most contemporary scholars have been critical of Carrier's methodology and conclusions. Both classicists and biblical scholars agree that there is, hold on, I can't see my, what's this blocking it?
I paused the time.
Appreciate you. Okay, I'm back. Both classicists and biblical scholars agree that there is a historical basis for a person called Jesus of Nazareth. For this reason, the views of Carrier and other proponents of the belief that a historical Jesus did not exist are frequently dismissed as fringe theories with classical scholarship. Everything that I just read to you guys is on Dr. Richard Carrier's Wikipedia page. If you ever want to just Google him, you go on his Wikipedia page. Everything that I just presented, that's what they have there to let us know about him. So I wanted to just make sure everybody understood that about him, right? The Christ myth theory, which is what Dr. Carrier represents, or some version thereof, also known as the Jesus myth theory, Jesus
1 minute left,
or the Jesus a history theory, is a view that the story of Jesus is a work of mythology with no historical substantiability. The mainstream scholarly consensus holds that there was a historical Jesus who lived in the 1st century CE Roman Judea, and that he was probably both baptized and crucified. Mysticism is rejected as a fringe theory by virtually all scholars of antiquity and is criticized for commonly being presented by non-experts. Its reliance on arguments from silence, lacking evidence, the dismissal or distortion of sources, questionable methodologies, and outdated comparisons with scholars of antiquity dismiss theories of Jesus' non-existence and regard them as refuted. Right? So I wanted to put all that on the record, how the scholars are talking about Dr. Richard Carrier and how the scholars are talking about this idea that Jesus didn't exist at all. All praises.
All right, good deal. That will conclude the opening presentation. Let's see if we can stop sharing this screen right quick. It should be off. That will conclude the opening presentation for Guerrilla Hebrew. We'll move over to the opening presentation for Dr. Richard Carrier. Dr. Richard Carrier, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, I'm going to share screen.
Let me get that up first.
Keep me apprised if anything goes wrong on that.
I don't see your.
I'm getting on there.
Okay, good. Make sure you guys are hitting the Cash App for the Good Brother Garfield podcast. That will be $. Let me get it on. Bring $. Ask Brother Garfield. Dr. Richard Carrier's screen should be shared. The time will start when you start.
All right, you can see it. It's all good.
Yes.
All right. So I'll get to the rebuttal to what was just said here later when we get to the rebuttals. But let's talk about why I'm a skeptic. I'm not going to convince anyone in a debate in a single night. I know how that works. I'm actually here just to explain why I doubt, why I'm skeptical that Jesus existed, and so you can understand where I'm coming from. So I'm just going to go over some of the basics, and we might come to this screen later. Might come up in terms of the timeline. And I'm going to talk about the timeline of the evidence for Jesus, which is actually quite the opposite of the timeline of evidence we have for any other historical figure that we're confident existed. And let's get into some details about this. So it's actually an unusual sequence of evidence for Jesus compared to all other historical people, all other people that we're confident historically existed. And what happens is our earliest evidence within a few decades of Jesus's supposed life. We have Paul, we have the book of Hebrews. I think First Clement. I think all of these works predate the 60s AD, or at least predate 70 AD. They only speak of a pre-existent celestial being and a revealed gospel. They only talk about Jesus revealing himself in mystical ways. They don't talk about anyone meeting Jesus before he died. And the first time we hear about that, about people meeting Jesus before he died, was in the Gospels, and that's a lifetime later. Back then, average life expectancy was 48 years, and we're talking much longer than that. So after the 70s, the Gospels are written between the 70s and 120s AD is when the canonical Gospels get written in that period. And they are wildly fictional. We'll get into that later about how most scholars actually agree with me on this point, that the Gospels are not reliable histories. And then all other attestations to the existence of Jesus are based on the Gospels, or we can't prove that they aren't. So no other evidence is independent of the Gospels. And this is crucial for history. If we don't have independent evidence, we can't use it. We need independent corroboration to use it. And even the Gospels, in fact, are like this. All the Gospels.
Hey, I think Grla made a good chess move when he brought out the fact that there was some people who basically didn't agree with White Boy Rick. But I think White Boy Rick is gonna make a great point here. Man, let's get the likes over 200. Let's get the likes over 200. I mean, let's get the likes up. Everybody jump on the like button. Everybody jump on the like button. Everybody jump on the like button. If you purchase a ticket, make sure you put your name down as BCU. Make sure you are following me on social media, Discord, the BCU app. All of it is free to join. And send me proof of your ticket.
Basically just use the framework of Mark, the first gospel, and just build on it and riff on it and add things to it and change things to it. So really, we only have one document that attests the historical Jesus, and that's the Gospel of Mark, and everybody else is just embellishing on that. All the other evidence from the first 80 years of Christianity's development has been completely lost. We have no other letters from this period other than the ones that I mentioned. We have no other idea of what was going on, who thought what, who was arguing what, and so on. And at the same time, as that century goes on and the next century proceeds, other evidence is forged in his place. We have dozens of other gospels, dozens of acts, dozens of epistles, actually hundreds of doctored epistles, and even doctored passages. So there's a lot of editing, fabricating of evidence. So this is not a great situation to be in when you're trying to establish the historical existence of someone, is when people are fabricating a lot of things about it. And for people who want to compare Jesus to actual historical figures like Spartacus or Hannibal, and so forth, Pontius Pilate even. I talk about that in chapter 5 of my book, Jesus from Outer Space. So you can get all of that there. But the point being is that evidence for Jesus follows a completely different trajectory than everybody else that we're confident of the historicity. Some other things we know. We know that Jews identified a character in the Old Testament as the Lord, God's firstborn son, first created being, and the creator himself. God assigned him the task of creating. Also the celestial high priest of God's heavenly temple. And we have lots of evidence regarding this, that this was already a belief in Judaism at the time. And we can show that Paul, certainly through Paul, is our earliest source on the history of Jesus. Christians thought their Jesus, God's Savior, which is what his name essentially means, was that this archangel descended, became incarnate, took on flesh, and was killed and resurrected in order to accomplish a very important part of God's plan for salvation for everybody.
1 minute left.
This is very in parallel to Satan's cosmic story. These events were hidden in scripture and revealed, and it just reverses the fall of Satan. So just as Satan is not in there historically, but people believed he was, same with Jesus, you can find examples in Islam, Mormonism, and so on to paint that. And the other thing is that the Jesus story is a copy, not a direct copy, but is an emulation, a Jewish version of these savior gods. So we have tons of examples on the screen that you can see here. They are all savior gods. They're all the son of God or daughter. They all undergo a passion, some sort of suffering or struggle, even death sometimes. They all obtain victory over death, which they share with their followers. Often they share it with baptism and communion. These things predate Christianity and were a part of pagan cult before that. Their stories are all set in human history, yet none of them ever really existed. So what we really need to establish is that somehow, for some reason, that Jesus is an exception to all these other gods that have the same trajectory and the same story arc. And I think that's unlikely unless we had good evidence, and we just don't. So that's what we'll debate today.
All right, make sure you guys are subscribed to the Brother Garfield podcast. Make sure you hit that Cash App, $ Ask Brother Garfield, and send your support.
Make sure we stand on the lights. What's up with it, Carla?
The moderators. We've just concluded the opening presentation. We will go into the first round, which the time will be set at 15 minutes.
I need to pick the pace up.
Sound off at 1 minute.
I need to pick the pace up.
When it's 1 minute left.
Kind of feel like church. I don't know. Is it because Jesus is the topic, but it kind of feel like church. They need to pick the pace up.
Left. Gorilla Hebrew, are you prepared?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, would you be sharing your screen?
Yes, sir.
Let me get it up on the screen. Should I tap on that same screen? That you got?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll add it back to the stream. All right, we should be good to go. So the time will start. This is the first round, 15 minutes. And then we'll go right after that with Dr. Richard Carey's 15 minutes. The time will start when you start, Gorilla Hebrew.
All right, again, first and foremost, I give all praises to the Most High Yahweh in the name of his son, Yahweh Shai. So I want to go here. According to New Testament scholar James Dunn, who's PhD in biblical studies at Cambridge, nearly all modern scholars consider the baptism of Jesus and his crucifixion to be historically certain. He states that these two facts in the life of Jesus command almost universal assent and rank so high on the almost impossible to doubt or deny scale of historical facts, and they are obvious starting points for an attempt to clarify the what and why of Jesus' mission, right? So again, leading scholars, again, in classicism, in biblical studies, etc., are all telling you that it is truly absurd to deny that Jesus existed historically, right? Historian Dr. Michael Grant, also of Cambridge. We're talking about Cambridge College. Now, Carey, he went to Columbia. Let's not act like that's not prestigious, but we're talking about Cambridge. We did Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard. These are the elite academic institutions on the face of the earth, right? Argues, above all, if we apply to the New Testament as we should the same sort of criteria as we should apply to other ancient writers containing historical material, we can no more reject Jesus' existence than we can reject the existence of a mass of pagan personages whose reality as historical figures is never questioned, ever questioned. Right? It is already redundantly and abundantly clear that the position of my opponent, his arguments, his methodology, etc., are viewed as less than credible at best by his colleagues, fellow PhD scholars, right? So now let's go get into some of the sources that attest to the life and the existence in history of Jesus Christ. We're going first, of course, to the annals of Cornelius Tacitus. Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. So here we see the Christians being attested to, the man Christ being attested to, and his crucifixion under Pilate, another historical figure. So he's being placed in history, and an actual historical event is being described and chronicled as occurring to him, referenced as actually happening to him by history. Most scholars hold the passage to be authentic and that Tacitus was the author. Suggestions that the passage may have been a complete forgery have been generally rejected by scholars. Scholars such as Bruce Chilton, Craig Evans, Paul Eddy, and George Boyd agree with John Myers' statement that despite some feeble attempts to show that this text is a Christian interpolation in Tacitus, the passage is obviously genuine. Right now, let's go to Josephus. Not a Christian, but a Jew, right? It's important here that we're using non-Christian sources. Why is it important that we use non-Christian or secular sources? Well, simply because they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have a motivation or this conviction or belief to try to manufacture Jesus' existence. It's not pertinent to their salvation in their mind, right? So now let's go to Josephus. Around this time lived Jesus, a wise man, for he was a worker of amazing deeds and was a teacher of the people who gladly accept the truth. He won over both many Jews and many Greeks. Pilate, when he heard him accused by the leading men among us, condemned him to the cross. But those who had first loved him did not cease doing so. To this day, the tribe of Christians named after him has not disappeared. So here we have a Jewish scholar, a Jewish historian who's very dependable on understanding history of the region at the time, right? We have him attesting to and affirming Christ's existence, Jesus' existence, and the crucifixion, right? Now, y'all, let's meet Dr. Michael Brown. You may remember I had a debate with him a few months back. He is widely rather considered the world's foremost messianic Jewish apologist. He wrote a book called Answering Jewish Objections to Jesus. In volume 4, he brings some very interesting points up. He says there are some definite references to Jesus in the Talmud, always spelled Yeshu, most prominently the following account. On the eve of Passover, they hanged Jesus, the Nazarene. A herald went out before him for 40 days, saying he is going to be stoned because he practiced sorcery and led Israel astray. Excuse me. And anyone who knows anything in his favor, let him come and plead in his behalf. But not having found anything in his favor, they hanged him on the eve of Passover. Right? So before I even go to my next slide, let me just build on this. We clearly have, these are Jewish people, right, in the Talmud, attesting to the crucifixion on the Passover, the date in which the New Testament corroborates its occurrence. Now, we know that the Jewish people are against Jesus, right? The Talmudic, especially the rabbinical Jews, are against Jesus. They don't want people to follow Jesus, etc. But here they are affirming that he existed. Let's continue on. Also, of significance to traditional Jews, despite its late date, is the testimony of Moses Maimonides. In its original form, before being edited because of Catholic Church censors, Maimonides in his law code speaks of Jesus of Nazareth, who aspired to be the Messiah and was executed by the court, going on to explain why he could not be the Messiah, but how, despite the false nature of their teachings, Christianity and Islam would still help prepare the world for the knowledge of the one true God. For a religious Jew, this settles the question, since both the Talmud and Maimonides state clearly that Jesus lived and was put to death. In fact, for a traditional Jew, the existence of Jesus has never been questioned. It's very important to note that a traditional Jew has never questioned the actual existence, the historicity of Jesus. And I'll explain why. We have to ask ourselves, why would rabbinic Jews, firm opponents of Christianity, not utilize the argument that he never existed if he, in fact, never existed? And who would know better than the people from the place in which he was said to exist, right? When you read in the New Testament, he stays in Jewry, right? He ventures to Samaria a little bit, ventures to Edom, but for the most part, he is in Judea proper and Galilee amongst the Jews all of his entire life, right? So if anybody was to have the knowledge that this was a fictitious character, a mythological character, a character that did not exist, it would be the Jews who were adamantly and vehemently opposed to following him. Yet they never once questioned his existence. I'll give y'all an example. If Michael Jordan never existed, wouldn't that be the primary argument proponents of LeBron James would use in conversations about who the best basketball player ever was? LeBron would be the obvious choice because said competition never actually existed. That would be the same argument Jews would use if Jesus hadn't actually existed, but they don't. Instead, they acknowledge his existence in history through and through, right? So if we're having this GOAT debate, which our people always love having that GOAT talk. Who was the GOAT? Was it Michael? Was it Jordan? Was it Kobe? If Michael Jordan never existed, all I would have to say LeBron is the GOAT is he's not even real, right? If Jews didn't want other Jews to convert and follow Christianity, all they had to do was remind the other Jews, hey, this guy wasn't real. There was none of us who went through any of this, right? But that never happens. They only engage Jesus in history as if he actually existed. And for a fun fact, Larry Bird once called Michael Jordan God. He said, I would never have called him the greatest player I'd ever seen if I didn't mean it. Bird told the Boston Globe. He said, it's just God disguised as Michael Jordan. So here we have Michael Jordan, somebody who we know is indefinitely a historical character. And we see him mythologized by an opponent of his who calls him God, interestingly enough. But Dr. Richard Carrier and
brothers and sisters of brothers and sisters in Christ. This brother just bring up Michael Jordan and Kobe Bean Bryant. Blessed be thy name in the heavenly Father, for thou I have sinned. There have been many men to come up against me. I have seen many tactics in my journey. I have fought many battles. I have seen many different military tactics. I have never seen a guy strategize to bring up Kobe Bean Bryant, LeBron James, or Michael Jordan to prove the existence of Jesus. I will see y'all on the 14th. I will see y'all October the 14th. Say, man, if you don't know me, man, hey, man, I want to introduce myself, man. Hey, man, say, man, Jack, you can choose, lose, or you can stay confused, man. No, man, I am heaven sent, man. The ancestors sent me, man. Hey, man, every day I get up, it's a good day to scalp a nigga, man. I ain't never knew a nigga to use a folding chair or Michael Jordan. Nigga, we have so far seen a folding chair and Michael Jordan as a source, nigga. Oh, this is gonna be real, real fun, nigga. I don't play with my food. Let me remind you that I don't play with my food. If you don't belong in there with me, I'm gonna get you out of there. And I think from the first round, he's gonna realize he do not belong in there. He is not on the level of the legendary Top Cat.
Founder of Western philosophy and among the first moral philosophers of the ethical tradition of thought. Socrates authored no text and is known mainly through posthumanist accounts of classical writers, particularly his students, Plato and Xenophon. Right? Contradictory accounts of Socrates make a reconstruction of his philosophy nearly impossible, a situation known as the Socratic problem. An important historical figure who has only evidence for existence is the writings of a few of his followers, primarily only two, who was sentenced to death, yet his historicity is never called into question. And Mara bon Serapion mentions him alongside Pythagoras and Jesus, speaking to the ancient viewpoint that these were real people in history. This is a clear position that is being held by these individuals, right? Or else why would he talk about all three of them, name them sequentially, and talk about the consequences on the places in which they lived as a result of their deaths or their people, their citizens turning on them, right? He wouldn't do that if he did not understand these people to be real people. And again, this is a first century witness. If we go back to the source, it says what? Mara bon Serapion was a Stoic philosopher, right? He is noted for a letter he wrote in Aramaic to his son, who was named Serapion. Most scholars date it to shortly after 73 AD. So when understanding these things,
BC say game over.
the
Game
same exact
over to what,
objection
bro?
that
What
lead
game? The
Dr.
NBA
Richard
game?
Carrier to the rejection of
Okay.
Jesus Christ as a historical figure
Man, this
exists
man
for
just saw his
Pythagoras.
NBA 2K.
There's even less evidence for Pythagoras. Similar objections exist for Socrates. But again, why does nobody ever reciprocate this energy for the Pythagorases of the world or the Socrates of the world? This is the question we have to ask ourselves. Why is all of this attention and energy always dedicated, directed at the historical Jesus, right? There has to be some reason why he's always calling the question. Again, now, Carrier's going to go to the myth. But again, right here, 3 ancient biographies of Pythagoras have survived from late antiquity, all of which are filled primarily with myths and legends.
1 minute left.
All. Again, where is this energy for Pythagoras? We have to ask ourselves these things. Again, I want everybody to remember that the bulk, the overwhelming majority, the scholastic consensus is that Jesus Christ, who the world knows as Jesus Christ, who we of course know as Yahushua, was indeed a historical figure, and he existed. With that, I yield the rest of my time giving all praises to Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
All right, good deal.
All right, so, brother, it's already top task to come here and this fight that is just a real person. And one of my game is I don't do the generalizing. So in this sport, when you generalize it, that means your punches are wide. Your punches are wide. You're not throwing straight punches. You have wide shots. You can't use someone else to validate it. Socrates, Pythagoras, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird. Can't none of these niggas save you. All we need is the guy. All we need is the guy that we're here to talk about, which would be Jesus. You can't come bring me what everybody and their mom and their daddy say. And well, shit, nigga, if you say Jesus fake, then nigga Michael Jordan fake. If Michael Jordan fake, nigga, then Pythagoras fake. No, man. Just go get the nigga and tell him to come out the back and wave at us or something. Call the nigga on the phone, man. Tell the nigga, hey, man, I'm right here. Or they had the little white girl, fake the death. Y'all seen that? Now she came out with a new music video. And so now, you can't use nobody else. That's like an African out here trying to validate themselves. You feel me? Off a DNA test. Off something a nigga told him. You can't come back and say, you see them Africans, they always pull a source. And y'all see right here, say he was the African. My question is, what they got to do with you? How does that make you African because the next nigga African? That's why I be mad at them Indians and Aborigines who put up other niggas' pictures and disrespect their family like they ain't got no picture of their damn grandma or grandpa. Like they ain't got no picture of their great auntie. No, nigga, if y'all Indians put up your family picture, we don't need nobody outside of us to validate who we are. Okay, we're missing the primary. Nigga, we ain't here, nigga, by reasonable doubt. Nigga, this ain't Jay-Z. We not now, you don't get no proof off of reasonable doubt. We need to bar. We need to bar. Fuck Pythagoras. Fuck the other white boy you had up there. And nigga, I ain't gonna say fuck Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, and they got all my favorite players up there and shit. NBA 2K playing ass nigga. Back to the bill.
Really bad source from a historical perspective. It's terrible. It's also too convenient to invent. That it's very convenient for the Christians to claim that John the Baptist, this great famous hero of yore, to claim that he declared Jesus to be his successor and superior. That's too convenient. That's the kind of thing to be thrown out of court as unbelievable hearsay. So we don't have any actual eyewitness to this, that John the Baptist ever said any of this, that any of this really happened. So this is really bad evidence when it comes to historicity. I don't think that can be established. I think the crucifixion is better because that at least is attested widely. Paul talks about the crucifixion of Jesus often. The only problem is that Paul doesn't say where it happened or who did it. And this is a bigger problem because, as was cited just now, the Jews of the Talmud, this is the Babylonian Talmud, so they're writing outside the Roman Empire in Mesopotamian region. Those Jews, their Jesus, as far as they know, the Jesus they're talking about, wasn't crucified. He was stoned to death by a legal court of the Jews, the Sanhedrin. The Romans weren't even there. This took place, according to the Talmud, 100 years earlier. So they don't even put Jesus in the same period of history. So they've got him 100 years earlier, before the Romans are even there. They have him stoned, not crucified, and they have him killed somewhere else, that not in Jerusalem. So this, if you're going to trust that, you're saying like, well, okay, if the Jewish sources are that reliable, how could they get all of that wrong? How could they get it 100 years off? How could they get wrong how he was killed? He wasn't crucified, he was stoned. These are serious problems with the evidence. And it shows that we can't trust this evidence because it's too late. And the people talking about these things don't have any reliable sources, and they have no way to check that. So by the time we hear in the Talmud, Jesus has ended up in a different period of history, his execution is completely different, and so on. This is the kind of thing we're talking about. This doesn't fit. When we look at other historical people, and we'll get to, hopefully I'll have time for Pythagoras and Socrates, well, Socrates mainly. That isn't what we see. We see a very different pattern of evidence. With Jesus, we see this really messed up pattern of evidence that suggests that we're talking about a mythical person that people really didn't know any historical facts about, really. And this is another example when we're talking about Michael Grant, the quoter Michael Grant. That's decades ago. I have to point out that the field has hugely moved on since.
DC, the nigga just pulled up Michael Jordan to prove
of the Gospels.
The nigga said, Larry Bird called Jordan God, man.
I have a lot of examples on my blog.
Man, I'm being honest, bro.
One of the latest studies
man,
on
that
this.
Nigga said Larry Bird called Jordan God.
That's the truth. In the way that
man, what they got to man, where is Jesus?
Things have changed, basically.
Get his ass out here and show him to us.
More attentive to the evidence.
Not word of mouth is not gonna help you in this.
And that's the kind of thing that's with my academic study. So kind of the point of my study
go get the nigga or show us where his grave is.
Any evidence.
Man, take us to Jesus. Hey, white boy Rick, get out of my mouth. Get out of my mouth, white boy Rick. Oh, nah, fuck that, nigga. Take us to Jesus' tomb. Fuck is we arguing about? You know how to shut some shit down. Do you know how to shut this shit down, nigga? Nigga, fly out to wherever Jesus buried at. Check. If Jesus real, nigga, go to the tomb, nigga. That's how you settle that. You don't bring up Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, or Magic Johnson leading the league in the 60s. That ain't got shit to do. Nigga, take us to the burial site. It's not being biased. The white boy say that is not strong enough. First off, the chronology, and if you coming out the Talmud, nigga, they see you niggas on that King James Bible, that Freemason ass Bible, and you niggas get out here and you get stuck in that water. Now the white boy that took him out in the deep water, he done went to the Talmud on his ass. You got 4 or 5 goddamn descriptions of the story and what happened. So which Jesus are we talking to? Talking about the book of Acts, Simon Bird, Jesus? What the hell is going on? Nah, man, we need more proof, more sound evidence. I feel like I could have made a better case than that. But let's walk.
Or I was there or anything like that. We don't get any of that from the Gospels. And that's why mainstream scholars place the Gospels fairly late, between the 70s and the early 120s AD. And they're written by people we don't know who they are. We don't know what their sources are. They're writing in a foreign language in a foreign land. They're not even writing in the native language where Jesus lived and taught. But when we get to Socrates, we have all that. We have native language. We have people who were there. We have eyewitnesses. We even have as critics, really important, The Clouds of Aristophanes is a play that was performed with Socrates in the audience. That's how contemporary that was. That makes fun of Socrates. It kind of pokes fun at his philosophy and teachings and person and so on. If we had that for Jesus, that'd be amazing. We would know a lot more about Jesus if we had critics of Jesus talking about him who actually knew him and met him and stuff like that. We don't have that. So we have all of this evidence for Socrates, and that's why we have a lot more, by the way. I have a whole section on Socrates in my book on the historicity of Jesus. I'm just giving you a quick summary of the best stuff we've got. We have tons of evidence for Socrates that we don't have for Jesus.
That nigga said, the best you have.
Presentation. The evidence for Jesus goes the other direction. It's very strange.
The white boy say that's the best punch you got.
We get myths only later. We don't have contemporary discussions of him. Certainly don't have contemporary discussions from eyewitnesses or critics or anything like that. So Socrates, that's why we're confident Socrates existed. And I could totally defend the historicity of Socrates. But we don't have any of this evidence. The evidence that convinces us that Socrates existed, we don't have that for Jesus. And that's the reason why we should react differently to this. So let's get back. Did that. Okay, so historians have a rule. This is fundamental in the field. It's one of like your first year of grad school. you can't cite evidence that is just copying other sources, right? So if someone just repeats what another source said, they're not corroborating that source, they're just repeating it. So we can't use that as corroboration. We need corroborating sources. We need independent sources, not dependent sources. It's very crucial. And this is why we can't use sources like Moses Maimonides, sorry, apologize. He's a medieval author, right? This is like 1,000 years later. He has no access to the original evidence. He has nothing to go on other than the stories told to him by other Jews and Christians and stuff that have circulated through centuries and centuries, mostly through the Gospels and the influence of the Gospels. So he's not usable as evidence for this. He's just repeating stories that he's told that go back to the Gospels, which just go back to Mark.
He say, she say.
Postdates Paul by decades. So this is bad evidence. We can't use that to corroborate.
Their chronology hurt. That's a body shot.
Same with Mara bar Serapion. Actually, scholars agree that we can't establish the date of Mara bar Serapion. It's dated anywhere from the late 1st century to the early 3rd century. That's a huge span of time. Since we can't date it, we can't establish that it's not just repeating what this author learned from the Gospels. So it's not independent. It's not an independent source. So we cannot use it to corroborate the Gospels. It's useless as evidence for this purpose. The same goes for Tacitus. And I'm not even going to argue here whether it's an interpolation. People who are interested in that can find my work elsewhere on why we doubt Tacitus or Josephus actually mentioned Jesus. But let's just assume they wrote exactly what we have without any difference. Let's assume that. Tacitus wrote in 116 AD, and that was decades after the Gospels were already circulating. We also know, just 6 years before, his best friend, Pliny the Younger, had just interrogated Christians and says that he just then learned what Christians preached. And we know that Pliny and Tacitus are best buds. They shared information a lot for Tacitus's histories. We have letters, correspondence between them. So we know that's probably where Tacitus got his information, was from Pliny. Pliny got it from Christians, and this is the early 2nd century. Christians are just repeating at him the Gospels. We can't establish that they did any kind of fact-checking independently of that. There's no indication that they did. Pliny didn't do it, and Tacitus gives us no indication that he did either. So all Tacitus is doing at best is just repeating what Christians were telling people, and that's what they're getting out of the Gospels decades and decades later, several lifetimes after the fact. Same with Josephus. Josephus is even more clear. J.G. Goldberg is a scholar who did a really important paper proving that
it's a good source right here.
Earlier from Josephus.
White boy just working behind the jail, bro. He
the Emmaus speech in Luke 24. So whoever wrote that paragraph,
getting his offense. He's getting his offense.
Whoever wrote that was just copying uncritically the Gospel of Luke. And Gospel of Luke was just embellishing the Gospels of Matthew and Mark. And Matthew was just embellishing the Gospel of Mark. It just goes back to Mark. So this is not an independent source. There's no indication that Josephus had any other sources that he used. So we can't use this evidence. It's not usable to establish the historicity of someone. We're stuck with the Gospels. That's all we've got. And really, that means just one Gospel, which is the Gospel of Mark. I already talked about the Talmud placing Jesus 100 years before Pontius Pilate and all of that. We have no information from Jews until hundreds of years after the fact, by the way. When those Jews at that time, we're talking about the Talmud, obviously, had no good information. I mean, they clearly couldn't even get the correct century that Jesus existed in. They didn't even know about Pontius Pilate. They didn't know about the Romans or any of that stuff. So clearly this is too late for them to know the truth or get any accurate information by. But when you look at the earliest texts we have Justin Martyr. Now, Justin Martyr invents a fictional Jew to argue with, but his objective was to create a story that he could sell to other Jews. So he's trying to model what Jewish critics of his time would represent. And the Jewish model that he creates in this actually does threaten Christians with saying, well, you guys just believe in myths without any evidence, with no basis.
All right, DC, after they finish fighting, we'll let you get your fade.
And
we'll let you come up
Justin's
and get your
response
fade.
to this is to appeal to their miracle working and ability to cast out demons and heal people and stuff like this. It proves
hey, that white boy working, man.
That's not a valid, it's not a logically valid argument. But
nah, that white boy working behind the jab. Let me show y'all right now what's going on is, see, the Guerrilla Hebrew have to get off on some offense. His offense has to be superb in this, right? Because he's going to have to bring proof that Jesus, is a real person. The things that he's bringing is coming from he say, she say, things that people are saying. And then he's making comparisons, saying because someone said that he didn't exist doesn't really mean he doesn't exist. So off the top. He's not starting off with primaries. So he's not getting the offense that he's getting off is not primary work. This guy Richard, all he has to do is Bivol. When Bivol fought Canelo, he just controlled the distance and stayed with a jab because all he had to do was come defend his stance. If this guy showed me something tonight, then I can really open up. But see, he didn't even take that approach. He's actually coming off with his own offense. And he's pointing out the fact, and he's giving you a chronology. He even Sean coming out with the Talmud, even bringing up Moses Maimonides, and this time he's proving that the only primary is gonna come from Mark, and that's not even a real primary. But this is where everyone's taking their story from out of Mark. Paul comes later, way later. Josephus can't help you. So you done threw the kitchen sink at this nigga in the first round, and all the white boy did is stood his ground, and he's saying in his head, I haven't seen nothing yet. But that's not he's still coming with offense. And he's pushing Grla back on the back foot, so hopefully Gorilla Hebrew have a better second round. He needed a better second round because he just lost his first round. And that's non-biased. In DC, when this fight over with, nigga, have your shoes tied up. Cause I want to look at that shit.
Saying that these were mythologies that carried deeper meaning. Okay, that's a good enough ring up for that. Let me see if I can get out of there.
Yeah. Good deal. Shout out to the Brother Garfield podcast. Make sure y'all subscribing to the platform. The topic is, did Jesus exist? That concludes the first round. We'll be going into the second round with the same set of instructions. Gorilla Hebrew will be going first, 15 minutes. Dr. Richard Carey will follow with 15 minutes. And then we will have 5 minutes rebuttal and then a 5-minute rebuttal on the opposite end. Right now we're still in the first round, correct? We're still in the first round, correct?
Yes, rebuttal.
So we got a rebuttal section, Salakia. So we got a rebuttal section. Gorilla, you'll be going up first for 5 minutes. I got you timed right now. And I'll be calling it at 1 minute. Are you prepared, Gorilla Hebrew? Would you be sharing the screen?
Yes, sir, and I'll be sharing the screen.
All right, so let me go ahead and get you set. Would you like for me to click on the same link for the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. You are on the screen. The time will start when you start. Make sure y'all send your financial support to $Ask Brother Garfield. Make sure y'all send your support to $Ask Brother Garfield. The floor is yours, Gorilla Hebrew.
All right, again, first and foremost, I give all praises, honor, and glory to you. How about Shem Yahushua? So one major thing I want to point out is how dishonest it is, and I'm not saying this personally on the behalf of Dr. Richard Carrier, but just in general, for scholars to dismiss the evidence that exists or the lack thereof that exists in Palestine or Judea during the time contemporary with when Christ is purported to walk the earth. And what I mean by that is, of course, we all know the saying, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. We're talking about somebody who lived in the 1st century in Judea. So that's a long time ago, right? Not many things are preserved, especially when we're dealing with writings from all over the entire planet, from anywhere at that time, let alone a place that was sacked and destroyed by the Romans in the Roman Jewish wars. Then had another Roman Jewish war. Then you had the Bar Kokhba revolt. You had various things that totally devastated the area. So and on top of that, the average person, especially peasant, which of course Jesus is purported to be, had no impact, and there's no evidence that they exist. They didn't leave any evidence behind that they ever existed. The average person who lived at that time, let alone from that region. Those are things that have to be understood.
Hey, the
to act
white
as
boy
if
don't
such
have
things
nothing
should
to
exist
prove.
is
Gorilla
really
Hebrew
kind of
one
insane,
have something
right?
to prove.
On top of that,
have to
he
prove
attacked
Jesus
and
is
built a
real.
straw man for my argumentation for bringing the Jewish sources, right? Again, I mentioned Maimonides, or however you say his name, who existed much later in time, of course, than Jesus. The point was Jewish rabbinical tradition did not assert or affirm that Jesus Christ did not exist. They engaged him as if he was an actual historical figure. So we have to take things into consideration. The number one opponents of Christianity from its onset were the rabbinical Jews. They are the ones who had a problem with many Jews going and doing something that they felt was against the Torah, was idolatrous. If the man never existed, then the individuals who would have firsthand knowledge would have made that a primary argument against his followers. And because of how we know the way in which and the gravity in which rabbinical tradition is taken, we know that that's something that would have been passed down along with all the other traditions of rabbinical Judaism, right? Now, I'm going to go back to my slides, right? So he's making quite the assertion about Tacitus' knowledge of Jesus. We just heard him do that. And we have strong historical evidence that contradicts what he says, right? So I'm going to go here, right? This is also from the Annals of Tacitus. He says this: I remember hearing my elder say that a certain document was often seen in Piso's hand, which he never made public. This document, his friends, averred was a dispatch from Tiberius containing instructions with regard to Samanicus. Piso had intended to produce it before the Senate and thereby convict the emperor, but Sejanus put him off with empty promises. It was also said that Piso did not die by his own hand, but by the executioner. I cannot affirm the truth of either story, but I feel sound to not withhold statements made by persons who were still alive in the days of my own youth. Right? So this is important because we see that Tacitus accredits nothing whatsoever beyond the fact that he had heard certain old men tell certain things. He distinctly refuses to accredit anything else. So this is a source where when Tacitus is getting something, hold on, let me go here, my phone. So here we have a clear example of how Tacitus handles hearsay. He affirms that he has no proof beyond what he heard, right? If Dr. Carrier's position were accurate as to Tacitus' source for the life and crucifixion, he would have said something similar, but he doesn't. He speaks about it as if he knows it matter-of-factly. Again, he is confronted with things that he hears. Oh, it said this. I heard certain old men say this, but he's not verifying it, or as the other author says, he's not accrediting it because he has no other sources. So he makes sure to mention there is a lack of historical source. In the case of Jesus Christ and his crucifixion under Pontius Pilate, he does no such thing, which means he's speaking matter-of-factly about it. He's speaking as if it is a validated form of history, and he is, of course, a Roman historian. Right? With that, I rest, giving again all praise Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai.
Make sure you guys are subscribed and following the Brother Garfield podcast.
Okay, now that's second round. Now, non-biased. Again, at the end, the brother Hebrew, you have to get your offense off. He is supposed to be, sourcing the shit out of this shit right now, proving that Jesus lived. Instead, he getting caught up at the end. Before he ended, he saying that he basically saying that the brother don't want to accept it. Of course he don't. That's his position. You're here to say Jesus is real. This brother saying he's not. Yeah, all I have to say, I'm going to say he's not. You have to show me something. And Grla have not showed us something. You got to show us something, bro. You can't just, man, you're going to have to bring some proof. I'm talking about like a tombstone or what a nigga buried in or what a nigga, something like that. It's not just going to be able to come from word of mouth. And so let's work, man. We're in the second debate, man. Remember, if you buy a ticket, please remember to put your name. When it asks for your name, don't tell them your name, goddamn. Tell them your name is BCU. And also follow me and send me your screenshot of your ticket. Shout out to Geechee. Geechee send me his. Tree send me hers. New Fat Boy send me his. There's a few more, y'all. Shout out to Philly. in the cash app. Y'all hit the cash app too, show some love, goddamn. Y'all, everybody ain't gotta get their tickets today. We don't fight till next week. So y'all got a couple days. But today y'all can show some love, goddamn, in the cash app for the Top Cat. All right, man, round 2, let's go.
And that looks like similar things that we have for other mythical heroes. Jesus is actually more like Osiris, Hercules, Bacchus, the ones that I mentioned earlier. He looks like one of these savior figures, these savior heroes that people put their faith in and try to obtain immortal, eternal life from. Personal salvation. All of these gods offered that in the particular religions of the time, including through baptism and communal meals and things like that. All of these savior figures are usually mythical. So we need better evidence for Jesus than we have for Socrates, and yet we don't even have for Jesus what we have for Socrates. We have nothing alike. So that's the reason. It's not just the silence of the evidence, it's the weird sequence of evidence that doesn't match the sequence of evidence for any other historical person that we're confident in. And get back to the Talmudic Jews argument. You can't argue that they're giving you any reliable information if they can't even get the correct century that Jesus was killed in. They can't even don't even know about the crucifixion, that he's stoned to death for wizardry, for sorcery. So their story is clearly wildly off book. So they have no concept of Pontius Pilate. They have no concept of the Romans being involved. It's 100 years earlier. So they had no reliable information. So you can't cite them. They clearly don't know what they're talking about at that time, and clearly had no access to any reliable information to talk about Jesus. So the information is useless. It's just centuries later, wild hearsay. We can't base anything on, unfortunately.
Hey, that's good defense by white boy Rich. Stand on his 12.
Tacitus doesn't mention his sources.
You have
for
to get
this,
past that
but all he
point
does
that
is repeat
making right
information
there.
that's exactly from the Gospels. And whereas we know for a fact that Tacitus got information and used information for his histories from his best friend Pliny. And we know for a fact his best friend Pliny interrogated Christians. We know for a fact that Pliny knew nothing about Christians until he interrogated them. And that Pliny didn't fact check them. Once he heard what the Christians had to say, he says, this is a ridiculous superstition, whatever. And so that's what Tacitus says too. Tacitus repeats almost not identical words, but very similar. He calls it a ridiculous superstition. So Tacitus, almost certainly, the only source that we can track that's likely for Tacitus is Pliny, who's just citing Christians in the 2nd century, who would just be repeating the Gospels. So we can't establish that Tacitus is independent of the Gospels. All he's doing is repeating information that's circulated. There's no evidence that he researched it, that he confirmed it was true, or anything like that. And that's why we can't use passages like Tacitus. And that's it, actually. I've answered all of the claims made so far.
All right, good deal. Make sure you are locked in and subscribe to the Brother Garfield podcast. I'm putting together these excellent debates for us, starting with this major debate between Dr. Richard Carrier, PhD scholar, and Chief Priest Alazar Bonloya. It's been an excellent debate so far. We'll be moving into round 2. Me being the lead moderator, I want to ask for any other moderators to try to refuse or try to restrain yourself from eliminating anybody out of the room. This has been an excellent debate so far, and a free space to watch the highest level of edification. There's been a lot of people that has invested their time in marketing, supporting and spreading the news of this debate, as well as sending their support in financially for this debate so far. So we want to make sure that everybody fairly is able to see the debate. If you're saying anything that's extremely wild, then of course we should screenshot that and remove you. But other than that, if you just have your opinion on the debaters, the platform, the moderators, it don't matter. Let it ride. I just want to make sure I say that before we go into round 2. I will reset at 15 minutes. Gorilla Hebrew, are you ready to go? And would you be able to, would you be utilizing the screen?
Yes, sir. I'll be sharing my screen. I'm ready.
All right, let me get that up for you first. And it's the same screen, correct, before I click it?
Yes, sir.
All right, good deal. I'll add that to the stream. And make sure you guys, everybody that's just coming into the room, please support the platform. Please support the debaters, support the moderator and the creator of the platform. Send your cash apps to $ Ask Brother Garfield. Send your financial support there. We are in round 2, where
hey, I'm sorry, Corey. One interjection. I apologize.
No, the floor is
family in the chat. Leave the tomato stuff alone. Chill out for tonight. All right. And if they do put a tomato, if you're gonna time them out. Don't block them for that. Don't block them for that, because y'all blocking everybody that put tomatoes up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what tomatoes mean. I have no idea what it means. I don't care. But if you're gonna don't block them. Just time them out if you got a problem with a tomato or whatever. But if y'all putting up tomatoes, no need. Just put a comment, family. All right. Peace.
Good deal. No problem. So we'll start with Gorilla Hebrew, 15 minutes, then we'll slide into Dr. Richard Carrier's 15 minutes, and then we'll go into Gorilla Hebrew's 5-minute rebuttal, and then Dr. Richard Carrier's 5-minute rebuttal. Gorilla Hebrew, round 2, Salakia. The 15-minute section is on you. The time will start when you start.
Okay, yeah. So again, of course, I first and foremost have to give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh Shem Yahushua. So I'm going back to a previous slide because I let him slide on it the first time he said it, but he said it again, right? And they said that his methodology and argumentation was problematic, and we're starting to see that. So he keeps affirming, right, about the Jewish sources that, he said he was stoned in the timeline, etc. But does it say he was stoned? It says on the eve of Passover, they hanged Jesus, right? A herald went out before him 40 days saying he's going to be stoned, but then they end again with they hanged him on the eve of Passover, right? Hanged on a tree, crucifixion. That's what it is, right? Just for the record. So it's problematic. He misrepresents sources, as most proponents of the Christ myth theory do, right? So now let's get back into it. Let's go back to Josephus, who, of course, he's also calling into question. The question is, are these reports total and complete forgeries, or are they embellishments of the actual words of Josephus? The scholarly consensus, both Jewish and Christian, points to the latter, recognizing that Josephus did, in fact, have something to say about Jesus. The statements largely recognized as authentic are found in Antiquities 29:1, right, 200, where he speaks of the high priest Annas bringing Jacob or James, whom he calls the brother of Jesus, called Christ, before the Sanhedrin, right? So what's funny is also what he's doing, and let me not get away from this, is he's going, that's not real because it just quotes the gospel. Or is it possible that it's corroborating the gospel, right? Just because it is in accordance with the gospel, he's dismissing it, alleging that it has to be just a copy of the gospel. Now, again, do scholars think that the gospels are much later in time? Yes, they do, right? But that doesn't mean that they're entire works of fiction, even if you believe they are predominantly works of fiction. We know that there are historical events and characters that are referenced in the Gospels that are outside of Jesus or any of the supernatural beliefs that is necessary for Christianity, i.e. Pontius Pilate, i.e. Herod, etc. We know these are people that existed, right? So in understanding those things, just because something is corroborated with the Gospels does not mean it's just copied from the Gospels or it is repeating the Gospels because it is in accordance with the Gospels. That's a logical fallacy. Let's keep going. So wait, Jesus, he has a brother, but he's not real. How does somebody who's not real have a brother? Right? Let's go to Mark 6:3, which is the gospel, right? Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James and Joseph and Judah and Simon? So they talk about his mom and 4 of his brothers are not his sisters here with him. He got sisters, and they were offended at him. Now, right, since our friend Dr. Dick here has manufactured his own standard of proof by moving the goalpost to only really considering the 7 of Paul's epistles as the only authorities from the New Testament, let's see what they have to say about Jesus' brother. But other apostles saw none, Paul says, save James, the Lord's brother. That's Galatians 1:19. So since you like Paul so much, let's stay in Paul. Paul on Christ. Romans 15:8. He says, now I say that Jesus Christ was a minister of the circumcision for the truth of God to confirm promises made unto the fathers. Dr. Carrier claims Paul says Jesus never taught the Jews, that Paul doesn't mention his ministry, and he doesn't place him in history. The above verse debunks all 3 points, right? In order to have a ministry, you have to minister. The circumcision is the Jews. You can't minister to the Jews without a ministry to the Jews. More Paul on Christ. 1 Corinthians 11:23-27. For I have received of the Lord, which also I delivered unto you, that the Lord Jesus, the same night in which he was betrayed, took bread. And when he had given thanks, he brake it and said, take, eat. This is my body, which is broken for you. This do in remembrance of me. After the same manner also took the cup when he had supped, saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do ye as oft as ye drink in remembrance of me. For as oft as ye eat this bread and drink this cup, ye do show the Lord's death till he come. Wherefore, whatsoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and blood of the Lord. Paul is clearly referring to the Last Supper, an event in human history. You know the thing Dr. Carrier says Paul never places Jesus in, which is in actuality the Passover meal. He was crucified on that day, just like the Talmudic historic sources say. More Paul on Christ. Romans 1:3, concerning his son, Jesus Christ, our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. This corresponds with Matthew 1, calling him the son of David, as well as giving a genealogy directly linked David to Joseph. The same Joseph Jesus is called the son of in John 1:45 and Luke 2:48. Galatians 4:4. But when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law. 1 Timothy 6:13. I give thee charge in the sight of God, who quickeneth all things, and before Christ Jesus, who before Pontius Pilate witnessed a good confession. 1 Corinthians 15:4-6. No, hold on. Let me slow it down. So now, hold on. Let me go back another one. Hold on. Just wait a minute, right? So it says he's made of the seed of a man, right? Again, corresponding with the genealogy linking David to Joseph, and of course, Joseph being affirmed as his father in John 1:45 and Luke 2:48. Then we got Galatians 4, that he has a mom. Okay. Then we go to 1 Timothy 6:13, right? And it said he witnessed a good confession before Pontius Pilate. This is history, right? Now, 1 Corinthians 15:4-6, and that he was buried, and that he rose again the third day, according to the scriptures, and that he was seen of Cephas, then and of the 12 after that, he was seen of above 500 brethren at once, of whom the greater part remain unto this day present, but some are fallen asleep. Paul's reference to 500 people seeing Christ at once makes it apparent that he indefinitely is placing Christ in human history on the planet Earth and not in outer space. He clearly believes the eyewitness testimony of the men there who he affirms are still alive, inferring he heard their testimony of this event himself. So according to Paul, make this straight, because he's saying Paul never does any of this stuff. According to Paul, Jesus was born, had a dad, had a mom, a brother, a ministry to the Jews, ate Passover, went before an established historical figure, Pontius Pilate, died, was buried, then was seen by 500 people at once. But Dr. Rich here says Paul never places him in human history or even believes him to have been a man that walked the earth. Right? This is highly problematic, right? Because again, his entire thesis is hinged on Paul's epistles.
Bro, you got
and when we go through Paul's epistles and we read these things and we read how he's placing him in history, I mean, we're talking about somebody. He's talking about somebody sitting down and eating a meal. Now, when we go to the Last Supper, right? He says, "Take and eat. This is my body, which is broken for you." So this is something that he did with the 12, right? He passed the bread around. He drank. He's doing this with somebody, with people. And this is an actual event in which Paul is attesting to occurred. Again, these are the things that his theory is hinged upon can exist in Paul. Yet does exist in Paul's epistles.
Them niggas drinking blood, sitting around drinking. Nigga, proof of existence of Jesus is niggas Jesus sat around one time and ate bread and drunk blood with a nigga. Is one of the primary sources to the nigga living. How we know he lived? Cause he hung out one night with his homeboy. They didn't smoke weed, watch the game, barbecue, have some hoes come through. No, it was a bunch of niggas sat around the table and they ate bread and drunk blood. Nigga, primary.
Finally goes, oh, well, that means that. Oh, well, we can't really do that. Oh, well, that. What he's not going to do for most of this, and what he doesn't do in the majority of the debates that he has, is actually show and prove any of the actual reasoning behind his nonchalant dismissals of hard-hitting facts that are diametrically opposed to the arguments in which that he is making, right? So I need everybody out there to notate that. So again, I'm gonna run this back, right? So according to Paul, in Paul's epistles, which again, let's go back to the goalpost, right? Since our friend Dr. Dick here has
That nigga
manufactured
say
his own
dipping
standard
blood,
of proof by
dipping
moving
bread
the
and blood
goalpost,
like
only
cookies
really
and milk.
considering 7 of Paul's epistles as the only authorities from the New Testament.
Nah, hell nah, man. Hey, shout out to Dog Chief 305 in the cash. I appreciate that love. That nigga say dipping bread and blood like milk and cookies. Boy, you Hebrew nigga. Them niggas dunking bread, Ezekiel bread, and fresh. I wonder what the blood type. What blood type y'all think it is? Them niggas eat Ezekiel bread dipped in A type and A blood type. Nah, man, these niggas drinking O negative. These niggas drinking O negative, a fresh squeezed glass of O negative blood. Ain't that a bitch? These niggas dipping Ezekiel bread, nigga, in A negative blood.
So if I wake up one day and I claim to have a dream, or I have an imagination, or I get off to do some acid or LSD and have a hallucination, that's something that happens to me, right? 500 people at once. And what's important here is, he says, of whom the greater part remain. So he's saying the majority of the 500 people are alive. He has firsthand knowledge that they are alive. He's heard this. This infers that he heard this from them and he believes their testimony. Oh, the majority of 500 witnesses that collectively attest to seeing Jesus. Again, whether you believe in the supernatural or not, right? There's different ways to explain that. You have a whole Muslim alternative theory that there was a switcheroo, right? That Jesus didn't go on a cross, that was not crucified, and he still existed after the date of the crucifixion, right? If we employ that here, that would explain how he appeared to 500 people, right? It doesn't have to be revelatory. It doesn't have to be supernatural. There's a practical way in which he could have appeared to 500 people after he seemingly died. What we do know is Paul, again, who you hinge your argumentation on, is attesting to 500 people seeing him at once, the bulk of which he attests to are still alive and are witnesses to this. That's very important, right? I'm going to hit another point, right? Of course, here in 1 Timothy affirms him going before Pilate, right? Now, I went over that. This is also important. I want to hit back on this. Romans 15:8. Now I say Jesus Christ was a minister of the circumcision. Kind of like how Peter was a minister to the circumcision and Paul was a minister to the Gentiles. Well, what does that mean? Everybody pretty much understands that Paul went to the Gentiles, those are without. He went to the churches in Asia Minor, people who were in the Greco-Roman world and culture and society. Peter specialized in evangelizing people who were in Jewry, people who were Jews, people who attended synagogue and reasoning to them about Jesus, right? Paul's was different, but he was said to go what? To the circumcision. Peter's ministry was to the circumcision. Paul says here what? Christ was a minister of the circumcision. Who's the circumcision? The people who get circumcised the 8th day, which is who? The Jews. So one more time, to be redundant, because it's important. So according to Paul, Jesus was born. That's something you got to do on earth. Had a dad and a mom. Parents, you have that on earth. A brother, you have that on earth. A ministry to the Jews. Well, the Jews are on earth, so I'd have to be on earth to minister to them. 8 Passover, eating food that happens here on earth in an event that's commemorated on earth. Went before an established historical figure, Pontius Pilate. That happens on earth. Died, was buried. I mean, to get buried literally means to get put in the earth. Then was seen by 500 people at once who were alive during Paul's time. So that has to happen on earth. But Dr. Rich here says Paul never places him in human history or even believes him to be a man that walked the earth. With that, yield the rest of my time giving all praises to Yahweh Bashem Yahushua.
So with 20 seconds, Gorilla Hebrew yields the rest of his time. Make sure you're subscribed to the Brother Garfield.
All right, now that was his other round now, family. I mean, sound like his strongest argument is a case of a reference of Paul, who's saying over 500 people say they seen him. But the problem is everybody and their mama know that Paul ain't even, nigga, Jesus don't know Paul. Jesus don't know Paul, man. What they say, he met the nigga while he was dead. Jesus was dead and gone. When Paul came back and told everybody he met the nigga where he was at on the road to Damascus or some shit like that. And nigga talking about, hey, look at it. Hey, you got a lighter? Turn around, it's Jesus, the ghost of Jesus type of shit. You niggas already drinking blood. Y'all better chill out. Sacrificing goats and shit like that, nigga. Even was about to sacrifice his little boy in the Bible. Who was that? Ishmael or something. One of them niggas was supposed to got their ass goddamn sliced up, nigga, and sacrificed to the gods. And the nigga said, hey man, nah, I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, now they go out of the Bible. That nigga be playing, that nigga there. He finna let the daddy kill the little boy type of shit. Yeah, them niggas, they're weird. What's the girl in them name that rode their daddy dick? Slipped a Mickey on the daddy. Yeah, slipped a Mickey on the daddy and sat on that dick. Got the nigga who that saw, what that Noah kinfolk? Yeah, Noah kinfolk them or something like that. Slipped a Mickey on that nigga ass and rode that dick backwards, cowgirl style. Yeah, they wildin'. They wildin' that Bible. Oh God, goodness gracious. You ever had rich friends? Oh man, they family. Oh man, it be some cold shit going on in that household, don't it? Hey, y'all ever met them? Y'all had rich friends? Oh man, them motherfuckers, that'd be terrible in there. Nene Leakes, Atlanta housewife. Her son just caught a case. Gave the laws his brother name, and you rich folk be having them issues. Yeah, they fucked the daddy in the book, the opening of the book. Abraham is the forefather, and he was a goddamn pimp. Abraham was a goddamn low-life pimp. The nigga was pulled in the hole. He went to Egypt, sold Pharaoh some pussy, and then he came out with mink coats and cattle, and then they gave him Ishmael mama, the little bow-legged Egyptian chick, and he started fucking with her. Sarah was jealous. That nigga Abraham, the God, the father of you niggas, the progenitor, was a pimp who sold pussy. Back to the bill.
The apostles directly, personally. And the apostles, not Jesus, they had to go around earth and around the world and in Jerusalem and so on, and they had to convey the teachings of the Lord. That means that Paul has no knowledge of Jesus doing this. The only way the Jews could find out about the teachings of Jesus, the only way they could be saved, the only way they could learn the gospel was through the apostles. And apostle means one sent. So he's talking about people who received a vision of Jesus in which this imaginary Jesus sent them forth to preach his message. And this is all we get in Paul. When you look at Romans 15 or Romans 16, verses 25 to 26, Paul says the gospel and charisma, meaning preaching of Christ, is known only through revelation in scripture. He never mentions a ministry. He never mentions anything. This is why it's weird. This is why I'm very skeptical of it happened, because we only get him ministry preaching to the Jews and so on a lifetime later in myths written in a foreign language in a foreign land. So it's only when the gospel people start making up stories, and that's all, long after witnesses would have been dead. When we look at Paul, we look at someone who's actually contemporary. He only knows about revelations and secret messages in scripture and other sources. He never says anyone knew him. And this is a good example is 1 Corinthians 15, which Grla Hebrews brought up. Read that passage, 1 Corinthians 15 from verse 1 forward, and notice that Paul never mentions anyone knowing Jesus or meeting Jesus before he died. No one sees Jesus before he died. The first time anyone gets to see Jesus or meet him or hear anything about Jesus is from scripture. And then when Jesus appears to Peter by himself after the death, right? So this is the resurrected Jesus appearing to Peter. Now, all mainstream scholars agree that there's no way a dead person showed up and talked to Peter. They know that this is a standard thing that happens across religions in the world of personal religious experiences, inner experiences. Doesn't even necessarily have to be a hallucination. Paul is very vague as to what actually the medium was. At the time, they believed that if God's visited you in your dreams, that was the real God, that you're actually talking to the God. And so when he says that Jesus appeared to people, he could mean that they just had dreams in which they met Jesus and he told them these things. But they could have also had waking visions. We know through many religions throughout world history have waking visions like this and have practices for creating ecstasies in which people will get into an altered state of consciousness and have these experiences. And since this happens in all religions, we know it can't be unique. It's not unique to Christianity, so it doesn't support their God any more than any of the other gods or spirits or angels and whatnot that people claim to have seen. And we have this, pagan religion has these visions that people have and things like that. We have lots of examples of that. Now, when we get to the one case where Paul says that there was an appearance all at once to all the brethren, notably, pay close attention, and that is the only instance in which Jesus appears en masse to people. That means all the other instances were individual one-offs, private experiences that individuals had and then reported later. Only the appearance to all the brethren was there one sudden appearance that Jesus simultaneously appeared to all these people. Now, Paul never tells us what they saw. He doesn't describe it. He doesn't say what it is exactly. But when we look in the book of Acts, we find when Paul's vision is described in the book of Acts, it's an amorphous light in the sky and a mysterious voice in his head. It's not meeting a flesh and blood Jesus. And Paul even says he didn't meet a flesh and blood Jesus. It's in Galatians 1.
Paul told us that.
He only had a revelation of Christ, and it was only inside him that he had this revelation.
You know how to hit the revelation of the 12 tribe choice?
Voice. And when we look at Acts 2, the only occasion that the gospel authors know of all the gospels that we have, the only instance in which there's an appearance to all the brethren is the Pentecost ecstasy in Acts 2. And there, what do they see? They see tongues of fire above them, so they're seeing amorphous lights. They feel the presence of Jesus, and they interpret this as seeing Jesus, as being blessed by his presence. And so that gets translated and conveyed by Paul in that same way. That there was a mass trance. Everybody had sort of this experience of the inner Jesus, and they all claim to have had that experience at the same time. Now, we have lots of examples of these kinds of mass trances. The Seventh-day Adventists experience this. We have the Shaker cults experience this. The Ghost Dance movement had similar things like this. So we have lots of examples of this, of people having these kinds of experiences. It doesn't really mean that there's an actual historical person. It means people have driven themselves up, frenzied themselves up into imagining that they're having this experience, that they feel the presence of Christ and therefore have seen Christ, that Christ has appeared to them. And maybe they associate with that with some visual phenomenon, like a light or some sort of thing that they see in their visual field. But there's no indication in Paul that there's any specific detail. It's not a body. They're not having dinner with Jesus. They're not handling Jesus. And the same thing we get with when Paul talks about the Eucharist. Paul conspicuously never mentions this as a Last Supper. He never calls it that. And he never says anything about Jesus coming again. When he finishes the speech of Jesus, Jesus says, "Until I come," as if he hadn't come yet. And Paul says that he got this from the Lord, which means we know from other passages when Paul talks about this, he got it in a vision from the Lord. So the Lord told him this, he got this in a vision, and he's relating this. And you'll notice in Paul's version, there's no people present. There's no disciples. This isn't a supper in a room or anywhere. This is a ritual meal that Jesus is preaching to all future Christians. This is a vision, just like we get in Acts when Peter has a vision of a meal in the sky that teaches him something, and then he can go and convey this new lesson. That's exactly the kind of thing that Paul's talking about. So we have in here not only no evidence of Jesus, but even indications that Paul still has no idea that this is stuff that happened on earth. This is stuff that you could only learn through revelation in Scripture, exactly like he says in Romans 16. Let's see, what else is there to go over? Yeah, the misleading rebuttal. Hanged Jesus and Talmud, that's a mistranslation. In the Mishnah, this is standard Jewish law, that after you are stoned, the body is always hung on a tree. This is Deuteronomy. This is standard Deuteronomy. This is Torah law, actually, but it's also in the Mishnah, specific description of how you hang the body after execution, and then you take it down and bury it before sunset. This is a standard stoning execution. There's nothing weird about it. What is weird about it is that this isn't a Roman execution. This isn't Roman crucifixion. This isn't someone being nailed up on a cross. This is someone who's stoned to death, and then their naked corpse is hung up for shame, and then buried in a criminal's graveyard. This is standard Jewish law. So the Jews who wrote the Talmudic account have no knowledge of a Roman crucifixion. They only know about standard Jewish stoning and hanging and burial of Jesus. And they place it 100 years earlier, so they have no idea of the version that we hear about. So they clearly had no access to reliable information about this. And that's why we can't cite them as reliable. They have no reliable information, so we can't get any reliable information out of them. When we get to the James passage in Josephus, so again, let's just assume that's what he wrote. I think there's really good evidence that he didn't, but you can find that in my writings. You can look at why we can't trust anything on Josephus before 2014. That's on my blog site at richardcarrier.info. But put that aside. Let's assume that he actually wrote what we have. And this is what I assume in my study, actually, in my academic study. Paul says in Romans 8 that all baptized Christians are brothers of the Lord, that Christ is the firstborn of many brethren, and that, in fact, we cry out, Abba, Father, at our baptism because we share in the death and resurrection of Jesus. And therefore, we all become co-heirs to the kingdom of God through being co-heirs with the Son of God, the firstborn Son of God, which is Jesus. So Paul goes over this a lot of times, that we are, if you are baptized Christians, you are sons of God, and therefore you are all brothers of Jesus. So if James wrote this passage, he doesn't indicate whether he means biological brother or anything like that. All we know is that Josephus would have reported what Christians would have told him, because that would have been his only source, or Jews just repeating what Christians said back to Josephus. And if they said, well, okay, yeah, there was a brother of the Lord, the brother of Jesus was executed, he would just report that. We don't know that he knew that was a fictive kinship designation that was common within the Christian movement. We don't know that he meant that was biological. Josephus doesn't say. So we actually can't use this as evidence of an actual biological Jesus, because we have evidence that the brothers of the Lord was an actual common epithet that the Christians used of each other. And that's why the Christians called each other brother, is because they were all brothers of the Lord through baptism and thus adoption by God. That's throughout Paul, multiple passages. So that's not usable. So when you put the evidence back in that's being left out, you notice that the evidence is not strong anymore. And this is what my study does, is it takes all of these passages that are taken out of context, and all of this evidence is left out to defend the historicity of Jesus. But when we bring that evidence back in, that historicity, that evidence evaporates. And this is a problem. And this is why we have to address the evidence. We can't rely on just what authorities say, what people say, etc. You got to look at the evidence. You got to look right back at it in particular. Grla Hebrew seems surprised that mythical people would have brothers. There's tons of mythical heroes that had named brothers and siblings and family. In fact, memorizing the genealogy and families of mythical heroes is one of the things that schoolboys did in ancient Greece and even ancient Palestine and so on. So if you went to Greek school at all, you did this. You studied the mythological names of mythological brothers of mythological heroes. This is not abnormal at all. There's also particular reasons why Mark invented brothers for Jesus, but we don't need to get into that today. If you're interested in that, I do talk about it. I have a whole section on it in my study on the historicity of Jesus. I already went over the ministry of circumcision, the Eucharist. Romans 1:3, Paul is just quoting Nathan's prophecy. This is a prophecy in the Old Testament that God would take semen, literally says semen, from David's belly and make a Messiah who would rule eternally sit the throne eternally. So whether Paul means this allegorically, just like he in Galatians 3 says that all Gentiles are the seed, the semen, the same word of Abraham, metaphorically. Obviously, he doesn't mean that literally. He means it metaphorically. Whether he means that for Jesus as well, in order to fulfill prophecy, or if he means some sort of metaphysical way that God made Jesus out of the flesh of David, made the flesh of Jesus that could die on the cross, etc. We don't know. Paul doesn't say. But it had to be either one, because the prophecy said this had to happen. So whatever Paul thought was the actual place and way that Jesus died and was executed, whoever he really thought killed him and so on, he had to think that God achieved this prophecy in some way. So for him to repeat it is exactly expected, no matter what, whether Jesus existed or not. So that's why we can't trust this. And Galatians 4:4, if you keep reading, you'll notice that Paul says that the women he's talking about are allegories. He's talking about being born to Hagar or born to Sarah as allegorical preaching regarding which world you are born to, the world of flesh or the world of the spirit. And so that's, again, we get the same thing here, where when you look at the whole context, yeah, thank you. When we get to the whole context, especially if you start in Galatians 3, when Paul's talking about allegorically the Gentiles being the seed of Abraham, that's the same speech in which he talks about Jesus being born of a woman. And then he gets down to us being born of a woman, and he says the women I'm talking about are allegories, not actual literal women. So we can't use this either. So Paul is not talking about the biology of Jesus, so it's not usable as evidence. But when you put the evidence back in that's being left out, it falls apart. 1 Timothy, again, all scholars agree is a 2nd century forgery, so we can't use that. And I think I've covered everything else, so good to go.
So good to go, buddy.
All right, Dr. Richard Carrier has yielded the last 20 seconds of his time. Make sure if you're just coming into the room.
They asked why experiment David Bailey, because a nigga came in him. Man, y'all know David out there freaking hard. David was a freak. He just knew how to fight. David had come in his belly because a nigga came in him. David a freak. He the nigga you about to fuck, and the bitch got a condom. The last nigga that lost the condom in the pussy. You go to fuck and the bitch got a whole condom inside of the pussy already. You funky trifling bitch. Yeah, David was a freak. Nigga, in order to, now I'm not condoning this, but nigga, back in the game, nigga, in order to join the club, you would have to go hunt. You gotta go fight a bear. Some nigga make you go do something violent to the other opposition. Well, with the Hebrews, a nigga told a nigga to grab that dick. Y'all know Terry Crews, the big nigga Damon out Friday. They say he was at a party and it was alcohol involved, and a white male approached him, and he went to shake the man's hand, and the man grabbed that dick. Nigga, that ain't no different than what Abraham had them niggas come grab that dick. Nigga gotta face that dick if you gonna come on. Yeah, if you gonna come on this side. And David got come, they done found him with 6 semen stains on some polite shit. Yeah, that nigga got 6 semen stains found in his belly. Nigga done freaked and had a gangbang. Nigga had a gangbang. They found 6 strands of different types of semen in the nigga belly. And he went back and fucked Jonathan. They knew him and Jonathan was fucking everybody. That ain't no rumor. The nigga got 6 semen stains in his belly. Freaked out ass nigga. He just know how to fight.
Of those other debates. When he gets hit with something, he just tries to nonchalantly explain it away or dismiss it without any real evidence contrary to it, right? Moving on. He tries to downplay the fact that Christ had a ministry by saying, oh, that's the word deacon, and deacon means minister. Deacon is an established office in the Christian church that is a part of ministry, if he is using that word to describe Jesus, then that's letting you know that he had a ministry or a role in the church activity. Those are the offices that Paul appoints and assigns people to, right? Moving on. It's funny, he said, oh, well, and it just means that he submitted himself. He was born under the law, meaning he submitted himself to the law. How do you cosmically submit yourself to a law that's enforced on the planet Earth by Jews? How can you submit yourself to something with no authority of the Sanhedrin or priests to enforce the law? How can you do that? That is literally your interpretation of Galatians 4:4 is literally one of the most ridiculous parts of all of your argumentation, right? And I'll delve into that further momentarily. Again, so now when Paul says he appears to 500 people, guys, apparently they were doing LSD, in ancient Israel. Now, I'm not going to act as if psychedelics were not used in religious service all over the world, but I would love to see any evidence that actually affirms that there was use of psychedelic for mass sightings and things of the nature, or how 500 people all had the same collective dream. These
niggas full of them psychedelics, and they got high and fucked, the nigga cream pied him. David got cream pie. Nigga, find me that scripture out the Bible. David got the cream pie come in his belly.
By human beings, right? But we know what the Last Supper consisted of, right? Now I'm gonna deal with this Galatians 4 allegory ridiculousness. So watch this, right? We're jumping all the way from verse 4 to verse 24, right? He says, which things are an allegory? For these are two covenants, the one from Mount Sinai, which gendereth bondage, which is Agar. Now let's skip up. What things are an allegory? All the way verse 4, or what he just said before this? Let's read. For it is written that Abraham had two sons, one by a bondmaid and the other by a free woman. But he who was of the bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by promise. Which things are an allegory? Not verse 4 that Christ was born of a woman, right? Made under the law. The verse 22 and 23, that's what he is identifying as an allegory. I'm going to keep reading. For this Agar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem, which is now and is in bondage with her children. But Jerusalem, which is above, is free, and the mother of us all, right? So that's what is the allegory there, talking about Sarah and Hagar. Notice here in verse 4, it says, but when the fullness of time come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law. Which woman? If it's the woman of the allegory, he's identifying who is the children of which woman there later on. Why doesn't he identify it there? Because that's not at all a part of the allegory. And of course, if we continue on, right, to Job 15 and 14, anybody can look up Job 15 and 14, where Job uses the phrase, man born of a woman. To be born of a woman simply literally means to be a human being. It is a phrase in Jewry in the Hebrew language to describe an actual human being. So the fact that he said Jesus is born of a woman is acknowledging that he was in fact a human being. And of course, Jews were under the law. If he wasn't there, he wouldn't have been under the law.
Time.
Reset to 5 minutes. Make sure you guys, if you're just coming into the room, subscribe to the Brother Garfield podcast.
Sarah so pussy.
Of this magnitude.
So I don't know why he brought it up.
Versus Gorilla Hebrew. Jesus
we don't know who the daddy is. Sarah been freaking hard in a motherfucker.
5-minute rebuttal of Dr. Richard Carrier. The time has reset. Dr. Richard Carrier, quick question. Would you?
Yeah, I remember that. Sent the nigga off the war. Over there fucking on that nigga wife. Then got her pregnant. And the nigga was a stone cold freak. He fucking Jonathan. He got semen stains in his belly. He fucked that nigga wife, got her pregnant, sent the nigga ass to war, and tried to send him back. The nigga ain't even fuck his wife. He want to go back. They try to run the play. I'm gonna send a nigga back over here. You get that nigga some of that pussy. Tell that nigga that he the daddy. Or the nigga got back. He so devoted, to the fight. He don't even want to fuck. He want to fight. And she go back. He say, you told that nigga. She said, man, I was trying to talk to him, but the nigga ain't want to fuck. He say, you ain't put him on no liquor or nothing. He said, nah, man, the nigga don't want to do nothing but fight. So David had the nigga killed because he done goddamn got the nigga baby mama pregnant and couldn't lie and blame it on him and say, yeah, these niggas are foul. And the nigga jangled Abraham balls. Jangling, jangling. Yeah, that was that nigga Abraham. You tell that nigga, my name jangling, jangling. Cause you gotta jangle them bells. You jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. You know that shit associated with Christmas, which is associated with Christ. So now, nigga, I'm never ever singing Jingle Bell Rock again in my life. Cause nigga, the jingle bells, it really Abraham dick balls. These niggas are freaked out. Oh, they talk about all the shit they putting in the TV shows. Now for the babies. Nigga, I ain't never singing Jingle Bell Rock a day in my life again, nigga. It's associated with Christianity and Christ. And the whole time, nigga, we come to find out the Jingle Bell Rock mean the jingle on the dick balls of Abraham, nigga. Blood in, blood out. Oh, nah, this shit here, man. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Yeah, nah, hell nah. That nigga jangling them bells, man. My name Jangling, Jangling.
Chapter 4, and he keeps going all the way through. So yeah, it's allegory all the way through. So there's no doubt. He's not saying that allegory is only the one sentence that he says when he finally finishes his argument and explains what his whole argument has been about. When he explains what his whole argument has been about, that's what he's doing. He's explaining what his whole argument has been about, from the seeds of Abraham allegory all the way to the mother's allegory. That's all part of his argument for how all of this can happen ontologically and cosmically. So he's not talking about biological stuff here at all. So this is not relevant. And then when we look at the Greek, very conspicuously, Paul did not use the Greek that would normally be used in the phrase born of a woman. Usually it would be the word for actual birth. He eliminates that word. He replaces it with a word that means manufacture. And it's the same word that Paul uses to refer to the manufacture of Adam, who obviously wasn't born of a woman in any literal sense. And he uses it of the resurrection bodies that God will make for us that also aren't born to a woman. So he says those things are made. They're made by God. So when he changes the idiom, the standard idiom of born to a woman that normally refers to birth, he changed it in a very peculiar way. And he did this also, by the way, in Romans 1:3, the exact same word swap, where he's talking about manufacture and not birth. And so when we look at the actual evidence, this argument doesn't look very strong anymore. It looks like Paul's talking about allegorical things. He's not talking about literal biological birth, and he doesn't refer to any kind of biological birth here in any clear way. So that evidence is too ambiguous to use. We don't know anything from Paul about what he thought about where Jesus was born or how. So that's that. What else can we cover here? I did find it amusing that when I talked about moving the goalposts, that immediately in Grla Hebrew's response,
1 minute left.
Immediately in his response, he moved the goalposts on what I was even talking about, which that's hilarious. If you go back and watch that my statement and his statement, it's pretty funny. All of this stuff is checkable. This is the most important thing. So you don't have to trust him or me. So you can check all the claims we've debated here, and this will be archived. You can watch it back and take notes and all of that stuff. And you can actually research this stuff and find out which of us is telling you all of the evidence, giving you all the evidence, so that you can make a judgment from all of the evidence, and which of us is keeping evidence from you or trying to frame evidence out of the picture. That you can tell yourself. You don't have to believe me with that. With regard to deacon, that's not what it meant in antiquity. When Paul's using the word, it just means servant or administrator. So it doesn't mean preaching at that time. It only meant someone who actually performed a function. And Paul's talking about the function that Jesus performed, where he assumed the body of flesh and therefore took on the sins of the world to die, to kill them in his own body. And Paul is explaining in Galatians 4 how he does that. So if you want to know how Paul talks about Jesus doing this, Galatians 4 is all about this. 3-4. Galatians 3-4 is all about that. All right.
Make sure you subscribe to the Brother Garfield's podcast on YouTube. That's where we're streaming right now. Make sure you subscribe if you're just coming to the room. The debate is, did Jesus exist? Dr. Richard Carrier versus Gorilla Hebrew. We are now about to enter into the third round. The post-debate build will be on Clubhouse. If you have not downloaded Clubhouse, download the Clubhouse app and follow the God First Game platform. We'll be throwing a post-debate build in there. You can come in and share how you feel about what took place in reference to the debate. But right now we will be going into a short commercial. Brother Garfield, are you here?
Yes, my brother. I'm here. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the sponsors for tonight, Abju Wear. I want you to check out the clothing, the sneakers. It has a bunch of catalogs. It's Abju Wear, ABDJUWEAR.com. He's in Atlanta, Georgia. You see all the stuff. You got the shirts, you got the sneakers, you got the slippers, you got all the ladies' footwear and all that stuff in different colors. And all that stuff right here, sneakers. So shout out to Abju Wear, one of the sponsors. And I want to give a shout out to my sister, Monica Lamb. She works with veterans on Wednesdays, so you could check her show out on Wednesdays, Urban Economics.
Hey, what DC y'all at? DC y'all, where you at, brother? Brother DC y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link. I want y'all to come up and tell me. I want y'all to be honest and let me know who won. None biased. They said, okay, somebody said, Tree said it was a draw. I thought it was about to sell the guy sandals. Man, I'm trying to see. Yeah. Who gonna come up? And what DC at? Talking all that shit earlier, nigga. Come on up, nigga. Where you at, DC? Come chunk that shit up. DC, come chunk that shit up. Where you at, nigga? Link in the chat. I'm gonna be honest. What did I think? I think Gorilla Hebrew lost. Wow. Because he had to come prove that Jesus lived, man. He was a real person. Am I saying, listen, this is what I'm saying, bro. In order to do that, we need something substantial. We can't be coming here saying that another nigga say he just seen him the other day. Oh, yeah, real, man. My people them say they just ran into him the other day. Nah, man, we gotta have something better than that. It can't be my homeboy just ran into him the other day. Nah, it can't be secondary, man. We need some type of primary. Where's mom and daddy at? Where is he buried at? Listen, let me show you something, family. Tell y'all something real important. If Jesus lived, then today, understand this here, today, the day that we're living in, today, that would mean what? That Jesus would have descendants who are here on this earth today. What would have been the primary for the brother to pull? Well, he could have went to the people who are Jesus' descendants today. Because you can't argue that fact that hard, brother, that Jesus is real. Jesus, you can't argue the fact that hard that Jesus is real. Check. And at the same time, you can't show me where his kinfolk at today. So what happened? Did the family die off? So after Jesus died on the cross, God damn it, it wasn't nobody else left. If we go into the Bible, Jesus had brothers and sisters. Jesus wasn't the only child in the Bible. I'm trying to figure out why a nigga ain't make that case. Instead of talking about a nigga who was on shrooms and hallucinating, hiding in the hole, talking about Jesus just came to him, and all this type of shit. Yeah, if Jesus just came to the nigga, man, on the road to Damascus, looking at nigga, Jesus just came to him. Then somebody, anybody, out there, hear me out with this. On the road to Damascus, looking at nigga. Hey man, link in the chat, man. Pull up who y'all think won. Come on, pull up, man. We got a bill tonight, man. We gonna go over there and teach Sinetta and them, man. I'm waiting on my fried shrimp right now, goddamn it. Finna get some fried shrimp and some crawfish fried, some fried crawfish, some crawfish fried rice type shit. Yeah, I would have made a horrible Hebrew. Yeah, all this shit I'm about to eat right now go against the laws of Leviticus. So I don't know, man. I would go and put this here for me and you. Yeah, nigga, we finna eat crawfish, with the scrimps. Yeah, we doing all type of shit that'll get a nigga violated in the house of the Lord. yeah, nigga, we doing all type of shit that'll get you violated in the house of the Lord. Now, nigga, we don't respect Hebrews running around here with a law, a dietary law as big as them niggas are. We ain't trying to hear that shit, nigga. Nigga, practice what you preach. Disobedient ass nigga. If these niggas would have been following the laws of Leviticus, all of these niggas wouldn't be around here looking like they 9 months pregnant with motherfucking twins. Now, if they were following the laws of Leviticus, these niggas would have necks like the rest of us human beings. I'm trying to figure out, is that a characteristic? Is that a characteristic of the Hebrews to not have a neck? And they grow the beard, and they grow the beard out all big and Europeanish, so you don't see the fact that they ain't really got a neck. I'm trying to figure out, nigga, if y'all nigga following this diet, what is actually on this list that y'all are eating that is getting y'all this big? Yeah, nigga, I'm trying to figure out, because there's too much shit in there he say don't fuck with. And that nigga ain't said nothing about a keto diet. No, he ain't told him to do a keto diet. He ain't telling him to do none of that type of shit, right? Niggas ain't on keto diet. Niggas ain't going vegan. These niggas eating Ezekiel bread and blood, and drinking blood, and I'm trying to figure out what is putting all this weight on them. Link in the chat.
Brother of James and Joseph and Judah, right? James and Jude, the apostles, the people who are at least purported to be the authors of the book of James and the book of Jude, and Simon, and are not his sisters here with us, and they were offended at him. So clearly we see here his brothers, his biological brothers listed, and we see Paul affirming that right now. He says, oh, well, a mythological creature, a mythological being can't have brothers, but that's not the point when the person you're saying does not believe that this person is real, is saying that biological people that he is interacting with are his brothers. Right? That's not what that is at all, right?
Hey, yeah, your background loud, yeah. Yeah.
Right.
You sound like you at a goddamn Texas high school football Friday night lights.
I presented here tonight. The mainstream scholarly consensus holds that there was a historical Jesus who lived in the 1st century, Roman Judea.
Sunshine say she think Gorilla Hebrew won. So Sunshine, do you think so? To say that is to say that you think that Gorilla Hebrew proved that Jesus was real.
Here we go. Here we go with that, TC. You talk about Jabari all the time, not showing sources and stuff, but now this white dude come on here and he showed 3 slides, but he won. Come on, man. You gotta be right both ways,
okay,
man.
So what sources did Hebrew show?
Hebrew had Okay,
What source?
Doctor
Because all that shit he put up got
Doctor
some sources.
Doctor Richards mentioned Paul, and then he went back on Paul after Guerrilla Hebrew. He debunked him. Then he went back on Paul after he jumped out there with Paul.
Wait, wait,
Gorilla
wait,
was
wait,
like
wait,
shocked.
wait, wait. So are you saying that Paul is a credible source, brother?
Nah, what I'm saying is the
So what?
debate.
Why is Gorilla Hebrew? If Gorilla Hebrew, if you're saying he sourced up and his source is Paul, then,
Dr. Richards used
then
Paul.
why are we using what we doing with Paul? Paul ain't never Jesus ain't no Paul.
Dr. Richards used Paul. Guerrilla Hebrew, he debunked Paul with sources.
But Gorilla Hebrew just used Paul when he was saying Paul seen Jesus with 500 niggas and they was
He
drinking
he
blood
had,
and eating
he
bread.
had used, but he had used Paul because Dr. Richards used Paul in the first round.
Yeah,
Guerrilla Hebrew
but you
didn't
have to.
use Paul
What
in
was
the
his
first
intentions
round
on you?
because he wanted to prove Dr. Richards wrong about Paul. He debunked him with his own source. We give props on that because that's what you do on the regular. You debunk dudes with their own source on a regular. That's your own move right there. I seen you crush Bari. I seen you smash him with his own source. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, look, man, we gotta be honest. The white dude ain't come with nothing. Can you hear me talk, Cat?
Yeah, what you say now?
What I was saying is that okay, Doctor Richards used Paul as his source. That was his source.
No,
Guerrilla Hebrew, he didn't use Paul.
you can't.
He didn't use
Yeah,
Paul in the
Paul.
first round.
Go ahead.
Guerrilla Hebrew, he didn't use Paul in the first round. He didn't use Paul, but
Okay, let's do
Dr.
this here.
Richards
Okay, we'll do it like this here.
used
Hold on. We'll
Paul.
do it like this here. Let's start over from the first round because we're talking about sources. What source in the first round did Gorilla Hebrew use that proved that Jesus was real? We'll
This is
start
the source
walking
that
down the second and third
this
round.
the source that he had used mainly was that he was saying that the people who had hated Christ the most and the people who need their theology to trump the world believed in Christ, which was the Jewish. Why would these
What Jews,
people?
bro? That's a general
I'm
term.
talking
What
about
Jews?
the Jewish, which is the Ashkenazis Jews,
Yeah,
the
but they was
Khazarian
living. So
Jews.
they was living when Jesus was living.
No,
That's a bad argument.
they use
Right. So Gorilla Hebrew was
Jesus.
on their side though. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they the devil, like he teach?
Nah,
And
he
why is he on
wasn't
their
on
side
their
then?
side. He was
He used them.
actually
He said he was
saying that,
acknowledging that they believed that he was true, that he was a real person. So
but
that was
they
their
hated
point. So
him.
he need them to validate to help him validate what he's saying.
But they hated Christ though. Why would you validate Christ and you
That's
hate him?
not a good enough point because a nigga don't like a nigga.
Why would you
And he
validate
admitted that
him?
he real, even though he didn't like him. So
Just like
nah, that's
you
still not
already
enough.
know, that's how it go. You already know
That's
if a
still
nigga
not
don't
showing. That's still not showing me nothing though, bro.
well,
Just
okay,
enough people
so
don't like him.
yeah, they look. just because you always trump Barry and them, they don't validate you at all. How they gonna have you at what? 18? What they have you at? 18? And they had
real. That was
Chris,
an unofficial list. That wasn't
but
real.
still, they
Nah, they
won't
can't have me at
validate
18.
you.
I was at 20.
They won't validate you though, because you be trumping them. A lot of them, they don't like you. So they won't validate you and be like, look, he debate. He is like one of the top 3. I'm an Israelite. I put you in the top 2. And I'm an Israelite and I'm putting you in the top 2. If you validate someone and you something else, that's props right there.
Hey, we still
You
need
see
the
what I'm
person.
saying?
Nah, I don't, because we still need the person. Where is Jesus? Where is his
You
character?
do. Look,
Hold
you
on,
do.
brother. Help me out with that part. We still missing the fact of what we came here for, which was to prove this guy was. We didn't come here to hear a bunch of what everybody else thinks.
I came here to prove that he won the debate. He won it. He used Michael Jordan
You
as
mean
an
to tell me?
example.
So you mean to tell me that he proved that Jesus was real?
Dr. Richards
Which source?
didn't
No,
show
fuck
any
what the white
sources
boy said.
to
Because you
debunk
gotta
him. He
read the
didn't
title.
debunk him.
Hold on, bro. Because you gotta read the title. The title is Jesus real or not? The white boy say no. Gorilla Hebrew say yes. So he's the one gonna have to bring the source. All the white boy gotta do is say no. I don't believe you. And fold his arm.
Nah. You know he got a
And
source up.
no,
You
hell no.
already
That's the
know.
top. Listen
And
to the
you got a
title, bro.
source up.
Y'all know. So what do we have to do, nigga? If what you call him don't prove that Jesus is real, then he don't win the debate. It's
You
that
got a
simple.
source up in the debate, though. You even know
You
that.
have to source up.
TC,
You do, brother. Now watch this here.
Dr.
So that's
Richards
why
didn't
I'm asking
source
you.
up.
So that's why I'm asking you. What source did Gorilla Hebrew use to prove that Jesus was real?
He had the Jewish. He had the
He
Talmud.
had the Jews, who the Ashkenazi Jews.
He had Roman history. He had Roman history that had proved that the
What Roman
palette
history?
he
Josephus?
existed.
Who Josephus?
Josephus.
Brother, Lord have mercy, bro. Oh, we
Dr.
still
Richards didn't debunk it though. He didn't debunk
listen,
it. He didn't show no proof.
Josephus is fake.
You would have debunked it though. You would have showed proof that Josephus is fake. You would have showed
Okay,
proof, right?
all right. Now let me ask you this here: is Josephus the primary source? Is
He's
Josephus
not a
Jesus? Let me ask you
primary
this here.
source. No,
Hold on.
no,
Let me ask
no,
you:
no.
is Josephus Jesus?
Nah, he ain't a primary
All
source.
right. So okay, he's not a primary. He's not Jesus. So that nigga can't help us. Now, my
But he
next
did help us though because he was in that time.
man, they made Joseph. It's fake, bro. I'm not gonna get into it because I might have to use some of this shit. Now let me ask you this here: have Paul ever met Jesus?
Yeah,
I ain't
it's
talking
in the
about when he was high
scriptures.
and he was full of
It's
that.
in the scriptures.
So he met him and shook his hand.
It's in the scriptures.
How many years were they apart? Was Jesus dead before Paul was born?
Yes, he was dead.
So when Paul was born, Jesus was already dead, right?
But he resurrected in the flesh.
Man, what type of Hollywood script is this?
Paul said 500 people seen him.
What 500 people? What the five? Okay, so hold on. We need five. What the 500 people? At least out of one of those 500 people, we ought to get a letter of them saying, "Nigga, I saw Jesus." So we don't have no. Okay, Paul said 500 seen it. Okay, cool. We got that 5 right there. Now show us out of those 500 people, show us a primary of them saying that they witnessed the same thing that Paul saying happened.
How many years ago did this happen?
Hold on, bro. Don't pass that up. Out of that 500 people, did at least one of those people ever document that the same sentiments that Paul brought to us? That they
Timothy did. Timothy did.
Timothy is not a valid source, bro. The white boy killed Timothy.
Oh, man. The white boy ain't show no source. He can't debunk stuff all because he can't debunk stuff, but he can't debunk stuff without showing proof all because he white. We supposed to listen to everything he say?
It's not about not showing proof. Look, what we all came here for is to know, did Jesus live or not? Let me ask you this question, brother.
And he was supposed to prove that he did not live. He didn't prove it.
He did. Listen, I want you to understand something, bro. Titles are very, very important, bro, when you're going into debates. It wasn't no uphill fight. He didn't have to take the fight to Guerrilla Hebrew or no shit like that. He had to play defense. His stance is Jesus is not a real person. Guerrilla Hebrews is he was. So it was up to Guerrilla, depending on the title, did he live? It was up to the guy who said that he lived to come in there and bring us something. Out now, you're telling me now that we don't have to fuck the white boy just winning like he went in there and beat him up. What I'm saying is Guerrilla Hebrew did not prove that Jesus lived.
Do the white guy have to show any sources, or he just good because he white?
Right? Fuck
I'm just saying. You saying that he won?
All the white boy got to do is block.
All because he white?
No, hell no, because of the topic.
Any other debate, all these debates we have, all the debates we have seen.
Listen, bro.
No matter what the topic is, TC, you gotta source up on what you say. If you say, "Oh, he's lying," prove that I'm lying. Prove that I'm not telling the truth.
You're not telling the truth, DC.
You gotta prove that I'm not telling the truth, though. You just can't say, "Oh, everything he's saying is a lie." Y'all don't believe that. He got to prove that I'm not telling the truth the way you debunk niggas with their own sources. Hey, you debunk them and you show the proof.
DC, let me ask you something, DC. What was the title of that debate?
Is Jesus real or not? So that means they both have to prove something.
Okay.
One got to prove that he is. One got to prove that he's not.
Now let me ask you this here. Did the white boy prove that Jesus did not live?
No, because he didn't show any sources.
No, that's all I needed. Now, let me ask you this here. Did Guerrilla Hebrew prove that Jesus did live?
Yes, he did, because he had sources, and the white boy, he didn't debunk none of them with any sources.
Okay, so watch this here. So what was his strongest evidence that he proved that he lived?
His strongest evidence was Josephus. Because now folks got to prove. Folks got to prove that Josephus is fake.
Okay, let me ask you this here. You just told me that you said his strongest source was Josephus, but you just told me that Josephus is not a primary.
But that was his strongest source to me was Josephus. So his
strongest source was not even a primary then.
Wasn't even a primary because number one, the Jewish. They didn't really establish their selves until after the Romans.
I thought
no, hold on 1 second. The Jewish didn't establish their self until after the Romans. So the Romans is like before the Jewish. So that means if you wanted to like prove anything about Jesus, it gotta come from a Roman source. That's the primary. It gotta come from a Roman source. You can't have nothing after Rome.
So let me ask you this here: are the Dead Sea Scrolls older than Rome?
It depends because you have to remember Dead Sea Scrolls. This is the reason why I'm gonna say no. Is because the Romans, they were called the Grecians. That's what a lot of people don't know. And the Grecians, that's Old Testament.
All right. So back to this. Let me ask you. Okay, since we said okay, the white boy didn't prove that Jesus didn't live, but on the other hand, Gorilla Hebrew, you're saying he did prove that Jesus lived, and his strongest argument was Josephus, but you also established that Josephus is not a primary, so the brother's strongest source was not even a primary. So that brings us here. And he also brought up that Paul seen him with 500 people, but you also established to us today that when Paul was born, Jesus was already dead. So, man, I'm trying to figure out let me ask you this here, brother. Do you yourself, DC, do you believe Jesus was a real person or did he live?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you prove it? And earlier you were saying you can prove it. So how can
Man,
you
I
prove it?
can't. Man, I can't prove nothing before that time. They destroyed everything from
Oh,
Judea.
no, we don't make
They
excuses.
destroyed all that. You know, it was
Who is
destroyed,
they?
right?
Who is they? Who is they?
Romans, Romans. You know, the Romans.
Which
They
Romans?
destroyed Jerusalem. Hey,
What
the
year?
Romans.
What year?
70 AD. 70 AD.
Lord have mercy.
But this what a lot of people don't understand, though. This is what a lot of people don't understand. It was a lot of things that was in Africa towards that was biblical history, scriptures, scrolls, and everything that was in Africa. Folks don't understand that though. That's the reason why Africans take to us. A lot of people don't understand that though. But it was destroyed 70 AD. Everything in Judea was burnt and destroyed. So now how can I pull all that history up? How could they even find it? If the Romans, they destroyed it all.
How we know if somebody ain't told us that? They told us that all of the Indians died of chicken pox.
You wanna know how we
Yeah, man. A
know?
lot of people
You
said
wanna know how we know? You wanna know how we know though? Okay.
how.
How are those people in Israel are the only white people over there in the Middle
When did they
East?
get there? When did they get there?
1948. 1948. They will tell you.
Okay, so what do that have to? And these are the people that he's bringing that are saying that Jesus was real. This is proving the first round. And
So who was there before them, and how did
look,
they
I'm gonna show you
know
something.
that the
I'm gonna show you
land was
something.
not occupied?
Well, I'm
How
gonna
did
show you
they know the
something.
land wasn't occupied?
Hey, I'm gonna show you something. I don't like wasting punches. I'm very
Yeah,
direct.
because I don't want you to use too much because you gotta go against
No.
Gorilla
Hey,
Hebrew.
trust me, bro. This is gonna be a cakewalk. You just seen this guy. That's
Oh
knowledge.
no, man. You
Right
know
there.
I'm a heavyweight, Slim. I'm a
No,
heavyweight,
I'm talking
Slim.
about
I'm
this.
giving you a good spawn.
Now, this ain't no good sparring, bro. Cause
Yeah, man. I'm gonna let you spar against a Hebrew Israelite
all right,
right
so
now.
let
You
me
can get
ask
some
you this here, then,
practice.
brother. Let me ask you this here.
Go ahead.
If Jesus was a real person, who are his descendants today?
Well, he didn't have any children, but his descendants are all the Jews.
Hold on, no. How when
All
he
the
killed
Jews.
all the Jews? Jesus would never kill all of the Jews. Did
Who
Jesus
had
have a
told you
brother?
that?
Did Jesus have a brother named James?
Yes, he did.
Okay, did Jesus have brothers and sisters?
I don't know nothing about no sister though.
Yeah, Jesus had sisters too, bro.
Yeah, I
Damn,
have to
you a
go
nigga.
back
Now
on
you
that.
my Hebrew I go to for the scriptures.
Man, I had to go back on that,
Jesus
man. All they
had
really mentioned
brothers
was his
and
brother.
sisters.
Yeah, and that's what he just showed.
No, that's too late.
Gorilla Hebrew
It was too late.
showed it. Yeah,
He
Gorilla
didn't
Hebrew
use it
showed
in the
it.
right way, bro. I would have
Yeah,
started
he
my
didn't. He
argument with
didn't.
that.
He could have used it another way. He could have used it
I would
another
have
way, but
started.
you
I
know.
would have started with that instead of LeBron James.
Why you gonna get on that,
Nah, real
LeBron?
talk.
That was an example. That was an
In the
example.
question and answer round in the Q&A after the debate was over. He was supposed to lead with Jesus had a brother, sister, mama, daddy. He was supposed to lead with it because we're talking about a person. And see,
That
he
was an
came out
example,
here
though.
trying to prove a mythical person. So we ain't saying
Nah,
nothing that got anything to do with a real human being. Everything that Gorilla Hebrew was bringing up was some biblical shit. Niggas sitting around eating blood, drinking blood and bread. 500 niggas seen it, but we ain't got one source from out of the 500 that who can vouch for this. Nah, man, these are not. And then we got Josephus. Like, this is not strong enough. If the nigga so real, where are he? Then his people would be still here today. Where are they? Where is Jesus' tombstone?
Hey, Big Top Cat. Hey, the bad thing about it is, old boy put sperm and blood and 500 niggas, and they still can't get the DNA. You know what I'm saying? If that's real, if DNA real.
Yeah, they got DNA out the nigga belly, out David belly. Where's the DNA for Jesus?
Right. And then, like, why would you claim all European sources for what y'all call a black Jesus? And then your man got the picture of God on the front profile when he came in, but he ain't got a picture of Jesus.
Yeah, they know how God look, but they don't know how Jesus look. Oh, nah, man. DC, where you at?
What's up, man? What you
DC,
doing?
DC, where you at? The brother making great points, man.
And I got
I'm
another
right here.
question
You
for him.
can't hear me. I'm right here. You can't hear me. Yeah,
Okay,
my
there you go.
phone.
There you go. You back now. You want to
Yeah, he
address
ain't making no
anything
great
DC
point.
said?
Man, he ain't man, them little points that he making, man, he ain't making no great points. I know you're not giving him props on that.
Hey,
Them points
let me
dead.
ask you this though, brother. You know,
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to have faith in Gorilla Hebrew, right? But when the white boy said, "Hold on, baby girl, I told you help her. Just help her open that orange up." Y'all got nails. So look, when the white boy said basically that Josephus is the real author of that Hebrew Pope creation or whatever, and he brought that Paul writing up, and Paul never seen it. He was dead. Paul never even got a chance to shake his hand, but he found a way to get that blood though. So he should have some facts through Paul. If Paul's so real,
And he gave him the facts to Paul. Was you watching the
yeah,
He
debate?
can't even find Paul.
he couldn't prove
And
that
we can't
point.
even prove
He
Paul
proved the white
did.
boy part.
Was you watching the
From the very
debate? He
beginning, bro.
debunked. He debunked him like 4 or 5 times on Paul, and
Nah,
y'all just look right past it.
I think he chopped his own hand off because just to even mention Josephus, knowing that as a European writer and a homosexual, why would you
So
even
can
why would you even want that to be your source? Why would you even want that to be a credited source if you got a homosexual, and you know what I'm saying? That it is not even making sense to me now.
can you prove that Josephus never existed?
I mean,
Can you prove that, or you just talking?
I'm proving that he did. I'm saying that Josephus did exist, and he's the reason why all this cult writing is going down, and that's how they got that blood. That's how they get that
So
blood.
now you saying that he exists and that his writings is a lie. That's what you saying.
Yes.
And he's saying that
But
Gorilla Hebrew, listen,
but
bro.
scholars,
Bro. Gorilla Hebrew killed himself. Now break that point down why you were saying. Even just by him referencing Paul, right? Because Gorilla Hebrew, why are you referencing Paul too? How did Gorilla Hebrew debunk Paul, but then come back and need the nigga as the primary source for 500 people seeing him? And he sat
he didn't
down
use him
on
as a
that.
primary source. He didn't
He
use him
did.
as a
He
primary.
sat down on that. He said, why is 500 people saying they seen him? And this is coming from Paul. If you're saying that Paul writings was
Because he was debunking Dr. Richards. Because Dr. Richards said something about Paul, so he was debunking him. He wasn't using him as a source. He was debunking Dr. Richards using him as a source. That's what debaters
The
do.
fact of the blood and shit that the brother just brought up. Hey, if you want to make that point again, Negro, or in case he didn't hear you.
I'm saying if Josephus is a primary writer and source of the Bible, right? And Paul
He's
never
not a primary writer of the Bible. I'm so sorry to tell you that.
Josephus is a document writer in that Bible.
No, he is not. He has nothing to do with the Holy Scriptures.
What? So, all right, okay. Let's just cut that part short then. If he doesn't,
yeah, thank you.
Your basic point of you saying that the writings came from Paul, and if those acts came from Paul that never met Jesus, and they're still using the blood and flesh of Christ, how's that accurate?
Paul had met Jesus after he died. It's the resurrection. And he wasn't the only one. Thousands of Jews and people met him after he resurrected. That was a way to prove that he was the Christ, because it was in the Holy Scriptures. That had to happen just to make the Bible complete, just to make the prophets complete. He had to come back and he had to show everybody who he was. If he didn't, then the Bible is not complete at all.
It says here in the manuscripts of the book Antiquities of the Jews, written by the first century, the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, around AD 93 and 94, contains 2 references to Jesus of Nazareth and 1 reference of the John of Baptist. So basically, he does have something writing within that Bible. So obviously, he got to find some blood too, and some milk and cookies.
He's writing outside of the Bible from people he knew that was born during that time, because he knew people that was born from that time, and they told him he wasn't born during Christ's time. He didn't know nothing about that.
And that hurts your argument. But let me ask you
something. We only use Josephus for one thing. He proved that Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 AD and millions of Jews fled into West Africa. That came from Josephus.
Lord have mercy. And once we take Josephus off the board, then what? That 70 AD go away too? Because I can prove Josephus wasn't real.
Can you prove he was real?
I can prove he wasn't real. Josephus wasn't real, bro. Let me ask you this here. Do you believe in ghosts?
Come on, man.
Have you ever seen a ghost?
Have I ever seen a ghost?
Right.
Nah, man, I don't do that.
All right,
ghost
so
stuff.
why the hell you think Paul seen the ghost?
Paul seen Jesus. He didn't see a ghost.
Nigga, Jesus, ain't he dead?
He wasn't the only person to see him. They said that he walked around town. Everybody saw him.
Walking around while he dead. Why he ain't walking around today? When was
because that's not a part of the scriptures. It's not. See, Jesus had to fulfill the scriptures. He couldn't do nothing outside of the scriptures, or it's going to mess up the whole Bible. All of this was told before it took place. So he had to fulfill.
If Jesus was walking around dead back then, why he not doing it today?
That's the reason why the Bible is so strong, is because of what he did back then. Every nation know about the Bible.
When was the last sighting of this nigga? Is Paul the last nigga to see him?
No, I told you, it was a lot of people saw him when he had came back.
A lot? Who? Like who? When was the last sighting? What year was the last? What was the last sighting of this nigga?
Look, man, Dr. Rich is lost today because he ain't had no sources, man. Can we agree on that? The man ain't had no sources.
That was a trash ass debate.
It was a weak debate, but I'm just saying the white boy didn't have any sources, though. He could have debunked something with some sources.
What we can prove is that the white boy didn't prove that Jesus didn't live, and that Gorilla Hebrew, who it really was on, damn sure ain't proved that the nigga won. I mean that Jesus ever lived. And we also can conclude that you cannot even prove that Jesus lived. Let me ask you this in my last question. I'm gonna pass the mic to Negro. Where is the tomb of Jesus if he was a real person? Where's his burial site?
It's in Jerusalem, and it was destroyed with Jerusalem.
They destroyed the tomb.
It was destroyed in Jerusalem. With everything was destroyed.
Where do we
in
find
Jerusalem?
that information?
In Josephus.
Lord have mercy. Okay, now let me ask you this here. So why don't we see people go, or people going to this old site? Because if he knows it was destroyed, if they don't even know where the real Israel was at.
They know where it's at because they over there.
Okay, let me ask you this here. My bad. Let me ask you this here. Where was he buried? You said it was Jerusalem. What was Jerusalem located at that time? Because still to this day, archaeologists and scientists don't even know where the motherfucker was at today. So how did did Josephus leave us with a map, or did the nigga have the map that Cookie used on the movie Life?
It was in Israel, but they destroyed it. They destroyed everything in Israel.
Where was Israel? Because today they don't know where. They still don't know where the motherfucker is today.
It's in the Middle East.
Josephus leave us a map.
No, he didn't leave a map, but he actually left good.
So where was Jerusalem at? Where was Jerusalem at that time?
It was in the Middle East.
According to who? In the Middle East, where? Why we can't pinpoint it?
This how you could pinpoint it. You have to go back and you got to read where the Garden of Eden was at. I'm about to give you the location.
We want to be able to walk there and stand there and say,
Moses walked from Egypt all the way to Jordan. Jordan wasn't far from Israel, was it? And that's where they walked to.
Why they ain't standing around the grave site today?
They destroyed all of it. They couldn't have anything left. They destroyed everything.
Okay, nigga, they destroyed.
They destroyed everything.
They destroyed the World Trade Center, but them niggas go back every anniversary. Nigga go stand out there in front of the motherfucker. So nigga, this is Jesus we talking about. Oh yeah, why niggas ain't doing that for Jesus? We don't give a damn if it was destroyed. Niggas still showing up.
They destroyed it though.
So what?
Answer this question though. Answer this question though. Why do the Muslims mention Jesus? Why do the Arabs mention
it? Even though it's not there anymore. The World Trade Center is not there anymore, but people still show up to the site. Okay? So why aren't they doing that with Jesus? Give a damn body being destroyed, nigga. Long as we know where it happened at, we can go back and commemorate them. We're not seeing it for Jesus. What you got for that? Mic check, Negro, where you at? Hey, y'all, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I don't know if it's where I'm at. I know this location I'm at. I'm almost to the high though, man. Let me get that drop down there, man. Link in the chat, man. Jump on the like button and let us get some. Hold on, them laws coming through here, and I got this motherfucking pistol sitting right on the arm thing. Hey, yeah, okay. He ain't want us. He gone. Yeah, I got this big old ass pistol sitting right here too. Yeah, let me let that nigga go on, get up there and go catch whoever he looking for. But check me out though. Mic check. You still here, Negro?
Yeah, can I be heard?
Yeah, turn up. You got it.
Man, it messed me up when old boy said, basically out of all of those people, no one really took a picture, made a statue. I mean, Christ must have had to help so many people. And now one person can say, I'm cool with your sister, your brother, your mama, your daddy. We got cousins, and we got the bloodline pumping. That's one thing he couldn't prove. Second thing he couldn't prove is, if we so educated now, and we got all this DNA, and they said it's mitochondrial DNA from the mama and all that, we should have something of Virgin Mary to prove Virgin Mary was real, to prove Jesus was real. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I want to end that, because like they said, have no proof of none of those people.
Nah, that's a good point right there. What? Yeah, how you didn't help everybody and everybody love you, nigga, and ain't nobody cool with James, your sister and them, your brother and them, ain't nobody eating at your house. No accounts. That's no different in the slave trade. When I'm saying, why do we have more people writing about the slave trade centuries after this shit happened? Why? It's no different with Jesus. Why are all the people writing about Jesus? The niggas who he helped, they ought to be the ones who writing about him. The niggas who he met, who he impacted, they the ones who we ought to be reading. Not no nigga who came hundreds of years later. That nigga can't tell the story coming hundreds of years later, man. Listen, the brother came and read scripture to us, and we supposed to take that as a fact. Paul is not a primary. Paul never met the nigga. Period. Nobody, man, the only proof, the only way that a nigga could have won that debate was to show us who Jesus' family is today. Because if the nigga lived back then he ought to have descendants here today. We ought to see his kinfolk here today. Mine should still be here today. They say Joseph is the daddy. Hey, y'all, link in the chat, pull up. Oh shit, we can go and shut it down, man. I gotta go. What? I got like 30 minutes. Them niggas gonna be live. We can go them 30 minutes. Then Sinetta and them gonna go live in 30 minutes. So I guess we can stay on, so we can all fall over there deep. Let's get some more people on the panel though, man. Let me get y'all thoughts. Get the link in the chat. Get some more people on the panel, man. Let's get y'all thoughts. We got like 20, 30 minutes, man, before we pull up over at Sinetta High. BCU coming to represent today and come teach these niggas about this fake ass slave trade. And how to work the site, right? Because their primary source, their greatest weapon will be slave voices. But we're gonna find out that a lot of these mythical stories that they've been telling us don't line up with the data that was produced by slave voices. Now, slave voices are primary. I wouldn't say that. Why? Because they weren't there. The primary to this is going to be the people. That's why we need the people to stand up and raise their hand and say, hey, man, my family went through that. No different than we need the people to stand up and say, hey, man, Jesus helped my great uncle. I used to go to that nigga mama house. I know James. I know his other brother. I played tackle football with the nigga. The nigga favorite color was such and such. His nickname was this. We used to laugh at him because of this. The nigga had a cold jump shot. Shit like this here. We ought to be getting these type of stories. Absolutely nobody coming out with this. No hoes that he fucked back in the game. You got to remember, y'all say the nigga left when he was 12, 13 years old. Told his mama, I don't know what the fuck you looking for me for. I got to go take care of some business or some shit like that. The little motherfucker ran away from home when he was a child, disobedient, and nigga ran away from home when he was a kid. They ain't see the nigga till he was grown, and he caught an attitude and talked back to his mama. I'm trying to figure out why we don't never hear that. Jesus talked back to his mama when they was looking for the nigga, and they finally found him. The nigga talked back and was being disobedient to his mama. Ain't no manners. That's how we know the nigga not an Indian. Nah, man, let me tell you something, man. Boy, come Saturday, man, boy, is that I'm gonna put some shit on this nigga ass. And the way everybody think I'm coming, I'm not even coming that way. I got so many tools in my tool belt. Man, now I'm a bad motherfucker and I know it. That's what make it. Whoo, I got so many ways I can do it. And a pastor, a nigga who come here to preach or read from this, he gonna come here to tell you what anthropologists say. He gonna come tell you what everybody say except the damn people themselves. Same thing he did here. Look at his methodology. His primaries to him is what another nigga had to say. Man, that's not gonna help you with me, man. Not with no direct fighter. Not no nigga who coming straight down the middle. Let's see.
Events in the 16 or 1700s, hundreds of years later, is not reliable. Just or if they just have vague sources or just word of mouth. So I truly don't believe that they were unreliable at all.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
And I wouldn't say that doesn't speak to motive, but I just wouldn't say it was unreliable.
Yeah, I just want to give you the chance to answer the question so that it doesn't stay unanswered. The question was specifically, do you have any evidence, I mean, rather than presumption, do you have any evidence that the Gospels were written by anyone who had any reliable information about Jesus? Like, do you have anything to cite other than what you just said? Any evidence of that?
Also, additionally, we could just look at their knowledge of history. We do especially see, let's say, Luke, Mark, we see some historical issues in Luke and Mark, definitely. But just overall, the overall scope of history that they have is, I would say generally reliable. The probability of reliability is high just for the time period. So I would just say in and of itself, there's reliability, there's demonstration of knowledge of reliability for that time period, definitely.
Okay, and is that it? We've covered everything. That's all I got. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything and that I have all of the arguments here. Okay, here's a more fun one. As you know, the name Jesus, it's actually Yeshua, was a common Jewish name. Of course, lots of Jews were named that. But it also means Yahweh saves, and thus essentially means effectively God's Savior. Do you think it's a weird coincidence that God's Savior just happened to be named God's Savior?
No, because we can see nomenclature throughout scriptures of people having names that indicate a role that they will grow and to fulfill and live into. Now, one could say that that's a fabrication or that's mythology, etc. But of course, just due to my beliefs, I believe that things like that, like even myself, my government name, the given name that I was given by my parents is Adonis, right? Of course, what you mentioned the name Adonis, right? But Adonis, of course, is a Hellenization of the Hebrew word Adonai, meaning Lord, right? Lord in reference to leader. So I would say that my parents named me that.
Hey, what Key said? Hey, Trees, I'm about to send you. Trees, I'm about to send you something. I need you to send it to Keith. I need to get in touch with him. I forgot to send him the number. So Trees, yeah, I'm about to send you something, Trees, and send it to Keith.
You made claims about Alexander the Great and Socrates as examples of cases that were similar to Jesus in state of evidence. But that wasn't true. I pointed out examples that's wildly not the case. So now you know that's not the case. There's a lot more evidence for them than there is for Jesus. Does it bother you at all that you didn't know that and that you were basing your conclusion on this belief about Socrates and Alexander? But now that you know there's less evidence for Jesus than for them, and you didn't know that before today, does that give you any pause or reflection on that?
I thoroughly reject everything that you just said. Number one, so again, like I demonstrated in regards to Socrates, much of what is taught about Socrates or what is known about Socrates, what was written about Socrates, right, is about people who either extolled him or followed him, right? And a lot of that contradicts itself, right? So I think that disqualifies or that takes away credence from the contemporaries and the eyewitness because there's so many conflicting reports there. So what I'm saying is I'm not acting as if the case or the evidence for Socrates is identical to that of Jesus. But what I am saying is there are similar issues with Socrates' history. Then, of course, when we go to Alexander, you mischaracterize what I said about Alexander. I said the primary sources for the information on Alexander. Not that there was none, not that nobody attested to him, but the main ones came later. When we're dealing with antiquity, as you know, as somebody who is a doctor in it, there's oftentimes where we don't see people written about by contemporaries, or for whatever reason, the contemporary sources are lost, and we see people who have more complete information about historical figures come on a century later, a century and a half later, 2 centuries later. So I think you definitely mischaracterized that.
Last question.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to ask this question well, because I'm coming up with it right on the fly, and I'm not sure how to frame it correctly. What just happened, like just now, when you answered my last question, you immediately went to a different subject than we were discussing about, like, there's contradictions in the evidence about Socrates. But I never made an argument about the contradictions being evidence against historical Jesus. I mean, historians are well aware of contradictory source material for historical people. That doesn't prove historicity. So I never made that argument, but you went there instead of where I was going. And then you went to things like there's similar issues. Then you went to this like apologetic about primary evidence, but that's not really what we're talking about. Like, that's a different thing. What my first question was before this was, the issue of establishing historicity is not a function of trying to find the best evidence or whatever. It's a function of what evidence is there, and evidence that is contemporary and eyewitness evidence is way better. Like, that's what historians love. Like, we want that, right? And we have tons of that for Alexander and Socrates. We have none of it for Jesus. And so my question is like, but you didn't think that, like you thought otherwise before today.
That's not true, and I just answered that. So I don't understand. You're telling me what I didn't think, right? And you're repackaging what I said again. I did not say that it was for to reiterate what I just said, that there was identical issues. I'm saying that there are issues, and especially in the case of Socrates, the witnesses or the evidence is written by his followers, kind of like how Jesus' followers are the primary or the main sources that talk about him. Right. So that was the parallel that I made. But also I talked about the problematic nature of the contradictions that exist, right, in the sources in regards to Socrates. So I think I've made it abundantly and redundantly.
Hey, Tree, check your DM.
Clear at this point. I don't understand why you're consistently mischaracterizing what it is that I'm saying.
I can say that I failed to ask that second question correctly, because you just repeated the same dodging of the question. There was no dodging. There was no dodging at all. You don't have to like it. It doesn't have to fit into your pigeonhole. But there was certainly no dodging. And the only way that it works that I dodge is if you totally mischaracterize what I said, repackage it, and then present it to people. So, I mean, that's disingenuous.
Richard Carrier, was that the line of your last question?
Yeah, right. Aren't we done? 5? Yeah.
Very good. So I just wanted to make sure, because that it seemed like you was going into that question, and just in all fairness, Grla took it and answered it. But I wanted to make sure that
yeah, I don't think he answered the actual question I asked, but
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
But I don't. There's nothing more that we can do about that. So
yeah, if that was the question, then he answered. And then it'll be on the audience to make that decision. Make sure you guys are following the Brother Garfield podcast. Subscribe to it. If you're just coming into the room, make sure you send your financial support to support the debaters, the moderators, as well as the creators of the platform and the future debates, to $Ask Brother Garfield on Cash App. $Ask Brother Garfield on Cash App. This is the section. We just concluded a questionnaire round, and we'll be moving into the closing remarks. Firstly, we'll start with Gorilla Hebrew for 5 minutes. So let me get that time set, and then we'll go into Dr. Richard Carrier for 5 minutes. We also have the post-debate bill that will be on the God First Game platform on Clubhouse. So if you don't have Clubhouse, download the Clubhouse app right quick and shoot over to God First Game so you can share your thoughts in the chat or on the stage. We're letting everybody on the stage to have the bill. So download the Clubhouse app and then shoot into the God First Game platform, which is the premier biblical platform on Clubhouse. Gorilla Hebrew, the 5 minutes are set. Would you be sharing your screen for the closing remarks?
No, it's fine. We ain't gonna share my screen.
All right,
I'm
good deal.
gonna read it a little bit, but we ain't gonna share.
You start.
All right. Again, first and foremost, I want to give again all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh, Bashem, Yahweh, Shah, to Yahweh. Always goes to victory, and he, of course, is undefeated. Taking y'all back to the beginning of my presentation when I presented the slides of meet Dr. Richard Carrier, and I brought up many of the things that were said about him. We've learned these things to be true, right? Carrier's methodology and conclusions in this field have proven controversial and unconvincing to most ancient historians. I think that the masses of the people here and myself also can agree that his argumentation is unconvincing, right? Now, let me go to the next slide. So it says a number of critics have rejected Carrier's ideas and methodology, calling it tenuous and problematic and unpersuasive. I certainly think that we all saw that on full display here today. But enough on that, right? Going into some of the questions again, he had to totally repackage what it was I'm saying. He inferred that I absolutely had no idea of other sources of Alexander the Great, when I affirmed that what I was referring to were the main sources, right, that are used for Alexander the Great. And I didn't just make that up off the top of my head. I actually did research and saw this referenced historically. So that's what I'm speaking to, not that I'm just totally in oblivion there. I definitely want to.
Hey, hold up, Sal. Man, where my other phone at? Damn, I just got back to the house, man. I tripped out. That was my bad. Oh, I just walked back in the door. All right. Look, Si, he about to call you. Sinetta, be looking out for him. He about to call you. They just got in touch with him and let him know. Hey, so he about to call you. So he just got the number. That was my bad, man. I was gone. I just got back. I've been on the road and it slipped my mind, but I just did it like 5 minutes ago. But we'll be over there. He had to. He about to call you. I just told him. All right, sorry. Yeah, we got in contact with him. He about to call you right now. So be looking out for him.
Re-emphasize that I asked him a very specific question, right? And because he knew how bad that question was and how much of a blow it dealt to his argumentation, he tried not to answer it and play an elementary school game and bring Jesus into it when Jesus cannot be in the answer, because the question is about who besides him can you liken unto him in his crucifixion, since you're claiming that it was borrowed from outside and then repackaged in a Jewish way, right? He said zero. No, none of the Savior gods he attempts to liken Jesus unto have the same type of death that is actually carried out by a person who is a verified historical figure. That is major. That's huge. And again, that's why everybody saw him try to scurry up out of there on that one. It's understandable, right? That was a hard blow. A question that I wanted to ask him that I couldn't, and again, it's not all that material, but for now, as he answered rabbis, he said these were learned rabbis he believes that created the cult of Christianity. I would just ask, what would their motive be in order to do that? Why would these learned rabbis just say, hey, we're going to go to Egypt, borrow some of that information, and create our own savior cult? I don't understand what the motivation would be there, and I don't think it's clear. I believe, though, that Dr. Richard Carrier will definitely speak to that in a later work of some sort. And I'm looking forward to reading about that, and definitely. Again, though, I just want to go over what I got. I got about a minute and a half. So let me just go over my conclusion just one more time so we can re-emphasize what we've been presented here. Quick recap. The mainstream scholarly consensus holds that there was a historical Jesus that lived in the 1st century, Roman Judea, and he was probably baptized and crucified. Mysticism is rejected as a fringe theory by virtually all scholars of antiquity. A number of critics have rejected Carrier's ideas and methodology, calling it tenuous, very weak or slight, or problematic and unpersuasive. Tacitus attests to a historical Jesus. Josephus attests.
Hey, hold on, Sarnetta. And another thing, too. Sarnetta, I know you've been seeing all them damn tickets getting purchased. Sarnetta, they've been sending me screenshots. So if you still in here, I know you seeing all them damn tickets coming through. We just getting started. Everybody ain't even here yet. Few people gonna come next week. And I know my people them, a lot of them wait till the last minute. I ain't gonna lie, a lot of them gonna wait till the last minute. They are. But you gonna get that front end and you gonna get a back end. That back end gonna be crazy. Nah, they do come, you know, they gonna be late, but we got some shooting already. So now I know a lot of people be out here be talking about, oh, my people gonna show up, or I can do these numbers, or I can do this, or I can do that. No. Over here, we the real deal. Nigga, we pay money to catch flights. We go buy hotels. We just had a mansion party. Goddamn it, nigga, we was in the mansion. Man, we didn't goddamn me been all over America. We on the way to Mexico. The niggas over here, we ain't scared to spend no money. See, we not oppressed. We not under that type of mindset. We're living our best life. And if we want to be an Indian, we don't have to wait for nobody to tell us. No validation. We live like Indians. Indians, we get it off the land. We some showboat motherfuckers. We fly. We cool. We calm. We live life to the fullest. And we want every experience we can get out this motherfucker. But we ain't never been scared to spend no money. Whatever we put out in the universe gonna come back in return double, triple that. And so, yeah, now, $30, my people will be there. Guarantee without a shadow of a doubt, and they already know I'm finna swing that sword. We just watch your boy in action. Can't fuck with no nigga like me. Man, I'm a whole different type of fighter, bro. I put pressure on you. I set traps. My jab, I got the best jab in the motherfucking business. Defense, you can't touch me. This is going to be a cakewalk. You fuck around and put it in America. Nah, man, ain't nobody coming over here in America, man. The motherfucking Jaguar here running loose, nigga. And that nigga ain't playing no motherfucking game, nigga. Real Jaguar shit. Niggas talk about lions or tigers and all that other type of shit. The baddest motherfucking cat, nigga, is the Jaguar. That nigga land or air, water. Nigga get out in that water and get a gator up out of there. Ain't no bad mother and other niggas, gators are bad motherfuckers. All these other niggas bad motherfuckers. When the Jaguar come through, we ain't like no lion. We ain't got to jump a nigga. Lions and hyenas, these niggas got to run in packs and clicks, and they ain't shit without their homeboy. The Jaguar, we take phase, nigga, or one up, nigga. We don't need no everybody, nigga. Nigga, you Jaguar, you got to scratch with everything you got in you. He got much heart. He can climb trees. That nigga can swim. That nigga fast than a motherfucker. And he don't need a bunch of motherfuckers around him to do what he got to do to be great. Creekside Yellow just sent a picture of his ticket. I got so many pictures of goddamn tickets. It's all gonna come back. Tiffany Boo, what's up with it, Tifa Boo?
Attests to a historical Jesus. The Talmud attests to a historical Jesus. Paul attests to Jesus' nuclear biological family, a ministry, the Last Supper, a conversation with Pontius Pilate, his death, his burial, being seen by 500 people simultaneously. But Dr. Rich here says Paul never places him in human history or even believes him to have been a man that walked the earth. With that, again, I give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh Shem Yahushai, and I rest.
All right. Let me secure that time. Gorilla Hebrew concludes his 5-minute closing remarks. with about 30 seconds left on the clock. Make sure y'all are following the Brother Garfield podcast.
Hey, y'all, we gonna ride it
We
out
are in
over
the
here
closing remarks
until
section of
Chanetta
the
and them
debate.
set up over
Bouncing
there,
it
and
over
then
to
we're gonna
Dr.
go
Richard
over
Carrier.
to Chanetta.
Dr. Richard Carrier, would you be sharing your screen for the closing remarks?
Yeah, I'll be sharing 2 slides. I'll start with speaking, but then I'll bring slides up.
All right, good deal. So I'll start the time when you start. You have 5 minutes.
Say the white boy ain't got no sources. You got
Okay,
2 sources right here.
So on that last point, I'll just let people know that I have a whole section, both chapters 4 and chapters 5 of On the Historicity of Jesus are entirely about why this cult was developed in order to solve certain pressing political and social problems in Judaism at the time. It actually makes a lot of sense in context as to why someone would come up with this. And they might even have come up with it sincerely because they're trying to find hidden messages in scripture. And we know there's lots of ways people come up with really elaborate beliefs when they're doing that and trying to find that in that way. So it isn't necessarily that they were like Machiavellian and trying to actually steal things or invent things. Their subconscious might have actually thought this way. And in much the same way, Judaism adopted the idea of the apocalypse and the general resurrection from Zoroastrians during the exile. They got that idea. They said, well, this Zoroastrian God can resurrect all his people, and there's going to be an end of times. It's going to...
Yeah, they always on dope. Oh, them niggas had a dope party. Yeah, a lot of cult shit going on. Niggas drinking blood. From drinking blood to niggas having cum in their belly. It's so much freaky shit going on. To incest, to daughters fucking the daddy. Is just so much going on. Israelites, stay homeless. Yeah, them motherfuckers they'll stay homeless. On the run, on the go. Somebody got a foot in their ass. What else? They stay marrying outside they race, going outside the nation. What else the Hebrew? They selling pussy in the Bible. Sarah. What else going on? David fucking men getting other niggas' wives pregnant. It's just so much shit going. Woo, they need a soap opera. If you're gonna tell it right. So we can get the if we're gonna tell a story, let's tell it right so we can get the full detail. Y'all only want to come tell us about how good God is to you. And I don't see it. I just don't see it. A good God would have taught you how to fight. Yeah, nigga, a good God would have taught you how to fight. Nigga, how he look, he God. That's why he was a jealous God. That's how we know it's more than one God. That's how we know that God y'all got ain't the same God as ours. Cause nigga, whoever wanted to fight his God, I think his God will whoop the shit out that Hebrew God. I'm starting to think the Hebrew God itself can't fight. Or he really just don't fuck with the Israelites. Yeah, nigga, you don't take that many losses, nigga. And he's a jealous God. Why? Because the Hebrews over there praising other gods and shit. I think one of them other gods to get up off that throne and beat the shit out of Yahweh. I don't think Yahweh want no problem. Yahweh ain't stopped white supremacy. Yahweh ain't stopped the funneling in the Catholic Church. Yahweh ain't stopped and came and broke up a motherfucking thing. Yahweh can't keep a roof over them goddamn kids, them Israelites' head. Yahweh can't get these niggas to win a battle to save their life. Yahweh can't get these niggas from fucking boys. That nigga Yahweh ain't got no power and authority. Indians, we whoop our kids. We grew up getting ass whooping. Nigga, you get up, you gotta brush your teeth and make your bed. It was certain rules and shit, nigga. A Hebrew can't say that because Hebrews ain't have beds. Because them motherfuckers always wandering through somebody's woods. Them some wandering, walking motherfuckers, huh? Them niggas up got pillowcases with clothes in them, nigga. Pillowcases with the whole clothes in them and they walking pillar to post ass niggas, man. Over here now today they show up, them in the Moors, talking about they forefathers was here. Not in America, nigga. You knocked on the wrong motherfucking door. You fucking with the right one, nigga, coming over here talking about you from America trying to squat. You done knocked on the wrong door, nigga. Yeah, you done squatted on the wrong land. Now we go to the book of Numbers and God put a pistol in them niggas' hand and told them, go take care of your business, my nigga. Yeah, he didn't get them niggas no inheritance, nowhere to stay. He put a pistol in their hand and told them to go commit violent acts upon other human beings who's supposed to be his kids too. This how we know it's different goers, right? Oh, yeah, he told that nigga, man, say my nigga, you know what to do. Go take care. Memo minute to society. He said them niggas smoked your cousin fool right in your face. Yeah, he put that gun in the nigga and he said, chick, you ready to go pull a 187? Yeah, that was going did them niggas, man. Nigga cocked that shotgun. Remember Too Short on minute to the side, he cocked that over. He say, you ready to go pull a 187? He was like, yeah. Them Israelite niggas came. Cain ass nigga. Get up, Cain. Don't die, gang. Yeah. Israelites some Cain ass niggas. Or like when he had to go rob a nigga for the 5.0. See, that nigga go and gave him a 5.0 in the ring. And here come Cain. Want to jack the nigga just like a Hebrew. Oh, you a baller? So you a baller. Nigga, order me a motherfucking Big Mac with fried nigga and a strawberry fountain.
Solve all problems. Well, if a great God can do that, then our God can do that. And so then they imported it into Judaism, and now it's like a mainstream standard feature.
Hold on, man. We got some love in the Cash App. We got some love in the Cash App. Shout out to the homie Run, man. Shout out to the homie Run. Appreciate that love in the Cash App. Man, shout out to y'all, man. In the real way. For those who, if y'all gonna wait next week, get y'all tickets or whenever y'all get them, make sure you put your name down as BCU and make sure you send me a picture. We don't need no problem. Y'all know I'm gonna come out there and I'm gonna fight and I'm gonna go crazy fucking with y'all if somebody fuck with y'all. So we just want to have everything straight. We just want to have everything straight. Nigga talking about put some cheese on that motherfucker. Nigga, you want cheese? Nigga, yeah, nigga, you know I want some motherfucking cheese, nigga. Tell that nigga Sprite light ice. He's all that nigga Israelite say, tell that nigga Sprite with light ice, nigga.
Apocalypse and the resurrection. In the same way that they did that, and probably did that perfectly sincerely, or they might have done it, insincerely, but it could have been sincerely. And I think the same thing.
Why they nigga put a nigga to sleep?
Judaism is pressed upon by a great empire. It adopts elements of the religion of its ruling empire and revamps, sort of does a revolution in their religion to make the religion better in that context. And I think Christianity is another attempt at that. It was a failed attempt because it did not win any popularity in Judaism. But I don't think the people who invented it thought it would fail. I think they really genuinely thought it would succeed. Now it got lucky and succeeded in the Gentile world, and that's a whole other story. But I think their intentions at that time were to do this, to adapt their religion to the new circumstances. And they might have sincerely believed that God was telling them that was what he wanted them to do. But they also might have just done it, more Machiavellian manner. But we don't know that. But it could be either one. So let me recap real quick. I'm going to bring my slides up. Share screen. Here we go. I'll bring up that thing. Now, this is what is the main feature, is the sequence of evidence is weird. And this is why my point about Alexander is important and why Guerrilla Hebrew was completely avoiding my point. It doesn't matter what the primary evidence is or what the best evidence is for Alexander. What matters is that when Alexander was alive, we generated a ton of evidence, eyewitness and contemporary evidence of his mundane existence. And then, mythologies were built later, even during his own life, myths were built around him, contradictory stories and so on. But the thing is we have tons of really good evidence during his lifetime from that time that he existed. And we don't have that.
Woo, shit. Boy, these nigga put a nigga to sleep, man. That is too much Jesus in one day. I have just got to say, that is just too much Jesus for one day. It's Freaky Friday, man. We supposed to be on some. Yeah, we supposed to be on some. It's Freaky Friday, man.
My name is said, Daddy, I'm coming. I'm coming too. I put mine on your stomach, so baby, let's go. I wanna feel you.
Right now, we ain't gonna wait no time, baby.
Like a rodeo, ride like a rodeo, baby.
I wanna feel your body right next to mine.
Right now, we ain't gonna waste no time, baby. Like a holiday.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold up, y'all. Time out. I think Sarnetta is live. They're telling me that Sarnetta is live. So hold up. Let me jump on. Let me put the screen over here. See what they got going on. BCU Aboriginals correct. Come on, sir. Goddamn. They call us BCU Aboriginals. I guess we ain't tripping. We love the Aboriginals.
No smoke, or they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke is the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest.
Let's see how this goes. Y'all ready to rock? Let's get some mad rappers in the chat.
The toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in.
Let's get the likes up.
The toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment.
Y'all get the likes up, y'all. This is gonna be some easy work. Sorry, didn't put the elbows come over here to correct the nigga. Yes, I be doing side. All right, the nigga gonna come on your panel and tell everybody that your grandma was a Cherokee, nigga. Cause you fucking with us, nigga. But we love the elbow, man. But I just how they be doing this shit there on purpose. Fuck with a nigga, call you a Native American and shit and act like it was an accident. Native. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. It's just so many names. Y'all got so many names. What exactly is the one day you're using? So Native American, you don't like that. And then when the nigga see you again the next day, what's up, my Native American brother? All right, yeah, we don't listen to that type of music over here. So while we let aside, jam out, and he singing and he dancing. While he dancing, he sing. We gonna let him do his thing. I'm not leaving, y'all. If I jump on this panel, I'm jumping on it from over here, though. Right? I'm not going to his channel. I'm gonna stay live. All right. And then I can jump on the panel and we can do our thing over here. We comfortable. Cause I don't like being at everybody highs and I don't want you to be out there all at everybody highs and shit. Like that. But let me see. All right, let's go ahead on in. Let's see if he ready. I just don't listen to that kind of music. Oh, no, they didn't. You know what? Let's do this here. How about we finish our song, what we had going on, and then we'll go.
Let me kiss it, baby.
Let me, baby.
Sex is a sport you can picture, baby. Gotta take my time when I'm in it, baby.
Hey, man, Southside in this bitch, man. Hey,
BCU in that bitch, man.
Top to the bottom, however you want it, man.
BCU in that bitch, man. Fuck with it.
Southside, bitch, when I step through the door. Hey. 5 dudes, 4 tray, and
hard head foes.
You can get the blues
when you fucking with my locs.
Hella Glocks cocked if a nigga
won't smoke.
Hooverland, bitch.
In the Magland G.
R.I.P. Lil Los off the ASC. R.I.P. Lil Josh Tile T and Boo C. Free to click, bitch, on HLC.
BCU.
Echo Lake to the caster.
Bitch, it get gutter.
Can't forget my niggas.
Chunky C's out the butter.
8 tray 7 and them trade dudes hustlers. My nigga me was a brick boy and hoodler. I'ma cut up. Goosey ass
hell.
R.I.P. the homies
And free the ones in jail.
I done pulled a tray, got me moving
Riding like a snail.
R.I.P. Lil Fatty, BGM Cartel. 817, fucking town, big ticks. Free Twisted Black out
In
the
the motherfucking feds.
I just touched down, came home
and got some bread.
Forever paper chasing all that broke shit dead. Slide down Riverside, bust a left on Luda. 5 gram wood.
About to blow that hoe with Hoover.
Riding with a pump chopstick or a Ruger. R.I.P. Lorraine, triple OG Groover. 100 steady stacking. Bitch, I'm never lacking. Put on the show and watch the chopper get the clapping. The South in the building. Let's get this
bitch cracking.
Roll a nigga up
like a motherfucking
napkin. Southside ripping.
Red Rose, Texas.
You can catch me dipping
with a bad ass Michigan.
And he scratch harder
than a nigga off a ticket. And watch my essay stretcher.
Man, say, hold up, man. Let me check my bumper because I just crashed this bitch, man.
We good?
Okay, we good.
All right.
Okay.
Fuck with it. Fuck with it. Yeah.
My side the truth. You can bet your last tooth.
Nigga draped in blue like a nigga play for Duke.
I like getting head, blowing blunts like a fluke. Bitch, I'm big business. Shoulda wore a damn suit. I'm a hater herder, make a jealous nigga pout. We was in the trap
in the middle of the drought.
Money coming in and that work
coming out.
Facts, no cap. I ain't stunned for no clap. Bitch, I'm from the bottom, but shout out to the
top.
We still hit the club and whoop some
niggas out they socks.
Cup full of drink and the blunt full of crops. Pistol on my hip, nigga trip get popped.
Bang bang.
Boys ain't a 3. That's why I
met your neck.
It's the South Side anthem.
Bitch, show some respect.
Smooth operator, leave a bad
bitch
wet. Cash on deck if a nigga wanna flex. Flow so hot, I'm in the yoke in the tan. My fingers lock up when I count up them bands. I've been running circles around these niggas like a fan. Came from the pen with some goals in the plan. 7 or 11, 6 or 8, 10 or 4. Click, clack, roll, what the pockets here for? Dice game deep on the block at the stove. But when the laws come, then you know it's time to go. Put on your glasses and peep what I'm saying. Bottom boy Coosey. I'm from Hooverland. The streets raised me from a boy to a man. So little boy shit, that's some shit I can't stand. Now I done got hype, lit like a lighter. I be dripping sauce like I'm fucking on the swiper. I'm a P layer, baby girl.
I can't wipe you.
I just first light y'all, fast like a viper.
Gone.
Hey, say man, free all the homies just locked up.
All right. Cause I don't know what side them was jamming over there. I don't know, man. I don't know what they were jamming. All right, let's get to it though. Let's see if we ready to work. Okay, they got keys up there.
Came across the Atlantic Ocean.
Hey,
it didn't happen that way.
On, man. Y'all gotta bring me on. Hold on, let me call outside.
He was on Chief show, and he brought me up because I was the one that, or at least one of the people. There was a lot of brains that went into this and kind of breaking down everything that the gentleman who put this project together. So there was a lot of people that broke this thing down, and I was just the one that kind of was at the moment in time ready to present it.
Yeah, drop the link, side.
On various platforms such as on Chief Channel, also on Clubhouse. So I was just the voice that pretty much speaking for the volumes of people that were able to put this information out there.
Yes, Dulcinea. I was on their show earlier, so I should have told him that he had to cam up, but because I didn't tell him, I don't want to run.
Hold up, y'all. Hold on, I'm about to pull up. Hold on, y'all. I'm over on side channel. Hold up.
And is strong. He's taking on all challenges. He's getting ready to go up against the Gorilla Hebrew on the 14th. That will be Saturday. Make sure y'all have y'all ass in the building for this, because this is going to be powerful right here. Brother Top Cat, while the brother getting ready, would you like to say something, brother?
Yeah, peace.
Shout out to everybody in the building. We do want to encourage y'all to go get y'all tickets. This is gonna be a rumble in the jungle. Me, the brother Grla Hebrew, Shakar, he done a great job with them. And they pushing their line and they making a lot of noise. But I'm gonna tell you something. When y'all come over here talking about America, y'all should have stayed in Israel. So we're gonna put them in the box.
Hey, yeah, you've been banging on the Hebrews lately, man. What's going on? What did they do to tick you off, brother?
Oh, well, it's time to fight. After the fight, we can shake hands and be friends. And, I come to Atlanta and we can hang out. But right now, we trying to figure out why Abraham, the progenitor of the Hebrews, why he was a pimp. That nigga, his wife Sarah sold pussy in Egypt.
Hey, hold on.
My bad.
Yeah, we're gonna try to stay away from the vulgar language. It's a nice way that you can say it.
Right.
You can say the pussy cat.
Okay, yeah, he pimped. He took her to Egypt and she slept with the Pharaoh, and in return he gave them livestock, Hagar, and a lot of riches. They also pulled that same move. She was prostituting later on at like 100 years old, and God had to come in and intervene and said, "Hey man, get out of here. They gonna rob you, bro. Get out of here while you can." Her husband waiting in the bushes with an AK-47.
I think that might have to be your next debate, man. And I think Captain would take that on. Captain Zoriak.
Captain gonna have to explain why he told you, because I seen a video where y'all was in person, and Cap said 300,000 or 3 million Hebrew slaves left Africa in the transatlantic slave trade. You remember he told you that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's what I want to look at Cap on.
Today, then.
Yeah, we finna talk about that today.
Man, I don't know. You might have to go through Mr. Nepal Shaddah first, brother.
I wouldn't. Nah, I ain't fighting.
No, I'm gonna tell you something.
I'm not fighting Nepal.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna say this. In order to get to Nepal, you would have to go through the captain, because Nepal is a little higher in knowledge and information.
You saying that you biased. You being biased right now.
No, I'm not, brother.
That's baby. You have to say that.
Man, no, brother. I'm trying to tell you that it is what it is. But anyway, brother, I want to skip ahead and go to my man Swordfish and see what he got for us pertaining to the transatlantic slave trade. You got the floor, brother.
Nah, I appreciate that, sir. And
yes, sir.
I appreciate you allowing me to be on the channel.
Yes.
First off, I want to give a shout out to everybody that has poured into me.
Let me go get some water. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, yeah. Big Chief, everybody that's poured into me, the BCU family, want to give a special shout out to y'all. Dane Calloway doing this thing, Karimio, Phoenix Moon, Ishmael Bay, APA1, anybody that's out here trying to push the message and get everybody to kind of wake up and find out who their family members are, one family tree at a time. That's what this is about for me, because your family tree won't lie. So I want to start.
What's up, Sword? I salute everybody, man. I want to introduce y'all to one of BCU researchers, man. This my brother Swordfish right here. So don't think he out here by himself. He is a BCU Jaguar. And so y'all know one thing about us, we are the military base when it come down to this American paradigm. We are the fighters. We are the ones who've been taking on all the wars. Shout out to some other people who have some fight, but we the ones been really scratching and pushing the line. Tonight we want to help break down the transatlantic slave trade. We hear a lot of people use this as a primary source. A lot of people coming back telling us that science is the way, and this slave trade to us is a myth.
Hey, Top Cat, I want to say this before you go any further. I just want to warn you and let you and your brother Swordfish know that this is the toughest environment to be in. So, don't be so light-footed and easy. Go in, brother. You're gonna have to go in, because when I open up the floodgates, they coming for you, dealing with the information. So
right, tell them tie their shoes up. Tell them tie their shoes up and be ready to rock.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna bring my brother Swordfish in tonight. We're gonna illustrate from one of a primary source that could be used for Pan-Africans, which is called slavevoyages.com. So right now he's gonna go through it and break down the methodology. Okay, so we're not here to push anything on you guys. We're here to assist. We want to show you guys how to work this database. How was this data collected? What was it for? And it was used for Pan-Africans as a primary. But we want to show you guys how to work it. Got my brother Swordfish. You ready to rock out?
Yeah, man.
Let's swing this sword. Turn up.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spend some time jumping around in the tool today. So as Chief mentioned, and everybody, if you want to do this, you can follow along. The website is slavevoyages.org, and y'all can actually go around and play with the website as well. But the main thing that's important about understanding how to use this website is understanding how the author put this website together and look at this through his lens. So everybody, for the sake of this, drop your biased perspective and just look at the level of research that he put into this, where they literally found records in various geographic locations. They went to Europe archives, they went to Brazilian archives, they went to the American archives, they went to the African archives, they went to the European establishments in Africa in their archives. So they basically did the homework that we all are out here talking about, and everybody trying to identify and figure out where they come from. So for the sake of this, I want everyone to drop their bias and just look at this purely from the perspective of someone who took 10 to 20 years to put this project together and use primary sources to build a database and produce numbers that we're actually looking at today. So first off, I want to start by showcasing some numbers. So I'll come back to the methodology here in a second, and I want to start by looking at the database. So if you're following along, or if you're just watching, the first thing you could do is click on transatlantic and then click on database and then click on tables. And right here are the numericals that are coming out of Europe. So I want you to move to this column filter and change this to broad region, where the voyage began. So that lets us know literally where the voyage began. And if you want, you can get granular by clicking the region, and it'll kind of break it down by continent and country. And if you want to get it all the way down to the port, you can see how many people came out of a port. But for simple math, and to keep this real brief, because it don't really take much, the number speaks for themselves. So over the course of a 25-year period, I want to see where this voyage began, and I want to see how many slaves embarked or got on the boat. Well, if we look over here to Europe, we see roughly 5.2 million slaves now.
Hold on. Watch this here, family. Let's start here. I think let's walk them down from a place that they understand, right? So in history, they teach us that 1619, right? We'll go there. We're gonna say this one right here for them. Let's go in order to what they'll understand. 1619, the first slaves were said to come here in Virginia. If we wanted to find that information, what method would we take in looking through this database?
Oh, okay. So what we would do is rather than looking at this from a 25-year period, we would break it down to, like, let's say 5-year increments. And then you can see, so there were none that came to mainland North America during this time. So let's just keep going.
When we say the times, let's look at the dates. Let's give them the dates.
Yeah. So the first slaves, according to slavevoyages.org, which he built this off of primary sources, 200 slaves came between 1641 and 1645.
Okay.
That was the first time they came to America.
1641, right? Now, the 1619 narrative, do we have any proof in slave voyages that that any slaves got off a boat in Virginia?
Well, this is mainland North America, so they're talking about the United States.
Correct.
So if we look here at 1616 to 1620, they got zero.
Okay. What about the Caribbean? I see they have the Caribbean there as well. They said the slaves left Africa and stopped in the Caribbean first and then came over. So what about in the Caribbean? How many stopped over in 1619?
1619, zero.
Wow. Okay, let's walk. Brazil.
But we do see, oh, go ahead.
What about Brazil?
So we got Brazil. So we're gonna go all the way across. Yeah, 0.
Okay, 0.
But we got some that came before. But yeah.
Right. But for 1619, we see 0 embarking in America, which will take away your 1619 project. We'll edify on that a little later. Okay, let's walk. How about Africa? Okay. At this time, how many people left out of Africa at that time?
Well, we're still looking at the 5-year increments. Where did the voyage begin and how many slaves got on the boat? So between 1501 all the way down to, let me zoom back out, 25 years. Yeah. So from 1501 to 1875, if you go over to Africa and look at the total, it's 45,315 slaves.
Can you say that double again in case they didn't hear you?
Yeah. So in 25-year increments between 1501 to 1875, I want to see where did these voyages begin and how many slaves got on the boat. So if the voyage began in Africa, only 45,315 slaves was the numerical that got on the boat.
Okay. All right. Now let's walk them through how you got this number. Let's talk.
Yeah. So in these columns, in these filters here, you got the opportunity to play around with them. And we're going to continue to play around with these filters. So that way you all can kind of see how they put this project together. And then we're going to go back to understanding the database. So that way we can understand how he put it together. But in short and skinny, what I did was I said, okay, I want to see where did the voyage begin? So if the narrative says they went to Europe, picked up the Africans, and then came to Africa, well, the voyage began in Africa, and then they came over to America. So I want to see how many slaves got on the boat in Africa and left. I don't care where they went. I just want to see how many got on the boat and left Africa. So I said, okay, let me look at these filters. So I played around. I clicked broad region, and then I played around with these filters as well. Everyone has their own luxury to do it. So I said, okay, when you look at these filters, they work together like a sentence, which you're taught in school. So over the course of 25-year increments, I want to see where these slaves got on the boat and how many of them was it. And that's where I came to the conclusion based upon this gentleman's evidence. And I want to give a shout out to them too, because they invested about 10 to 20 years in this project. So that's a long time to get all of these schools, these governments, and they spent a nice penny to put this project together. And what they came up to, as we'll kind of go through once we get over to the methodology, they are they're speaking from the perspective that 95+% of the records have been found as it relates to the data that's displayed here. So from Africa, where the voyage began, how many slaves got on the boat and left Africa between the years of 1501 and 1875 was 45,315 slaves.
Wow. When I remember when I was young, they always told us that we had 100 million, we had 50 million, got down to 20 million, to 12 million. And so you say we're not even getting 50,000. We ain't got 100,000 so far.
Now, you know what's interesting about this number as well is because when you look at this number, it just says 45,315. But then when you go to understanding the database, and I want you guys to do your own research because it is a lot of reading, but it's worth it. So when you go to which one of these filters, let me see. It might have been date. Yeah, here we go. So keep that number in mind. And I want to give a shout out to brother Shiamaru. I think that was his name, Dr. Ali.
Shout out Dr. Ali.
Yeah. He tried to show this to y'all, but y'all didn't pay attention to it. But hopefully now you actually see that the brother wasn't lying. So when you come here, it says number of Africans embarked. This was the most up-to-date number. And what was interesting about this was as you read through the website here, they actually talk about how if a slave left Europe, got off the boat in Africa, and then they did whatever they had to do over there, and then they got on the boat in Africa on the coast, and then came over to America, that person's status was changed from European to African. So that's how you can tell that these were actually the pure Africans, like people from Africa, like Africans that actually got on the boat and came over here. So when you take what is this, 8,285, and you deduct that from the 45,315, that's how you know that the majority of those folks were Europeans that actually left Europe, went to Africa, did whatever they had to do there, and then got on the boat from Africa and came over to America.
Now let me ask you a question. I'm going to break your wisdom, but for people out there to think that you're being biased, that you're somehow creating this information, or can they also pull up slavevoyages.org and follow along with us? I mean, I see a lot of typing in the chat, so that tells me that you guys don't have Slave Voyages pulled up right now. So we want to ask the people out there, the doubters that are in the chat right now, to actually pull up Slave Voyages and walk with us through this. So every page that we go to, every filter or column we click through, you guys can follow along, so you can see that this information is not coming from us. This information is coming directly from this database. So you guys can follow along, all of the doubters, and you definitely can hit the link once I open it up. Cause y'all know y'all don't want to do no punching with me.
Nah, yeah. I mean, I think, it's slavevoyages.org. And, you guys can look at the path, and then if I'm doing something wrong, poke holes in it, and then we can actually talk about it up here. Because the only thing that I'm going to do is refer you back to the methodology, in which I think this is a good transition to go and talk about the methodology. So for the ones that want to poke holes in what I'm saying, what I would recommend is read each one of these links. And the one that I'm going to showcase today is classification as a transatlantic slave voyage. I think this might be one of the most important pages that anybody could read, because it'll really help you to reset how you look at this transatlantic slave trade. And there's one specific part, well, there's actually a few, but I want to start with one. So this is one part that I want to highlight right here. It says, nevertheless, we do have a file of 1,400 Atlantic voyages that might have carried slaves, but for which we are, nevertheless, we do have a file of 1,400 Atlantic voyages we might have carried slaves, but for which we are awaiting additional evidence. The majority of these certainly sailed from Europe to the Caribbean and then back again without sailing anywhere near Africa. I'm going to read this one more time. The majority of these certainly sailed. So they talking about these 1,400 Atlantic voyages. The majority of these certainly sailed from Europe to the Caribbean.
Okay.
And then back again without sailing anywhere near Africa.
Wow. Hold on. Sinetta, where you at? Can you drop a bomb on that? I know you went and got a glass of water. Yeah, we need to drop a bomb on that. I want to read it in case they didn't hear it. The majority of these certainly sailed from Europe. Okay, so the ships are sailing from Europe to where? The Caribbean. The story goes that people left Africa and went to the Caribbean islands, right? Well, right here, the source says that majority certainly left from Europe to the Caribbean and then back again without sailing anywhere near Africa. So where are you guys getting your information? If these ships are going from the Europe to the Caribbean and nowhere near Africa, how is Africans getting on the boat if the boat ain't even going to Africa? Let's walk. Hey, and I seen Sukla in the chat, man. You want to bring Sukla up?
Yeah.
I think I want
Sukla, go ahead.
Sukla up here, man.
Yeah, shout out to Sukla, man. She the one that really, boy.
I think I want Sukla up here on this too. Sarnetta, where you at, man? I'm finna call your phone. Where you at, Sar?
I'm right here. I'm right here, brother.
Hey, drop the link. We got a sister down there in the chat we want to bring up too.
Oh shit!
We got a sister out there.
This one of the minds that actually went into this that I'm speaking on behalf of, man. I stand on the shoulders of giants, man. She cold-blooded.
Hey, Sukla, I seen you down in the chat earlier. If you are here, sister, the link is down there for you. Come on up. If you can hear us, hit the link, Sukla, and come up and let's build. All
right. So now let's go to the next part. It says there remains the question of produce ships. Define this. Let me highlight it so that way everybody can see it. All right. So there remains the question of produce ships, defined as ships that sail to Africa to trade for animal products, agricultural commodities, or minerals. Now, key word here. They said produce ships, and then they defined it for us. Ships that sail to Africa to trade for animal products, agricultural commodities, and minerals. We have identified 1,450 voyages that departed Africa without obtaining slaves. In some cases, they carried supplies for the European castles on the coast, but in the majority of instances, they traded for African produce before returning directly to Europe. So
you mean they ain't stopped nowhere else? They ain't had no one stop. They ain't stopped nowhere. They went back to Europe.
Yeah. So you had 1,400 slaves that went from Europe to the Caribbean without sailing anywhere near Africa.
Wow.
So you have 14 ships on this side, and then you have 14 ships on that side, 1,400 ships on that side, and they never sail anywhere near each other.
Bring it out. Let the ancestors speak.
So it makes sense when you go back to the database and you look at the table and you look at this broad region and you see, again, this is slave database. Who are these Europeans?
Hey, Sal, we can't see it. You don't have the screen up. Yeah, we want them to see it because they think we being biased, and this is coming from my opinion.
My bad. Go ahead. I thought y'all was telling me to move the screen for a minute when y'all was calling me. Go ahead.
No. The sister just gonna come up. Just be looking out for her.
What's her name? Daniel?
Danny. Yeah, Danny.
All right, I got her.
All right, let me go back just in case they didn't see this part. So, Chief, could you see the last part? Or when it?
Yes, we didn't see it. No, we didn't see it. So, yeah, let's go back over that. Shout out to my sister Danny, Sukla, powerful sister. Oh, don't worry about it. Y'all finna get an education tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight is the Indians' night tonight, y'all. So strap up, get ready, and listen. Don't be biased. Let's hear the information because we all should know by now that the movies that we see, that a lot of the stuff that we see and the stories that they talk about the slave trade really didn't happen. So I can agree. It ain't happened the way they say it happened. You know, I can agree with that. But goddamn it did happen. But it was just a little add-in and takeouts and all of that. That's all I'm saying. Don't get caught up on the Roots movie and all this crazy stuff, making it look like we wasn't fighting, that we was just rolling over and they was beating. Nah, it ain't. Right. Nah, don't go for that. Y'all. Don't go for that.
We'll see. Here's the thing, Sa, and I'll tell you this, man. This has been like, as I really started to learn this database and really started to dig into it, the people that created this narrative were probably some of the most creative people that I've ever come across, because it's the way they told the story that made people add their own conjecture to the story, and then they just ran with it. Because in practice, 10 million slaves did leave the coast of Africa. But what they allow people to do is insert their own conjecture to determine where they went. That is the problem. And we're going to address it today.
Now, hold on, brother. You said 10, listen to what you said. 10 million slaves left Africa.
Yeah.
10 million slaves, brother. Think about this, what you're saying now.
Yeah.
And they was under control by how many Europeans?
I'm going to show you.
All right, I got to see this.
Hey, so, hold on.
This is where I say that the numbers was a little exaggerated, man. 10 million?
No, see that.
Come on, man.
Besides what you're doing right now,
Go
is
ahead.
you're doing the same thing that everybody else does. You're inserting your own conjecture as to where they went.
Okay. All right.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you where they went.
Okay, so I'm going to sit back and I'm going to just go ahead and continue to learn and see what I could get out of this.
Okay, let's get Sister Sukla in. What's up with it, Danny?
Go ahead, Sukla.
What's up, Danny?
Peace, 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 brothers, peace. I swear to God, I love Top Hats and Swordfish and my favorites. What's up, Anita? How you doing?
Peace, sister, peace.
Love the BCU. The Jaguars be roaring. Keep going. All you lost DNA Africans, I love you, but I need you to find your grandma house, okay? Go home to grandma house. Look at grandma in the eye and say, Grandma, where are we from? And take that as your answer, because all the rest of it don't even matter. Shout out to y'all. Welcome to
what you have to say about slave voyages. What are your thoughts on this and the numbers? And what did you get out of your research in studying slave voyages?
Slave voyages was something that I wanted to refute for 2 years, quietly. I wanted to, my original, someone gave it to me, the Great Phoenix Moon and the Great Sister Latasha Evans, Mrs. Evans. And they said, well, you ever seen slave voyages since you so sure you got a slave? Well, what port they come through, baby? And I said, well, they was in Tennessee. Well, where you get a port in Tennessee? And they was right. Where did I get a port? In Tennessee. I got a documented slave, bill of sale. I came in with the smoke. So at the end of all of
come on, Sook, you wrong now. Sukla, I was the first Indian you met.
I was going to find
Sukla, what you mean, them people? Shout out to them, but they didn't. That was me, Sukla. Don't.
Well, I found some.
How can you take that from me, Suk? I know who you hang with now.
And to get to those two, I had to go through thousands of other records. And there was a whole bunch of people who just didn't come from Africa. So then I started breaking down the database like Swordfish, going through the methodology, going through all the different processes. And I said, wait a minute. Now, when I was a kid, they said 15 million. Then by the time I hit an adult, they said 12. Last thing I knew, I looked at that little boy, what's his name, Louis Gossett Jr., and he said 400,000. Why this document here said when we get to talk about all the people who made multiple trips from Africa to other places and back to Africa, people who left America and went into Africa and back in America, it was only 45,000 us and somebody alive. So that's how we got there.
Okay. All right, Sword. You ready?
Yeah. I want to keep reading just this paragraph here, so that way, we can see what the author of this project, who invested hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars into this to go around the world and collect primary sources, and we gonna dig into the sources too, man. And I'm gonna show y'all something so that way, you can see what a primary source look like, a primary. Because I love to see how we're gonna leave that up on the screen, see if they can debate it, and then after that, I ain't gonna give you no more of my sources. But it's up here, it's public information. All right. So it says, in addition, there were always a few tenders each year that went to the coast to supply slaves for a larger ship, but did not themselves carry slaves across the Atlantic. Let me read it again. In addition, there were always a few tenders each year that went to the coast to supply slaves for a larger ship, but did not themselves carry slaves across the Atlantic. So throughout this methodology here, you'll see them consistently refer to the concept that there were no boats or limited boats that actually crossed the Atlantic and actually brought slaves over here. Okay. So now, Chief, you got any more comments on that before I go to the I'm trying to figure out where I want to go next. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. So now I want to address what I just mentioned to Sa about there were 10 million slaves that actually left the coast of Africa. But let me show you where they went. So I'm gonna come back to the tables. And Sa, this is where Brother Garfield went wrong. So I'm gonna change this filter to, now I want you to pay attention to this, okay? So y'all see the columns up here at the top? Now I want you to pay attention to these columns when I change the filter. You see how Europe and everything disappeared, and now the only thing is here is Caribbean and Africa.
Clear as day. And we encourage you guys out there to get on another device and follow along so you guys can click the columns. This is non-biased. This is their work. So all of the doubters out there, open. If you don't have another device open, no one cares what you even think.
Yeah. So can you see this side? You there?
Turn up. He got us, you know.
Okay,
Side,
all
yeah,
right.
you got.
I'm right here. I'm right here,
Okay.
y'all.
Yeah,
All right.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah. I just
I'm
want
right
to
here.
make sure you were seeing this, because the reason why I want you to see this is because you're gonna have people that are gonna come up here and they're gonna try to say some of the most outlandish things, even though these sources are right here in front of them. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens when people have a chance to come up here and say whatever they got to say. So, but you know what? It's all good, man. Everybody can think whatever they want to think. So I changed the filter from broad region to embarkation regions. So we can see we got a little spot of Caribbean, and then we also got Africa, and these are the various regions of Africa. So
Clear as
Sai,
day.
remember when I said the 10 million slaves? There you go right there.
Yep.
Now, that's where the slaves got on the boat at. Now, I want to see where they got off the boat at. So I'm going to change this from embarked to disembarked. And guess what?
Yeah.
They got off the boat in Africa too.
Shanetta, did you hear that?
I'm listening right
10
here.
million slaves. Now they said 10 million people in Africa got on the boat. Right now, that's okay. That's what the source says. But when we're gonna follow these boats and see where these people are gonna get off. When we go through it, the database shows us that they boarded in Africa and they got off in Africa. Very important.
Now let's back this up. Let's go back to the methodology, and everybody can follow along. So you go to transatlantic, you click on understanding the database, and then you scroll down and you read here where it says regions of embarkation and disembarkation. Now, what I want to do is just highlight the very first sentence. The above procedures generate imputed figures where necessary for the data used to produce a series of slave departures and arrivals for 8 different regions in Africa and 64 different regions of disembarkation. Let me read it again. The above procedures generate imputed figures where necessary for the data used to produce a series of slave departures and arrivals.
Departures and arrivals, ladies and gentlemen. So for those out there that are saying we don't have no records because they were lost, the transatlantic slave trade, this is why we lost our records. Slavery broke us apart and all of this here. Our names were stripped and all of these type of things. These people, slave voyages actually were able to go back and get the documents. Why? Because this slavery was a business. This was international commerce. And just like today, companies are going to keep their records. If you're doing business, you're going to keep your records. And so they're tracing them. Why? Because there's companies in place. All right. So right now, family, can you break that down? Can you say it again for the people in the cheap seats?
Yeah. And you see, sir, listen, there's nothing that you can show them, because what we just did was we went and found the Africans, only to show them that the Africans never left the coast of Africa. It literally says it here in writing, but you know what? We're going to go one layer deeper. I want to see exactly what port, how many came in and how many came out. So we're going to go get to work. So we're going to go.
Because every time we ask the Africans what tribe they from or what port they left out of Africa, they have no clue. And so let's get some work.
Yeah.
Let's work.
So I'm gonna go back.
Since they don't know nothing, open up your slave voyages and let us teach you something.
All right. So we're gonna take a quick glance at the table again. We're gonna change this back to embarkation regions because that lines up with our methodology. We can see how many slaves got on the boat in these 64 ports, 8 regions. And then if you want, just pay attention to these numbers and watch how the numbers change. You see how they change? All right, now let's go cross-reference it. Let's go to the map. Now this is where I want to give a shout out to my sister Sukla, man, because I was beating my head against the wood trying to figure out how in the hell does this shit make sense. And I was looking at this image just like everybody else would, where they looking at it and they're saying that, you know, ain't no boats could cross the transatlantic directly across the middle of the ocean. And if you check out the Savannah Slave Port Authority, the Charleston, South Carolina Slave Port Authority, they actually got the maps posted on their website, and they have no routes that are going directly across the Atlantic. So I know that we even called the Savannah Port Authority down in
Hold on. You mean to tell me the Savannah Port, like the corporation, you called them and got on the phone with them?
Yeah, we talked to a lady.
And the lady actually pointed you into what direction?
She pointed, hold on, I'm about to let me see if I can switch to a different screen. Let me see if I can share the other one. I'm gonna pull up the website right now. We can do it live.
And this is beautiful because I want to show you something, because a lot of people like to do the Google. So we're gonna show y'all, this is how we know that a crime has been committed and that someone has wrote over or created a narrative, right? And they use science and anthropology to push this narrative, because we're gonna go to the actual port, to Savannah Port, which is gonna document exactly the routes that they take that are leading out of that port. Now, what's interesting about that, if you know anything about Savannah, Georgia, they tell in the 1780s, a law was passed, right? They say that the law stopped slave trade coming into Savannah. Now, they also comes back and say that a underground slave trade took place, which hundreds of thousands, I think about 300,000 slaves came over directly from Angola to the port of Savannah. Check. So you know what we did? Now this is coming from Savannah Encyclopedia. This is coming from Encyclopedia of Georgia. And these are sources that are said to be credible. This is the sources that the institutions push. So when we call down to Savannah Port, and then they point us in a direction where to find the routes that they take, we want to let the people know this. All routes that are being taken today are the same routes from the ancient times. The routes do not change. So if any of you guys ever been in the Navy, which we also call, who you guys call from the Navy? What was his rank?
Yeah, we spoke to an E9 petty officer.
Can you tell the people what an E9, explain to the people what an E9 petty officer is?
It's the highest rank in that military position. You could get no higher than his unless you are not in the military.
And so when what we're saying here, yes, you guys are looking at slave voyages, but we went so in depth inside this research because we're not here just to disprove or to put down someone because they feel like they have African blood or they come from African descent. This has absolutely nothing to do with this because at this time now we're battling the institutions because the Encyclopedia of Georgia, if they're going to put out this information that the underground slave trade came and brought people directly from Savannah to Angola and we call the ports and they give us the route.
Time out, Top Cat. I got a caller calling in, man. Peace and black power. Shalom to you, Grla Hebrew. What up?
Shalom, all praise to the Most High. What's going on, Elder Sarnetta?
Man, you know I got Top Cat talking his talk. He acting like he gonna walk that walk on the 14th. What's up, man?
Shalom, Maggie.
Man, Shalom, what's going on, my brother Top Cat? I love my brother Top Cat, man. Great brother, entertaining brother, man. But you know, he's in the big leagues and he's in the league that he's not even ready for at this point.
He over his head.
So,
you think he over his head right now?
He drowning.
Talk to him,
Brother drowning.
Talk
He don't
to
even
him,
know it. That's the cold part.
Talk to the people.
You know, the brother drowning, but you know, it's gonna be fun and people gonna learn, man. See, with Top Cat, what he gotta do, he gotta find out who my grandma is, man. And he gonna find out who my grandmother is, and that's why he gonna find out he is screwed with this debate. Because I was raised with certain knowledge and information that's on a superior level to what he's even thinking he's coming and bringing to the people right now. So I already got an advantage. I had an advantage 32 years ago when I got left at grandma's house. You see what I'm saying? He don't even know that though, but that's how he gonna find out the hard way.
He gonna find out on the 14th.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Grla, I'm gonna talk to you tonight. I know you getting ready to go in tonight. I'm gonna tap in and see what's up, brother. Shalom to you.
Yes, sir. All praise.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
shalom, y'all.
Shalom to you, man. Shalom to you, Hebrew.
All right. I see I got a brother that says, "Sir, why you interrupting?" Because listen, this is a man that's watching on the side, and he hit me up. He said, "Yo, sir, I gotta say something real quick." So we let him come in. Top Cat know how to get back to where he left off at.
Oh, yeah. This is BCU.
All I'm gonna tell you is, brother, don't sleep on no man, brother. Don't sleep
on him. I ain't gonna sleep on him. I'm just gonna put him to sleep.
You're sleeping on him.
I ain't gonna sleep on him. I'm just gonna put him to sleep.
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
All right, let's wind this wood. Let's walk.
So can you share my screen, please? Sir?
Yes, sir. I see it right there. It's up and running.
All right. So what I'm illustrating here is dang, let me go back to the diagram because I think oh, that's how you switch. Okay, can y'all see that?
Yep.
Okay.
You got the maps up there.
So this is the map that I was beating my head trying to figure out how in the hell does this make sense if all of the other tabs and stuff say that them specific group of slave ships did not go anywhere near Africa or America. So they was going from Europe to America or from Europe to Africa. Then how in the hell do you explain this part in the middle? So I was beating my head on it. But then I referred back to a conversation that we had where we actually called the Savannah Port Authority, because I wanted to see how are boats traveling across the water today, because that'll be a sign of how they did it in the ancient times. So the latest.
Hey, y'all, make sure y'all hitting the like button. Make sure y'all hitting the like button.
Everybody can go. This is
everybody that's rocking out here.
Anybody can go to this website right now and look it up. So what we finna do is we finna pull up the map.
Hey, y'all, they mad.
So you
say they mad, bro. They mad. They think Sarnetta finna leave them and flip.
Global carrier services.
Because see, this the game. Nigga can say what they want, but they don't.
And once you get to this page,
if Sarnetta say, "All right, here, man, I'm gonna step back and let y'all show and prove."
Make sure it was still there before the call.
Oh, they mad.
But once you click on that,
they mad. Oh, we gonna walk through them tonight.
Mm-hmm. 37 pages. Let's just look through them. So you see that's going through the Panama Canal. So that ain't it. I want to see how these boats are traveling today. All right, so that's through the Panama Canal again, through the Panama Canal again. Oh, there's one, but it goes over the top that ocean, Josh. Shout out
Hey,
to
we can't see the screen. Is
yeah, the screen is up, brother.
Yeah, but
it's not.
Yeah, it's not on the map.
yet.
We don't see the
Oh
map.
shit, my bad. I gotta switch the tab. Okay, my bad. Let me go back.
Yeah, hold on, y'all, because y'all don't think we talking. We finna show you the map. Nah,
All right,
we
can y'all
not
see it
playing,
now?
man. We really working
Hey,
over
family,
here.
they bringing y'all sources. Y'all gotta have to deal with this.
We really working over here, man.
Can y'all see it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, my bad. All right, so let me get back to it. All right. Can y'all see it now?
Yes.
Okay. All
now
right. So
we're
you
not
see,
looking at maps, right? We're looking at the global container services.
yeah, it should be. It should
That's
be.
what we, all right. Now they go to maps. Go ahead.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. So these are the routes that the ships take today. So you'll see the first ones. How do they commute from, you know, the Eastern Seaboard or the Caribbean to the other side of the Asian countries? So we just gonna take a tour. Now this is 37 pages. If y'all can see my screen, y'all look at the top. It's 37 pages. So we just gonna skim through it from beginning to end to see the routes that these ships are taking today. Now, one of the reasons why they built this canal right here was because when you read those shipping books, when they went from Massachusetts, Nantucket, Massachusetts, and they wanted to come over here for trade and commerce, one of the places that they used to go to was Jakarta, they would have to come all the way down underneath South America. And because they were going against the current, their ships got tore up every single time. And then when they came up the backside and they tried to stop in them various islands over here, there was always wars and stuff going on. So that's one of the reasons why they built this canal right here. So that way it's an easier commute and their boats won't get tore up on the way. But we'll just skim through. And then, oh, now this is where I was at first. So if you see, here's one that leaves Charleston, but look at where it's going, over the top of the current. There's nothing that comes straight across here.
If we have anyone in the that has been in the Navy, as we do over in BCU, we have people who've actually took these routes and been in there, done years in service in the Navy. If there's anyone out there inside Netta chat, hopefully when the phone lines open, you guys can come up and maybe you guys can bring some insight on this as well.
Yeah. So you won't see any routes going directly from the West Coast or wherever they said these events occurred. You'll never see it coming directly across the middle of the Atlantic. And so what was actually really interesting was that when we talked to the gentleman, the E9 officer, he said that the last time a military vessel, from his recollection, and this guy is probably like in his 70s now, and he said the last time the military had a boat that went directly across the Atlantic was in the 1940s and 50s.
Now watch this here. So what did he say happened to it?
He said the boat sank.
So damn, okay. Now watch this here. On top of that, now we also y'all also spoke to him about the filtration system, right? Because when we're traveling the Atlantic is salt water, correct? And so in order to stay alive, you're going to have to be able to hydrate. And so, and I want to ask you this here, did y'all ask him in context of the transatlantic slave trade, and would it be possible? What was his answer?
His answer was, if it did happen, there would have been a lot more casualties than what was reported. But he put a special emphasis on if it did happen, because he said that when you're traveling, what would the colonizers use when they're traveling at night to determine the direction? Because there's always a hurricane, there's always something that's going on in the Atlantic on a day-to-day basis. And people in Florida know that, people in the Caribbean know that, people at the northern part of South America, they understand what that hurricane season and stuff look like. So it's not strange to us. But he said that how would the people travel at night, especially when the clouds are up and they can't see the moon and things of that nature, when the waves are so big. He said the waves are so big in the Atlantic that even in the vessels today, the waves literally come on top of the boat. So the sailors have to they literally have to go into their bunker and strap themselves down to that bed, or else they'll get thrown across the ship and die because they hit the wall so hard. So this is what he's talking about today with modern technology. Anytime a military vessel goes across the Atlantic, in some cases, when a storm comes, they have to strap themselves to their vessel or strap themselves to their bunkers to keep themselves from getting killed.
And anyone in the Navy who's been in the Navy can attest to this, as well as the rehydration system. So today you have cruise lines, Carnival cruises. These are things that the officer pointed out. You have cruises, even different commercial ships, where they have a filtration system on there, because you can't consume salt water. So you can't, if you're loading on all these slaves, then you're gonna have to make sure these people are hydrated, or they'll die. So on boats today, he spoke about you have to wash dishes. Check. You got to have dishwashers. You got to have washing machines, because you got to change the sheets and change the bed. You need running water to take showers, to brush your teeth. You need drinking water. So there's filtration systems that are in the vessels that are used today. And so this back then, you taking these wooden ships, right? So like when we take with the case of the first slave voice by Lindsay, what they're gonna say is he had an old wooden boat with a hole in it. Now this is a primary, John Lindsay. W. Du Bois referenced him, or Whedon referenced him. All of the people, all of the greats that's told this story of the slave trade that made it valid, they referenced this same guy. Now they said this guy had a wooden boat with a hole in it. No form of any science or technology for him to filter the water and to pull this off. So now while my brother has this up, I want to bring y'all to New Georgia Encyclopedia. And I can't share it on my screen because I'm live from my channel. New Georgia Encyclopedia, Atlantic Slave Trade to Savannah. Right, so we have the port here, and Savannah records are indicating where their routes are going. Their routes never changed. They always been the same since ancient times. Here, they speak of a slave trade coming after 1798. Okay, the direct importation of Africans. The measure preceded by 10 years, the national ban on the slave trade, which led to an illegal slave trade that persisted for many decades. Okay, coming from Georgia and Angola. Now, if they're gonna, if the institutions is putting this information out to validate, why do they have to lie about it? Because see, what we can do is go to the records and see where it went, and we can see that no slave ships went directly to Angola to Savannah. So this source that's coming from the institutions that many of y'all are using, or they'll call it primary today through institutions. Now, they are the authoritative figure or in this conversation of a slave trade. Why are academic fighting so hard to validate this story when we simply go here to this point and we can tell that there were no routes going towards that at all? My bad, brother. Turn up.
Nah, but what you do see though is, if look at what I got on the screen right now. What you do see is exactly what they saw in slavevoyage.org. They said 1,400 ships left Europe, came to the Caribbean,
talk to them,
and went back to Europe without sailing anywhere near Africa.
Not at all.
Well, if you look at the map, which is directly from the Savannah Port Authority, you can see clear as day that there are routes that are still going that route today.
Say, man, that's a primary. Say, when you want to know how to do it, I heard Gorilla Hebrew just come in here and say what level he on and the top of the level he on. This how we get busy at BC right here.
Yeah, you got to go out there and find it, man. You can't just, look, all. So if you want to know, did Africans come from Africa? No, you see Europeans, they stop in Norfolk. Norfolk, last time I checked, is Virginia. You see them coming out of here, going to Savannah. Yeah, these are the same routes that they traveled back then. And then if you want to source on that, you can actually read the 1611 publication date of the Royal Society of London. They'll tell you that some ships left Europe, came all the way down the coast of Africa, came under the ocean gyre, and then came up here to the Caribbean. So, all of that stuff was an exploration, but all of this stuff is available, man. And again, we're on page 28 now. We're almost finished. Now we're talking about how these two commute with one another. So you got England and the Middle East to the Americas. back and forth, but there's nothing. And again, this is the Savannah Port Authority. There's nothing that's going directly to the west and central coast of Africa.
None. So where's this story coming from? And why? Yeah, my bad. Turn up.
Now, I was about to say, and currents just don't change. Like, you don't have a current today out in the middle of the Atlantic, and the you know, over the course of 200 years, it evolved. You know, like Darwin said, it evolved, and the current has changed today. Nah, the water's been the same, and you would need that current. The current will flow with the wind, so you would need that current to get across the Atlantic, or actually go in reverse order. Because if the current from Africa is pushing this way, I can't see how a sailboat would leave the Caribbean and then go direct straight line back to Nigeria, because then you'll be going against the current, and your sail won't even be able to work on your behalf because you'll be going against the current in a wooden boat. So we're gonna talk about them boats too. We're gonna talk about everything today, but I just want to share that, and then Chief, you want to say something?
Oh, nah, you're doing a good job. Let's walk. And so when we bring up the European conversation, we hear we amalgamated people, we intermixed, and when we tell people, well, open up, do a family tree. When we're tracing this family tree, a lot of people see Europeans. You can find Europeans family tree. It also tells you what part of Europe that they're coming from. You can find information on when did they make it to America, what ship were they on, what port did they come through. One thing that a lot of people, when you hear slavery, you think of the South. So when you think of slave trade, you think ships was coming in from every direction of America, when it's not true at all. It was only certain ports that slaves were said to come through. And that's why when y'all try to come through that port, Big Chief and BCU gonna be standing right there. Cause we got the work, we had a chronology. We just knocked on the porch though. We just took y'all to the primary. That's why we got the maps up.
All right, so now this part is very important, okay? Because now I'm finna show you where they went. So what you have to do, again, this website is available for everybody. So you go to Transatlantic, you click on database, and then you come here to maps. Now you got your map. And my shout out to my sister Sukla again, because the only thing she told me to do was just dig a little deeper. So that's exactly what I did. I dug a little deeper. And I did not know that they actually gonna show you the ports. So I said, okay, well shit, where do I start? So then I started with the port at the bottom, and I said, okay, if I click here, I see 700,000 slaves got on the boat.
Wait a minute. What port is this?
This is let me zoom in a little bit more. Oh, that's about as far as I can go. But it says Benguela Salinas. That sounds Spanish to me.
So a lot of these people, they say that they don't know what port they came out of. They didn't document that type of information. That information is not available. But today we want to show you that information is available. They told you couldn't go past 1870. There was a wall in your genealogy. Well, people have been going back way further than 1870. And so today we want to show and prove that there are ports in in Africa, and they are identified. So which one are you from? Let's walk.
Yeah. So we see now look at now first, before we dive into this, I want you to look at this. It says Africans returning to Africa, and it says Africans carried off, meaning they got carried off somewhere and they got off somewhere. They got on and got off the boat. So we're going to watch and just add the numbers. It's math. Now, keep in mind, this website was built off of primary sources, and we're going to show you what one of those primary sources look like, and that's going to be where we close the casket at. So right here, we see roughly 700, 800,000 slaves got on and left this port. And we also see 600 to 700,000 that got off this port. Now, if we just stop right here, just on this port alone, no one ever told us that 600,000 slaves went to Africa, or at least got off at a port in Africa. If we just stop and just think about that right there, No one ever told us that. But let's keep going. In this port, we had what 6,000 that left, and we had 5,000 to 6,000 that came back, that got off. Oh, 2 million that got on, and roughly 2 million that got off.
What they got on it?
They got on in this port, and they got off in this
and got
port.
off in the port. And somebody's documenting it. Hold on. We got the
Can we
numbers
also
right here.
point out Africans returning to
Yes, ma'am.
Africa,
Oh,
which
we're gonna get to
also
the returnees.
increases said number.
We're gonna get to the returnees right after he dunked this one. Throw it off the glass to her. Yeah, let's act bad. We looking like the Globetrotters tonight. Let's walk.
Now look at the name of these ports, because everybody think that the British, it was the British. These ain't English and British words.
Not at all.
So look at this port. 100,000 left and 90,000 got off the port. Let's go to this one. Congo. Okay. 130,000 left. But in the same time, 117,000 got off. Whew, big numbers. Okay.
Yeah, so they doing numbers. They not
looking at we're looking at about 1.2, 1.5 million that got on, and roughly the same amount that got off. Now, keep in mind, family, all of this is in the same area.
Yeah, we ain't went too far.
So if you got the east coast of Africa, so if you think about these countries today, this ain't no different than getting on the bus and going down the street and going to work. And then you get back on the bus, you go back down the street, and you go back home.
What they always tell us the African was doing, working. You don't never see the nigga doing nothing there but working. Yeah. So today in the Congo, when they go work in the mines, they drive 2.5 hours, some 4, to go to work, to go work in the mines, and it may take them 6 hours to get back, depending on traffic. And so this is today in modern day. You can go look on if the videos on Vice or any of the videos on the Congo mines, or they're taking trips with these people who are commuting to work. And I mean, they're driving pretty far. I would have said I would have quit. I wouldn't have showed up, but they're driving 5 to 4 to 6 hours to work and then come back home. So let's walk.
Yeah, look at it. 2 million got on at this port, and 1.5 got off in this port. So even if you just leave this number alone, nobody ever told us that Africa had 1.5 million slaves in totality getting off the boat in Africa. No one ever told us that about this 3.2 million slaves that got off the boat in Africa. Let's just keep going, because now we coming around to Igbo land. So we click there. Look at that. Roughly 100,000 got on. Roughly 80,000 got off.
Well, hold on. This Igbo land, then we talking about Negro land. This ain't this the Hebrews? I think them them Hebrews, boy, because Tazariak and I seen Cap's hide the Cap. Cap say 3 million or 300,000 Hebrews got on that boat and left out. So Cap, let's find out where they can, because this the area they're gonna have to come out of, this Negro land. Or Judah. Nah, ain't it? What's the map say? The map say Judah or something like that. Judah land or something. Yeah, this Judah land right here. Let's walk.
Yeah. So we just gonna keep going up and down the coast. Now I already did the math for y'all, and the numbers equal out, but I just want to show it to you because I pulled out the calculator. You know, when you make this bold of a position, you got to make sure your numbers and everything is lined up and tight. So I did the math for y'all, but I encourage y'all to go back and do the math again. But yeah, look, there go another million that left, another 800,000 that got off and came back. You got what, 10,000 that left, 7,000 that came back. We're gonna go port by port. Was that 5,000? Well, no, 3,000 that left, 2,000 that came back. Let's look at this one. About 300,000 that left, 300,000 that came back. We finna cover 8 ports at the same time. Look at this. About 1.5 that left, and the same numbers came back. So you can literally go. Now, if you would imagine that a map is in your mind right now, you know what part of Africa we at right now. But just click on the ports and look at the numbers. And when you look at the numbers, to say something that's 1,614 that means somebody counted this. So when you count it, you can quantify it and really tell what the story is. So at this Alampo, 1,600 people left and 1,200 people came back. Some of them people left and they was like, fuck it, I'm just going to stay over here because it's closer to work. Ain't that what people do today?
Yep.
People move closer to their job
transfer.
Today.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to skim through it, family. But, you know, you see, y'all get the picture. 8 regions, 64 ports, all documented, all records.
All documented. So what are you? So when we ask y'all, what tribe you from? What port you from? What year you left out? Oh, we don't have that. The slave don't have that. Well, we got documents right here, brother. They say different. We have documents right here that say it's different. Let's walk.
The Wolof, that's the Wolof people right there. And what is that?
Yeah, and it's the Mendes. A lot of them say they come up out of there.
Fulani, there you go. Right there.
What them Fula, them mixed race.
Mandika.
European tribes. Yeah, we know because we see all the Europeans coming over there in Africa. We'll talk about that on another day.
All right. So y'all get the picture, family. But from this river here in Mauritius, all the way down to the Congo River. Y'all want to check Mozambique too? This area. Look at that. Boom. And they have Africans that was returning to this region.
Okay, you want to throw that one out the glass to Sue?
Sue, you want to take that one? I was just about to give it over to her. You there, Sue?
My only suggestion at this point for people, because I'm reading the chat, you know, I'm banging.
No. I'm gonna tell you, don't even worry about them. Let's just give us your information. Yeah.
This is when you go and actually look at the documents, you're also looking at people who went for a number of years and came back. There is documented history that the average span of a slave in the Caribbean is 4 years. The average span of a slave in the U.S. is 7. That sounds like a job and an indenture. So when you look deeper into these African people, which if you look at the map from that time, these ports line directly up with what they called Africa. And if these people coming out of Africa had contracts and indentures, I'm going to mute my mic right there.
And you know the funny thing about it, one of the people in the chat said they're reading it wrong. That was the same thing that Garfield said. So I'm gonna go back to understand.
No. When that, okay, do that, and we want that person to come up here when the door's open.
Yeah. So let's go back to this, and it says the very first sentence. Y'all can go back and read the whole thing whenever y'all want, but let's make sure we put this in proper context. The above procedures generate imputed figures when necessary for the data used to produce a series of the slave departures and arrivals in 8 different regions in Africa. That's no different than saying he flew and departed, or he left and departed in Florida. He left and departed in New York. He left and departed in California. It's the same damn thing. And if you think different, that's fine. You know, we'll be up here to take your questions. Okay. Now, let's go to a different side of the database. And I want to show y'all something that I thought was very interesting. Again, shout out to Sister Sukla. So now we're going to go over here and we're going to look at this African origins database. So we're going to click on African origins. And this part I found was real interesting. So what I'm going to do is I just want everybody to pay attention to one thing. This row right here. Disembarkation port. Where did the slaves get off the boat? Freetown. Okay, let me pull up a map so that way we can all see.
And if y'all don't know what Freetown is Sierra Leone. It's a colony that was created through the Sierra Leone Company. And then after they failed, you had what was called the African Institution would come and pick up that project. Okay. And we'll see people coming out of New England, Massachusetts, who will be involved as well. We'll see the Maroons come over from, which would be the Arawak Indians, come over to the colony of Nova Scotia, because after 1763 Treaty of Paris, the British took over the French post. Okay, and so their population would be moved over into what would become Sierra Leone to help build up this British colony. So now we're in Sierra Leone. We got the maps up. Let's walk.
All right. So y'all, now that y'all know where Freetown at, I'm about to flip back over to the database. All right. So look at this, 90,000 entries. I'm just gonna go through a few of them. Okay. So right now we can see that no matter where they came from, where their voyage started, they got off the boat in Freetown. Now, right now, we're looking at 15 different records, and I want you to keep your eye on this column. I'm going to change the display from 15 to 200 rows. Okay. Now, I want to give you all a landmark. Okay. So we got the arrival date. So this column has numbers, and we'll look to the left for Freetown so that way we can know what our landmark is. I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom because this is the destination, the disembarkation port. So I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom, and I'm just going to hang out at the bottom for a minute. All right. And we're just going to go through the pages to see how many slaves got off the boat in Freetown. So right now we know for sure that it's 200 because, again, the date right here. So that means that's the arrival date, and we just go one to the left. All right. So we're just going to hang out at the bottom. Next page, Freetown. 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 Freetown.
And it's all on the screen, family.
Freetown. Freetown.
Sources.
Freetown.
Sources.
Freetown.
Sources.
Freetown. Now, here's what's interesting. Bonnie, let's go and see where Bonnie at. Let me go back over here.
Hey, y'all, hit the like button out there. Y'all hit the like button. Show Sarnetta some love. If you don't want to support the bill because this is not information you're interested in, go ahead on and support Sarnetta by purchasing the ticket. The link should be somewhere down in the chat. One of the moderators should have it down in the chat. Support in that way. Shout out to Reese, moderator Reese down there. He has the tickets. You guys go purchase the tickets.
All right. Yeah.
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
Man, I gotta learn how to work YouTube. This shit kind of cool. Oh, my bad.
Hey, that was hard.
Yeah, that was cool. So, but yeah, so look, family. So let's do some math. Let's do some math here. I still got my rows set to 200. 200 rows. And we on page 10. Okay. Freetown. 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 Page after page, departing and disembarking in Freetown, Sierra Leone. These are records, individual people that are getting off the boat, disembarking in Freetown. Oh, look at this one. This is interesting. Look at where he came from. Look at where he came from.
Watch
Lagos.
this, y'all. Check this out. Where they came from again?
Lagos.
And can I point out that when they're from those certain regions, their language is also recorded. Thank you.
Okay, can we talk about the language a little bit? Just a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead, big brother.
If you go to the left of Lagos, just 3-4 columns, you will see that this is a 49-inch female. She was rather short, and she spoke Yoruba language. Yeah, she spoke Yoruba. And where did they put her? Freetown, Sierra Leone, British Colonization Society.
Now hold on. I want to take that a little further. Now, why is going to be found the Yoruba language there? Because the people who came together, the Yoruba language is going to be an extension off of Muslim, Islam, not any Rishas or Bhuttas or any of these. But we do want to point out that Freetown was the home of Ozzy Crowder. Okay, so when you had Zachary Macaulay came over from Scotland. Okay, you had Clarks in them. These are going to be the founders of them of Sierra Leone. Now Clarks in them. You had Zachary Macaulay, right? Macaulay, he's going to have a son. His son is going to marry Ozzy Crowder. Ozzy Crowder is the greatest missionary of Africa. Why? Because he's going to help them colonize them. They're going to create the languages that's going to break the language barrier. If you want to know the name of this mission, it's called the Niger Expedition. Okay, the Niger Expedition, 1841. Now, what happened was they wanted to break the language barrier there between them. So Ozzy Crowder, who's going to be half European from a European father and a African mother, he's going to be what's called a returnee. He has a daughter named Abigail Crowder. Abigail Crowder is going to marry Zachary's son Thomas Babington. Thomas Babington is born in Scotland. Okay, Roslyn, he's going to have a son that's born in Kissy, Sierra Leone in Kissy. And they're going to have a son who's going to become the father of Nigerian nationalism. Okay, they're going to run the school that's down there. Now this is going to be funded through what is called the Church Mission Society. Okay, now we're not sitting up here talking. We know what we're talking about. When y'all listen, hold on, let's work. Come on, man, y'all give me wired up. We're in Sierra Leone. Let's rock out. Because there's some European going on, there's some colonization going on. So the Yoruba language, when you look it up, you're gonna see that Ozzy Crowder is gonna be instrumental in the creation of this Yoruba language and syllabary. Check. He will be called the father of it in some cases, but he's gonna help form this language. So this is why you're gonna see it here in Sierra Leone. Now, a lot of returnees are going to come from Sierra Leone or London. They're going to go back and forth from Europe because they're going to have European fathers, black European fathers, and they're going to have African mothers. And Sierra Leone will be the launching point for this operation of colonization. Let's walk.
Yeah. And you want to, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
You can, we can.
So what's
yeah, we hear you.
What's interesting is that somebody in the chat said, you see, I knew this was going to come, and that's why I studied this site. So one of the gentlemen in the chat said, you're looking at this wrong because you're not looking at the intended disembarkation. So we're going to keep the mouse right here because I want to go back up and read the columns. And let me show them where they just one step too short. So this is where they got off the port at. This is where they intended to go. I bet the person that said that don't understand why there's a difference between them two, and to take into consideration, why is it that there's also a column for disembarkation port and post disembarkation port? Because if we go back down and we look at this sister,
this is easy work.
Her intended disembarkation was here, but her final destination was here. Now let's go and find out where that's at. That's a Gloucester. Let's go find out where that's at. We're gonna go in the map.
Pull the map out on these niggas.
Boom.
While they just talking, we pulling out maps. Let's work.
Why is the final destination in Europe?
Talk to the people.
Can I answer that for 50 cents?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
If you go ahead and look, that would be that she went to Lagos for a certain amount of, from Lagos, went to Freetown, did whatever she needed to do in Freetown instead of Baha'i, and then was sent back from which she came to the people in Europe from which she belonged.
Like we just spoke about the returnees and the creation of this colony, Sierra Leone, which was built off of returnees. Okay. So again, the Macaulay family, who's going to be the father of nationalism in Nigeria, because they're going to take the church mission schools to Nigeria and bring the political parties there as well. And they're going to participate in the councils of the Pan-African councils. Okay, and so he would have been the president of Nigeria immaculately, but he ended up dying. Okay.
Yo, let me say this real quick. Family that's out there. I see we got a debate building up. We got Dulcinea in the building going at it with real rap. I'm gonna tell you
Shout
right
out
now,
Dulcie.
women can join in debates over here. I want y'all to understand that. Women know, the sisters know that this is the tough environment to be in, and they willing to get in and bang with the brothers on information. Y'all just understand that it's strictly information, nothing disrespectful. So I believe that women got what it takes, information-wise, knowledge-wise. They got that intellect as well. And a lot of brothers, a lot of Hebrews try to knock the women out of this debate ring because they always say they don't want to debate women. Nah, the sisters have a lot of under the cap. They got that information going on, and the sisters are welcome. So I'm looking at Real Rap versus Dulcinea coming up soon, y'all. They in the chat going in. Go ahead, brother Top Cat, and we're gonna open up the floor. Let me know when y'all ready to open up the floodgates.
Yeah, we about to land it in a minute.
All right.
Yeah, peace, everybody.
Ahead,
It's just information, man. Everybody gonna stick to their guns. The only thing I'm trying to do is open everybody up to the concept. I want you to think about this: the level of effort that someone had to put into this, and then you're actually looking at people. A DNA test cannot show you this. They can't tell you where a sister left Lagos, went to Freetown, and then went back to Europe. A DNA test can't tell you that. And at the end of the day, how can somebody, if you're talking about during the 1800s, can you explain to me why you got so many people, black people? Because if she started in Lagos, she was black, right? She went to work in Freetown, and then she went back to Gloucester, England. Are they letting black people in there like that? If that's the case, then we gotta re-examine. Is this shit about color? Oh, my bad, sir. Like what is this? What is this slave trade about? You got to start examining this though. But go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, I think that was very important to point out, because one thing tonight that has been put on the table is that a lot of people has made excuses on why they do not have knowledge of self, why they can come up here and teach us about everything else in the world, how far the earth is from the sun, how fast the earth is spinning right now, but they can't tell us anything about themselves.
And so this is an important area as well. Wider, I've seen that word come up a few times in history. Left wider, went to Freetown. My bad. Go ahead.
No. I'm looking now. It's your show. Let's rock. Let's work.
Yeah. But look, family, we still in Freetown.
I want these doors to open. I want to see what they talking about.
All right. I'm gonna land right here. So let me see. Freetown, family. We 40 pages in, and we still got folks getting off the boat in Freetown. So I want to land with this. I'm gonna pull out a primary, just so that way I can pay respect to the people that put this project together, and I'm gonna show y'all exactly where you can go and get this source. So we're gonna go back to understanding the database. And so I hope you're paying attention to this one because we finna bring it home.
I'm listening. I'm right here.
If anybody want to debate this, I would love to hear it. So understanding the database, we're gonna go down to sources, and we're gonna pay our respects to these people. So on each page, they got 50 entries. Look at 1,500 entries for sources. I recommend y'all go ahead and read them because I already started. And I'm gonna show you one. So check this out. I'm gonna copy. And then before I paste it, I'm gonna switch over to the screen.
This is teaching.
I'm gonna paste it, press enter, click slave ship. And so I want you to look at this. This is a primary source. And it says a list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the port of Bristol in the year 1749. Look at this.
This is teaching. What Dr. John Henry Clark, even though I'm an American Indian, Dr. John Henry Clark is my favorite scholar. Dr. John Henry Clark say,
Sonetta,
I only debate my equals.
Yes, I'm here. I'm looking.
See this? Look at line number 19. What that say, Sonetta?
Line, I can't see it.
That say Indian Prince.
Line number 19 is not showing.
Oh, y'all can't see my screen?
No, we can see.
No, we see the screen.
You gotta zoom in a little
Oh
bit.
shoot, my bad. Hold on, let me.
No, but 19 is not showing.
My bad. Here we go.
Probably had to blow it up.
My bad. Can y'all see it now?
We're not at 19. They'll go down some more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it says a list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the port of Bristol in the year 1749. My bad. I thought y'all could see it. All right. So I'm scrolling down.
I was looking from one down. Is you up top?
Yeah. My bad.
Oh, okay.
So let me scroll down. What line 19 right there say? Indian Prince.
Indian Prince.
I thought they was dead though. Wasn't they dead before 1619? Didn't the Europeans kill them off? What that say? King David. So yeah, I'm gonna land right there, man.
Guerrilla Hebrew, take that down. Guerrilla Hebrew probably try to pull that source and say that was King David of the Bible on me and say, Deuteronomy 28 was true.
All right. Hold on, real quick.
For the record, thank you for that, Swerve.
Yes,
because for those who wonder how I got my ship manifest, that brother did the work that I did, and he found the sources I also found. When I tell you that you know more about me than you know about yourself, and that's a shame, it's not to hurt you, it's to incite a fire within you. That you should be so offended that you say, why do I know more about somebody I don't know than I know about myself? How I'm more worried about who she is and who her grandparents were and where they came from than my own grandparents first. So it's in all love. I want y'all to know, I said that to that brother Swordfish 2 years ago. And it was in love that day. He didn't receive it in a painful way. And I love what he did. Do you see what he did? He went and found the documents. I don't want to hear nobody else tell me ain't no record.
All right. I want everybody to know we got the Indians in the building. The Indians Day, they going in. And before we open up the floodgates, y'all, the link is in the chat. I want everybody to know. Family, y'all already know what it is. It's going down. It's going down, man. Top Cat versus Guerrilla Hebrew. Be careful what you brothers ask for. Now it's time to show up. Now it's time to face each other one-on-one. You ain't gonna be able to speak out of turn now, Top Cat. You're gonna have to be silenced, have some decorum, and it's going down. Get your tickets now. Don't wait till the last goddamn minute. It's going down. The floodgates are open. Hit the link. Come in and ask your question.
Hey, y'all turn up, y'all. Let's get some flames in the building. It's finna go down.
All right, let's get it in. We're gonna start off first. Peace and blessings, brother. What's happening, Mary? Peace, brother. What's up? It's on you. You in the car.
How you doing?
Good. What's happening?
I just have thanks for pulling me up, so I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Top Cat, the sister and the other gentleman there. I just had a real quick question. You guys brought up a map that showed Gloucester, that you were referring to the young lady being transported from Sierra Leone. Can you pull up that map again?
Sword, you know what he's talking about, Sword? Swordfish.
My bad. Yeah, you talking about the which one on the?
I don't know.
On
Let's
the
see
slave
which one.
voyages, or
You pulled up a map of Gloucester.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
get
can you
back
pull
to
it up?
Yeah.
You look like you from Gloucester. Do you have any Black European heritage, brother?
I don't know.
You look very Scottish.
I look Scottish.
Yes, sir. Would you happen to have a Scottish surname?
Probably.
Yeah, you favor the Scots. Is
So
that
I'm
why
looking
you
at the
asked?
map. Where?
Okay, my
No,
bad.
where would the ship have ported in Gloucester? Where would the ship have ported? I don't see any water.
You don't see no water right here?
Are you serious?
No, from the ocean. From the ocean, from Africa to Gloucester.
Have you looked at the website? Let me go. I got to go back and find her record. Hold on. Let me go back to it. Do you remember what page she was on?
He's discussing her final place.
Yeah, he don't.
So
He
let me-
don't know. He trying. He
So,
when
hold on,
he saw the map.
I get what you're getting. So pull the map out a lot more. So where you get their final place is where they land and end. So this person doesn't get back in the water no more. Okay. So this is where she finally ended. Like this is gonna be her final address. So if you're looking for this person, that's the town you're gonna look in. If that's
and what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know, the information is accessible, brother. If you want, you can pull it up.
No, I have a question. Could that?
I know. What I'm saying is this: if we, the information is here, so we can pull up her record. If you can remember what page she on, because that way I can go directly to her, and then we can pull it up and read it all together.
Yeah, I think that.
I guess the part that was most. I guess the part that was because we would have to pull up her record.
Yeah, cause see,
this
what he did, right? All he did was seeing this screen, and he said, "I don't see no water." Yeah, he looked at it from the chat and seen the screen. He never pulled this source up. He have no geography information on Europe at all.
But the part that I found that was interesting was that you did. I know, but you didn't address. Okay, but you didn't address the fact that they are in free. They got off the boat in Freetown. So if they got off in Gloucester, where's the other one at then?
That's what I'm asking you guys. That's why, because I didn't see any water. So I'm asking you, why are we assuming it's this one?
We didn't make an assumption. It's actually on the record.
The record.
That's why I'm asking, brother. That's why I'm asking you. I have to go back and find out specifically which one she is.
I got you. So we can do that later. I have one more question for you. Did you guys claim that it's not possible to go from West Africa to the Caribbean, or did I hear that wrong?
Brother, why would you say that? Y'all be trying. They be trying to swim from West Africa to the Caribbean. Why would you say that, brother?
I'm asking a question.
Oh no, sir. Well, okay, I apologize. Well, no, sir, brother. No, sir. We would not we did not say that.
Okay, thank you.
If you were, let me ask you this, brother. If you were to leave, if in your head, if you were to leave Nigeria, can you tell me exactly how you would get to America, or how you would get to Florida?
No, I've never been there.
I know, but just like if you were to chart the course and send people on the mission, how would you instruct them on how to get from Nigeria to Haiti and then leave Haiti and go back to Nigeria? How would you instruct them to do that from a course perspective?
I wouldn't. I've never sailed the ship, brother.
I know. What I'm saying is when you look at a map and you got some people that's on the task force and they starting in Nigeria, how would you instruct them to leave Nigeria and get to Haiti and then turn around and go back to Nigeria?
Well, I would assume traveling here, you would have to do so by going below the equator.
On a boat?
Yes.
Okay. How would they do it?
And then going back above the equator.
Would they come straight across? I guess I'll ask that question since you're dancing. Would they come straight across? Yeah, like straight across from Nigeria.
Meaning the same longitude?
Would they come straight from, if you were to put a pencil on a map and put a straight line on that pencil between Nigeria and Haiti?
No,
is that the route that you would tell them to go?
I wouldn't say straight, no.
Okay, so how would you tell them how to get there?
I wouldn't tell them how to get there. The wind would carry them. The winds would carry them there.
All right, I appreciate
Hot mic, somebody at a hot mic. Hey, brother, by chance, do you have any African heritage in you?
I don't know. I've never had my blood work done.
Okay. What are you then?
As far as
what do you identify as? Or what do your bloodline takes you to?
I've never had my blood work done, brother.
Okay, what have your parents told you?
That I'm their son.
Okay, so you don't so do you know how to pick cotton?
No.
Okay, because people we have some people that can teach you. People who don't know who they are, brother, we put them in slavery. So if that was your final,
I never said I don't know who I
asked you 3 times. So who are you?
You said who you.
Okay, but yeah, okay, you was gonna agree. You're right. I did ask you who were you.
That's not the same as who I am.
Brother,
okay,
you tap
no problem, brother.
Man, we can just go to the.
All right, we moving on. We got a sister in here. She go by the name of Dots. Is in the building. Peace and blessings to you, Queen. Where you been at?
What's up? What's up? Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Harlem World in the building.
How y'all doing?
Harlem
Good.
World.
What's up, Dots?
Okay, so I know that this is like more question, but I want to go back to sort of what I initially heard the other brother, not you, Top. Just hang back in the cut real quick, okay? Let me try to understand the young brother's where he was going with some of his data. All right.
Yes,
you can do that. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you first started out, you said, if I understood you correctly, what I heard you say was, you said that I want to show you guys some slave records to prove, the word you used was prove, that the slave trade didn't exist because quote unquote boats can't travel in a straight line, right? How can quote unquote boats travel in a straight line from places in West Africa going to Savannah, Georgia? Am I correct so far?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you help me? Can you clear that up for me real quick?
So I said a lot around that part. I guess what because I spoke to that is from different angles. So I guess at what point of the presentation, so that way I can make sure I harp on.
Yeah, thank you for asking.
Mhm.
I wanted to understand that original premise as to how that invalidates a slave trade. Because of course a ship or a boat, as you said, wouldn't travel in a straight line across the Atlantic because it's the circumference of the earth. That's science. Just like a plane wouldn't travel in a straight line, of course a ship wouldn't travel in a straight line.
Right, that's
also
correct
why.
logic.
No, that's not.
No, Mama, that is the no. I was
he was
agreeing
agreeing with you.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
hear
come
that.
on, Doc. Don't do that to me.
Top, just hang back, brother. Just come on, Top. Work
Yes,
with me. Let me
ma'am.
just handle him. Let me handle him.
Yes,
Come on.
ma'am.
He got it. All right. So I wanted to understand that because I'm saying to myself, well, why make that argument? That's a theory. That would be like an opinion, right? But that's also starting faulty because who would make an argument like that? So that's why I wanted to start out by making sure I understood your original premise of where you was going, because you said, if I remember the beginning of your presentation, you started out by saying something like, I want to show you how to look at data properly, and you pulled up some of the I'm assuming slave records, right? And you were filtering or manipulating some of the data, and you said something like, look, the numbers went down, right? Chronologically. Okay, you're fine. You can manipulate your data and filter. And then the next thing that I heard you say somehow was that somehow would be linked to invalidating that a trade of human beings. I guess for me, I just want to be very clear. Are you saying that there was no buying and selling of human flesh that came across from that wide mass continent to the Americas?
No, ma'am, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
What I am saying, though, is that according to the records, only 45,315 left Africa, and the majority of those people were not African. When they left Europe and went into Africa, their status changed when they decided to leave Africa and come to America. And this is according to the site. All of that data is there. The only thing I'm doing is verbalizing what's on that website.
Okay, so can I take a step forward with you in terms of the data that you showed? Because
Yes,
I clicked on one of the links that was in the chat, and I'm on my phone, so bear with me. And it says transatlantic slave trade, right? I clicked on it, and I don't know if you can share that.
Which one?
The title that was in the link, it says transatlantic slave trade was the database, the slave voyages.
On the right here?
Whatever link that you posted, I clicked on it and it popped up.
Can you see my screen?
No, nothing is sharing.
Oh, okay. There we go. Right here?
No, it's the database. It says year arrived with slaves, voyage ID, vessel name, place where vessels voyage began.
Right here?
I believe so. Are you looking? Does yours say 1817?
No.
Okay, so we're looking probably at a different database. There was another link that was dropped in, but I wanted to. You remember when you pulled up something about, and you said something about, I want to show you guys the names of the ship vessels that went from Europe to West Africa. Do you remember that? And you said there were a total of 19, I think you said.
I don't remember that part, man.
The very last thing that you ended with, right? You mentioned
about the African prince. They had the African prince.
Oh, okay. That record. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to but
no, it's all good. It's all good. Let me go back to the source.
Don't me do that.
All right.
Hey, y'all hit the like out there. Get the likes up. Get the likes up for Sanetta.
So just not. Oh, sorry.
And share the video.
My bad.
No, you're good, Queen.
Right there.
Okay. Can you explain why? Just remind me why you were showing this source. What were you trying to prove or say?
Okay. So what I was trying to prove was that in traditional education, and speaking from the Pan-African concept, no one ever told us that slaves were going from Europe to Africa. So this right here literally says a list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the port of Bristol in the year 1749. And it literally says number of slaves. No one ever told us that slaves left Europe, because if we tried to flip this and say these people were African, then what we would then be saying is that the Europeans left Europe, went to Africa, picked up the slaves, took them back to Europe, and then brought them back to Africa. That wouldn't make any sense. So when you go back and you start reading the old books in the 1700s and the 1600s, and you start to look at these slave records and things of that nature, then it starts to tell a different story than what we were told in school and what some people tell today. So in closing, I'll land by saying this. What I'm trying to illustrate is that this right here is a primary source. This is parchment paper. This is what they wrote on back then. What we use today for cooking and baking and stuff like that, shout out to the sisters who be baking, they use this to write. And even in 1765 with the Stamp Act, they actually put double taxation on it, but that's a different story. This says a list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the port of Bristol in the year 1779. And at the end of the day, we were told that all the slave ships left Africa and came to Europe, and that's just not the case.
Oh, I never heard that story. I never heard I never heard that theory or that story that all of the ships left Africa and went to Europe. That's why I was saying that that original premise that you started on might be a little bit faulty, because you're making an argument that I don't think many people would make. I would
Well,
never
you spoke from your person. You said I
yeah.
never heard that, but the general narrative, because at the end of the day, did you ever hear about 5,000 slaves being taken from Europe to Africa? Did you hear about
5 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when it comes to numbers, I know that numbers are faulty, because I know that, when I think of even our human migration patterns and how often we move, how often we relocate, right? How often we pick up and go, it was just the same, if not more, back in the day. I also want to say that the parchment paper you're showing for 1749 or 1789 or whatever, it also, on that primary source, it says it in black and white. It says the trade, right? So we can make the story around what the trade was about, but we know there was a trade. It says it on the source that you just showed. We also know that that one source says 1749. The slave trade started centuries before. Right, so there's other primary sources, and I want to land my plane with this by saying that, and this is what I mean, is that I'm never interested in telling another person who they are, right? In the same way that I would never want anybody to tell me who I am. And I think that is the biggest inheritance we can leave for our babies, is having a very strong foundation, right? I think it gets mixy when I don't know. I just hear a lot of coded talk, and it can be very triggering. I'll put it out there. And you're talking to somebody who is a descendant of a primary source, but from the island side, because we also know that during the slave trade, right? Because of the circumference of the earth, and we know that many ships thought they were going one place and landed another, right? The other brother mentioned something about weather patterns, and you could think you're going one way and you land somewhere else, right? History has shown us that time and time again. So when you show a map of the route, let's say leaving from Africa, going to the Americas, and we see all these little different arrows, right? It's a fact that it's not like it was a one route kind of thing. It's not like, oh, you left one country and you went to, let's say, Brazil, and you landed in Brazil. No, I mean, ships still went on. They still, they picked up commerce. They traded it. We know this happened. So, like, for example, my people, right? My on my maternal side from Barbados. It's very clear how we came over here. I know how my great great grandmother got to Barbados. And then we left Barbados and we came here. Human migratory patterns. It happened.
How did she get there?
She traveled on a ship from Barbados to New York.
How did she get to Barbados?
Her grandmother came from West Africa. That's a fact. Barbados as an island, and again, you're talking to somebody who I have land there. So, like, technically, I would be considered a source, right? So this is
this land came through your grandmother?
Well, the land that we have now was not the land that her grandmother cultivated, right? Because her grandmother wasn't an indentured servant. Her grandmother worked alongside indentured servants, but those indentured servants didn't look African, they looked European, right? And let's be very clear about that. That's a difference between what happened between those Africans that was on those sugar plantations and what happened with those white indentured servants that served as well. We get mixy with a lot of stories. There's a reason why in Barbados there's a museum, and the title in the museum says African Museum. We can't negate that. You can't take that out, no matter how we want to flip that. So you talk to somebody whose lineage, whose genealogy comes from that, right? You can't move me out the story. I'm telling you, I know where mine come from. And I'm telling you,
we don't have no problem with that, though.
Yeah, I don't have no problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now we're not mixy sometimes with these conversations. It's just weird to me because I hear a lot of questions and invalidating, right? When it comes to that African lineage or ancestry, but we know a whole bunch about Europe, and we know a whole bunch about Indian, and we know a whole bunch about this other stuff. But we get real mixy and real sometimes offensive sometimes when I'm hearing these conversations, and how we're really quick to invalidate You know, and I think we need to be careful about that. There's a reason why we use DNA or why we have, you know, it's interesting. We won't, you know, we'll take a DNA test to determine, you know, whether or not this is my son or daughter. But you want to, you know, but yet question the saliva sample you sent in to find out, you know, landmass.
But I think that's a different. I think that's okay. Because you just told us about people picking up and going in migrations, and so it'll be impossible to determine a person where they derive from, correct, without adding migration stories in there. And so with what you said, that I mean that's reasonable, that's logical. It's a lot of us do not live in the same place that we were born in, maybe not even the same city, town, state, country. And so that's true. So that's what we're saying. The only thing, when it comes down to DNA, we have no problem when it's listing you up and they have names. Because if anyone who did their DNA, it'll show you people who share the same ancestry as you. And they have names of these people. Once we leave outside of the realm of things that are tangible that we can prove, you know, then that's where we draw the line. But so we're not totally against DNA because some of our families even cross-reference with the DNA and genealogy. We do not just put down the slave trade and say that a trade didn't happen at all. We understand that's how a lot of these migrations and what happened here in America and in the world. That's why tonight we spoke on world history and not just American history. And so we're not down in the slave trade. Some people did come from Africa and come here. We're just asking for the descendants, people like you who can prove and know their story. And that's all we
All right. All right, Top Cat. I need y'all to
this.
look at the sword, look at the comment.
Which one?
Saw why their DNA ain't matching to people in the burial ground, in the burial mound. From the Olmecs to the Hopewell, our maternal haplogroup is L. The native DNA being found is ABCD NX. Game over. So they feel that they got you. Game over. Can you explain that right there, brother?
No, we don't entertain things like that.
Okay,
we'll move on. No, it's cool. It's cool. So it's cool. We'll
right.
move on.
Okay, moving on.
Let
me bring up Little Rock is in the building.
Annette, I want to say something to the sister real quick because
go ahead, brother. And then we're gonna bring on Little Rock.
Because I think the whole purpose that so you said that you don't tell people who they are, but when you say things like we know the history, well, what I'm finding a hard challenge in seeing.
She's no longer here, brother. But if you want to keep talking, go ahead. You can talk to the people.
All right, my bad.
Oh yeah, she popped back in.
Okay, yeah. So
my apologies.
It's all good. It's all good. So I've done genealogies for people in Barbados, and a lot of the lineage ties them back to European countries. And in some cases, I haven't found not one African going back 100, 200 years. So even though when you say I'm from Barbados, that sets the presumption that everybody in Barbados got the same story. And that's not the case. And even what the prime minister is doing right now, where she's trying to tie Barbados to Ghana. Again, I've done quite a few family trees for some Bajans, and I haven't found any Africans in any of the genealogies that I've done. That's not to say that you don't have any in yours, but I think in the same effort where you're asking me to be careful, I will humbly ask you to be careful in the same way when you're trying to speak on behalf of Bajans, saying that we know where the slave trade happened. We know this, we know that. Ma'am, respectfully, I don't know. What I do know is that this right here is a primary source. This is an actual record, a slave manifest or something like that. And when people start showing up with a 1619 slave manifest or a 1700 or a 1725 or a slave manifest for Clotilde, or when we start seeing those things, that's when I start to kind of listen to what these guys are saying and start entertaining it. And I'll let you have the last word on that.
And we love you, Dad.
I can receive that, and I can receive that point. I can say point taken because I know that two things can be true at the same time. It don't have to be an either or. I've always said that. I just also want to say, listen. I'm from Harlem. I'm not angry.
I can hear
it. I'm sorry.
I can hear that accent.
I don't live in Harlem anymore, but I was born and raised. My people are from there. We've been here for a minute now. So it's not anger. That's just how we talk, so.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I
love
try
Harlem
to
too,
tell
by
them,
the way.
Docs. I try to tell them that's how we
I
get
love hanging
real.
up out there on 23rd Street.
I'm from Harlem too. Yeah, Harlem
You're
world
gonna
in the
have to stand
building.
on your square. You're gonna have to stand on your square when we talk. I just
Nah,
want
I'll be
to
up
check
there in
some
Harlem
facts,
all the time. I love Harlem, man. Shout out to Harlem.
Nah, we love you,
Okay.
Sister
Hey,
Dot.
yo.
Love you too. I really
Let me get
respect
Little
it.
Rock in the building. Little Rock, go ahead, brother.
Hey, what's going on, people? How y'all doing?
Yes, sir.
Who that nigga country?
Hey, man, I'm from Texas, bro.
I hear it.
Yeah, I hear it in your voice too. But yeah, I don't have any scholarly questions. I just have a question. Like, I did my DNA, and I have African DNA, and they say I have Igbo, which I've been called that by Nigerians, Yoruba, which is also in Nigeria, Akan, and Mende. Now, I have been offered land in Ghana twice by my cousin and through the Cebu tribe that's offering land in Africa, in Ghana. Mende, which is in Sierra Leone, which offers citizenship on arrival. Give you a passport and residency.
Turn on the camera, Lil Rock. Let's go. Come on, man. There you go.
Nah, turn that camera off. Nuh-uh.
But as you see, I look African, like motherfucker. But
you look European.
Nah, I ain't no European.
Black European.
Nah, I ain't
we
that.
talked about you. I remember you good barbecuing that nigga.
Yeah, I am. I can barbecue, bro.
I know you look like it.
But what I'm saying with all of these countries, they're offering me opportunities in Africa. Even if what I'm asking you, you say, would I be? What should I accept those, or should I just say no because I'm an Aboriginal?
Nah, you should accept it, brother. If that's who you are, and like they said, they asked, if you can prove it, and that's your story, then we're asking you to follow your story, embrace everything in your line. We're not asking you to cut off anything. We don't hate Africans. We love all indigenous people around the world. Our message is just to know who you are. So that will fall. We would contradict ourselves if we were to tell you not to take that opportunity. So if that's an opportunity and you have that chance and it's in your heart, then I say follow it, brother. It's your inheritance.
Well said, young man. I like because when I was listening to you in the past, you were more confrontational with that. But now I see that you're growing, brother. I like that. All right, that's all I have. So.
All right, and I want some of them ribs when I see you. I want some of them ribs.
To add to that, if you can.
Let me ask this question. Top Cat, you in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, bro?
Nah. I'm down in Houston, but I want to come get some of them ribs and briskets because I know you can smoke. I'm looking at you. Man, you can smoke the brisket.
I can smoke a worm to a goddamn motherfucking elephant.
Hey, I was gonna say this to you, OG. One thing that I recommend is even if they give it to you, it'd be way better if you can connect it via records. Because if they give it to you without a lineage, then they can also take it away. And the reason why is because in law, there's a difference between rights versus privileges and immunities. There's a very distinct difference. So if you can tie yourself record by record back to that land, then you having a different type of conversation with anybody over there in Africa, anybody here in America, in the Caribbean, in Brazil, in Europe. It's a different type of conversation when you can connect yourself by records.
Yes, sir. Yes,
all
sir.
Right.
That's going to be kind of difficult, but I hear what you're saying, youngster. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Lil Rock. We out.
You.
All right, let me go to Guzman. What's up, man? Guzman. Gunsman.
Hey, Si, you can circle back to me. I'm working on something on the phone right now. I got my screen shared. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go though.
I'll come back to your heads Head Bus. What's up, Head Bus? Come on, talk to me, Head Bus. What's up, man?
Hey, shout out to the BCU.
Yes,
shout out to everybody over here rocking in the chat with us, man. Shout out to y'all, man. What's up with the homie Urban Indian in the building?
You gotta get a little closer so we can hear you clear. We
Sister
can't hear you
Kara,
clear.
what's up, Sister Kara? Come give me a hug. Come give me a hug, Sister Kara. How you doing?
Yes, I hear you now. Let's
Superior mind, boots on the ground. Trip the Ghost. I see you. Louis,
Yes,
look,
sir.
what up,
Let's
though?
go.
So, can you hear me?
See, you can't hear me.
You.
Yes, I can
yeah,
hear
I
you.
can hear you. Yep. All right, bet to my Indian brothers, man. You know what I'm saying? They call me the head buster and shit, you know what I'm saying? But we all got a slave name, right? I just want to know how y'all get y'all slave names, bro. If y'all niggas is Indians and shit, you shouldn't have no English name.
Hey,
no
watch your
American
language,
name.
brother. Watch your language.
Say what?
Watch your language. We trying to keep it clean tonight.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, but, yeah, that's my question though.
Okay, how do we get a slave name? I'm not sure what a slave name is, brother.
Whatever name they call you in court, my nigga. Whatever
Okay,
name when you go to your little county jail, wherever they put you at in county jail, I'm sorry they don't put you in
everybody
no
haven't been to county jail, brother. So do you have another
bro, what they call you in court then, my nigga?
everyone hasn't been to court, brother. Do you have another methodology?
Bro, see this nigga playing, bro. These niggas is hoes, bro. Quit being ashamed of
Come on,
your
brother. We
yo,
ask you to keep it clean, brother.
light skin ass
keep
nigga.
it
You
clean,
have
brother.
light
Hold
skin.
on.
Keep it
Straight
clean,
up,
brother.
bro. Quit playing. Tell them niggas quit playing, son.
All right, hold up.
Relax,
What's
brother.
the question? What's the question again? Come on, Top Cat. Let's answer the question. No running from
I
it. It's the
asked him
toughest
straight up,
environment
bro,
to be
how
in.
you get a white man's name if you an Indian? That's
a good question.
Okay, no
That's
problem.
a good question.
Wow.
Okay, first off,
that is a good question, Top Cat. Come on.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So first off, he would have to prove that our names come from white people and that we were all slaves.
The
Everyone
language is called English, man. English come from white people, bro. We know that. That's third grade shit, bro. Quit playing dumb.
okay, brother. The names in America, brother, is the English.
Top Cats, can I ask that brother?
Apply pressure on this nigga, man.
How you applying pressure, brother? You have to first prove who a slave, brother. If you were a slave,
that country
if you were a slave, brother,
all right,
you have to
time out, y'all. Time out. Top Cat, time out. My brother, the sister would like to respond and answer you. Go ahead.
Okay,
sister.
let me say this in closing.
I just wanted to ask him a question, but go ahead, Top Cat.
I'm gonna say this in closing. 3 seconds. The brother is generalizing. He coming here with a slave mentality to think that just because you're black, you had to be a slave, and that a white man enslaved you or raped you or you took his name. The brother has he needs to go read a book or take my class. I'll just say that in land.
Hey, you know what, Top Cat? Top Cat, hold up, sis. I'm gonna bring it on. That's a good question that nobody asks. Hold on, sis. That's a good question nobody really asks, because if you wasn't enslaved by the white man, that's a beautiful question. Why do you have the white man?
It wouldn't be.
Yo, let me finish. Why do you have the slave master's name on your back and not the native, not the Indian's name? That is a hell of a question. I like that.
These are our family names.
Sister, I'm coming to you, sis. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to ask the good brother, which white man came to the shores with that name and tongue coming this way? Just go ahead and give me the name and the tongue he spoke when he got to the shores, and how did he teach the natives? That's all I wanted to know. No, I asked that one brother that was talking rough. I didn't ask you. Because I didn't like how he was talking to Top Cat.
It was one white man named John Hawkins, right? He came from England. He spoke English. You feel me?
What year was that, good brother?
Black people, 1555 in Virginia. You understand me? So when you see black people with the name, hold on, sis.
Hold on, sis. You gotta let him finish.
When you see black people with an English name like Hawkins, that means that white man owned one of your relatives and gave him that name. That don't mean you from England. That don't mean you related to that white man or none of that shit. That's how you got that name. If you a black person with an English last name, like that.
All right. Let me say this here. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. 1 second. Hold on, y'all. I want to clear something up. The brother said 1558, and came to Virginia
I
colony.
said 1555, bro.
Yeah.
1555. Okay, listen.
That's why these niggas believe in Jesus right now.
1555. The British wasn't in America until March 14, 1604.
All right, so
1607.
prove that. So
March,
prove that. Because I got
you
the
look it
supreme
up.
wisdom where it say 1555.
Okay, Jamestown was created. Jamestown was created 1619. Jamestown was created in 1619. That's the proof.
Prove that shit.
1619 is Jamestown, brother. That's the 1619
Man, that's
project.
what your slave master told you. Bro. You
Okay,
see that on TV?
so you have your
read that
chronology
when
and
we
your
went
years,
bro.
your dates
Straight
wrong.
like that.
Can I help answer that question for a second?
Yes, go ahead. Who's talking?
I'm Yodi.
I'm just saying.
No. I'm going down the line. The people that came
This
in.
nigga say 1550s.
Guzman is next.
1550s, bro.
What's up, brother?
All right, that's a bet. Yeah, so I want to stick on the slave voyages documents. Cause the brother said that it was only 35 or 45 or something like that. It only
All
came
right,
over.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see my screen share already. All right, so this right here is the database directly.
Hey, but hold on. This is the Indians' Day, so you got to ask them, is it all right if you would like to share your screen? I always do
Nah,
this to
tell them chunk
everybody.
it up. Nah, chunk that shit up.
Yeah, you got.
I'm an Indian too, sir. You know what I'm saying? They call me.
He's an Indian too. Okay.
Yeah.
Man,
So
ain't no
7%,
Indian man with a face like that. Not with a face like that. I ain't never
Stop.
seen a tribe with a
Cut
face
it out,
like
Top
that.
Cat, man. Come
Yeah,
on.
I actually got Mesoamerican DNA, so you see how that work?
All right, see, there you go.
Look,
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so as you can see right here, man, we're looking at the database of the actual Africans that they have. And this is not all the Africans that ever was enslaved. This database is very specific what it says, right? So it has over 36,000 voyages, right? And on these 36,000 voyages, they have over 90,000 documented Africans, right? So we don't got to play with it. We can just go straight to it, right? So we can see the African ID top right or top left-hand corner, right? And when you click these things, it puts it in a certain sort for the column for you, right? So the brother, he was staying in the 1800s. He kept talking about free towns and all that type of stuff. But if you take it back further, you know what I'm saying, you'll really get to see the full story of colonization. So right here we got Solomon, you know what I'm saying? Everybody knows about this brother right here.
Use your mouse so we can see it.
Yeah,
so when you
brother.
see when you
all right, so right here we got brother Suleiman, right? We know him.
I see it. We see it now.
We see that brother. We know that brother. He from 1731 was when he was arrived, right? We can see that on the top.
Yeah.
1731 it arrived. The intended disembarkment, right? We got that. So everybody is understanding we're on the same page about how to read these documents, right? So we don't have to get played with when we talking about this, right? So they said there was no slaves that came here pre, I want to say 1619 was what the brother was saying, right? So if we look at just another page on slave voyages, right? Now this is just the transatlantic slave database itself. So when I click on the year arrived with slaves, it take me to 1514 to the top, the population of the top of the
your
list.
screen not sharing no more.
It ain't sharing no more. Hold on.
Nah,
sorry.
it just went off.
All right, hold up. Do me back. Hold up. Because I ain't even go nowhere. I'm still on slave voyages with it. All right. Y'all good.
All right.
fam?
We got Indian debunking Indian. Oh, shit.
Okay, so my screen back up, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you see we got 1520, right? We got 1520. We got Santa Maria de la Luis. Okay. Principal places where the captives landed. San Juan. The captives arrived at the port was 44 in 1520, right? Just in case somebody that wants to do some more research, you see it say voyage ID. You can click on that voyage ID, right? And when you click on that voyage ID, it'll populate for you the metadata. What it's showing you is the metadata from the actual document itself. So it'll tell you the voyage completion. It'll tell you when it embarked, from where it embarked. You see what I'm saying? It'll tell you.
Hey,
how
shout
many
out to the
got off
homie
ship, how many got on
Damon
the ship.
in the cash app.
Look,
Appreciate
it
that
even
love
tell
in
you
the
something
cash
that the
app.
captives carried from the first port, captives carried from the second port. You see what I'm saying? It's very detailed. So
very detailed.
We'll have to do a,
but we
we'll have to
went
do
to
a
the
better
record.
job of trying to misrepresent the
Better
information.
detailed, but we just see it says
because,
all
we
zero.
just too smart in this chat room, sir. You see what I'm saying? So the brother said wasn't no slaves here. We ain't even left 1532, and we over 500. You see what I'm saying? So again,
And can you start naming some names or something, or putting, because the way that I don't know if it's your methodology.
He's showing slides.
Yeah, but we're not
He's
understanding. He's not seeing anything. We're not understanding what he's seeing or where he's going.
I would even challenge to say, good brother, that his resource was actually far more specific than yours. His resource detailed the numbers of people by who was on that ship and their ethnicity. Your ship manifests just as where they came from, as an embarkation. His also noted their origins. The origins is what's most important. A true African is in the 45,000s. There's plenty who left Europe, went into Africa, and came out of Africa, and that is what we were trying to tell you. I'm glad you discovered what you did. Now open your mind, get rid of your narrative, and ask yourself, who are those numbers that came from that place? And where did they originally come from? Thank you.
So, sister, they originally came from Africa, and it's actually 90,736 entries into this specific database itself. Right. Just for the chat, because I know the chat, they want to make sure everything is factual. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to put that out there.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Black for what?
Hold on, wait. No,
yeah, because I don't.
Who's that?
Let me. Yeah, let this for it.
Get Sawfish.
Listen, I first of all, your premise of what you said was wrong, bro.
That nigga all the way out.
The only thing I was trying to illustrate right there, because at the end of the day, what I was also showing, and I'm not sure why you're disagreeing with what I'm saying, but what I was showing was that nobody ever told us that slaves were being taken to Freetown. So I appreciate you coming up here, and I actually confirmed that, yeah, there were slaves that was brought over here, and there were slaves that left Europe and was taken over. I mean, clearly the record is right here on the screen.
Now, let me ask you a question, Sawfish. The slaves that were brought over here from Africa, right? That's what you're saying, right?
What I'm saying is there were
I'm just asking you, the slaves, are you saying that some slaves came over here from Africa on the transatlantic slave ship?
Yes.
Were these people Hebrew Israelites or were they Africans? Come on.
Because
you know the fight, the argument is going on.
Only thing I could do is go off what the site say. And the site say that some were British, some were different nationalities of Europeans, and some were Africans. So that's what I'm sticking to.
Okay, and you ain't seen no Hebrews.
Now we did. Now hold on, side. We did find King David down there though. King David was like number 16 on this list. Scroll down.
Hold on, Top Cat. You telling me that you found King David in Africa? Hold on, listen to me. Are you telling me that there was a man by the name of King David in Africa?
Right here, number 22 on the screen.
But you got to see where he left from.
Right. I'm just messing with Side. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about, from Africa, brother.
Oh,
no, I was just messing with Side. Nah.
Okay, let me move on. Let me go to Black, and then I got Willie in the building. Yo, Black, what's up, man? Cam it up, man. Cam it up, Black. What's up? All right, we moving on. Oh, there you go. Black for what, man?
Hold on. You can see me? Son,
Yes.
where you at? You can see me?
Yes, I see you. I see you, brother. It's on you.
Back for what's mine, though, son.
Back for what's mine.
I didn't know what's going on. What up to
my bad. I see Back. I thought it was Black. My bad.
Back for what's mine.
Yeah.
I'm back for the ancestors left.
Yes, sir.
I'm picking
My
up
bad.
one time the marathon to run it. Everything good. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I heard somebody speak that. We the southeast coast, the third coast. We
Sound like you're
But I'm
Indian,
lit.
brother.
Already. My
Start picking up the accents.
Yeah. My ancestors told me I'm on your wheel. There you go. Put all that in there. You heard me? I put all
Damn.
That part. I ain't even going Savannah, Georgia. We in the building, southeast coast.
You got an African nose and you got African lips, brother.
Ooh, you know, a lot of the indigenous people were sent to Africa, though. You do know that, son. You got indigenous ties. I've been watching you for a while.
Yes, sir.
You dig? So we gonna get into that, but I want to hold a room. But I got my own house. Back for what's mine on YouTube. Back for what's mine spelled the same way. Back for what's mine on Instagram. While we here, and you can get into what I do. I'm boots on the ground. So I get the books and the looks, then I go put boots on the ground and try to make it real for people. Find yourself, your history within their history. You dig what I'm saying? But this book that I'm dealing with right now, you know what I'm saying, called, it was like 100 bones, but I got it for the low for like 75. It's called The Complete Book of Immigrants and Bondage, and it goes back to the 1614s all the way to the 1775.
Sound
and
like
you
a
watch
good
it
book.
in my hey, Sa, you hear what I'm saying, brother? If
Yes,
you get
sir.
time, I know you're a busy man. Back for what's mine on YouTube, watch some more videos, you know, and I just do what I do. I work on the spider web, not the hamster wheel, because they had us on the hamster wheel too long, and we understand what was done to us. They put the spider web on you, and they keep you on the hamster wheel. That's how they keep power. And when I say they, shout out to Maya Angelou, skin don't make you kin. You never know who they are because you're always my man. So what I wanted to say though, family, I ain't gonna hold it too long. You know what I'm saying? I get back to my grizzly, my grind. But check out that book, and if you don't know, Back for What's Mine on YouTube, Instagram, check me out, or leave comments or whatever, and we can build. I'm building on something that's tangible. We got to get back into the town. We can do all the information that's cool when we start building and say, yo, this is what I got going on, and this we can fund. We can make it happen in real time. But check out that book, and you'll see people like to say that it wasn't no so-called white slavery. You can go back to 1670s dealing with Bacon's Rebellion. That's when they came up with these laws and started breaking things up.
Yeah, there was white slavery. We all know that. Yeah.
That even my neighbors will tell you that, but it's just getting ridiculous. But one thing you got to deal with is Bering Strait coming out of Alaska. I lived in Alaska for 3 years. You dig? And dealing with that type of weather, ain't no way you can tell me nobody came from Siberia, right? And filled up these whole Americas from all the way up to the tip of Canada, all the way down to the bottom of South America and the conjoining islands, and there was just one people. You can't deal with that, and I'm gonna bust that down with some videos I got for you coming.
All right, thank you, brother. Thank you, man. We got Back for What's Mine's in the building. Make sure y'all go and show some love to the brother.
And I got you, sir. I got you, sir. I got you.
My man. Peace. Hey, I want to let everybody know, man, y'all got to be real careful right now. This is what I'm talking about, because I just seen a pseudo killer pop his head up. So I want to let you know, be careful. He's in the building. I speak of none other than Champion Cedric is in the building. Y'all better be careful, man. I come to you now, my brother Willie Daniels. You got the floor, beloved.
What's going on, Si?
Peace. What's happening?
Peace to everybody on the panel. I've been sitting here. I'm extremely frustrated with the lack of information that's been given out.
What are the
first things
your
first.
lights went out. You gotta pay your light bill, bro.
No, my TV just got dark, bro. Chill out.
Oh, okay, my bad.
First things first, Sonetta. You said that nobody had ever asked Top Cat about his last name and all that. I blasted him months ago about that question.
On this channel?
On this channel.
Oh, okay.
He's still ducking today because my original question was, how do you have a European last name and you're speaking English if your family has never been enslaved? None of your history has been erased, but you're not showing us none of your history.
That's a hell of a question, though, Top Cat. You look like you're running from this shit, Top Cat. I told you.
That's a very easy question to answer.
That's a hell of a question coming from somebody who ain't read nothing.
That's a very simple. That's a very simple question.
You ain't read nothing to say that somebody's last name is Slade just because of the way it sounds. Have you done your family tree?
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish, y'all. Let him finish. Let Willie finish. Finish, Willie.
I'm about to cut his head off too, so watch this. My last name is Daniels. My great granddaddy was an enslaved African on the Daniels plantation in Albany, Georgia. Okay.
And what year was that?
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
You got to tell us a year.
Yeah, what year was it?
Can I finish?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, Top Cat, when I asked you, can you speak your original tongue? You said no. You bear the last.
I said not fluently, brother. Not fluently.
Hold on.
Listen to this question,
If
sir.
you've never been enslaved, and you've never lost your culture, your original language should be fluid in your family.
Brother, I can help you out with that. If that's a question, I can answer that.
Well, come on, I'm waiting.
Okay, yes, sir. No problem, brother. Well, like I spoke of earlier, I'm third generation here in the city. My grandpa, who was born on the reservation, moved his children to the city. I have a recording. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna bring it out. Where my aunt talks about how they went back and forth from the country. We still have our family down there. My grandfather spoke. He was bilingual. He spoke his indigenous tongue. When my grandma and them went to school in the city, niggas ain't speaking Indian in the city. Okay, you're not, when you're going to the schools here, you're not speaking your language here amongst them. And so through that process, people begin to lose that and not use it every day. But saying that I don't know my language, Shole Shakole is no my. What you mean I don't know my language, homie? You don't know your language. And so my thing was, I would not put anything on someone when I can't prove it myself. Okay, now let me hear you speak your African language.
You want to know what's crazy about that question, though, Sa? Is that any nation of people that come to America and don't teach their kids their language because they want their kids to assimilate to the American culture in which this culture speak English, they can't speak their language, but their lineage still tie them to where their family came from. So the nerve of him to come up in here and say that dumbass question that you can't speak your language.
Why Mexicans don't speak Spanish, right?
You got Mexicans that come here, they parents speak
Spanish. Grandma speak it, right?
In 2 generations, everybody speaking English. Does that mean they not from Mexico?
They not Mexican no more?
This is your killer. This is your killer.
This supposed to have been a good question.
Yeah. What kind of question is that? You gotta make that apply to everybody.
Well, let me say something. All my Mexican friends speak Spanish. Okay, all of them.
Bro, you live in Georgia. Ain't no Mexican in Georgia.
Hold on, one at a time. Let Willie finish. Let Willie speak. And then I got Yodi coming up next.
I didn't say I'm from Georgia. I said my family's from Georgia. I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
All right, well, I'm from Texas. Ain't no Mexicans in Detroit.
Come on. We got a whole side of Detroit called Southwest Detroit. There's Mexican and Puerto Rican, and they all speak Spanish, sir. Talk what you know. Second of all, because y'all just skipped all past that. You don't know, you don't have any language to back up your claims. You had a picture up here of some slave ships, and you made a claim that Europe was shipping slaves out of Europe into Africa, and that picture said that. It said that the ships were employed, meaning they were paid to leave Europe to go to Africa to get the slaves. You guys are giving out both.
Brother, where did you get that information? You would have to source that up.
Sonetta, can I share my screen?
You would have to prove that it said that, brother.
I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show
it
to him.
It said it right on the screen.
Yeah, let's read it. Let's read it together, then, brother. Let's read it together.
The people on the ship was employed to go to Africa to the Gold Coast to pick up.
It's okay, brother. We're just gonna pull it
up. We're gonna read it together.
It says that right there.
It says a list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the port of Bristol in the year 1749, number of slaves.
It says on the Gold Coast. Be clear,
brother.
It's
number
that
of
the
slaves.
Employees on the ship are being shipped to Africa to the Gold Coast. It never says that these are African slaves coming out of Europe.
Listen, brother, all you have to do is go to the title. What's the title? What the title said?
Read it again.
What the title said?
A list of ships. Hold on. A list of ships. Hold on. A list of ships. That's a really good question. I'm glad you said. You know, we ain't gonna deal with that yet. Let's stay right. Let's stay right here, because actually slaves did get paid. You just don't understand because you don't read enough. But a list of ships employed in the trade to
Africa. So you didn't have to go to the Gold Coast, brother, because the title, we have already informed the people where the ship is going. So with your got you moment, you're not even really assessing the source. You're not even listening.
Now we need to see where it came from. From the port of Bristol.
Say it one more time for the people in the cheap seats.
From the port of Bristol.
And where is Bristol at?
Take it from the top. Read it from the top again.
All right. A list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the port of Bristol in the year 1749. How many slaves was on this boat? 450. How many
After
slaves
it
is on
left
this
the
boat?
Gold Coast.
Brother, goodness gracious.
It says on the Gold Coast right there.
Because that's where
That's where they going. That's where they on the way to, bro.
See, this is what I'm talking about,
Hey,
son. This is exactly what I'm this.
So it's right in your face.
You're not talking
Unless
about
you that old and can't read.
Hold on. Let's hear
I'm
what the
just
brother's saying.
saying,
Let's hear what Daniel's saying. Go ahead, Daniel.
Go ahead, brother.
It clearly is stating that the employment of the ships, this riding on the ships, are going to get the slaves.
That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking the same thing.
It's going to get the slaves.
That's what I was thinking. The same thing Willie is thinking. For real.
But why? Okay, Si, why are y'all thinking that if the source doesn't say that?
Top Cat, relax for a second. To employ someone means they have to get paid for their services. The commanders and the ships, people on the ship were paid to go to Africa, to the Gold Coast, to get the slaves. You got
right. They was leaving them places to go to Africa.
Right, that's what the source says. We're not disputing
a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask the young brother a question? Thank you, sir. Quick question: if they were leaving empty, why would it have a number of slaves on it?
Because that's in the column under the Gold Coast, sweetheart.
Listen again. If they were, listen, baby, listen.
Let me answer your
question. A list. Hold on, I'm gonna read it again because I think that you missed the connection. So let's read it in its entirety. And I'm gonna do it with no bias at all. I've been sitting back listening. I know where the defect is, and I pray that you allow me to guide you in this moment. It is explaining sister, that they employed
that's how many
ship.
Slaves that they got.
That means they paid. Hold on, they paid the ship people the value of something, and then on the Gold Coast is where they went in that year. It clearly says from here to there, and the there is on the Gold Coast, specifically in Africa. And these tell you how many. 450 slaves went there for the sum of 10,000. In the next place, 230 slaves for the sum of 5,000. They were paying these people to transport.
Let me get this.
Transport.
Are
That's how you do commerce.
That they was taking them to Africa?
Yes.
That's what
they was enslaving them, and they was enslaving them in Africa.
No, they left.
No, they were slaves. Leaving there as slaves.
Yeah, they was already slaves.
They was already
They were slaves already.
Okay. I see. All right, man.
Let's also be very clear why Freetown was so important. Because if you know the history of Freetown, you would also know. Yes.
I ain't getting it all up. They gotta go read.
Go read it. Follow the track. Go figure out who all talked about slavery. But I'll give you a drop that will help you. The British Colonization Society existed prior to the American Colonization Society. So why else would they be sending people into Africa?
Who was buying the European slaves in Africa?
See, now we got to teach them.
He's still missing the word colonization, and he didn't catch it. That's why the average age of Africa is 19. That's why every language you have ties back to American English, including one of your oldest, Swahili. That is why all of your histories go right back to Britain. They've been in that country since before the 1400s. I don't understand why y'all won't accept that 15 miles is closer than over 15,000. Work it out, baby. The distance, the time, the workout, the work, the money, it don't add up, baby. It's not good business how y'all trying to put it.
And when you're talking about Sierra Leone, you have to mention Thornton, you have to mention Thomas Clarkston and John Clarkston, because they're gonna be the founders of Sierra Leone. And you have the McCulley family, who still runs Africa today. These are people coming over from Europe.
All right, let me move on.
America for the Clarksons. They come from America.
Yodi is in the building. What's up? It's on you, brother.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Senator?
Good, brother. What's happening?
I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak to the brothers.
Yes, sir.
Top Cat, Swordfish, what's up, man? I appreciate your information, man. Like, I'm just getting right to it, man. I'm an amateur historian myself in American history, and I know for a fact what a lot of things you're saying right now is true. And people want to question it. But I got a couple questions for you, brother. Top Cat or Swordfish, whoever can answer this, right? Is my, like I said, I researched this American history for a long time, and I've come to a theory that the Roman Empire was in the Americas, due to the old maps that we see. And I mean, first of all, if you don't have a Library of Congress app on your phone, if you're researching this history, you're dead wrong. That's number one. But that's where most of my information comes from, the Library of Congress. And I get old books from 1600s, 1700s on American history. I got a couple books right now on my phone. While y'all was talking, I was looking it up. So let me get your thoughts on this theory about America, North America and South America was the Roman Empire, right? And the Romans basically came from Eurasia, Asia. It was the war between Asiatics and Americans. Let's put it like that. The war was always between Asia and America. In my opinion, there's only two main land masses, America and Asia.
How the fuck is this possible?
Right? There's two land masses, America and Asia. Americas, which is us, the American Indians, the original dark-skinned melanated people of this land. The Asiatics invaded us first through Genghis Khan and them. And that's basically my information. I just want to get you if you agree or disagree.
Well, no, I say this, brother. I wouldn't agree or disagree with it. I would say, come talk to us on one of our channels. I don't think right now would be the time. You know what I'm saying? I want to stick with it.
All right.
Come on, Top Cat. Ain't no
dragons and all.
I'm gonna listen to y'all.
Yeah, I want to stick
doing
with
what
it.
y'all doing. Keep,
all right.
Keep pushing this. Keep doing what y'all doing. Don't care what nobody say. Give the information. Make sure the information is accurate. Break it down to the people so they understand. They will get it one day. They're just not gonna get it now.
That's
because
a fact.
Remember that this African history started in the 1900s. People wasn't calling themselves Africans before the 1900s, brother. Especially in America, we didn't jack.
You know you done fucked up, right? No, I said no. I said I pulled into the garage at You know you done fucked up, right? No, I said no.
And shout out to Dan Calloway. Shout out to Dr. Ali, Chief Ali. Y'all do a wonderful job. Y'all keep up the good work.
Peace, brother. Peace.
All right, peace to you,
bro.
family.
All right. Hey, let me come on over to the elder, man. This brother, I hope he coming with some real wisdom here. We got the elder in here, man. He go by Watho. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Wallace W.
Watho, brother.
Watho. My bad.
OG
I'm sorry,
Watho.
brother. I'm sorry, man. What are you coming with tonight, man?
Well, now I'm not gonna be here long. Hello, Danny.
Are you a chief brother? Are you a chief Indian as well?
I ain't. I'm an American Indian, and I need to talk to Top Cat because there's something y'all keep leaving out of this conversation, and I really think it needs to be added back in so you can get a full context of what you're talking about. Top Cat, how many slave trades went on in this part of the world?
Many. The slave trade actually started here in the Americas before it was a slave trade in Africa. So you had what we call a domestic slave trade, which you had down in the 1500s with the first failed 8 missions of the Spanish until 1565. And you up in the upper colonies, you had the wars that started in the 1630s. In the 1630s up there. And so you plus down here in the South, you had the 1700, 1702 when the French came. You had the wars down there. All of these were domestic slave trade because Indians were enslaving other Indians at this time, and they were sending them to colonies in the Caribbean islands.
Okay. Now that's one. The African slave trade would be 2. And when you're dealing with those islands and Central America, then you also have to bring in the coolie slave trade, right?
Right, 1800. Yes, sir. After the 1807 Trade Embargo Act, correct.
Okay, now let's go back and bring up this American Indian slave trade, or the Indian slave trade for those who don't want to hear the word American. That slave trade actually started in 1493.
Correct.
And it was unregulated until 1860. The estimates is 5.5 million. This is where you get your population increase that they want to attribute to these so-called breeding farms. But the whole point of me coming up here anyway was just to illustrate the fact that when you talk about the African slave trade, you're not looking at the slave trade in its totality, because you had two other slave trades playing at the same time, and we haven't even got to the European slave trade and what happened to them Jacobites yet.
Correct. I was
So
gonna
now
add
you
that. And another one,
now
the
you playing.
Pacific, OG, the
See,
Pacific.
that's your coolie slave trade.
Well, before the coolie
That's it.
slave trade, we'll go to the Spanish. They ran the
Yep.
slave trade out of the Philippines. They
Yep.
ran, and then if we go back into the 1500s, there was a slave trade that was ran out of Siberia, coming into Russia, Alaska, Hawaii, Kodak Island, up into Canada as well, with these people coming over. 1538 Filipinos came to Morro Bay in California, and so and then so we have those Mongoloid, or what today is Native American, happened at the same time that this said transatlantic slave trade. So correct, OG, and like you said, of course, the European slave trade with the Irish, the Scottish,
That's right.
so on and so forth.
Well, if we gonna have a discussion about the slave trade and what happened over here on this side of the world, then we have to talk about the slave trade in totality.
Global,
now, you just showed up book, your homeboy did, young man, talking about the Atlantic slave trade and all these routes and stuff coming across that Atlantic Ocean into North America. Didn't say nothing much about South America, but into North America, that's where we at. But that map didn't show one line coming off that Pacific Ocean, did it? Now, one thing I know for damn sure is them 20 and odd Negroes, because they didn't call them Africans, them 20 and odd Negroes were taken from the Spanish, and they was on a ship called the San Juan Bautista.
Mm-hmm.
The San Juan Bautista was built in the Philippines, and it came over to this side of the world. But the trick to the San Juan Bautista is it never went to Africa.
Not at all. Veracruz.
So how would they have Africans on that boat?
But see, that tie back to what I was just saying. My bad, OG, to cut your wisdom. But when we were just speaking about the Manila Galleon, that trade that the Spanish were bringing from the Philippine Islands, okay, when they was bringing them over from the Philippine Islands, which were ancient trade routes from here, that they had basically just allied with some indigenous people here, and was, you know, and they were bringing them over from the Philippines. So to bring out that that ship was actually built in the Philippines would identify that it's coming back to this, and plus it's going to South America, back to where these trade routes were going through what was called the Manila Galleon. So that's an excellent point.
That's right.
Hey,
that's right. Because see, I sit here and I listen to these people talk about the slave trade this, the slave trade that, but they so narrowly focus on this one location that they're blind to the actual slave trades that was going on around them. The African slave trade into North America was by percentages very small. The slave trade of the American Indians and the slave trade of the coolies were vastly larger than the slave trade of the Africans. So I'm kind of confused how we can always just look over at Africa and just dismiss with all the rest of the slave trades that was going on. Y'all say all the slaves came from Africa, but that can't be true.
Hold on,
it is impossible.
I don't mean to break your wisdom. While I have you here, and for this short time, I want you to, can you please break down the 1866 treaty and the importance of that? Because I never made a claim to me earlier and told me that the Cherokees were African and they mixed with the African. And can we break down in the 1866 treaty? Because I think that's a big misconception.
No, I didn't say the Cherokees was African.
No, they
brother.
mixed with them. You said
right.
You said they mixed with them.
And not only that, didn't they have them in slavery as well?
Right.
So hold on. Okay, now let me take it from right there, Top Cat, because I got to get with this one. When you start talking about slavery inside the tribal nations, what we'll call the 5 tribes for simplification, you're not talking about Indians. If you look at those chiefs, those so-called Indians were basically white folks with maybe 8th or 16th Indian blood in them. These were not part of the tribe. They was just living where the tribes live. That's why they say they assimilated. But you got to understand, the United States has had a policy since the creation of the United States that said kill the Indian and save the man. So they killed the Indian, supplanted these white colonizers in there as Indians, and then told the Indians, y'all niggas.
Now let's get
the Indians didn't do slavery. Now, as far as 1866, now I still have to live kind of like my traditional thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, let them
So
know
I don't
where
really.
you at. Let them know where you at, because when he's speaking about the 1866 treaty, after the
I'm
Indian
affected.
Removal Act of 1830, they're gonna be moved west of the Mississippi, Oklahoma. This brother right here comes from Oklahoma in direct descent from these people who came through this migration. So that's where he's getting his authority and why he's speaking this way. Break it down, OG.
Well, now we're going to go back to the 1866. And like I would say, tribal tradition says that I can't go speaking on other nations. So when you ask me about a Cherokee, I'm not really going to be able to give you a lot of information on Cherokees because I don't have no Cherokee blood. My nations is the Creeks and the Seminoles. The Creek Treaty of 1866, and well, I guess all 5 of them treaties, for the long title of those treaties is the Treaty of 1866 for the loyal Indians, freedmen, and refugees.
So
Mr.
Wallace,
Yeah,
where did you get the slave name from? Wallace, where'd that come from?
That is not my last name. That's my middle name. My
What is
last
the name on
is
your birth certificate?
my last name is Wesley. And if you go back,
my God.
Wait a minute, because
Where
if
did
you
that
go
come
back,
from?
church.
Go ahead.
He got your number, son. He got your number, son.
Now,
but you know what? I'm
well, wait a minute. Hold on.
You do look like an Indian to me.
Well, now hold on, sir. Because I'm gonna go ahead and help you out with this a little bit. If you go back and look at the Seminole Rolls, you will find that they had several chiefs with the last name Wesley. But that always came from the Methodist Church, who was founded by what? A Wesley.
The Wesleyans.
See, this is how this works, baby. So it's not a slave name, not at all. It's a church name.
Yeah, like a title.
Real quick, everybody, real quick. Oh man, I got a real rap. I want to respect my guests. You know, Top Cat. I don't know if you want to talk with you, so I can't do that, brother. Now, Top Cat, is it all right if Real Rap come in and ask a question?
Nah, it's cool, man. We'll move on.
Okay, hey, Real Rap, you know you my brother, but I gotta respect the guests. I will always bring you in on your show, but I gotta respect my brother Top Cat as well. I respect both of you brothers. All right, so Sankofa is on you, brother. You got the floor.
All right, hey, how everybody doing?
Good.
My question is, since Sarnetta, you were able to prove that you have real Native American ancestry DNA.
Yes, sir.
So I think that would pretty much solidify you. You could actually walk around and say you're an Abo and back it up with the DNA.
There you go. I proved it. Yep.
So why are they so afraid of doing the same damn thing?
I don't know, because I think they reckon you're gonna come back and say something else.
Wait a minute. Let me get that. Right now.
Go ahead.
I'm finna tell you why I don't do that shit.
Uh-oh.
Because when you submit your DNA test to these DNA for-profit companies, you see what I'm saying? Which is different from a paternity test. But when you submit your information to that test, all of a sudden you don't even own you anymore. They own your DNA, and they can do with your DNA whatever they want to. Now, me personally, I don't need nobody owning my DNA because my DNA belongs to me, and I prefer to stay in my proper position. So I'm not going to have nobody in control of my most intimate knowledge.
Nah,
And you
come on,
also,
brother. Nah. You
and
gotta
you
do better than
also,
that, Elder.
no.
You gotta come up
Plus,
with
you
a
got
better excuse than that,
no, I
Elder. For
don't,
real.
no, I don't. My personal information is my personal information. You ever heard of a HIPAA law?
I know you go to the doctor, you get checkups. So if your DNA was
But
that special, they would have
That's
already
right.
but that's covered under the HIPAA. No,
But that response is horrible.
Wait a minute. That's under the HIPAA regulations. And that information is secured by law. See what I'm saying? But these DNA tests, your information is not secured by anything but the profit margin. Now, if you want to go ahead and submit your DNA, and I will take you back to
So you
2020
don't
when
think they
they was,
got your DNA already?
but it's
Just like the
contained
brother
under.
said, Copa said, they got you.
No. They got it under HIPAA. It can't go nowhere. Can't nobody access my medical information but me and my doctor.
Yeah, you can sue them.
It's the law.
Well, I would say
that
that's
is a
not
law.
necessarily true.
Yes, it is.
All right, hold
HIPAA
on. Everybody, hold on.
HIPAA is-
hold on. Yosinare,
HIPAA
hold on. I'm gonna
is-
let you go right after. I'm gonna let you go right after Sankofa. Finish
HIPAA,
up, Sankofa.
the HIPAA laws are the strongest laws in this country.
All right, hold on, Elder. Sankofa, finish up so I can bring in Dulcinea there.
Can we ask him a question too, sir?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right, go ahead, brother Sankofa.
Go ahead, Sankofa.
Yeah, so my other question was, have they done family trees, which I'm sure they have. How many generations are they able to go back on each line? Is it 3 generations, like 4 generations? How many generations are you able to go back? And is each person in your family tree a Aboriginal or Native American?
Brother, 3 or 4 generations is very, very small compared to us because that's our base and our methodology. So 3, 4 ancestors ago, yes, we can align that up very simple. Are they all American Indian? No, sir, brother. And we stated that before they're not. But we don't find any African, and that's not to knock to say if we did that we would turn that down because we accept everything in our tree.
Okay, I asked that question only because when you get to about your 4th and your 3rd grade grandparents are going to have 32 of them. 4th grade grandparents are going to have 64 of them. So I'm curious, even the elder that was just talking, he said that he's an Abo as well, even though he looked like he had an African nose and all of his features.
Well, Sarnetta just said he like an Indian. So
yeah, to me, he do look like an Indian.
And you look like a white Mexican to me, a white Puerto Rican Mexican to me.
Okay, that's cool. But so I guess my question is, are all 30?
It's our turn now. Did you do your family tree?
Yes, I did do my family
How far
tree.
did you make it back?
So I'm able to go back to about. I was able to pull up.
You can share your screen, Sankofa, if you want.
No, he don't. Well,
I'm at
that's up to
work.
Yeah,
right
he
now, so
cool.
I'm at work right now. So I was able to go back and find each one of my 3rd great grandparents that left me at 32 ancestors that I was able to find.
What year?
I told you I don't have it directly in front of me, brother. I'm at work. But
you don't know approximately what year?
To be able to tell you the years, I would have to be in front of my laptop.
Nah, bro, give us one. Give us one, at least one.
We're talking about, okay, I was able to find my ancestors coming directly out of slavery. So we're talking like the 1800s, late 1800s.
So slavery was going on in the late 1800s?
My ancestors were released out of slavery in 1865. I have it. I have the information documented.
And what state? What state was this?
All of my ancestors, on my mother's side.
What state? No, I'm just speaking. I'm just referring to the people that were released out of slavery.
All of my ancestors on my maternal side and paternal side, both mother and father, came from out of Louisiana.
Okay, Louisiana, brother. Do you know slavery was abolished in Louisiana in 1865, brother?
Didn't I just say that?
No, 63 was the Proclamation Act. 65 refers to Juneteenth, brother. That's Texas. What is wrong with your chronology? That's maybe why you don't. Or maybe you have a problem with numbers.
What does that have to do with my ancestors? Okay, this is what I'm trying to figure out. Well, what you're saying, what does that have to do with the fact that the ancestors who I found were African and or European descent.
What type of
That's from the
African?
mix.
What tribe of African?
And what record do you have?
So when you guys
Great
ask the
question.
question, I love it. When you guys ask the question, what tribe of Africa, you guys do
Can you
remember
answer
that.
it?
I'm trying
Yes,
to,
sir.
but you
Thank
just cut
you.
me off.
I
I'm trying to. You
apologize.
just cut me off. Thank you. So when you ask that question, it's honestly it's a little silly. You know why? Because the Africans were mixed all the way from Namibia all the way to Senegal. When they brought them to America, they had a thing called slave breeding. So the Africans that you have in America today are going to be many different African ethnicities and nations or different people because they were mixed together in the Americas, making a whole new African people called African Americans.
Brother, that is a fairy tale that you just created in your head. I'm not sure how long you've been watching, but we have showed and proved that there are reports there, there is information, there are records. And brother, go find yourself in the story. Just because you look like a mixed Puerto Rican conquistador doesn't mean that is everyone's story. Turn up, Keith.
And it's ironic. It's ironic that we asked you for the year and you tried to shell it off, but you actually lied. We caught you in the lie because all of a sudden now you remember 1865. Now we can start applying some years
What
and
are
some
you
laws
guys
to this.
talking
Hold
about,
on.
bro? You're all over the place.
I'm
No,
not
you
all over
were.
the place, brother.
Yes,
I
you
asked
are.
you.
You asked me
You
when did
said
slavery end.
okay.
We didn't ask you when slavery
Hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you how you lying. You said that you went back.
Man, if you guys make me go to my laptop and pull up
Brother,
my
go
laptop,
do it. Don't
all
pump
the
fake. Go do it. Go get your laptop because you're having trouble right now.
Because what I have is actually DNA. I got DNA
brother.
records.
That's fine. That's fine. You can have that. What I'm talking about is what you said. You said that you could only go back 3 generations. Hold on for a second, brother. Hold on.
Relax, brother. We gave you respect.
Yeah.
We gave you respect.
Yeah. So you said that you could only go back 3 generations, but then you said you went back to 1865 and you got records to show it.
I said
So how
how
old are you?
Pull up each. Listen.
How old are you?
Listen.
How
when
old
I
are you?
said, what does that matter?
Because
I'm in my
we can
30s.
determine your third great grandpa. We do genealogy, bro. This is what we do.
Because if you tell me that you only can go back 3 generations, then the first thing I'm gonna ask you, so I can
How
put
do you
a
guys
date.
know genealogy, but you skip doing a
a
DNA test?
brother. Come on, man, don't be
Calm
like
down,
that,
bro. Let
I'm
me
just trying
keep the door at you.
I'm just trying to do some math here, because a generation can be counted by 20 to 25 years. So if you 30 or if you 40, and you add 60 years to that, that'll put you right at 1900, which is 35 years away from 1865.
And he's somewhere chained up. Let him tell it.
And I hope, and I want you, and I'm trying to figure out what type of record do you have for them people in 1865.
You never gave us that answer. Maybe you need to go to your laptop. We'll come back to you. Go to your laptop. We'll come back. What's up, Dosey?
Bruh,
What's up?
What's up?
Hold up, stop.
Hey,
Stop.
shut up.
Time out.
Brother, go get that computer.
Oh, Sankofa, wait, hold on, Sankofa, and yeah, you get your DNA test and pull that stuff up. I just wanted to say, no disrespect to the elder brother. I don't know if he's still on the panel.
No, he gone.
I was just saying, as far as the HIPAA laws, when it came to Henrietta Lacks, she didn't donate her DNA. She didn't give her DNA test or anything like that. What happened is she had cervical cancer and they extracted her DNA and they used it anyways for stem cell research. We know that of placentas as well. When you go to the hospital, if you don't sign the paperwork to get the placenta back, they will take the placenta and they will use it for stem cell research. So HIPAA laws don't necessarily just protect you.
Correct, but I think he was saying once you're in contract with one. So if you have a personal doctor and he released your personal information, then I think that's what he was speaking on. So we know that some people who are outside or ignorant of the law, they will have their placentas taken, and we do know the research and things that they ought to have control. They have control through. So we do understand that.
Yeah, sorry, sister.
Good point.
Also, let's make sure that we are keeping things in chronological order. HIPAA came much later after Henrietta Lacks, unfortunately.
Exactly.
So there would be.
And I think it kind of derived because of that as well.
Right. But I just wanted to say, as far as with the DNA collection, they can do different things. They're not always honest. So you definitely want to make sure, like you said, to have the proper paperwork. Now, I have slave voyages, maps.
They can't though, sis.
Well, yeah, if you sue them or anything, but I'm saying that they are taking our stem cells and they are using it for research.
I know, but what I'm saying is every company out here has to have purpose limitation, which means when they tell you what they're collecting your data for, there's a purpose for it, and you're limited to what you tell them that you're collecting the data for. So whether you're HIPAA or whether you're dealing with a private corporation, it's everyone's responsibility to read these things so that way they can understand. Because what they would do is they would write in here that we can use your data for anything. And if you sign up for it and you agree to it, then that's what you agreed to. But that's the limitation they put on it, which is I can use your DNA for anything.
Correct.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. And the DNA test has those fine prints as well.
Exactly.
And during 2020, we seen those research companies, those DNA testing companies, sell their DNA. I mean, sell their companies and their databases over to these people who are doing these scientific experiences. So I would say be cautious and aware of that as well.
All right, so I have the map pulled up here from slavevoyages.com. I have questions about it, but if you want to go ahead and pull up the map database, either one, Swordfish. And you did a good job, by the way.
No, thank you. If it'll make you feel more comfortable.
Really quick. I'm not in a position to do it.
Okay, yeah,
no
I
problem.
love this DNA narrative that they claim that you had to start with DNA. Can you let them know what Ancestry.com, 23andMe, African Ancestry, immigration genealogists, biologists, pathologists, and all people involved told us about that DNA test?
Yeah, well, I mean, we spoke to about, I'd probably say 10 to 15 different private DNA specialists, the ones that do the same thing or similar operation that Ancestry does. And they said that they're getting out of it because, well, at that time, they had already gotten out of it because it can never provide any conclusive and specific results. And that clients literally always invested more money than they got value out of the program because there's so many limitations to what DNA could do when it comes to tying you to your origin. Every last one of them, literally 100% of them, these are independent practitioners. They said that when it comes to collecting your DNA and tying you to a person, they run a game all day long. It's 100% legitimate.
And I have it recorded.
But when you're trying to take somebody's DNA and tying them to an origin, they said they got out of that business and they thought themselves that Ancestry and these other companies are shiesty because from their own independent practice, they could not figure out how these people are coming up to the results that they have. And then when they read the white paper, they said the panel and all of that stuff. So from their perspective, this is their perspective that the DNA was definitely not providing any conclusive results.
And hold on, I want to say this
real quick.
Throw this in there.
I can't go for that because I took my DNA.
Hey, you want to pull the white papers up?
Hold on. They connected me with family members.
No, we agree with that part, Si. We told you. We agree with that. We did tests and we tied to our people too. So
all right.
Yeah, so what it says, even if you look at Ancestry.com.
Swordfish, can you read in the white paper what they explained about ethnicity estimate and best practice? Thank you.
Yeah.
We do real research.
Yeah.
So did the DNA test tie you to your Indian family members?
No, I didn't take the DNA test because when I read the white paper, they told me in the white paper that if you want deeper insights into your origin story, do your family tree. That's what they said in the DNA white paper.
Yeah, if you pull up Ancestry.com and 23andMe and go to the section where it talks about ethnicity and race, it will say all those things, that it cannot definitively tie you to an ethnicity and race. It even brings up the Native Americans and Indians and explains that's why they do not take the DNA test, because definitively what it can do is tie you lineage-wise to family members, like you're saying, Sonetta, but it cannot tell you definitively regions. And even there have been markers that have been detected in one, like a sister or a twin, and markers not detected in the other twin. So it's not accurate to always get the correct markers or where those markers are from.
Look at Dosey. And we can pull the white papers up and source up like we've been doing all night. If y'all need us to do that, we have no problem with teaching. That's what we come here to do tonight. So if y'all need
y'all can grab that white paper.
That's the part that's confusing. Is like when you actually read what they say in their own white paper that they publish. how could you even look at DNA at
Yeah, I
all?
want to
Just
check the
saying
white
that.
paper out, brother, because I fuck with white papers.
So
You know
that
what I'm saying?
means you don't
I
know
like to
what
read
we,
white papers.
so if you mess with the white papers, you ought to be familiar with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm familiar, but that's not what it says
Okay,
in the
so
white
what
paper.
did
That's why I
you
want
get
to see
from
it
it?
for myself.
Which
I
exact
want
white
the whole.
paper are you speaking of then?
Yeah, we can speak on each specific company itself. So we
Which
go to
one you were
23andMe,
speaking
we
on?
can go My Heritage, we can go to either one of them.
Go to Ancestry.
23andMe though,
Let's go to
23andMe and
Ancestry.
Ancestry.
Go to Ancestry.
23andMe
Pull it
and
up.
Ancestry is what it's built on. So
Okay,
everybody
go to
who makes the white
Ancestry
paper.
then.
And how did they
I
build a
can't hear both
company?
of y'all brothers at the same time. One of y'all got to pick.
How did Ancestry build a company? They model. How do they do it?
How the Ancestry build them up. Well, that's why we're gonna pull up the white paper, brother.
No, you
I
mess
want
with
you
the
to
white
explain it.
papers.
That's
right?
how we do it.
You
I
got
want you to
information on it.
explain.
You studied this, right? So you should know.
Yeah. That's why I just told you.
Listen.
Everybody's white paper comes off of Ancestry DNA's white paper.
Okay,
They
so
all
we're gonna
make
go to
they all make
Ancestry and
their
source it up.
algorithms based upon the original, which is Ancestry DNA's white paper.
Okay.
So I just want.
So
I want you to.
So if we kill the Ancestry, we kill all of them, is what you're saying. If we kill the head, we kill the snake. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no? Oh, okay.
Did it go?
Yeah, he pump fake.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right,
I think
man.
the sister. I think the sister wanted to. She there was something else that she wanted to say.
Yeah, I was gonna pull it up, but did you guys want to pull up the Ancestry first?
Nah. When he go back and read and actually can speak to it, then we can talk about it.
Hey, yo, Top Cat, man. What's crazy is that damn, you done made all the House of Consciousness brothers run tonight. I don't see nobody from the HOK jumping in.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
What's going on, Cedric? Where y'all at, bro?
The champ is here.
We got him where we
He had to go
want
pay a
him. I
light
brought him
bill.
here.
He had to go pay a light bill.
Hold on,
Now that was the other one. Cedric
I brought him here for you, man. And where y'all at? Come on, man.
And we've been in here for what, 3 hours? And
yeah, y'all got
not
3
a
hours
sight.
in.
They here, but they ain't said nothing.
Where's my man Suntan? Come on, brother.
He down in the chat trolling instead of coming up here and fighting.
Hey, they'll be all right. The sister had a question about the map though.
So I got the
Yeah, can you pull up the map? I saw. I have it showing.
Where you at? Oh, okay, I see it. Go ahead.
Hey, Si, did I text you and tell you to boot anybody?
I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, check that out real quick. Let's source that up.
All right, go ahead, Dulcinea. You there? You see it?
Yeah, the chat saying I text you.
Dulcinea.
Dosey Do, where you at, mama? We can't hear you.
Sorry, I was just making it bigger. So you see how it has the Africans returning to Africa and the Africans carried off, and then the embarked and disembarked, which of course we know the disembarked are the ones that came off the ship, and the embarked, I don't necessarily say that they're the same people, right? As far as the Africans that are on the ship. Right. So when we see that, and then you come over here to the Caribbeans.
Shout out to the homie Louis Look in the super chat.
Camera. I have my little one here.
It's
my man Top Cat ain't taking your belts. You dominate different weight classes.
Going as far as disembark, like in Cuba, 764,000 and 219. How do we not know that those are some of the Africans from the Gold Coast that were embarked?
Okay.
And we can go through all of them. And they say,
right,
now,
what
are disembarked? How many are embarked?
Let me find out, Dulcinea. Are you a native? Are you Abo? Or what's going on?
No, I'm a Moor, so that makes me an Abo.
Okay,
but
you're a Moor, so that makes you an Abo.
Moors,
so do you support the DNA or you are against DNA?
DNA can tell you who your family members are, but it can't tell you what landmass you're from.
Okay. Top Cat, no, brother, you haven't told me to do anything to nobody.
Okay, because the chat, the people was in the chat making those claims. They said that thank you. So the brother ran. Okay, so don't try to take up for your family. He got up out of here when he seen he was in trouble.
Okay, go ahead.
So in the Caribbean coast, how do we not know, or how do we know if these numbers of the disembarked are Africans from the West Coast that we see that are getting on the ship?
You know, y'all lucky my man Unc is out of town right now, man. Y'all lucky, man.
Shout out
He'll
to
be all right, yeah.
but
Yeah, y'all lucky the God killer is out of town.
Unc will be out his
Cedric,
league.
man, where you at, bro?
Yeah.
They out their league on this one. So they not gonna be able to do nothing with us on this one. We got them. Like, and this is light work. This is like the basics what we gonna come with, just in case anybody, want to do a debate or something. That's why we keep saying this is just the basics, and they can't get past a simple jab.
Sure, you want to pull up my family tree? I want to see what the hell what point they was trying to make about my family
brother.
tree.
What tribe you from?
Let them answer this one first, and then we can go. It's Sankofa. So when we're seeing this disembark, how do we know that like the 371,000 in Barbados, majority of them could be from Africa, correct?
You said they could be from Africa?
Yeah, because we're seeing in the Gulf Coast, it says that like 500,000 were embarked from Africa alone. So some of those could be Africans that end up in the Caribbean.
But no, that's where the on the west coast of Africa, that's where they were showing from the embarkation regions. So that's why I always go back to the methodology, and then go back to read that first line. And actually, you can read the whole paragraph where it actually illustrates and it talks about these numbers. So those ports, those 8 regions and those 64 ports on the west coast of Africa is where those slave trades took place. And then some of those numbers from the map is actually pulling from the estimates tab. So as an example, if you were to go to
Hey, they out their league on this one, y'all.
Combined together.
They can't do nothing. They can't do nothing. And what's so cold is that we sourced up.
Wait, the screen went away.
And they cannot do anything about it. That nigga that's drunk. He like he intoxicated.
Well, I can't. The brother's in the screen.
Yeah, his eyes look like he inebriated.
Let's go, Sid.
He like he
he's bringing on Cedric. He brought a psychiatrist up the other day when it came to DNA. So I don't know where the
that nigga look like he's fooling Brian and Payday.
Talking about the
that nigga like he on brown liquor.
Go to click on results real quick. The results tab on the left. I was trying to get to the estimates.
Lieutenant, he need to go and take it off, huh?
Click on transatlantic at the top.
He need to go and take it all the way off.
Go to estimates. And they talk about this in the methodology as well. So this is the page that Garfield went to when we were talking about, when we were going at it on Clubhouse. And there's a reason why they got this part called estimates, because this is what aligns with the regular narrative. And that's the reason why they specifically says estimates here. So I'll walk you through it. If you uncheck everything and just leave Great Britain and USA on the flag, on the flag part.
Right on the left of the screen.
Yeah, on the left, yeah. So uncheck everything. And then, yep, okay. Now beneath that where it says regions, click that plus sign. And scroll down a little bit. We can't see the screen.
You can come down a little more, mama.
All right. Now the only thing I want you to do is uncheck everything but mainland North America.
Hey, y'all, make sure y'all hit that like button out there. Go get y'all tickets and support the brother Sarnetta. If y'all don't support the information, purchase the ticket and support in that way.
Now go ahead and click apply. So wait, let me make sure you got the right, click the regions again and scroll down. Okay, perfect. So right here, this is where that narrative of the 300,000 slaves came into South Carolina or into the mainland North America, which speaks to the United States and Canada. But remember, this is on the estimates page. So this estimate comes from the general narrative that they taught us in school. Now, let me take you to one section in the methodology where he's literally telling people that they need to remove their bias. So go back up to transatlantic slave trade.
This is teaching. This is real teaching right here.
And then click on understanding the database. The one at the top. Okay, and then on the left side, click data variables. Should be the 5th one or 6th one down. Okay, now scroll down and you'll see the 8,000 number, 8,285, and it says the number of Africans embarked reported. Now with this chart, what he's basically preparing people to do is to see something different than what they've actually learned. So if you scroll down a little bit more, there's a part in here where he's telling people to remove their bias. Let's see. So if you type in control find and just type the word bias. Yeah, there it is. It says, so it says we include the slave departure records and sources such as logs kept by Dutch and English castles on the Gold Coast, even though the totals often were rounded numbers such as 400 and 500 slaves, and even though the totals occasionally were significantly less than the number of slaves who were disembarked in the Americas. Whew, that's a bar. Users should keep their biases in mind.
Please.
Not at least for calculations of mortality they may wish to try. So what you saw on that, and this is the part about the website that I don't like, but I'm glad you actually called it out because now we can bring things into clarity. On the site, he has this database set up in a few different ways. He has the estimates and he has the actual tables in which the tables are derived from the actual sources. Now, when you look at that map, he has the Africans being traded up on the African coast, but then according to the estimates, that's where those millions of numbers come from in the Caribbean, because we were told that 4 million slaves or 12 million slaves or how many ever came from Africa and actually went to the Caribbean. So that's when I was talking to my good sister Sukla, and I was kind of beating my head against the wall because I was like, I can't figure it out. And when we were actually talking, she put me up on game, and then I continued to do further research, and that's where I landed. Now, here's what I'm gonna do for you, Sa. I'm about to shut it down in a minute. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this brother who built this project. I'm gonna get him to come on here, so that way he can actually teach us from his own perspective, because he's the one that put in the work. I'm gonna reach out to him and I'm gonna get him to come on here so that way he can teach us all.
You'll be down with that, huh?
Hell yeah, you know I'm down with it. Like the video, thumb up the video. All right, let's get our brother Cedric in here. Let the brother get it in.
I want to make sure I answered it. Did I answer her question?
Yeah, you did. Thank you, Surface.
You're welcome.
All right, good question. Here's brother Cedric, one of the members of the pseudo killers is in the building. This is what I told y'all. Look out for in case he hit the panel. Try to walk easy, man. Don't be coming in here stomping. God damn it. This is the toughest environment to be in. And now you're about to see why. Brother Cedric, you got the floor, brother.
Hey, brother Cedric, the chat is asking, why don't you just go bald? Just give it up. All right, let's go.
Come on, leave my brother Cedric. Shit, I'm about to go bald myself. You see me.
If you look good, I simply didn't go to the barber yet, but I'm usually clean shaven. So,
don't let him throw you off, Cedric. That's a tactic, bro. He's trying to throw you off, bro.
But anyway, let's get focused. I'm here to address one of the pseudoisms of my sister Dulcinea. And at this point, I'm going to say pseudoisms. Why? Because if you're regurgitating stuff that has already been explained to you, at this point, you're busy with an agenda and it's pure pseudoisms. Now, she said, and this is her ignorance to understanding the simplest aspects of DNA. She talked about two sisters getting different results when their DNA is checked. And that is why to determine origin, we usually use the Y DNA and determine it based on haplogroups. which identify region based on numbers. But that's another subject. Let's go back to your simple misconception.
We can talk
To be
about
a
it now.
female, you have 2 X chromosomes. Now, when you reproduce as a female, you always give 1 X chromosome, one that you got from your daddy and one that you got from your mama. So your sister, a sister means that she has 2 X chromosomes, the one that she got from her daddy and one that she got from her mama. But that one that she got from her mama could have been from her mama's daddy or her mama's mama. So you can
Yeah,
actually
that's too much
test 2
not knowing for
sisters'
me.
DNA
That's
and
too
their
much not knowing.
outcomes be completely different. Now, why does that surprise you? Because you're ignorant to the subject matter you continuously speak about, when it's simply explained on this simple level. That's why we use Y haplogroups, because the Y chromosome goes from father to son to son to son. And if you again make the claim that it can tell you your direct relative, at which point does that information stop? Because you are the sum total of everything that came before you. Go figure. Simple. It's easy. I can't pull up sources because I'm on my phone, but I just have to jump in there because that little nugget is the seed of your ignorance where the subject matter is concerned. And you engage in logical fallacies when you beg the question every time.
So wait, what exactly did you disagree with that she said?
Yeah, he was bringing up when I brought up the siblings or twins. So let's take them out of it. Let's take an individual person. Are you saying when an individual goes through 23andMe and Ancestry and Heritage.com, they're always going to pull the same markers for each test?
First of all, I was correcting. First of all, I'm going to answer your question, but we're not going to skip over the fact that you made a completely inherent statement. So 2 sisters, first of all, you didn't say twins, and even so, that X that they get from their mother couldn't be of their father or of their mother. So 2 sisters can have a DNA outcome that is distinct and different. That's why the Y haplogroup is used. And again, these data agencies,
so doesn't that prove you wrong, man?
They will have a small degree of differences based on the amount of information that they have already collected. Based on the amount of information that each database has, there will be a small variation in the percentages. But in general terms, they are generally and relatively the same.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about the percentages being different, because if it pulls up a specific country, or which is a marker, then it should be on all tests. Why is it that an individual can take a test from Ancestry, then take a test from 23andMe, and the marker is completely not there at all? It's different to say, oh, it says 12% on one and it says 15% on the other. That's not what I'm talking about. If it says Austria on one, it should say Austria on both for the same exact person, right?
It might say Austria on one, and it might say Switzerland on the next. However, that general marker is in that area. These borders, again, are defined by human being. It's a matter of where the data was collected. So again, Dulcinea, these markers are going to be identical where you test them, because on that genetic code, the genome was mapped. So they test in specific areas to identify these haplogroups and the variation that happen over time. And in that sequence, it's going to be identical at the same place. So the area that put that marker in, may differ based on the databases that you're dealing with, but the markers that they identify are going to be the same.
So when they looking at a DNA strand, how do they know what they're looking for? And how do you know that they're consistently pulling from the same spot?
Then you need to go. Then we would have to do a whole show on mapping the human genome and how we use specific synapses, specific areas, which we already know what they code for. And we can go over that whole process.
And that's
But right now to explain that, that's no.
And what? Okay, and that's fine. And what percentage of that DNA do they pull to generate these results?
They use 100% of your genome. They have different markers, and they use Y haplogroups to determine these.
So they use 100%.
They use your Y haplogroups. They run the analysis.
I'm not asking about a haplogroup. What I'm asking you,
that's what they analyze, your haplogroups,
brother. Okay.
That's what they analyze. They analyze 100% of the haplogroups.
You said they analyze a Y chromosome. Is a chromosome and a haplogroup the same thing?
Chromosome contain haplogroups.
Is a chromosome and a haplogroup the same thing?
Chromosomes contain haplogroups, specifically the Y chromosome.
Okay, so pick one so we can know which one we're talking about.
One
talking about chromosomes
exists within the other.
Okay, so
the analysis is done on the Y chromosome, aka the male chromosome. And what they analyze to determine region is the haplogroups.
Okay, that's fine. You don't want to answer that. So let me ask you this.
No,
he didn't. Because that's just like saying a country and a state is the same thing. The United States of America is not the same.
Brother, do you know what a chromosome is, brother? That's what the problem is.
Hold on. He didn't want to answer that. So we'll do it.
Do you know what a chromosome is? It's specifically your sexual chromosome, your reproductive chromosome.
Yes, he knows what a chromosome is.
Okay, good. So now, do you understand that haplogroups are synapses, SMP SNPs found on your Y haplogroup, on your Y chromosome?
Let's deal with the DNA companies. When they conduct their DNA tests, let's back all the way up to the origins of these companies. How did they develop their methodology to place anyone anywhere on this planet?
By data collection. By data collection.
Walk us through the methodology that you understand that they use.
Collecting samples all over the world.
They collect samples all over the world.
You can read the
in
white
different
paper
population
groups.
Okay, pull up. Somebody said white paper. Pull it up.
Right, the white paper gives you the exact way.
Can
it's
I
done,
pull up my screen really quick, Marcus?
For communities, hold on, brother. For ethnicities, for communities, they do it. They explain to you how
I
they
hear
get all
you.
the instances,
I hear you, brother. Pull it up. Let's see. Let's read the white paper together.
Yeah,
Can
which
I pull up
one
my
of them?
screen
Which one?
really quickly?
The ethnicity white paper, the community white paper. Which one, brother?
I can pull up the ethnicity.
All right, everybody, time out. Dulcinea, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Dulcinea.
Right here, if you see on my screen, Sonetta, and I can pull up the ethnicity portion of Ancestry.com as well. This is from Ancestry.com. So I get Cedric, he has something out for me or anything, but you can read from the first line. Occasionally, we cannot read a specific marker or position in your DNA. So that said nothing about, oh, we're sometimes getting the X, we're sometimes getting the Y, we're sometimes getting what is in your mom's family or anything. It's saying sometimes there will be missing markers in your DNA when they actually take the test.
That
So
shit is
that's
built
what
on
I
a
was.
house of
That's
cards.
what I was speaking of, and that's why.
Which markers are they missing? What are you talking about?
That's why.
Well, that's the thing. You don't know either.
You read
That's the
one
thing.
line
No,
and you
no,
go to a conclusion.
No, because
what are you talking about?
Because
Is
you
that
came to
the-
your conclusion based on.
Hold on, Swordfish.
My bad.
Let Dulcinea handle her
apologize.
shit.
I
Let her
apologize.
go.
My bad. I apologize.
Go ahead. Yes, it's all right, brother.
It's all good. But yes, we can go down if you would like to continue to read on this page. So it talks about this usually doesn't matter with finding relatives or giving your ethnicity estimate, but it can affect.
Slow down. Read that sentence again. Read that sentence again. Pseudo always dies at their own sword. Isn't that anything I didn't say?
Yeah, because listen that what it says.
Oh,
He can't beat up by himself.
no. Dulcinea, please slow down for the audience. Slow down for the audience and read that sentence. Read that sentence again.
Let her go. Let her go,
You're
Cedric.
gonna have to be quiet.
Cedric, you gotta learn how to take a screenshot, and then when it's your turn, you can
Exactly,
put
and
it up.
come back. I'll let you share it afterwards.
But he sounds
So
just like the people that
usually
say
doesn't matter with finding relatives or getting your ethnicity estimate. What Swordfish? What's an estimate?
an estimate is a guess.
Exactly, but it can affect your trait results. Luckily, biology can help us out. Like in the game where you're missing letters in a word, by the letters you already see, we can infer what a missing marker is based on in the DNA around it. Scientists call this imputation. Would you like me to keep going?
No, you don't need to continue reading. That's okay.
No,
You asked me.
Hold on. Let me go.
What
I gotta go.
what I brought up was that there are missing markers in
I
these
gotta
tests,
go
and
to
that
Cedric.
has to
He
do with
gotta
family
address
or
it.
mother.
Cedric, it's on you,
First
brother.
of all,
Cedric, it's on you.
First of all, the claim that they're not able based on these so-called missing markers was debunked by your own source, right? So that's clear. So, and what an estimate is a percentage, is an average. Why? Because science never speaks in absolutes. So they're gonna give you an estimate, 55 to 57%, 58 to 62%. There's always a range, an estimate. It is not a guess. So please, this is a level of disingenuousness that we need to expose. It is not a guess.
You are 99.9% the father.
You are 99. That's an estimate. It will never say 100%. 99.9%. You are the father. That's an estimate, but that is not a guess.
That's not an estimate, brother. A percentage is when you take in quantifiable measures and you produce them into a percentage. Like, let's say, for example, if your mama white and your daddy black, you half white and you half black. But I actually have two things in front of me that I'm actually measuring. An estimate and an estimate. Listen, it don't matter how much you laugh. At the end of the day, you don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. You do not know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Oh, can you share? Can you share my screen one more time? One more time.
Let me say
something. I'm
just
almost finished. I was almost finished.
My name is.
Wait, no, Suntan. Wait, no, Suntan. Let him finish
real quick, though, Suntan. So quick. How educated are you far as a degree in what you're talking about your situation? How far are you in your degrees in your study matter? I just need to know that.
All right, let's go, Suntan. Turn it up, brother. Let's go.
Listen, do you see how unintelligent this question is?
No, it's
because hold on. Let me.
You have a degree. How about that? Don't try to run. Do you have a degree?
I'm not running nowhere because anybody that can.
Hold on, let him answer, Suntan. Let him answer.
Do we have a degree? That's all I want to know.
Listen, you can take it however you want it, but at the end of the day, if you read books, because at the end of the day, if you can, hold on,
Suntan, you gotta let him answer.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll be straight. I don't have no degrees.
Okay, now let me interject. Let me interject because I'm not challenging. I'm not attacking you. Cedric has degrees.
What does that mean?
Who you gonna listen to? You gonna listen to somebody who's coming off the top of their head with a lot of stuff that they didn't read and they're coming up with their own analyzation, or you gonna listen to somebody who's been trained in a certain subject matter.
And
so
that's
when I come to listen,
hold on, what kind of degree Cedric got? Cedric,
no, Sonetti.
Where you at?
Listen to what he just said. Somebody who was trained. He's not thinking for himself. He was trained to think this way.
See, there you go. I'm not going down that rabbit hole, brother.
All right, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Cedric, what kind of degrees you got, brother?
I'm a biochemical engineer. I'm a certified hazard specialist. I'm a water manager. I'm a water and wastewater technician specialist. I'm a lab guy. I'm in the labs. My generation of technologists were the first to extract DNA from calf thymus. So I actually held DNA, the material, in my hand. We used to do We used
That's
to do
all I'm
Western
saying.
blotting.
Stan, drop the mic.
We did Western blotting back in the day, and that was when we used to do gel electrophoresis in the early days. The technology now is that you got 4 tubes, a computer, you hit some numbers in, and the PCR takes over, and we can ramp up a DNA sequence in a heartbeat. So yeah, this is.
I dropped the mic, Stan. That's all I need.
Like you listen to psychiatrists and use psychiatrists as the DNA genome collection sources. A psychiatrist can't tell you about collecting genomes. Can you share my screen for Ancestry to say what an ethnicity estimate is and what they say as far as what could change over time? Now it says, how could my estimate change over time? Your ethnicity estimate is based on the data we have and the methods we use to compare your results to that data. Because we're always collecting more data and our methods are constantly improving, your estimate may change over time. Your percentages for a region could change. Some new regions could appear. Some old regions, especially low percentage regions, could disappear. Or you might not see much change at all.
Wait, can you
So
read that
again,
last part again, Dulcie? What did they say
yes,
about the
I'll
region?
definitely, I'll read that again.
Yeah, read that
Because
again.
I don't read anything about your mom and dad and
Yeah.
one's coming from
These
your
niggas
X
is trained how to think. You
chromosome, one's
can't
coming
think on
from
your
your
own.
Y chromosome. Exactly. I think this is saying what I said. Your percentages for a region could change. Some new regions could appear. Some old regions, especially low percentage regions, could disappear. Or you might not see much change at all. So it's all based on the data that they collected. And when I brought this up, as far as that less than 2% of Africans' data and genomes have been collected the other day, Cedric here brought a psychiatrist up to say that there's more than what the actual scientific journal says they collected because a psychiatrist told him so. How is that the case that we should believe this psychiatrist knows how many genomes have been collected from Africa? Well, first, do you know what psychiatrist, the science that they study? Suntan, is he still on the panel? Does he know the science that they actually get a degree in?
Oh, man.
You know the part. You know the part that's really interesting is that when I asked you how did they put the companies together, and you couldn't answer that question.
Wait a minute.
So hold on.
Put it on the screen, brother.
Hold on.
Put it on the screen.
Hold on for a second. Listen.
Wait, we answered the question.
No, you didn't answer the
And
question.
everything that I expounded on.
Listen, brother.
Hold on, Cedric. Let him finish. Let the brother finish.
Because if you actually understood what she just read, she said a region may disappear. If a region disappeared, that's going to change the outcome of what your results produce. I don't think you understand how critical that is, because then you would have to analyze what would be the reason a region would disappear.
change. Come on, brother.
So let me ask you. So let me ask you this, brother.
Can I answer your question now before you continue to build a presentation?
No, brother. See,
If you want to reach to a point that I can't answer you anymore, I think that was sufficient.
Stop. Cedric, write down what he just said a little bit that can take you back to that when I pass the mic to you. Let the brother finish. Go ahead, brother.
I just got one question. Can you explain to me specifically? See, this is he's familiar with DNA, but he's not familiar with the business side of these companies, and it's showing. So what I want to know is, can you tell me what would be the reason a region would disappear? That's my question.
Okay. Now, first of all, when we expounded on why you would have overlapping or differences in regions, it was based on the amount of data collected by a specific company in a specific region. I said that. And everything that she just read affirms everything I said. Secondly, they specifically mentioned the low percentage areas. When you collect more data, your database grows. So now your ability to compare genome and compare synapses grows. And that may lead to or may not lead to changes. Again, science isn't absolute, and it never claimed to be. So I do not understand the argument when everything Dulcinea read is exactly everything that I said, answering her questions as regard to why you would get differences. It illustrates different companies have different amount of data, different methodologies in collecting their data, so the results may differ.
So
As
who's
more
telling the
of
truth
that,
and who's lying,
as
brother?
more,
So who's
as
telling
more
the truth
data,
and who's lying? Because you out of your mouth just told us that is signed is come on is not specific, brother.
Now you
So who
jump
lying and
in
who telling the
with a
truth?
presupposition and you're creating a false dichotomy when there is none. Nobody needs to be lying. Like you need
So
to be
why are the
really
numbers
close.
different?
Whoa,
If the
stop.
methodology is the same, why are the numbers different?
You need to be very slow to think that because there are different methodologies, different amount of data collected, that somebody needs to be lying. Then you fundamentally do not understand the scientific process.
Okay, brother
This is a scientific document telling you these results may change because science never deals in absolute.
Okay,
Science is
so
always
okay,
collecting more data.
yes, sir. So let me
So
ask you this
yes,
question, brother.
some regions might be added. The lower percentage regions might fall off. A specific area might get larger when the other region might get smaller.
But
It's
what's the
based on
reason,
the
though?
amount of data collected and the continuing process of collecting data.
Okay, now with them saying this, hold on, y'all. Let me ask him this. So with them saying that, brother, right? So people from what time frame? So we're in year 2023 right now. So what time frame should we say, okay, these are inaccurate? Because you're saying, if you're stating that after the Human Genome Project and these tests start coming out, or the people in the earlier times, let's say the early 2000s, the 2010, the 12s, the 15s, should we throw away whatever the results were? And when does this number stop moving, brother?
Science is a continuing process.
It's a continuous. Okay, so that means we will never.
It's never gonna stop.
Okay, so that means you will never know who you are based off DNA. Thank you.
Man, can I ask a question?
And can I share my screen one more time, Swordfish? Just one more time.
That was an easy headshot.
What he said is just like proving my point, because I just want to get you guys to answer, Swordfish and Legendary Top Cats.
Yes,
So,
ma'am. Do your thing,
according to the Scientific Journal of 2023,
yeah, he killed
says
himself
in
on that.
March 2023 issue, a whole genome sequencing of 12 indigenous African populations have been analyzed in local adaptation. It says less than 2% of human genomes analyzed so far have been those of people with African ancestry, even though Africa, where humans originated, contains more genetic diversity than any other continent, and millions of uncaptured variants accumulated over 300,000 years of modern humans in the evolutionary history. So based on what he just said,
Continue reading.
Hold up, Cedric.
Continue reading.
Wait, Cedric, I'm not done.
Continue reading.
No,
Let her
I'm
finish.
not
Let her
done.
finish.
I'm not done.
Continue reading. Don't stop where you want and draw a conclusion. Continue reading.
You read what you want to read because you picking and choosing when you want one sentence.
I mean, I can go down to this part where it says a whole of 180 individuals from those 12 indigenous African populations, but I don't have to go there because I just want to ask a specific question. Now, if we get to 50 indigenous African populations and let's say 50 American indigenous populations, could that mean that once they collected, that now your regions, according to ancestry, can change over time where Africa becomes the least part of your DNA or even drops off your DNA? Is that not
No.
Swordfish?
No.
All right, I want to come on over to Guzman. Guzman been up for a minute. He been patient. Let Guzman in the building. Guzman, go ahead, brother. I see your comment. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so I just because we got this question that we keep asking. The brother Cedric is being very eloquent with his explanation, but it seems like the brothers, they would rather hear it from the mouths of the company, right? So we looking at the white paper, right? I thought that's what we were supposed to be doing instead of asking brothers on the panel what the methodology of these companies
that's a weak ass nigga
so,
right
there. Again, brother, I want to stick to the white paper. Show me where it said what you was claiming earlier about it being all a hoax or whatever you said.
He don't even know what I said. So you
right,
you pull it up. You said you got the white paper, so you pull it up.
Right, I got the white paper up right here, right? So it goes over how they match It goes over the methodology of them matching by ethnicity. It shows how they match the communities. It shows the migrations. It explains how they match chromosomes. It breaks down everything that you were asking these questions about, which is why
I forgot y'all can hear me over here. Shout out to the
we don't even have to answer these questions. We could just direct you to the white paper, and the white paper will explain to you everything that the company is trying to portray.
Okay,
right?
so
This is why when they was talking about the white paper, I was like, bro, let's pull it up. Because the white paper is actually what we need to be looking at, not know what somebody interpreting the DNA is supposed to be.
So why you ain't never bring that up? Why we had to bring it up if that's what we need to be looking at?
Yeah, go ahead and teach us then. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and teach us so we can kill that shit.
Yeah, right. So
little bitty scholars. Go ahead.
Y'all don't even know the white paper is. You thought somebody wasn't gonna find.
All right, come on, let Guzman finish. Let Guzman finish.
Right. So how we do this thing is, like I said, we could just go straight to the white paper, right? And we can get Ancestry DNA offers several genetic analysis to help customers discover, preserve, and share their family history. So we can, like I said, we can look and we can understand the methodology behind the ethnicity estimate white paper, which is identity by descent, right? That's what y'all was speaking earlier when y'all was saying that the estimates are not accurate, but it can show you who you're related to. You remember that part of the conversation, right, Sanetta, when you brought up that your DNA, right? So I'm not just bringing this up for nothing, right? So what I'm trying to explain to y'all is identity by descent. All of this stuff is in the white paper, bro. So when you're talking about estimates and why the admixtures are what they are, like the brother was saying, it's really a understanding problem, right? You didn't even know the difference in chromosomes or the fact that they are actually studying the sex chromosomes themselves.
You don't even know.
So you're talking about haplogroups and you're not understanding they're reading that stuff off of chromosomes. So
man, y'all niggas, these niggas be trying
it's
to
literally a
play
conversation
smart.
that we're having with people who don't understand the DNA, but they are making these claims, and it's disingenuous in its very nature. Because identity by descent tells you right then and there what we are dealing with.
We're still waiting on you to start teaching.
We're dealing with people that you are matching with on your chromosome level.
So when you say descent, now you're talking about people. So can you tell us how far have you made it back in your family tree?
So there's a several family tree. There's several branches to the tree, brother. So
I know. How far did you make it
back? In certain branches of my tree, I'm in the 1500s because those are European and mixtures and stuff like that. And on other lines, I'm only in the 17s, brother.
Okay.
So,
and where the Africans at?
Huh? The Africans are all over, brother. They're all over my tree.
When
I'm trying to figure out what happens is not.
So,
right, that's the real question, brother Sanko.
All over. It's from the origin.
Do you know, sir, why you're able to go so far back in your European DNA versus the other ones?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So I got a 2-minute video.
No, the DNA goes back.
It's not back in its European DNA. It's back in the records. That has nothing to do with DNA.
We're gonna go all the way today. Let me go ahead and pull this up. So let me ask you this.
I got a 2-minute video. Kill all this nonsense.
Okay, let me ask you this, brother. Yep, did your family show up on the census records in the 1800s?
Brother, if I just told you that I'm way back there.
Yes or no, brother? That's a direct question.
That's an obvious yes, brother. What are we saying here?
All right, well then just say yes so we can move on.
All right. Hold on. Cedric.
Peace out.
And
Yes,
Sawfish.
Yes, sir.
Would y'all two like to have a discussion sometime next week?
Man,
Just y'all two?
For what? I don't even do. I don't even talk about right now. I don't do the DNA. I just know it enough to talk to these. Hold on. Sanetta, let me finish.
Hold on, Swallfish. You argue with this man all this time about that.
No, we just proved him wrong.
I'm just proving him wrong. Sanetta, listen, what you don't understand is that with these companies, there's a business side to it. And what I'm saying, nigga, you weak as fuck. Shut up.
Come on, y'all. Let's keep it respectful. Everybody, keep it respectful with each other. It's a good show. Come on now, we all men. Let's keep it respectful, y'all.
But Sanetta,
everybody, let's keep it respectful with each other, y'all. Come on now.
Hey,
this is a good show.
Yeah.
Can you just read the part?
No, hold on. Let the brother finish. The brother was finished saying something.
So let me. I'm about to go ahead and deal with the last question I just asked him. So let me share my screen real quick.
Ask Top Cat about the Nile River and what is connected. What is it connected to? Top Cat.
Can y'all see my screen?
That's Jojo Capone. Hold on. Jojo Capone is asking Top Cat, what is the Nile River and what is it connected to?
The Nile River is obviously a river, okay? And what is connected to Africa, brother? What kind of question is that? What you wanted me to say is connected to America and it's the Mississippi? I'm not one of those type of people, brother. That's not the information I do.
I think he's trying to say what large body of water is it connected to?
So can you put my screen up there?
I wouldn't give
Where
you
you
that.
at? So, Sawfish, that's you?
Yeah.
Go ahead, you up there.
All right. Can y'all see this?
Yes, sir. We see it.
Now, this brother just said his family showed up on the census records and he went all the way back to the 1700s. Okay. If we read right there, this is the 1870 Naturalization Act. It says, and be it further enacted that the naturalization laws are hereby extended to aliens of African nativity and to persons of African descent. Let me explain to you what this means. An African cannot show up on the census until 1870, moving forward toward us.
And can't nobody move it.
So if you got family,
you're gonna say a person who is not
Hold
Hold
on. Let the brother finish, y'all.
So you see, this is the law. You can't get around this. So if you got family members on the 1860, 1850, going all the way back to the 1790s,
It's not gonna say African.
If you got family on those census records, they are not Africans.
But he told us it was Africans all over, Sword. Ain't that
So
what he
because the
told us?
word African isn't present,
he
hold on,
lied.
because they talking to me, side.
You see, side?
They saying
Here
that
you
the
go.
people are African, right?
Come on,
They
one at a
saying
time,
the
y'all.
people,
One at a time, y'all.
they speaking
One
to me,
mic.
side. So he
Chill
trying to say
out,
that
man.
the people on my tree ain't African because the term Africa from this source right here, he's saying that.
So what
it wasn't
terms
the
on there
census.
then, brother?
So
So
the
what term is
people
on
the
there?
census-
Yeah,
so
what
the
term on
people
there?
on the census are from Africa.
What term?
So we wanna-
what
we
term
wanna
is on
claim
your
terms
census?
like this? That's Moorish Babel.
Okay,
y'all.
so what
So
term
we-
is on
what
your
we do
census,
know is-
brother?
Huh?
What
They
term
would
is on
be
your
colored.
census?
It would be Negro. It
And
depends
so
on the
how
year,
do you
brother.
how did you
I thought
find
y'all
out
the
that they're African?
genealogists, y'all know that.
One
Y'all
at a time,
supposed to
y'all.
be big
One at a
genealogists,
time.
bro.
So where did you get the African part from?
Brother, I'm African.
You
So
said
Nah,
that.
that's
wanna
not
know
what we
where-
did. That's
where
not what I
Africa
asked
came
you.
from?
You
I don't wanna
cannot
do it
answer
so
a
hard to get
direct
accurate.
question.
You see,
Why
brother.
do all the
Suntan,
Indians want to
brother
talk about the
Suntan,
other
I don't-
Africans?
Nah,
brother
you just
Suntan, I don't
Why you want to talk about the
you
other
just got
Africans?
that work. So you lied
Hey,
to
yo,
us.
People are
hey, yo,
African, bro.
everybody stop. Everybody stop. Let me go to Rodriguez.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Bates
Ron
been
Drake.
waiting here
Can
for
I
a
say
minute.
something real quick? Sonetta?
Yeah, hold
See,
on. Bates been waiting here. He been patient. He ain't been
Yes.
interrupting nobody. Let him go. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just had a question for everybody. It's not really
Yeah.
it's about the origins of
Hey,
man. Like
Trees,
I
hey,
hear people,
y'all
you got
stop
the Aboriginal community, you got the people
stop
with the
even
African
saying
theory.
anything to
Why
that
can't it be
nigga real
that
rap over
so-called
there.
black people are
Man,
just
y'all quit
indigenous to the
entertaining
entire
that nigga.
world?
He
Why does
just
that the
wants y'all
point of origin
attention.
has to be
We
one
not doing
continent?
that with no dope
I
fiend.
agree
That's
with
my
you, brother. I agree
that's
with you
my
100%.
that's my question. And that's for everybody. Just to think on like, why can't we just be indigenous? And what do all the indigenous people like when it comes to their cosmology or their oral traditions? What do they say about the origins of man? Besides all this, scientific stuff that people got going on.
Because they
Yes.
would what they would have to prove, brother. They don't think about the claim that they making. Because when you say everybody come from Africa, then you're also saying that everybody came from one person. So when you look at your reality, you got two parents and it doubles and it doubles and it doubles. But then at a certain point, it would have to then start to come back and work back toward one. So your life would literally look like a diamond. Now you would have to prove to me that one person expanded into two, because nobody know who Lucy baby daddy is. We still trying to
Yeah,
figure
we
out
still
who
trying
that
to see
is.
who hit her, and I'm gonna laugh at you, boy. We want your
Hold
dick.
on. The question the brother asks is that why we can't be indigenous to the whole planet.
I
Right, brother?
agree. I agree. I agree with him 100%.
I don't agree, man. Come on, man. We was not indigenous to the whole planet, man.
You don't
We
think so?
migrated right up out of Africa. And when we went into other places, there were people there already. Like, come on, man. Y'all know that.
So if there were people
how
there
would you
already,
prove that,
so then
though,
that mean that
Hold on. Even you say that, Top Cat, that the natives was here already. So what?
No, not the natives. The American Indians was here already. But y'all, not the natives. The American Indians, not the natives. The American Indians were here. The natives come from
there you
Asia.
go. That's what I'm talking about. Let me bring in Cedric. Got his hand up. He really want to go in right now. Go ahead, Cedric.
Yeah,
he want to fight a girl.
My good brother. Reality doesn't care how we feel, right? So matter of fact is just a matter of fact. So to answer the question, why can't we come from everywhere? Because the data simply doesn't say that. That's the simplest answer. How do we know that we evolved on the African continent? The fossil record tells us so.
What fossil record, brother? Don't do that. Name the fossil. Name the fossil record. Name the fossil record.
No, Top Cat. No.
What's the? No, you just saying anything.
He
brother.
just want to make statements.
What is the name
of the fossil? Archaeology. The study of archaeology.
Okay.
Going back
in what? America?
Top Cat, hold on. He's naming it for you so y'all can check it. Go ahead.
When you go back into the stratas, as we go down, right, we see that the different layers in the earth represent different time frames. And in each layer of the earth, we can find hominids at the point that they start to evolve. And we got different techniques. We have anthropology that studies these different societies.
Scientific racism.
You know what? Stop for 1 minute.
But it has a specific fossil name.
Hold on. Everybody stop for 1 minute, right? If we are about trying to get knowledge and getting it right, why do we automatically put it down before we, like right now, Top Cat, what he's saying, you could be Googling it.
No,
you could be Googling it. Everybody, hold on. Everybody could be Googling it to see if what Cedric is saying is right.
But
and if he's right, guess what, brother? Hold on, brother. If he's right, let's all go with it. That's how we grow. That's how we move it. Now, the same thing with you, Top Cat. If you're saying something, I would say the same thing on the other side. Google it. Let's see if Top Cat is talking what he's talking about. But if Top Cat is not right, then you got to be able to say, all right, I was wrong.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's how we move forward. But see, if we keep having these discussions and nobody never wants to admit when one is right, one is wrong, we ain't going nowhere. We just spinning our tail, brother. We're going around in circles.
No, I agree with you, Saul, but here's the
So I'm saying we need to start Googling it right on the spot. All of us is in front of a computer.
But here's the thing, though, Saul. This the brother, he just because he got a degree and he opens his mouth and hot air come out with a sound attached to it, that he's right. That don't make you right.
No, I didn't say he was right. I said if the brother turns out to be right.
Right, but see, he has to give us more. He never answered my question when I asked him what fossil he was speaking on. So we don't have anything to Google. That's why we're saying this brother is just talking. He's just talking. He's not sourcing up.
There is no one specific.
Well, I'm only asking for one. How about that? Let me make it simple for you.
Look up Homo habilis. Go look up Homo habilis.
And
I gave you one. You wanted one. I gave you one. Don't ask me another question.
Top Cat. We got people in the audience. Hold on. We got people in the audience. Jojo Capone. He's agreeing to pay for your test if you want to take it.
Tell Jojo come on the panel.
No, I don't take that test.
Jojo, he said, come on the panel, brother. The link is in the chat.
Hey, son,
in the chat.
Man, it's time to source up, man. Come on.
Nah,
I'm ready.
Can I say something right quick?
Top Cat, why not
Can I bring
just
some
take
new
it?
science?
If you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it.
Tell
but guess what, Top Cat? It might come back and say you're a goddamn Indian, bro. Who knows?
Because I wanted somebody asked the question earlier, did slaves get paid? So I want to deal with all of this stuff. I want to deal with the brother who he said he went back to the 1500s and we found out that his family wasn't Africans because it was against the law. So if your folks was Africans, they would have passed right by your ass. They never would have put you on the census record because it was against the law. But this is the problem with it, because when you put it up here, they just laugh.
No
niggas with a receding hairline. But so I want to source up. I want to show you that slaves got paid. Let me source up. Come on. Let me show my screen.
Can I say something really quick before Swordfish pulls it up? Because Sonetta, what you're saying though is based on the data that they have currently. So we get what Cedric is saying and what everybody's saying. It's not that we don't understand science. And there's a reason why Cedric doesn't want to have this conversation with me and wants to have it with other people. because of the fact that it's only
I
based
came on here for you,
it's only,
Dulcinea.
yeah, and
Can you
yeah,
see
and I
this?
see you're cutting me off every time I'm talking. I can see it.
You're very rude, Cedric.
Yes. So what we're having is the data that we have currently, and what's going to happen as more data is collected, your origins or regional origins are going to change. Now, could it change where it says now we know definitively like you're Nigerian because they've gone and collected enough data from Nigeria to know so? Yes, it could. But it could also change as they collect more American or even Asian or any kind of DNA. As they collect those genomes, you could become more or less and less African over time based on them collecting the sequencing, and they only go by the sequencing that they currently have. That's why it's not definitively accurate to tell you what region you are connected to, but it's definitively accurate to tell you who your lineage are or what family members you're related to.
Yeah, so
So now let me address. Since you think I don't want to address you, let me just correct how wrong you are right there. What is American DNA?
Bro, go ahead
Well,
and teach. She talk,
to
man.
do as far as American DNA, we would have to get
you're
more
talking
than
about
the
a
5
J marker.
recognized
You're
tribes that we
talking
have in
let now I ask the question rhetorically. Your percentages of your African diaspora, like you say, you have 87% Nigerian and 20 or 15% Senegalese. Those numbers might change, but that percentage of African isn't going to change. The J marker amongst the population isn't going to increase. So more data, especially collected on the continent, because you said that so little evidence was connected on the continent, will not increase your amount of American. What might happen is that percentage might get smaller and smaller and smaller. But
that
it'll
sounds
never
like the evolution
disappear.
theory of
exactly
humans, monkeys
stop.
turning into
So
humans.
again,
But we don't see
if
humans,
you make the
monkeys turning
pseudo-claim
into humans
Dulcinea
anymore.
that I didn't come
All
on
right,
here
let him
to
finish. Let him
address you,
finish, Top Cat.
I've
No, he
corrected you
finished.
at several
So let's
junctures
go next
already.
week.
Your
Let's go next week
misinformation.
Let him finish.
So do
Let him
not say
finish.
that I'm not up here addressing you, because I came on here and started by correcting your inability to comprehend why two sisters would be genetically distinct based on the X chromosome that they receive from their mothers.
Man, you
Come
sound
on.
white.
brother, like you
So
always
that was the first one. So I'm just having to correct you on saying that I'm not.
So you gonna be ready next week? She said, "Are you gonna be
direct.
ready next week?" Because
So
she said she ready next week. Why you talking, Cedric?
He gonna be talking to his Irish.
What? Ready for what?
All right, so
Yeah,
listen.
all
right, let's Swordfish. Hey, we getting ready to wind it down. I'm gonna let Top Cat and Swordfish close this thing out.
Yeah,
this is their show. So, right now, Swordfish and Top Cat, let's go.
Yeah, it's time to lock the gate on you niggas. So one of y'all said earlier, you must thought the slaves got paid. Well, let's look at this. This is the law. Let's look at bullet point number 2. How, according to the Institutes of Justinian, might a person become a slave? In 3 ways. Number 1, by birth when the mother was a slave. Number 2, by captivity or war. We're going to deal with that in a second. And 3, by the voluntary sale of himself as a slave by a freeman above the age of 20 for the purpose of sharing a price. Now, what does that mean? Sharing a price. That means when you go do something for somebody, they gotta pay you. Now,
what slaves are you talking about, brother?
Oh, here we go.
This
No, I'm
America.
asking.
Now this is
Because
America.
I know the slaves from the transatlantic slave trade did not get no pay, brother.
Well, no, this is in America. This is a primary for America. We're talking about America.
Okay. So now let's go here and we finna jump to the easiest source that we can find, because we can go to Wikipedia. And then I want the brothers who believe that we all came from Africa, I want you guys to fill in the gaps. So we finna put bullet point number 2 to the test. So bullet point number 2 says by captivity or war. I want you guys to explain to me the wars that actually happened in Africa, because there ain't many of them here The wars that happened in West Africa that actually warranted these folks to be captured as slaves. So we got Cameroon. So that's after the development of the U.S.
No, it's not up yet. It's not on the screen.
Oh, it's not? Okay,
No.
my bad. Let me start back from the top. Can y'all see it now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this Wikipedia. Okay. Now keep in mind, number 2, by captivity of war. So I want you guys to explain to me what wars took place in what year and who was involved in it that warranted 10 to 12 million slaves to come over here. So I'm finna go down the list real quick. And now we finna focus specifically on West Africa, where y'all said the slaves came from.
Trouble.
So that goes Central. We got we can even throw Cameroon in there. We got
because they got 88% Cameroon. Let's throw them in there.
Yeah. Now wait, Cameroon, the earliest war that they had was in the 1800s. So according to this, so that was after the U.S. had already became the United States.
Lord have mercy.
So we just gonna keep going. The Horn of Africa, that's definitely not in the picture. So I'm gonna make my way down to West Africa. And keep in mind, I'm showing this so that way y'all can have time to think. And then I want y'all to start teaching once I turn my screen off. So I'm trying to find West Africa. There's North Africa, Egypt, Libya.
Y'all thumb up the video too before we get out of here. Y'all make sure y'all get them likes up before we get out of here.
Which used to be called Africa.
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
That's there go Angola right there. What that say? 1961. Okay, so that don't count. Come on, West Africa. There we go. Okay, Benin. So I want you guys. I want you guys to kind of break this down. Burkina Faso. Okay, so that was in 18. That's after. That's 1800s. Gambia. That's after. Ghana. Oh, they updated. Okay, you got 1620, 1664. Okay, so that's was that 20 years? 40 years. Okay, so we got some gaps there. 1800, so Mali don't count. Mauritania, that don't count. Niger, 15. Okay, so that's 1 year. Nigeria, okay. And then we got to track them coming over here. So there's a big gap. Wait, ain't no wars between 1619 and 1800. Okay, so that's Nigeria. Sierra Leone, they not in the picture.
Yeah, that's not gonna come to the late 1800s.
Yeah,
you gonna
so
have
now,
that. My bad. Turn up.
No, it's all good. So now I want you guys to teach us about the wars that happened in Africa, and maybe you can do this again, Si, because I would love, you know, we stood up here and we took their shots, we showed the road and we knocked them out. So I would love for them to come back. If they can answer it now, if they scholars, they can. But if they can't, that's fine. They can go back and study and do what they got to do. But I would love for you guys to teach us about the wars that happened in Africa and that brought all the slaves over here.
All right. Top Cat.
Okay.
Go ahead. Hey, go ahead, Top Cat.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay.
Oh, wait, is that the closeout?
Yeah, that was the closeout.
Oh well, hold on. Let me.
Yeah,
do one
go
more
close
thing.
out. Turn up.
My bad. I thought I actually.
Yeah, he's still ready to fight. Nah, we finna get out of here. We won.
All right. Oh, let me go back right here. All right, can y'all see my screen?
Jojo Capone, you gonna get it, bro?
Oh, okay.
You ain't nothing but an Indian, Jojo Capone. I'm looking at you.
At the end of the day, you cannot walk around the law. You saw the brother tap dancing because he assumed color meant African. He assumed Negro meant African. And Sonetta, remember when I started this at the beginning, I said people will insert their own conjecture because they're just left hanging. And to the brother Santan, I don't need to be a lawyer to read this. Nobody needs to be a lawyer and go to school and have a degree to read this and say, okay, in the Constitution, you have to be a citizen to be counted on the census. Well, if it says the naturalization laws are extended to the aliens of African nativity, this means the ones that was in Africa.
Correct.
And persons of African descent.
Talk to them.
That means if you live here and you have African descent, they would walk right by you because it was illegal. And don't make me start pulling up these laws to show that it was illegal.
And we can go state by state. That's how extensive we've done populations and everything.
And this was approved July 14th, 1870. So yeah, brother, when you say that you went all the way back to the 1500s, and for anyone else that want to come up here and talk that shit, the first thing, my apologize. the first thing I'm gonna ask you is what year, because clearly the year is important, and he don't even know what he looking at when he looking at his own family
No
tree.
feet word. Nuh-uh.
So I'll land right there.
Shout out to Swordfish BCU research team, BCU genealogy team, brother coming out of Atlanta, Georgia, man, repping for the Southeast Indians. Appreciate you, brother. You did an excellent job. Appreciate you too, Miss Danny. Hold on, before I close out, Miss Danny, you want to close out? Appreciate you coming through, sis. Ladies first. I'll let you close out first, Danny. You still there, sir? Can y'all hear me? Or am I...
She might be
okay,
tired
no
up.
problem. I want to say this here, excellent job, brother. Jojo Capone, whenever you're ready to have a conversation, we can have that conversation. Because I hear you saying that you took trips to all of the African ports. I hope you had fun while you were out on holiday vacation, brother. But look, you can go look in the mirror right now, and you can tell that you're American Indian. Where you from, Chicago or something? Your people came in the Great Migration. Your family derives out of Mississippi, brother. You're a Mississippian Indian. That's why if you go get on the phone, if your grandparents or your elders are alive, I bet you grew up and you knew that your grandparents were Indian. And you coming here trying to tell me about a DNA test and what you will pay for, as if my family haven't already went through that. Our methodology, we don't need that. We have cemeteries older than the things that you were talking about, brother. So whenever you're ready to have that conversation, Jojo Capone, all right, I can bring you back to your Indian roots. Hey, before I get out of here too, Sai, you still there with her?
I'm still here, brother. I'm right
here. Okay. Sai, today, you know, Sai, sister really made my day today. She, they would speak. She said that she want to go back further as she can. She said we have to go back further as we can. And man, that really stuck with me because that's my
Top
message.
Cat spoke with my sister today.
Oh man, Auntie Shell. I hope I get to meet her one day. And Sai, what did she grew up down in the Carolinas.
Mm-hmm.
She said, what did she say? What did she say? Grandma said.
Grandmother, my great grandmother. Yeah, my great grandmother was saying that she was Cherokee.
She was a Cherokee Indian. So for y'all out there, Sinetta took his DNA test, true. But for y'all out there who saying they doing grandma doctrine, well then Sinetta family has the same story coming from his family. And so now we embrace everything that comes with it. But what is law is what
the difference though, brother Top Cat, and I keep saying it, is that I don't deny my African roots. You gotta understand.
Now I understand.
Look, in 23, brother, we've been mixed up, man. That's what I keep trying to tell you. Y'all are the ones that's denying the African that exists within you.
We're saying we didn't find it. If you found
how would
African,
I find it though?
Yeah,
take the DNA test.
If you found this,
why would I do that though?
Oh man,
the DNA.
You'll never find it.
Do I need to share my screen? You know what?
No.
I think we're done.
You will never find it, brother. You will never find it.
So that's why we can't never claim it. So that's what we say. We only want to go with things.
I guarantee you. Let me watch this. Right. So y'all don't believe no DNA. Y'all don't believe no DNA.
Can I show you what the white paper says?
No. Hold on.
Now we ain't saying we don't believe DNA.
I guarantee you, if you was being locked up for rape or for murder.
So I don't do that.
Hold on, for rape or for murder, and the only way that can free you is that DNA, brother. Would you agree? Would you believe it then?
Man, anything that'll get us out. DNA, a polygraph test, whatever we can use, but that's not the same. So again, we're open to DNA because it does help you find ancestors. Like when you pulled up your screen today, it showed you people names, and we said, "Hey, man, we accept that because when my family did DNA, it shows people names, so that we understand that part. But once it cuts off from there, and we can't identify people by name, we do not go by the region part because if you go to the site, they're telling you that they cannot pinpoint a certain accurate answer on that. And Si, you even told us today that your numbers changed. It went from 2 up to like 10 now over the
because
years.
like what Cedric was saying earlier, they don't give you a pinpoint like 100%.
Right.
They'll tell you something, and then the data always changes all the time because they get more information with
right,
DNA.
but that's what's hurting.
And so when they come up with something new, they send you another one.
They update
and
it.
then another one.
Right, they
it
update
keeps
it.
coming. Because it's always
so
upgrade.
the first time you got your DNA test,
and so they get closer and closer as they do it. That's
Okay.
why they never give you 100%.
now I have no problem with that, but what we do have to acknowledge is when you first got your test, since the numbers have changed since you first got it, when you first got your test, it was wrong. We have to admit it was wrong. It was wrong because the numbers are not the same anymore.
It's not wrong. They're showing you that they are on that path. And so
No,
as they
on the
on that
path,
path, they keep going up.
If your test, if you go get your test
explain
today,
it on Sankofa. Explain it, please.
hold
brother.
on, let me say this here. If you got your test to let's say 3 years
let
ago,
me show a
your
2-minute
test-
video.
boy,
from
go on, boy, go secure the premise. Go on. We're
Goodness,
not
it's
watching
2
videos
minutes
today.
long,
We
but
about to
y'all
go.
got 2 minutes I could get.
2 minutes is too long, family. So stop. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
really-
If you have a paper, your DNA, you're only one person. You're the same person. You're not gonna change. Your first DNA that you got.
Just let me play
Your
the video
first,
then.
you can do it when
Then
I
we can all
leave.
get off
You
of
can do
here.
it when I leave. No problem, brother. We got you. You can. I'm about to leave.
They want to run before I
So,
can play the video.
brother, please go secure the premise.
So
Hold on. I'm gonna close on this. So you're the same person.
Hold on, let them close out. Go ahead.
Once you get your paper, your first test, if you get a test 3 years ago and then you get one today, and they're not the same, the answers on the test is not the same. That means then you're a whole different person now. Because these numbers,
that's not what it means, brother.
The numbers shouldn't change. You just like you have parents. Your parents wouldn't change.
Brother, it
Your
don't
whole
work
life,
like
your
that,
parents
Top
are gonna
Cat.
be your same parents that you come from. So
No,
you
Top
cannot
Cat,
upgrade or
what they
update or
showing you is
change.
that they're getting closer to you and your who you are.
Right, so
you
they're
come
not
from.
complete. It's not complete yet. And so once I start taking DNA tests, once they're complete,
brother, that's
when they come out and say we're complete, we're done, the numbers will never change again, then everyone should go take a DNA. Because if you get one today and it's different next year, then you done came out here and lied to us. And so once the DNA, once they have completed it and the numbers will never change again, then I encourage people to take DNA.
Science is, brother. You don't know what science is.
How can you have 100%? How can you have 100% faith in something that's changing?
They keep changing. When we know numbers,
How is that
men lie,
possible?
women lie, and numbers don't.
So you saying that y'all don't believe in science now?
No, I'm saying if
wanna
the
show my
score
screen.
to the Knicks game, I'm saying the score to the Knicks game last night was 17-3. Then tomorrow the score, then tomorrow they should and they won. Tomorrow the numbers shouldn't change and they lost.
We talk about
the
science
numbers
right now,
numbers don't change. So I accept that all of you are saying that it is not complete, and I can respect that and accept it's not complete. That's why it's changing. So once it is complete, then I feel free to start encouraging people to take DNA, because then we know that the numbers won't change. I'm gonna close out on saying this here. Appreciate you, side man. It's been a hell of a day.
No doubt. Peace, Top Cat.
On the 14th, hold on. On the 14th, y'all get y'all tickets. Gorilla Hebrew pulled up today, and he had some words for Top Cat. And he said, it's gonna be a Royal Rumble. So man, y'all pull up, support side. We know that the Israelites gonna support the brother Gorilla Hebrew, and we know that the American Indians and the Aboriginals gonna support us. And JoJo Capone, don't let me catch you. I'm gonna catch you slipping though. We gotta talk one day. I appreciate you, Si. Appreciate everybody on the panel and they came in the chat.
I appreciate it.
Peace, Swordfish, peace, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Man, shout out to y'all for staying in there, man, and rocking with us. Hold on, I guess I'll go over and I guess we'll let them finish and close out. I got a headache. I ain't gonna lie. I should have stayed in Israel. So we're gonna put them in the box.
Hey, you've been banging on the Hebrews lately, man. What's going
Yeah, y'all been rocking out. It's Friday, man. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can get the screen back up. And we'll hear them close out there with a begging for 2 minutes. It's over with, brother. You lost.
We need to recognize and identify the patterns of DNA linked to a particular region or
Oh
population.
no, hold on. Let me mute this, y'all. We don't do that. Boy, you gonna get somebody flagged. Hold on right quick, y'all. That boy over there playing somebody else tape and go get shot flagged. Y'all, you not getting me flagged, homie. You not getting me flagged. So whenever he finished, that over there, what he got going on, we'll go back. But he about to get shot flagged over there begging for a 2-minute video of some pseudo. 2 minutes of pseudo. Nah, we not doing that, brother. And he still hold on, y'all. He almost done. 2 minutes over with. We'll bring him in. What's up with the She-Hoisted? I wonder did Keith go ahead on and leave. Enough was enough. None of their big guns came out. They called for Cedric. He got up there. He wanted to fight a girl. No. Then he got up there and he called out the girl. You see all these niggas out here with their shirts off, and we been getting active. And he come up there and he take off on the woman. Okay, hold on, y'all. We back on.
Go ahead and drop that.
That's our point.
So brother, who played the video?
Hold on, y'all. Oh, okay. You heard her say we keep adding to your DNA reference. We keep adding.
That means y'all ain't done.
Change it because they come up with more data.
Nah, man, that's like going nah, bro. Listen, that's like going to a restaurant and you order food and they bring you the food and it ain't ready. And so now you gotta sit here until the food is ready. Nah, bro. If you're not done cooking, then it's not time to eat. Call me when you done cooking. Ain't that the worst thing in the world, man, when you're hungry and you gotta wait to eat? Nah, bro, and you eating Indian culture food, and so that take long to prep and it take long to nah, man. So family, if the food ain't done, it's not time to eat. When the numbers stop changing, then it's time to start taking the DNA.
Genetic DNA from my saliva. They didn't know anything about my family tree.
No. I think he's talking about, it says in the DNA that they collected, they went through families that had a long lineage in a certain particular area. How far did that genealogy go back for the family genomes that they collected?
I didn't create the test, so you.
All right, so you don't qualify.
Another, can you hit that?
So you don't qualify.
Hold on.
Wait, no, stop. Can we
so you don't qualify
for next week? Me and Cedric. Why is he so afraid to do this conversation?
She want to have a one-on-one conversation with you, brother.
No doubt, don't say anytime you want to have a conversation with me. It's all good, Dulce. I would never deny you a conversation anytime.
There you go. Hey, Dulcinea. You know who's calling out, right, Dulcinea? You better be careful. I know
there's something else. Hey, that nigga there gonna try to
put you talking about.
This what
one of the pseudo killers, Cedric.
When you play a video, but you don't go and actually read what these people wrote for themselves. This is a business
Jojo Capone.
For them to create the region,
Jojo Capone is an Indian.
All you had to do was go back to your grandparents.
Starfish, man. Listen,
my bad. Okay, my bad.
We all want to know, why are you afraid to just take the test?
Because
if it's not real, take the test and prove it to us.
Because in the white paper,
because guess what, Starfish? I guarantee you, if someone in your family took the test, they're gonna connect you right to that family member, bro.
But we don't have a problem with it.
I'm down with that, but I don't have to use ancestry for that. I can go a different route with that.
Which route?
Genealogy.
You don't have a laboratory.
You can go.
So when y'all start saying genealogy, and I'm gonna go and do my, we don't have our laboratory.
You can go with a private practitioner for that. But what I'm saying is this, and you see the brother ran. Where'd he go? Why did he leave? Because listen, that brother that played that.
Hey,
video,
you sound just like our brother Domo, for real. You and Domo got the same vocals, man.
Yeah, why he leave, man? Listen,
real talk.
Because listen, Si, in the white paper, they tell you that they collected family tree. One of the requirements to be a part of the construction of the DNA company themselves was the family tree. They took a whole bunch of family trees, and to qualify on both sides of your family, they had to all be from the same country. So they took a whole bunch of people with their family trees, and all you had to do was go back to your grandparents. And earlier in the same white paper, in the earlier section, in section 2.3 or something like that, it says that if you can make it back to your 5th grade grandparents, that tells you deeper insights into your origin story. This is in their white paper. So
how would they know who's your grandparents?
How would they? It doesn't matter. It's the same practice.
No, it do matter, because if they can pinpoint your grandparents, then that right there telling you the DNA is working.
Right. So that's what they're saying. That's why they're saying the family tree. It's the family tree.
How far can they go back though? That's the thing. How can
Man,
can they go
bro,
back as far to tell me that
I hate when y'all say
that my ancestors come from Africa, or do my ancestors
You know,
come here or there? How far can it go
They
back?
make me want to go back over there.
You know what we're actually dealing with here? We're dealing with a comprehension issue.
They gonna make me go back
It's
over
simply
there.
a matter of comprehension.
Only the
They
ones
target regions, and they test family members, and not you don't go straight down the.
Reese, I told that nigga, hey man, with a hairline like that, bro, you need to let it go. Why is you still holding on? Out here looking like built like Charleston White. That nigga body, that nigga got a Charleston White body.
The line, there's cousins, there's this, there's that. They test whole communities to develop a database,
brother.
Right?
No,
and they do that.
It's not true.
And these databases is going to give you the
Where did
specific
they
markers.
get their data from?
Specific, oh my mom.
Where did no because what you're saying,
if you don't listen, if you don't listen and slow down the conversation, because
I'll tell you.
I'm addressing your fallacies in your reasoning, my brother. I'm slowing it down. You read something, but you read it surface level, or you have a comprehension issue. The video and those papers clearly state they go into a region and they test a whole population. And this is how they establish databases.
That's not what the video said.
And now they have these sequences that they test, and they can pinpoint regions. And as more material is collected, this database grows. So those percentages will tweak. But your markers remain the markers that you already have. They don't change or diminish.
That don't even make sense. If the markers don't change, the numbers shouldn't change. What is wrong with you, man? Why is anything changing? If you got a DNA test 3 years ago, and then your results that you first initially got do not match the ones from 3 years later, and it's from the same company, then brother, you are not even the same person no more. Man, you done changed into a whole different person now. Especially because you have to understand, you're not identifying this by name, you're identifying this here by percentages and numbers. So once you are a representation of the number, so once the numbers change, then guess what? After the number change, the numbers are you. That's why you open it up and saying, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. So once the numbers change, you are no longer the same person. You are only the numbers that are on the screen. It's simple as that.
Like you got percentages might disappear. In our case, it got bigger. And it's a hypothetical that science leaves on the table. But it also says that it might.
Why are you arguing it as a fact if science still left it on the table? Well, we're gonna leave that motherfucker right there. We're gonna leave that cake in the oven till it's done. If you pull the cake out the oven too early, then that motherfucker there going, your whole inside. The inside ain't right. And so now, man, we leave the cake in the oven until it's done baking. Once y'all have figured it out and the numbers are no longer gonna change, then we can work.
Might not change. So why are we staying within the hypothetical when the data that we have provides a level of accuracy, right, that we know is within a range? They give you an estimate. However, you're not going to become more American. The J mark.
Indian Carter, man, I can't see you, but Dia speaking to you. Oh man, where my shoes at, man? Man, Indian Carter, bro, you wrong, man. Man, Indian Carter, man, where my shoes at, man? Since April. Indian Carter, man, we finna, man. How you know I ain't want to wear them to Mexico, man? How you know I ain't had an outfit with it? I wanted to wear them to Juneteenth. You ain't have them ready for me, man. Oh, Indian Carter, man, it's December. I guess you gonna give them to me as a Christmas gift. Oh, damn, nigga, they were supposed to came in spring, and now we in fall and autumn. Man, nah, man, where's my shoes, man? You the shoe man. Ain't that nigga paint shit out of shoes, man. Cold in the motherfucker, man. And I still ain't got mine, man. Boy, you wrong in some boy.
That identifies the
in ancient times. And what you'll find in Sonata 10 years from now, you might see minute changes, but you're going to see bigger changes as time progresses, because not only will markers change as they get more DNA, but there will be different markers that they are adding into the database that they do not even have in the database currently.
And with that, y'all, we
got hold on,
I gotta go.
Hold on. Hey, sorry. Hey, we need 30 seconds.
Real rap, go ahead. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. Sorry. The prosecution want to bring this up to the table. Hold on.
Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans.
What?
You know what I'm saying? That my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans.
Flip my camera.
You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of her great grandma was mixed with Africans. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Her great grandma was mixed with Africans. You know what I'm saying? That my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with Africans. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from this.
So, can I confirm? Is that you on the screen right there?
Yes.
Interviewing our brother Top Cats. And can I confirm? Is that our brother Top Cats?
Yes.
In the screen. So can I play it one more time? Because 2 years ago his grandma was African. That's why they don't want me to come up here.
Yeah, I told my brother that my grandma. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of
So listen.
So look, stop. So stop. Thank you, bro.
Hey, you know how long they been running around with this tape? They play the tape all the time. What is this tape gonna do, bro? Everybody know I was trolling the Aboriginals. And this nigga right here, this nigga that's on the screen, my nigga, you knew me that whole time. You know, I ain't never told you I was nothing about no motherfucking African. So what they got to do with it? When I met you, you was a Hebrew, then you played Indian, then you turned into a Moor, and now today you're African. Oh, come on, man. What y'all gonna do with this tape, bro?
All right, this your boy Real Rap. Read the Q part, yeah. I may have not found that.
NX.
NX, yes, NX.
Now I'm gonna prove that she's disingenuous or she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Brother.
I want to play it one more time.
All right, no, that's it. Peace.
Oh, you didn't know?
Your boy been African.
Oh, you didn't know? This environment tough. Oh, you
Boy, Lord have mercy. Them niggas didn't play. They didn't whoa that little video. Why? It ain't even got 1,000 views yet still. Oh, come on, man. Y'all been playing that video for 3 years. Y'all done played it on side channel, every channel, bro. Yeah, I said it. Look at him. I said it, nigga. Yeah, my grandma. I've been telling y'all niggas my grandma African. Now, who gonna do something about it? That was the energy I was bringing. Because we had problems with the Aborigines at that time. But let me tell you something, man. Anybody can say anything. Just like the brother that just tried to present the video. When I met him, he was a Hebrew Israelite. Then he played Indian because he was on my dick. Then he went and played Moor. Then he turned Aboriginal. And now today he's African. And so, come on, man. Yeah, people can say anything, brother, as you've been saying. Okay? Y'all keep playing this video. I never denied it. Okay, yeah, I said it, nigga. My grandma African, so do me like y'all do them Africans. That was my energy on it. All right. So anyway, man, man, y'all gotta try something better, brother. Man, Keys, man, what's he's talking about let me up. hold on, let me drop the link. Man, how long we been on today? Man, I know we ain't got 192 people in here. That is crazy. Man, it is 192 people still in here. Y'all some soldiers, man. Shout out to y'all. I got a headache. Swore it, man. Fresh out of battle.
What's going on, man? You see, right there, that's the reason why the position that I'm gonna take is I'm just gonna be a researcher. I'm gonna sit back, and I hope you niggas is in the crowd, because I'm gonna sit back, and when I get like this, when I get serious about shit like this, and this just took it to a whole nother level, I'm about to start building profile on you niggas, because I got the skill set to do it. I'm gonna find out your debate tactics, how you get them, how you position shit, and I'm gonna look for research just to debunk everything y'all niggas saying. I'm gonna pass it to Chief and whoever I end up supporting. But yeah, this
Nah,
is
you know what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do. What you mean, whoever you man, BCU, nigga.
Yeah.
All they gotta come BCU, man.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
tell
yeah.
you something though, Sword, man. Ain't nobody out there, you know, ain't nobody out there pushing for us.
Yeah.
You feel me? Nah, that's real, bro. And a lot of these niggas don't even got no movement because of man. Shout out to Sue came through, man. But Sue came on there, man, and Sue know that I was the first Indian she met. Bro, so I ain't appreciate that, Danny. Come on now, man. You know we go way back, man. You know I was Danny, one of the first people that I bumped into, bro, on Clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Like it, and really took the game and really heard what I was saying, man, and really took it to another level. Like they started hosting genealogy classes immediately, and so and so yeah, man, you know she gave the credit to everybody else, man, and I'm like, Danny, come on, man, y'all be doing me so bad. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be doing me so bad, but nah, it's all good though. But
for what it's worth though, she told me how you helped her out, and you know, with her grandpops and stuff like that. So she
nah, man, a
she
lot
did
of people got their stuff back for what's mine came through there. A lot of these people, man, you know, and even what he dropped on them, he said, you know, basically find yourself in the story. We know that's the fertilization here, and we fertilize the ground with that at BCU, and so you already know where it's coming from. You know what I'm saying? But you know, today a lot of people don't, you know, for some reason. They you know, they deal with Indians who don't deal with BCU, and you know it's unfortunate, but you
you
know
see
a lot of those come from BC. They branched off from what we built. We was with, you know, the motion or the way that we had. I don't understand it. So, but I mean, I do understand it, but I don't at the same time.
But you see the level of logic that we just heard. The brother asked me, and he's old school, I don't care. He tried to postulate himself. He said, do you have a degree in this? Nigga, do you have a degree in cooking? Because if you don't have a degree, you can't
Why in
cook.
the hell is you in the kitchen? You need to throw every pot and did
It's crazy. But you can read though.
You got him though. You got him though with a counter. I liked how you picked it up and started being aggressive. It was one moment in here, and if you go back and watch it on here, I'm on mute on side, but I'm over here. I'm saying jab, and you was jabbing. Right when I'm saying it in my head, I jab his ass right now. You was jabbing. I was like, good, pick it up, pick the pace up. It's cool to be you know, at a certain tempo because it's easier for the people to receive the information. You can kind of, that's why I really don't focus on my opponent. I go off the energy of the chat. I feel the energy out of the chat. I don't really feel the energy off my opponent, because if I'm not engaging them, then they're, you know what I mean? I'm really talking for nothing. And so sometimes you slow the pace down, and then I seen when you start to get more aggressive, and I was like, I jab right now. And it was one of them, you frustrated the shit out of him. And it was good. That was good work right there. That was teaching. Shout out to Sweet Felder. What's up, Felder? I ain't know you was in here. Shout out to Felder, man. Man, shout out to Sweet Felder,
Indian,
man.
Indigenous, and appreciate everybody, man. That was my first time going on side. It's probably gonna be my last.
I just wanted to go in there and get you in action in battle, man. And not just clubhouse battle, but what we have to source up. And we, you know, and it was a teaching moment, man. We went through there, completely dominated them to the fact that Sai even acknowledged, damn, where my hitters at. Boy, that nigga ain't have a shooter in the world. And then the guy who was supposed to be one of the shooters came up there and called out those. He wanted to fight a girl. And so now I said, oh man, this is too dominant till it get to when it get to a point to where they ain't want to deal with us. And right now they're trying to figure out who is that nigga Sword.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Who is it? Why we never heard of him? You know what I'm saying? Why we never heard of them? And then watch this here at the same time. It was so many people on the outside that was looking in. They wanted to see the work. See, it's one thing when I can go up there and then, you know, they'll feel like, okay, he's by myself. But what are the people learning? What are the type of people that's around him? And you know what I'm saying? When we have soldiers step up, get on the front line, and then you go out there and have a performance like that. What was that wide receiver for Colorado went off this rookie? Went off last game. What's his name? Now they knew his name. Everybody like, damn, who is this young nigga?
Yeah, he was
you know
ready.
What I'm saying?
He came off the bench ready.
Correct. When his number was called, now man, in all eyes on him. Now us over here, we know what you got. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we have a research team, because we gonna work in the back. We gonna get our crowds together in the back. When we come out, we gonna pack shit out, because everything we put up, we knew we was talking about. We went in depth on a lot of things. I mean, it got to moments, my favorite moments, and you know me as Big. So you remember when I was Big, one of my favorite things to say was, this is a teaching moment. And so it was so many teaching moments tonight. And then to see you in them positions and then perform live. And that's why you know what I mean, to walk them through, to help them understand. Everybody that came up there, have a question about this, you walk them through it to where they can do it themselves. My best game, what I came to, I didn't say, hey, everybody, y'all come follow me and I'm gonna hold the information myself. You gotta follow me. No, I wanted to teach you the skill how to fish. You feel me? You can fish. That's why I don't have a big ass following or something like that, because a lot of people, like even we seen tonight, they've taken that agriculture, agriculture, and now they can go out and they can spread and build civilization and communities off of it. And so man, you did excellent work tonight, man. That right there is gonna piss a lot of people off. In the beginning, it was so much talk about how wrong this is. We're spinning the narrative, we're changing the narrative. It was so much of this conversation. By the middle of it, it was like, damn, once the phone lines open, once the gates open and nigga, we get in the cage, all that shit these niggas in the chat that was saying, oh, I can debunk, watch this, got up there and got watched. Oh man, shout out to Indian Ken, man. What's up with it, fam? Oh yeah, and they got watched. Oh, Danny, shout out to Danny, man. Man, I always had love, always will have love for Danny. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people try to outcast her and all of them type of things, but
and that's why I like why folk, you know, they put their foot in their mouth and they said slaves didn't get paid. All right, nigga, I'm gonna show you where they got paid.
Everything was sourced up. We left. They say these niggas came with a suitcase, and yeah, we just closed our suitcase, buckled them up, shook everybody's hand. Thank you, sir. We see got on that bitch, looked dressed like the Men in Black. We gone to a whole nother space. We gone to a whole nother planet. That's how far away tonight. Cause that shit they used to seeing over there, niggas putting up one article and then breaking it down like a pastor and shit that Jabari do, and the methodologies out there. No one has ever came to them and said, hey nigga, open up your screen, nigga, and follow me. And if you have questions, I am gladly happy to walk you through it. That demonstration with Sister Dosey at the end, that was excellent. Because tell us how you feel. Okay, what do you say? Okay, then let me walk you through it. That's why that day when you told me, hey, I want to show you something, I said, hey, nah, listen, man, learn this shit to where you ain't even got to look at it. You can down there memorize every line, because we gonna need that. I can see you out there, nigga, like Travis Hunter, nigga. I know I ain't gotta look that way. Yeah. Not on that island.
I played Conan, man.
Yeah, I kept telling, I was muting and telling the chat over here. I was like, hey, bro, they out their league on this.
Yeah.
For how many people that came up and shot their shot, and for everybody to get rolled up, I just kept telling Pastor that they league. If this is something, when we step on the field, we can give you the play. And this is a Pan-African source. Can we point that out? Mm-hmm. This is a Pan-African source. This is when you take a nigga weapon, something that he's supposed to be using, and you use it against him.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, that was beautiful work. The poets, the poets, the routes and taking all of these details, intricate details, man, that you need in order for the story, because a lot of people got this surface information, but this was interior. This shit was in depth. And so, that's why I jumped in at the beginning and said, hold on, let's take it to where they understand. Because we would have missed them.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, now that's why I say I'm going out there with him. So I dropped the link, nigga. I'm finna blow your phone up or something. You know what I'm saying? Because I seen they finna go try to take it everywhere. Nah, we gonna stay focused and we gonna know what we came here for. And shit, nigga, we ran the board up. Once we start passing the ball or got Danny involved, you know what I'm saying? I know her strong points. Like I say, man, I've been around there. I know they strong. I know Danny is. I know the people who real. It took one day. She jumped right on it, bro. It never stopped. And so, that's why I was like, man, bring it up. You know what I'm saying? And man, we passed the ball around. We was alley hooping, man. We looked like Kyrie out there, that shit there. And then we go home, and it's like, what do you do now? This is the most dangerous situation. A lot of them was in the beginning, they was mad at Sai. Why is you letting them do this and this and that? They're trying to change the narrative and this and that because they don't want us to have the platform to break this information down. And so now send this out to your big guys. Send this out to Key out of town. Give him something to do while you're on the plane. Watch this video. Where's Jabora? Where's your other scholars? Tell them to come do something about it. Because can't a motherfucker in the plane to do something about it. Now, what you thought about it? That was my break. That's what I got from it. Talk to the people. Hey, hold on 1 second. And if anyone want to come up before we get off, y'all can jump on the panel as well and let us know y'all thoughts on how y'all felt it went. And I know a lot of them proud of you, man. A lot of them Jaguars, they proud of you,
man. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, man. A lot of y'all I done learned from. I just went after the shit. We ain't on South Panel no more. Yeah, I just went after it, man. Like finding out who my family was and stuff like that. Man, I've met more family members ever since I've been on this American Indian paradigm. I could count on both hands how many family members I knew. So what now, bro, I got like 600, 700 folks in my tree. Some of them I met, some of them I haven't. But to know who these people are and where they at, and now I'm digging into what did they do. Like, they don't get it, and I don't care that they get it. I went there to show information, so that way, if I can inspire somebody to go and do their family tree, because that's kind of what I was trying to pull it back to. I learned from the best, and it just makes sense. And at the end of the day, like I said, that's probably gonna be my last time going on there, because ain't no, from my perspective. Now this is not.
Ain't no need to go back.
This is my perspective, but ain't no integrity in it. The source literally said to Africa from Bristol. That's what the damn primary document said. And then it showed you the number of slaves that they took to Africa. And now you trying to say that they went to Africa and then picked them up. Okay, well, where the hell did they take them in? So it
was so, bro, that shit is classic. Bro, you have to understand what stage we was on, and to be able to go out there and execute your own offense, to execute on defense, to be ready for the questions, everybody showing up. We not knowing who coming. Shout out to Tree. She brought up Waldo. Waldo even jumped up there.
Yes, sir.
And Yeah, Waldo say, man, hey, I'm like LeBron, bro. I can run the court with anybody. Waldo, he took me in there. Oh, okay, well, shit, nigga. Oh, come on, nigga. They think you got great hair, nigga. You finna run this court though. We West Coast offense. Yeah, I got to run it. We bouncing off each other, and yeah, man, we alley hooping and shit. And so, yeah, I had pump him up and turned him up, and nah, man, that was total domination. And to get the elder to come in and break it down, get his off, it was nothing they could refute tonight. They came some weak shit talking about Inga, why y'all got the slave man name? That's a slave mentality. The nigga talking about, well, nigga, when you in court, nigga, when you in jail. Oh man, get out of here, nigga. Oh, you a rock for rock, nigga. Oh yeah, you went to jail for beating on the bitch or something, nigga. You ain't less than the gram or 6 months stay jail less than the gram, man, nigga. I'm talking about, I'm like, nigga, I don't understand. He talking about, this nigga playing games. Like, nigga, get your ass out. You don't even deserve to be here. Fuck, I'm gonna take something intelligent from a nigga who coming here and the only reference he has, nigga, is to the criminal justice system. Incarcerated, institutionalized that nigga, man.
Yeah, man. So, you know, at the end of the day, I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate everything I learned, and I'm gonna continue learning. And for me, man, it's back to busting down these family trees. And you know, when the day that would make me proud is when I invite or have the capability to invite 30, 40, 50 people on Sinetta channel. And they not historians. I just want them to say, hey, talk about your family and don't use no names. How far did you make it back in your tree? And let them just speak for themselves, because what these niggas is putting up, even if you are from Africa, what the hell you doing with it? If you're not tying yourself back to Africa, they don't even realize that a lot of these countries in their laws, that if you can tie yourself back to that area, you can actually go back and get that land. And ain't nobody got to give you nothing because it's yours. They got the same laws in Europe too. So it's kind of like
Portugal. You know what I'm saying? If you can prove you got supported lineage, then they allowing citizenship too.
Yeah. So even if you are Pan-African, if you telling people to avoid doing a family tree and just rely solely on this DNA shit, then you really out here doing people a disservice. And I can't fuck with that. So I'm gonna get back to
when the white paper tell your ass, and if you want to accurately do it, you got to do your family tree.
Oh man, I was finna dig into the. I had 5 tabs open on different sections of the DNA test.
They had that other nigga that came up there, bro, and really thought he had something. That's why I was like, y'all want to let him up? I don't know if they want to let you say your screen. I said, nigga, chunk that shit up. Y'all niggas, y'all already intimidated. So chunk that shit up, nigga. And them niggas tried. That was so crazy. They tried and they were seeing how long they had been studying the topic, and the nigga pump faking. You see pump fake twice with the scholarship.
Yeah.
And then you caught him with that 1870. How many ever get in there? It's many. Who is so many? There's too many to count. And nigga dropped that on him. Now his whole conversation changed. Now they colored Negro mulatto. Put a nigga in the headlock. But then ran him off the block.
But the funny thing about it, when he pulled up the white paper, that wasn't even the white paper.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that? I swear to God, when I first seen it, I was like, what is that?
That's why I told him to pull it up, because I was like, oh shit, okay, let me make a few slides, because I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna show this is actually what the white paper looked like, and let me walk through these sections. But you know, these dudes, they could be, you know, DNA geeks all day long.
Dosey, come up, Dosey, hit the link, Dosey.
Yeah, shout out to Dosey, man. I appreciate you, sis.
Dosey gonna have to come. Dosey, you gonna have to come home. We're gonna do you know what? Keith, I want you to get with Dosey, work on the genealogy, fam.
Dosey was trying to beat me up in the beginning, man. She was like, turn on the
camera. Dosey, she a traitor. Benedict on her. Now I want you to walk her through a tree. I think it's something in there. And Dosey, come on up. I think it's something in that tree because she wouldn't just keep coming around here. Now, one, she might want our sources. That's one. Cause you know the Moors was pirates and they like to rob shit, and so she probably jacking treasure. But I think it's something in her family tree that she don't even know about, and I think it's a connection to the Americas.
Yeah,
And
man.
so
If she open to it, I'm more than happy. Man, listen, this is my passion, bro. Like when I
I know
turn
I
off my
wouldn't, nigga. I wouldn't get you a position if I ain't think so. You know how many niggas I done met along this journey. I know who for real and who not. Like Dion say, man, I'm ready to win now. I need people who gonna step up and be ready to win now, right now.
Yeah.
And so when I met you, I already knew. I said, this nigga is ready. Then you was hitting me up, I want to do this, time to do this. I'm like, oh shit, this nigga is square business. And so yeah, that's why today brought him out there on the battlefield. They like, let him handle himself. I'm sitting back like, y'all just don't know. You know what I'm saying? Nah, he ready. He ready. We got Dosey in the building.
The lady, I'm gonna. All right, go ahead, Dosey. What's up, sis?
What's up? And I wasn't trying to challenge you or anything. No,
yeah, you was. No.
She trying to beat me up, man.
Told me to get back so I catch a couple strays.
Because the map says Africans disembarked and disembarked.
You threatened me.
I wasn't talking about that part.
The Africans that are embarked in the Caribbeans, and that's what everyone says, that the Africans came through the Caribbean first and up. So I really
but the boats went to Europe and came back to Africa though. Went to Caribbean islands and went back to Europe.
No, I was talking about like when it first kicked off. I thought that was you in the chat saying he needed to turn his camera on. That's what I was.
No, I was telling them to leave you alone about your camera being on.
Oh, okay. But yeah, you threatened me. Told me I better fall back before I catch some strays.
For the more,
yeah, before I catch some strays. I said, what, she finna shoot at me? She told me to step back before I catch some strays. I said, damn, Doty finna shoot at me.
Dots wasn't playing with you. That's what I was saying, because Dots came.
Nah, Dots know I love her. So yeah, I just wanted to get her comfortable. And I know Dots, I like the way she think. You know what I mean? And so
is that the sister from Harlem?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, from Barbados.
Shout out to her.
Yeah, she more of people learn different ways. I feel she one of the people. She have to do it herself in order to find her own way to do it. So I love to know like a birthday number in numerology. But I figure out that's how her mind works. It has to be tangible. If she can see it, touch it, feel it, and she learned through you know what I mean. She'll have to be doing it herself. So I think genealogy helps Sister Dots as well.
I like the way, I like her energy and how she came on, and she was like, hey, did you say this? And I was like, let me test her out and let me see what kind of time she on. And I was like, nah, I didn't say that. And then she's like, oh, okay. So then she reset, and then she's like, all right, well, what did you say? Or she's told me what she thought I meant, So it was a really good exchange, and I appreciated the dialogue with her.
We call it a what?
A teachable moment.
Goddamn right.
And I
that's our favorite part, because these scholars, they scared of Q&A. I always told them my favorite part is Q&A. Why? Because it's teaching time. It's always a good time for a teaching time, man. So Doshi, overall thoughts on tonight?
I thought it was really good. I knew that most people, like the whole pseudo killers and most of the HOK, they weren't going to accept anything that you were saying. Right. But I thought it was really good, and you definitely taught a lot, especially how to read that website. And everybody was coming in like you were denying that the slave trade ever happened. So there was a lot of that all night of people just acting like you were denying it. So they weren't trying to listen.
Well, and so see, this is where I kind of like stand out on my own, and this is kind of like my upbringing, because if somebody was to say that in my face, they know that I'm not denying it, but what I am doing is presenting something that goes against what they think. So if they were to say that to my face, are you denying the slave trade? I would say, yeah, I am. And what the fuck you gonna do about it? Because now we're talking about a different conversation. So if y'all ever hear somebody say, oh yeah, y'all elbows be denying the slave trade, it was probably me, because at the end of the day, I want them to prove it. Yeah. I just showed you a record of slaves being taken from Bristol to Africa in 1749. Can you show me a record with slaves being brought from Africa to America? And they can't never do it, but they want to hang their hat on scholarship. But you can tell, like, even when the brother, this is where I really learned, and when the wheels started to turn for me. So when these brothers come up here and they talk about you speaking English, that right there lets me know that they haven't read anything from the 17 and the 1600s. Because when you read them books, it take like you got to train your brain to read that stuff. Because the way they talked and the way the letters are made and the S's look like F's and stuff like that, that right there is a completely different English than what's spoken over here. So if that's how they talked back then, why didn't they carry that same exact dialect to here? We shouldn't be talking like this. We should be talking just like they did when the colonizer came over here. But they don't think like that. And there's nothing that you can say. And the dumbest thing that any one of these niggas can say is you can't speak your language, so you ain't Indian. That's the dumbest statement to make, because I can immediately turn around and say,
now we killed them on that Mexican part.
Yeah.
Because they know damn well that Mexican people, grandmas, and they mama might be bilingual, but the child, they don't know that shit.
Yeah.
Native Americans go to the reservations, they don't speak that shit. They gotta go to school and learn that shit in school.
But
they
none
got
of them speak
programs and
Yoruba.
funding to try to help them.
None of them speak Yoruba. None of them speak Igbo. Even Jabari, the one who is the
chief.
Yeah, the chief.
He don't even speak the damn language.
He
He a chief of the tribe.
So, and then when you look at Ghana got white chiefs. How would you explain that? Then it's gonna be excuse season. So, I like I said, man, for me, tonight was a really good night. I hope I, enlightened, educated some people, so on and so forth. And I'm gonna keep and I'm actually like really gonna reach out to the gentleman who built that project, because I'm deep in his resources. There was a whole bunch of stuff. I literally could have went all day just on his sources. I could pull up his books right now, and he has copies and pictures of slave records, where they went, where they came from, what they look like, all in them sources. He got 1,500 sources, and you trying to say that this is pseudo? At that point, there's nothing that you can say to somebody. So, but you know what? It's all good, man. They can believe whatever they want to believe. There's a lot more people out here who I can meet and sit down and bust these family trees open. Chief, the one, you remember the lady that I told you I met at the Apple store?
Right.
From Louisiana. She born in LA, but her family is from Louisiana. She saw a picture of her father before she met him. Y'all understand how deep that is? She never met him, but she saw a picture of him first, and then she drove out to Louisiana from Atlanta to go meet him. When she showed her mom the picture that she found, she was like, yeah, that's your dad. How did you find that picture? And now her mom is more involved in the process because her mom lived in Augusta. So now the relationship between her father and her mother, even though it went south, they're actually kind of working on making some type of amends and be amicable with one another, because she's doing her family tree. And let me tell you what she found. She found an Indian chief in the year 1550 in Canada. There's no way a DNA test can show you this. So that like that right there, when I got that text message and she was like, I'm crying, and and this comes from a woman who didn't know none of her family members. She was just like me. I ain't know none of my family members, but that's what this is about, man. So I could ramble on about this all day, but at the end of the day, if these folks out here, whether you from Africa, I don't give a shit where you from. If you ain't helping people find their family members, then you just taking up space that I need. So it's all good.
I was surprised Brother Reggie didn't come up. He was talking reckless.
He was in the chat talking that they scared of me.
He should have brought his ass up there.
Them niggas scared of me. If I wasn't up there, bro, a lot of niggas would have came up there. I ain't gonna lie. But Dulcie, they intimidated.
Think about this. I'm fresh meat on Sarnetta panel. I'm the new kid, and ain't none of them niggas show up. When you see fresh meat, that's your opportunity to beat them up. But he stayed in the chat.
But see, they wanted to let a few people go up there and see how they do. Let me see if this nigga really can fight. And yeah, they didn't see no kinks in the flaws, defense good, and nigga say, nah, I better stay my ass out. I better stop coming, but they say my name. Cause they called old boy up there, his first thing he want to do is fight a woman.
Mm-hmm. That's why I jumped in. I'm like, why you came up here to fight Dulcie? You should have said something to me. And then that's when Sarnetta was like, no, so Dulcie good, Dulcie good. Like, nah, that's my sister.
But come on, man. And they talking about you having the debate with that other brother. I wouldn't even entertain him. He looking for clout.
I'm done. Oh, the real rap?
Right. He looking for clout. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
Cedric, the one that was.
No. She had it right.
Yeah, no,
I wouldn't even entertain. I
he
wouldn't
does
even
that all the
entertain him.
time too, just based on Cedric. But yeah, that's why I was coming in too, to be like, okay, you're not even answering Swordfish's question because y'all are dancing around the fact of what he's saying. Like you were asking them, well, how far in their genealogy did they go back? Then he started talking about his family or some shit. I was like, that's not what he just asked you. He just asked you about the people's DNA that they collected. How far did they go back in their genealogy? Oh, well, we don't know that.
They don't know.
They don't know. And science is not accurate yet. So why are we using it? If your DNA, if you got your DNA 3 years ago and they gave you those results, they're not giving you, they're giving you percentages. So you have become a number, no different than the institutions and shit. And so now 3 years later, when it changes, you're now a different person because you're only the person that are going off of these percentages
That
of
was
these
a
numbers.
hell of a point that you made, Chief. When
You're
you was
only
like, why
these
would your percentages change
numbers.
if you're the same person?
Right. Now you're a whole different person. Now, soon that bitch changed, you're no longer the person because they're not telling you who you are. You are these numbers. You are a number now. You are a percentage that comes off of estimate. And like Dosey said, what does estimate mean? You told them a nigga guessing. And then he come back and say, well, science is not a guarantee answer. So why are we using it? Once they develop the science to a point to where the numbers never change again, then we should ask people to do DNA. Until then, why waste our time when they not even done with the project? We're not going to eat no food if it ain't fully cooked. So now if the cake not done baking, leave it in the oven. We'll eat it when it's ready. Right now, DNA is not ready.
Let me share my screen. See, I'm still ready to fight, man. I was just getting warmed up. Look at this. Now, this is the actual Ancestry white paper. Y'all can see this page 5. It says, fortunately, knowing where someone's recent ancestors was born is often a sufficient proxy for much deeper ancestry. In the recent past, it was much more difficult and thus less common for people to migrate long distances. Because of this, the birthplace of a person's recent ancestors often represents the location of the person's deeper ancestral DNA. Come on, man. Y'all better stop. You know what? Let me touch on the other one as well. Because after this, I'm done with the niggas. And this is the
Send me that motherfucker right there too.
Yeah, man. It's bro, listen. Oh, let me address the performance thing because he was running from that question. Let me see. Because I really want to see this, and this is another problem that I see with like these types of debates is that when Sa does not understand why I'm asking a question, he don't know if this dude is running or not. Because I was trying to ask him what Dulcie put up on the screen, and I asked her to reread the part when she said a region might get lost.
Right.
I wanted him to explain why would a region get lost, and he
couldn't explain it.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it, man. But anyways, yeah. And at the end of the day, the reason why
he said that foolery about the X and Y chromosome and then act like you can
that
understand.
didn't make no sense. You act like you don't have both.
Yeah.
If we have both, then what the hell is going on, bro?
But
so one might take after this and the other one might take after
exactly.
that. And man, you don't make
So
no sense.
What if your mom is from Ghana and your dad is from Nigeria? That means the DNA test has no consistency in it because they don't know which chromosome is going to show up on the test.
Right.
It's
impossible to do. And they older than all of them guys are older than that process.
Yeah.
All of them are older. And so that's why I told Sai, you've been out there doing black liberation with a bullhorn way before a DNA test came out. You've been doing a revolutionary before that. So I wonder what y'all was going by then. See, because I know, don't worry about it. My book about to drop. Oh man, I got my book cover. I got all of that shit done. So next week I'll be ready. So all of that talking and they like to read books, come read this one because it's talking about you. I am talking directly to you niggas on this one. Come read this one. And watch this,
And
all
when
this
you
work
said
we got in there, and over 100 sources in this book, because that was one of the things that I want. I put it over 100 sources in this book.
right, and I think that's a good point, because when you said that to Sai, like you older than the DNA shit, he was smiling like, yeah, I've been teaching it, and
He
it's
did.
like,
He caught that. He caught on
y'all
to
ain't getting
that.
nowhere. Y'all ain't getting nowhere with this shit. Our people fucked up. What is you talking about? There's no there, it just niggas ain't do shit. So we
They
I don't even know
lazy.
how to explain this shit. Like y'all niggas know who these niggas are. I don't. I'm new. So it's like when y'all be talking about like, oh, this person, oh, this person, I'm like, man, these niggas been doing this shit this long and they ain't built nothing. Nothing. So when y'all come up in this sword, I thought you did a phenomenal job going on there for the first time. Hard work pay off. That's all I can tell a nigga. If you don't understand that shit, get left. But it's like is when you said building your tree, you found people and you contacted them, people that you didn't even know that you was related to. Man, I got a whole fucking family out here that I never knew. Man, I've been hanging out with my sister and everything. I'm talking about I went to Six Flags for the first time, all kind of shit. And I'm just sitting there like, she contacted me off of fucking ancestry.com because I told y'all I got a whole lot of sisters and brothers that I didn't even know about, right? And I mean, but people are trying to find out who they are. And as soon as I started like contacting people, I mean, it's I got a whole fucking part of they ranchers out here and shit. They was like, yo, as soon as you contact us, like, yo, we'll come out there, bro. Like, shit, what you want? Yeah, horses, all kind of shit. I'm saying like, damn, they done open the fucking gates for me and shit because I'm standing on like who I'm saying, and they also saying that they Indians too.
You see how the brother got cut when I put up that law?
That was a killer right there. He shut up. He got to talk about colored Negroes and mulattoes.
He
He
left.
ain't got nowhere to go.
He left.
He
left
got
the
nowhere.
stage.
That's what I was talking about them traps, the cutting the ring out. He didn't want to be direct. That's why I tell him, hey brother, it's a direct question. Them type of niggas keep him in front of you because he ready to move. All this moving. Let's exchange. You was one of the niggas that was talking in the chat. Now it's your time to show up. And yeah, and you ain't got nothing. Punches too hard, nigga hit you too hard, and now you trying to figure out how the hell you can get out this fight. And so, and what else I was gonna say? What's up with it, Bellagio, man? We got Bellagio, first time on the panel.
What's going on, Bellagio?
Hey, what's up with the top? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, turn up one time. Oh, that's a Texas nigga for real. Listen to that nigga, man.
Hey, you already know, man. Hey, what's up, Dustin Dale?
Hey, what's up?
Shit, chilling, man. Who else on here? Sword?
Yes, sir.
Sword and James.
Yes, sir. James, what's going on, everybody, man? Yeah, man, I don't understand. When he be saying it's the toughest environment, you know what I'm saying? To me, that's they say, you coming with y'all coming with some hard intelligence. You know what I'm talking about? Man, these people, man, these people are dumb. It's like they dumb with hate, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you giving me some people with, these people, you know what I'm saying, they coming from places, you got people, man, actual people versus some DNA shit. Like, that's gonna lead me to a land, bro. Like, that don't even make no sense. You know what I'm saying?
None at all. But you can't. That's why I said I ain't even. When I was coming up, like I probably say I started this journey about 3.5 years ago, and when I was coming up and I was seeing, how things were shaking out, then I was like, you know what? I'm finna study my ass off because I want to get in the ring and I want to see how them niggas fight with me. But then once you get to the point where you can, and then you start to look at how somebody like Jabari, who ancestor Guinea Jim or Jim Guinea was not African, and he still come on the panel and still say that this dude African and he ain't held to no level of accountability for saying that crap. That's when I was like, oh no, I ain't doing it. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, that
man.
nigga was a Thompson or something. I think his last name was Thompson.
He was from Scotland. He was a
Yeah,
Scotland.
out of Scotland, man.
And this was the book that he told us to read.
To go read, correct.
And I went and read it. So
I got a video on my channel on that. Shout out to Kareem Mayo, man.
Yeah.
My homie Cootie Mayo.
Yeah, shout out
He
Kareem
came
Mayo.
over here and broke it down.
Yeah, ain't no integrity in it, man.
Had that nigga Jabari in the Irish kilt and everything. Yeah, that nigga had a kilt on and everything, man. That nigga hooked him up, looked it just like one of them.
Looking debonair.
Debonair, yeah, fresh out of Ireland. All he needed was a horn. But yeah, like you say, they say it's the toughest environment, but I think tonight they found out it's levels to this shit.
Was easy, bro.
I mean, it's baffling to me, man, that like, you know what I'm saying, country niggas could come hit hard with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all niggas supposed to be from New York. My bad. I don't know how much I can say on you know what I'm saying?
You good.
So
Yeah,
I ain't trying to get, but they did, you know, they supposed to be these super smart 50 degrees. They got wastewater management tech, this shit, you know what I'm saying? They supposed to have all this sauce, and man, the whole chat done. You know what I'm saying? Like, not the whole chat, gonna say the whole chat. Some of them be cool with it, you know what I'm saying? But it just don't make no sense, man. Like, you sit up there and spit some hardcore facts, you know what I'm saying? Got the documentation, proof, and everything right in these niggas' face, and they go sit up here just, yeah, oh, that's trash, that's pseudo, you know, all this bullshit, nigga. The shit right here in your face, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, you fighting with your own source, bro. Like, you know, man, these niggas crazy.
Well, I say this here in the beginning, they was trying to fight, and then you can see towards the end, they momentum, they confidence, everything, all of that shit they feel. They started losing back to back to back, and niggas was accepting and then they want to fade back. And so I said, yeah, these niggas, they losing confidence because you can't.
You know what?
You can't.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's when your defense sound. If I can't get no offense off, then I gotta step back. You know what I'm saying? That's and I wouldn't worry about what the people say because a lot of people are gonna watch it, and it's a lot of information in there, and it actually shows you how you can go and do the information yourself. And so I won't worry about nothing long as the information is up and is out there. The people that is for in this time, you know what I mean, they'll get it.
Well, the funny part about it was that when the channel opened up, nobody really had anything to refute the actual data. They all was trying to take the conversation somewhere else. So rather than trying to pull them back in, we was like, well, fuck it, we'll go where y'all want to go. Y'all want to talk about DNA? Okay, we'll talk about it. But then they started running from that, you know.
Yeah.
So
shout out to Dosey. Dosey got in there on the DNA
a little
too.
scrappy.
It was just bad, bro. It was like, and with them, they need somebody to agree with them.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They need that agreeing and tonight they weren't able to get that off. They couldn't get nobody to agree because everybody that stepped up lost their fade. So if you still on the pound, how can a nigga back you? Because then he feel like if I say something, then they gonna turn to me and I gotta get out there and I don't want to, you know, I'm done for the day. And so that was nigga say, I'm done for the day, man. Yeah, I got a black eye. And so all of them were watching Reggie again. Reggie is not coming up there. I knew he wouldn't. I seen him down there talking about this is embarrassing and all of that. But come up here so you can get embarrassed.
But that's why, like when the brother, what's his name, the one with the receding hairline, when he started talking about it, when he started doing that DNA thing, you don't even have to know much about DNA. All you got to do is remember what he was saying. Because toward the end, Dulcie, if you remember, he said that some companies don't go back as far as others.
Right.
So if one company go back 200 years and another company go back 300 years, and they don't take into account that your family could have migrated during that time, then you're gonna take, if you do a test with one company and do a test with another, you're gonna get two different results.
That's why I asked him who lying and who telling the truth.
Yeah. But they don't.
If the companies are gonna have two different answers, then who's lying and who's telling the truth?
Yeah.
Well, it's based on the data that they have collect. So right now, brother, you have an incomplete project. Come talk to us when y'all are done.
Yep. Make it final. That way it's consistent.
Because numbers shouldn't lie. I shouldn't win a football game today. Our score was high, but tomorrow, some type of way the goddamn score went up, and now we done lost. Nah, man, it don't. Numbers don't lie. That's not how numbers is the only thing in the world, and it's the language of the gods. And so now the numbers don't lie. Men lie, women lie.
Hey, Chief, you know if our boy get his hands on this video, he gonna be scared now because when he was on Clubhouse, I asked him how far he went back on his family tree.
Nigga said the 1800s.
Yeah,
I was in there.
Oh, you was in there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I recorded it. It's on here. It's on.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was a whole show. We were live.
Oh man, I didn't know you was in there. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep this for Chief because I know they're gonna end up debating one of these days.
Nah, I was live. I was in there talking shit to him. He was like, "I'm not talking to you." I'm like, "Nigga, I'm talking to you." I know you don't want. I'm talking to you though, nigga.
Yeah, he said
it's on here somewhere, man.
Okay.
One of them videos is on here. Yeah, I hit record because I already knew it was gonna be a good day. Yeah, they got crushed that day.
Yeah.
They got smacked out that day. So
yeah, they're gonna have to be on neighborhood watch, man, because at the end of the day, that 1870 law is the law. And the way you know that to be true is if you were to go to Africa today and they taking their census, they not just going to include you because you there. You got to be a citizen. You got to go through a naturalization process to become a citizen. And at that point in time, that's when they will count you on the census record. And until then, you can be in their country, but you're not of their land. They're not going to count you as a part of their citizenship. Well,
that's a fact. When I was living in the UAE, they didn't count me as a part of the citizenship at all. But I was there. But I'm not being counted into one of these people. And so somebody in the chat say the best part of the whole bill for me was when sea travel to different ports. That was a mic drop. Yeah, that was something
Savannah,
they never seen. That was
Savannah port, yeah.
Yeah, that was something that they never seen before. And then we backdoored with the Georgia Encyclopedia to show they sitting here telling us there's a slave trade going on. But when we go to the ports, bro, there's no routes going in that direction. So the institutions are lying. This shit that y'all niggas talking about is being created. And they didn't know that research can go there in depth. Talked about the ship captain when you were saying you was calling, and that's what I want you to get with Sweet Feather and y'all start getting some recordings and start calling these places in the research group, and we get some of those and get them on record and get it documented.
Okay, we can do that. Yeah.
So Sweet Feather, if you heard that, get ready.
You know the funny thing with 23andMe, they don't even test Americans.
That's what I'm saying. Like even when they go in, he talking about the mitochondrial. They tell you how many people, what countries they tested people from, how many people they tested, and now man, where are we in the city? They brought up us not one time, and so man, like a lot of these tests that they're saying, as we seen tonight, they don't have in-depth information on it. That's why Cedric, like you said, he's trained.
Yep.
This nigga institutionalized.
Yep.
You institutionalized. Jabari, you institutionalized. You get up every day and go work for them folks to go teach a curriculum they put in your hand, and you coming out here it's accepted as fact. Well, we just showed you proof that institutions are lying. The shit you pulling up about this is lying, and we're showing you how to go back and get a primary source on it and show that it's impossible. And so people that know information are sitting back and they got something out of this tonight.
Hey, what y'all think about that primary?
It exposes the agenda behind this creation of this narrative, and they're using science and anthropology to do it. So that's all of their offense was coming off the back of science and anthropology.
What about the rest of y'all on the stage? Did y'all expect it? Because I told him in the beginning I was going to show him a primary. What do y'all, the rest of y'all on the stage, what do y'all think about that? And if you're in the chat, like, tell me what y'all thought about that primary source that I put up there. Y'all sleep on the
Are
stage?
you talking about the employed from Bristol, the port?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I knew once they tried to change what it was saying, like that they went to Africa to get the slaves, I knew they were going to change it to that. But I thought it was a really good source as far as showing where they came from, and you tying in the Freetown.
I appreciate it. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
right
all
there.
that stuff is spectacular, bro. That the way y'all broke the whole, y'all turned they shit on them. Nigga, go to the damn website, follow along, and we'll debunk this shit right in front of your face, and you can't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? It's spectacular, bro. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, like with I was talking about the boats and stuff on the water, because I've been watching videos and things like that, like on the
I forgot to show that
man.
part. Damn, I forgot to show that part.
For me, bro, it was just like even more confirmation. Like when y'all say y'all went and got the naval petty, the E9, you know what I'm saying? Y'all went and got it. You know what I'm saying? It just confirmed everything. Like, man, if just go check out a video, everybody in the chat, bro. Just go check out a video of the Atlantic Ocean and the modern boats that be in the storms, you know what I'm saying, that be going across the Atlantic, man. The damn waves look like mountains, man. He right, like they be smashing like they damn near hull out these modern day ships. So, they saying they got all these people on wooden fucking ships, brought them over here, traveling, transversing through the Atlantic Ocean, these violent waters, man. Like, nobody would have made it. I mean, if you just see how they do the modern day ships, like breaking out the glass and stuff, just go watch some videos on them. Like, I mean, it don't make any sense at all. They at the bottom of the ship, so that's the worst place to be. You know what I'm saying? Because it's wooden ships, so the water gonna get through somehow. I don't care. I don't care how much tar pitch you put on it. Then where do they store the fresh water at? You got to have fresh water on there. Like he said, you can't be dehydrated on there. The fresh food, you got to feed these people. It don't. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what's cold, man? I had recorded that, man. I had recorded that conversation. I just don't remember what video I played it on. But I actually was in the room when y'all did that, when y'all was talking to him, and I recorded it. I just can't remember what video I played it on. But that's why I say, man, Sword, get with Feather, and y'all start making them calls, and let's document them so we can have those with us. But once we started taking them through that methodology that we was using, going as far as talking to these people, getting in contact with them, showing them ports and showing them routes and this type of shit. The other brother came in there telling me, man, I'm applying pressure. And you say, what year? He say 1558, Virginia, John Hawkins. Nigga, have you ever heard of the 1619 Project? It's called the 1619 Project for a reason, brother. 1558, nigga, we applying pressure on these boys, man. Man, your whole dates and chronology is off, brother. And you got a slave mind. You going to jail tonight. And you ain't got no bond money.
Yeah, this nigga,
But I think the biggest piece of the whole shit is the Black European. They're thinking white people are European. That's the whole. That's why anytime if I was on another platform trying to make niggas understand what the fuck, because I was chasing the Black European. I'm trying to chase who the enemy is. You see what I'm saying? To have proof. But that's what they're missing. They're thinking African, but it's actually Black European. You see what I'm saying? So it's just,
that's why I think
I
it
just
was
look
good.
at this shit. They think, yeah, they just think they think they know shit, and then it's like the shit that y'all did. I mean, that was straight teaching, that was straight drop, but y'all already know this. people are not gonna understand what you're saying because their mind is already made up.
Nah, but I'm gonna say
But
this
it
here:
really,
the way the information was presented tonight, though, it was presented in a way for someone to understand. So not maybe not why it's live because emotions, but those who gonna watch it after, I think they're gonna have a better they're gonna be able to benefit more from it because the way the information was presented, the certain questions that came up, when we got to certain topics, the depth that we can go into. So like when we brought up the female that was in Sierra Leone, ended up going to Europe, and she spoke the Yoruba language. Now we even went into why is she speaking this language, because this area is the place where this language was developed. You know what I mean? And this is and we went through the returnees, the programs. We broke down genealogy and different. Man, we went into a lot of information, bro. And it's easy to us. It's another day in the gym. This shit like practice to us.
Right.
But nah, man, we was clicking on our cylinders, man. And Dosey got in there, started throwing some shots and shit. And Dosey, we gotta do that genealogy. Are you down to work on your family tree with Sword?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah, we gonna get y'all connected. Swords, you got IG or something?
Yeah. My IG is Mary Creek.
Mary Creek, you follow me on there?
Yeah.
Send me a message, man, so I can know who you so I can follow you back on there. And those y'all link up, and man, y'all can go and y'all figure it out. And Dosey, I think you got something in there, man. Your ancestors calling you. And I don't think they calling you from Morocco, goddamn. But we don't know. We gotta answer the phone first. And so but I think it's something in America. You gonna fuck around and come from a goddamn Indian princess or something. Why you bullshitting? Why you over here playing, showing up every day and all that and playing? I think it's something in there. You gonna look. Looks are deceiving. We'll never judge nobody off of who they look or do the lookership game, cause you never know. When you go in that tree, that's when you know. And so man, we're gonna get Sword and Dosey, and we gonna go find them Indian ancestors. Y'all fuck around the chief of the tribe or something. It's something deep gonna be in there, but they calling you in America for some reason. So come on home.
I just sent you a message, Chief, on IG.
All right, y'all. When we can close it out, man. It's midnight on my end.
That was a good little fight there.
Yeah, every day a good day to scalp something, man. Every day is a good day to get a scalp.
Hey, you know what? Chief, let me show one more thing. All right.
Yeah,
I still got to fight anyway.
Hey, wait, which one you hit me on? Big Chief or the other one?
I think it was Legendary. Let me see.
Oh, okay. No, it wasn't that one. Okay.
Legendary Big Chief Top Cat.
Creek.
Mary Creek, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Can y'all see my screen?
All right, you up.
Yeah. So this is section 4.2 of that white paper. And what they were doing right here was they were creating the region. So the reason why I kept asking that question, and I'm going to keep pressing him, and I'm going to keep asking him the same question until I get an answer, because his answers is going to start changing. But the reason why I kept asking him is because they had to use people's family trees to create the damn company. There's no way around it, because they literally put it here in writing. So it says to assess how our regions perform in different parts of the world and to help our customers interpret the results, we can look at the ethnicity estimates of people with deep genealogical roots back to the same country or part of a country who are not included in our reference panel. So they got the reference panel from people who built their family trees, and they talk about that earlier, but then they continuously assess the people in the actual family tree, because that's when they were saying, you know, it keeps going and the science gets better and stuff like that. They ain't doing nothing but swapping people out in the reference panel. So to find these individuals, we use customer created family trees and look for customers who have consented to research and have all of their ancestors from the same country. This is how these people became a part of the reference panel. Ideally, we'd only look at people with all of their grandparents, that's 2 to 3 generations or older, from the same country. But due to low numbers for some countries, we sometimes include people where only their parents are from the same country. This right here is where the whole concept of this ancestry DNA comes from. Because without the reference panel, the test ain't worth shit. How do we know? Because they told us. Let's see here. Genetic, no, that's not it. Yeah, reference panel. Let's see. To create the ethnicity estimate, we compare a customer's DNA to a panel of DNA from people with known origins and look to see which parts of the customer's DNA are similar to those from people representative in groups. No, that's not it. I was looking for the one that says the quality of results are based on the panel. Oh, there it is. The accuracy of our ethnicity estimate depends on the quality of our reference panel. Because of this, Ancestry DNA has invested a significant amount of effort in developing the best possible set of reference samples. So you take people who built their family tree. That becomes your representation for Nigeria. This group of people becomes your representation for Ghana. This group of people becomes your representation for Europe, for England and Spain and so on and so forth. And then what they do is called a PCA analysis. That's what this talks about. A PCA analysis is when they cross-reference each one of these DNAs against one another. So if you got a sample set of, let's say, 10 people, you'll take that one and compare them to the other 9. And then you'll put that one back in, and then you'll take one out, and then you'll compare that one to the other 9. And that's how they actually create the performance of that region. This brother earlier with the DNA shit, he don't know this because he's only looking at the DNA and he's not looking at the business methodology. So that's why I kept digging and I kept asking him, get specific. Tell me, when something is low performing, what does that mean? So when you look at so with this PCA and they call filtering, let's say, for example, if you take a bunch of people, because you start off with all of these people that submitted their family trees and they gave consent to partake in this construction of this ethnicity origin thing. So when you have all of these people that submitted their family trees and they start to do all of these cross references, so now let's zoom out to like 11,000 people, because they put the numbers in here as well as to how many people are a part of each region, and there's 84 regions. So if you got 11,000 people and there's a specific group of people that's bringing down the performance of that region, they remove them from the region. So what would happen if you have what they call Native Americans today? Because remember, all you had to do was go back to your grandparents, and that's what qualified you for that region. But if there's more Native Americans that submitted their family tree than there are quote unquote Black Americans, who are going to be the ones that's going to get extracted as a PCA filter? The Black Americans. So the methodology is so flawed that they don't get it, because all you had to do was build your family tree back to your grandmother and submit that. And that's how you actually got included in the construction of Ancestry.com. So let's look at this from their perspective. If people were to build a family tree back to their grandmothers and their grandfathers, and that was their ancestral DNA, then that means all of these people who out here banging Pan-Africanism, they should be claiming America, because their grandparents were born here.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't get it because they don't read this stuff. So I just wanted to show that to y'all, so that way, if y'all come across anybody, y'all can rest assured that all of this stuff is here in this white paper, and all they got to do is read it, and then the niggas still won't get it. But I just wanted to show that to y'all. But I appreciate y'all, man. BCU family, I appreciate y'all. Dulcie, everybody, man, I appreciate y'all.
In a real way, appreciate you too, brother James. You got some last words for us?
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. I mean, just great job today. All I'm saying is that, like, did y'all grab people ears? Yes, I was looking at the chat. I was watching everything that y'all was doing. How calculated it was. The hard work was paying off. What I'm saying is that, like, sometimes people haven't hit that rock bottom when it comes to identity yet. So you have to go through different, I guess certain people have to go through multiple doctrines to actually come back home. That's all I was trying to say. You know what I'm saying? So, just I appreciate y'all. Family tree or nothing. Peace.
In a real way, Blasio, what you got for us? We gonna say Dosey for last.
Shit. All right. Man, hey, man. Say, man. Shit, the big in this business, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody fuck with this shit, man. No Pan-African, no nobody. Cause it's the truth. It's the real shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga do they genealogy. You know what I'm saying? Find out who you is, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, claim that shit, stand on that shit, rep that shit. You know what I'm talking about? Shit. Big in the business, man.
In a real way. Dosey Do. You already know. Talk to the people.
Peace and love. Thank you, legendary Big Chief Top Cats and Swordfish. I think you did
the whole name.
Because of doing my
fuck you, Bobby Banger.
Whatever. Anyways.
Fuck yourself, Bobby Banger.
I was gonna do that for you on the panel, so but he doesn't let us cuss or anything. But I never even said that when we was talking to Bobby Banger or whatever he wants to go by. But Swordfish, I think you did a really good job. I think you definitely gave a lot of information no one's ever heard before, and people are going to go to that database and look into it. The people that care, the people that it doesn't resonate with, I think they don't even matter. They were just coming to debate you anyways, But I think you left with really good information.
Thanks, sis. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you did a good job yourself too, sis.
Yeah, she got in there squabbling too.
Thank you. I think when it comes to the DNA test, if it was like real, they would just tie us to our families. They'd be able to do the same XY chromosomes and find who our cousins are instead of doing those reference panels.
Bars. With that being said, appreciate y'all coming to rock with us. We've been going for 11 hours. Wow. Y'all woke me out, so y'all know y'all ain't gonna see me in a couple days. So I'm going back in the hiding on y'all there. But I see y'all sometime. I don't know, I probably come back tomorrow. But next week we gonna be in the ring, and it's going down. We heard the brother Gorilla Hebrew today. He came through. Shout out to him, his camp. But I'm gonna let him know right now. As we show the expose tonight, we some bad motherfuckers. To the 10th power, to the 100th power. You get in there with us, it's a different story. The way we research, our methodology. We are sound offensively, defensively. Our IQ in this shit here is impeccable. The things we see, they haven't even tapped into that frequency. And so another easy night on the battlefield. Shout out to all the American Indians, shout out to all the American Aboriginals. Like I say, what can I say? Another day in the office. Hey, man, I love y'all. Appreciate y'all coming to rock out with the kid. Appreciate everyone who supported the show today. Appreciate everyone who hit the like button, pulled up, showed, gave some of that energy. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool. Mexico 2023 is going down, man. I love y'all. With that being said, man, that's my time. Take this energy out to the world. Stay strong. Stay positive, stay powerful, man. The Indian way, the BCU way. It's my motherfucking time. I'm gone.
Family. I got love for the family.
Yeah. Big old Indian business. Took over the game.
The family tree.
Change the game.
Hey.
We up by 1,000.
I tell my family me.
Hold up. Yo.
Yeah, we built the family
We built
tree.
the family tree. I told the family me.
My niggas family
BCU.
Look. Bad got a label, youngster got a label. I'm just proud to see these niggas getting some paper.
Talk to him.
G got the shiners,
Dub
Dub got
got
the
the-
youngins. We fresh up out of court, right back to the money. I'm talking to them about building some houses. Lawyers trying to fuck them out of hundreds of thousands. We trying to shake these streets cause they keep pulling us down. They think we acting funny when we don't come around. The idle time will put a nigga in a sticky spot. I can't move around without an FN or a Glock. The youngins got the city on fire, shit hot. And I just left the jeweler, dropped $1 million on a watch. I'm trying to teach my niggas how to never go broke. I'm trying to teach my niggas how to grow. 3 out of 5 niggas on the label getting 100 for a show. The other 2 getting 4,500 for a boat. And we just put out with like 5 Lambos in a row. And 2 road trucks. And 3 of them new ghosts. Everybody got Paddocks and Richards and APs. Everybody boss around her, just not me. You ain't a leaf on this tree, you a branch, nigga. What's more valuable than the money? The stamp, nigga. You ain't a leaf on this tree, you a branch, nigga. What's more valuable than the money? The stamp, nigga. My niggas ain't my niggas, they family to me. Yeah, it's my family tree. My hood ain't my hood, it's home to me. That's who planted the seeds.
Yeah.
Help a brother to help another, then make a tree. If he found.
Man, did y'all hear what he said, man? He said, help a brother, then help another make a tree. Nah, man. Help a brother, then help another make a tree. You talking about the most valuable thing you can give someone, man. You talking about help, knowledge of self, and unconditional love. And that's what we building over here. That's our culture over here. We locking in. The people are recognizing, they're seeing. You feel me? And it's getting to a point to where man, we're surpassing the game, and all we have to do is stay focused, man, and keep getting better day by day. Stay right in the bosom of the ancestors, and stand on our ground firmly, and protect Big Mama America by any cost. Anything worth having is worth fighting for. Anything worth keeping, worth dying for. Bars.
To help another, then make a tree. If he family to you, then he family to me. I ain't beefing with niggas, I'm in tour with labels, keeping pressure on niggas. Yeah, I'm turning the tables. This street shit dumb, nigga. I'm really about paper. I'm really a boss. I don't know what you thought. I'm really about unity. I'm really about power. I ain't thinking about mines. I'm thinking about hours. When it rains, it pours. I'm giving out showers. I could give you a rollie, or I can give you your flowers. Or I can bring you air to tears. I ain't been this vulnerable in years. And I've been to myself lately, I ain't really feeling none of my peers. Yeah, I've been switching gears. Executive guy, I play the role well. 150K a night when I play Cromwell. Residential, see residents in like 5 states. Vacation home, got it, nigga come from selling 8s. In my city, in my hood, nigga, I'm a great. I'm the type of nigga come through, give your bitch a break. Put her heels up after I pay her bills up. 6 months at a time, don't talk, we still fuck. Damn, I'm off topic.
Back to my family tree. I wanna salute every BC you running with me.
And it's a secret everything that you done with me. Cause it's a couple niggas that practice loyalty.
Fuck with it. BCU.
My niggas ain't my niggas, they family to me. Yeah.
We built a family tree.
My hood ain't my hood, it's home to me. That's who planted the seed. You ain't no leaf on this tree.
You a branch, nigga.
What's more valuable than the money?
Damn, nigga.
You ain't no leaf on this tree.
You a branch, nigga.
What's more valuable than the money? Damn, nigga.